In the month of preparation for the new text, my companions, please lend your support. The tale unfolds as one traverses into the life of a newlywed rural bride, devoid of extraordinary relatives. For the original self is the epitome of absurdity. Su Wan has painstakingly endeavored to elevate the affections of her new husband and his family from negativity to a favorable state, only to discover that her husband may very well be destined to abandon her for a noblewoman in the future, becoming a prime minister. Should she sever ties with him, or should she endure? Inheriting the plight of a poor soul who perished from starvation, her biological father deceased, and her unreliable mother by her side, she finds solace in the presence of a learned elder brother who barely serves as a support. Unexpectedly, her brother triumphs in the civil examinations, transforming her from a destitute peasant into the daughter of a high-ranking official, complete with a fiancé of remarkable worth. On a historically rich, intricately carved wooden bed, a portly middle-aged woman holds her hand and earnestly advises, Wan, my dear, to return to your maternal home merely a month after marriage is a grave transgression against your husband's family, even if you are justified. It shall be perceived as unreasonable. If your husband comes to fetch you, you must accompany him back. Do heed my words. Her tone, gentle and coaxing, reveals a mother's tender heart, stirring emotions within. Su Wan instinctively nods, but catches a glimpse of the woman's deep-seated concern, prompting her to feign a hint of defiance, attempting to mimic the original self's capricious manner. How can this be? If I am so easily dismissed, will they not ride roughshod over me henceforth? The maidservant, standing by, nearly bursts into laughter, pondering who would dare to treat her young mistress with such disrespect. She would be more likely to dismantle their household than to tolerate such insolence. Unfazed, the middle-aged woman, with a face full of resignation, inquires, What then do you propose? Su Wan pauses, contemplating her unfamiliar situation, uncertain of how to navigate this predicament. Resolutely, she declares, at the very least, he must apologize to me and promise never to repeat this offense. This is unacceptable, Wan. Although your father is the savior of your in-laws, they are honest and kind-hearted people who genuinely appreciate your father's help. Yet, this cannot excuse your unruly behavior. Your husband is a scholar, wise and understanding this time. It is indeed your fault. He will come to fetch you. But remember that even the greatest of favors can be exhausted. If you continue down this path, how shall your father and I rest easy knowing your future is uncertain? The woman's initially heartfelt counsel grows increasingly fervent, and she begins to wipe away tears, as if foreseeing a day when her daughter's obstinacy could lead to dire consequences. Su Wan, surprised by the wealth of information gleaned from what seemed a vague statement, displays a complex array of emotions: irritation, hesitation, and ultimately resignation. With a weary sigh, she pats the woman's shoulder and concedes, Very well, I shall heed your advice this time. In truth, she harbors no desire to remain at her original family's home, nor does she dare to do so. After all, her original parents are well aware of her true nature, and should she inadvertently reveal herself, the repercussions will be dire. Conversely, life at her husband's home is unlikely to be as comfortable as at her mother's, for throughout history, the plight of a daughter-in-law has been fraught with challenges. It is evident that the original self found it unbearable to remain with her husband's family, having fled back to her maternal home. While the original self is not without fault, it is often said that it takes two to tango, and her husband's family may not be without their own issues. Nevertheless, Su Wan sets aside these reflections, for her mother has stated that it has only been a month since her marriage, suggesting that her husband's family knows little about her. This implies a relative safety in her new residence, where she need not fear being treated as an otherworldly being. Su Wan meticulously crafts her demeanor, even skillfully managing her emotional transitions, which leads the middle-aged woman to momentarily pause in surprise, her expression shifting to one of delight, as if she had not anticipated such compliance from her daughter. With tears dried, she exclaims, My dear Wan, you have finally come to your senses. Embraced in the woman's warm hug, Su Wan finds herself momentarily envious of the original self. Just before closing her eyes, she had been nestled in a luxurious bed in her newly acquired villa, reluctant to awaken. But upon opening her eyes, she finds herself on an ancient wooden bed, its discomfort palpable despite the layers of bedding. This bewildering transition leaves Su Wan little time to process her circumstances before being interrupted by a bright voice. Miss, the sun is shining bright, it is time to rise. In this unfamiliar environment, she dares not act carelessly, responding with a faint acknowledgement. The thick curtain is drawn back, revealing a young girl in a green dress, youthful and vibrant, garb in a style reminiscent of the ruse skirt, which, since the Warring States period, has become commonplace among the Han people, offering no clues regarding the current dynasty. In silence, Su Wan dresses and washes under the maidservant's attentive guidance. Though young, the maid moves swiftly, leading Su Wan to the dressing table to prepare her for the day. "What hairstyle would you prefer today, miss?" "Just something simple." After a brief moment of contemplation, the maid skillfully twists Su Wan's hair into an elegant bun, securing it with a finely crafted golden hairpin. Su Wan gazes into the copper mirror, her reflection sparse, yet she remains transfixed, pondering the implications of this body being married otherwise. Why would she be styling her hair? Unbeknownst to her, the maid is also scrutinizing her. Unable to contain her curiosity, the maid glances at Su Wan several times before finally asking, "Miss, are you feeling unwell today?" Su Wan's heart skips a beat, realizing her demeanor has raised suspicion, yet she maintains an impassive facade, nodding, "I do feel a bit dizzy." "You may have been restless last night, after all. It has been nearly a month since you returned. I shall inform the mistress and request a doctor to examine you." "That won't be necessary." Su Wan smiles, seemingly on a whim. She inquires, "How did you discern my discomfort? You seem a bit out of sorts today. Is that so? Pray, tell me, how do I usually appear?" The maid, startled, drops her gaze. Little Green dares not say. Su Wan believes her tone is not severe, yet the maid's reaction indicates that the original self has long held sway in her mind. Narrowing her eyes, she adopts a tone tinged with authority and impatience. "It is I who command you to speak, you must oblige. I shan't devour you, will I?" Little Green did not mean it that way. The maid's complexion pales as she stammers. The young lady is generally straightforward and forthright. Straightforward and forthright? More like capricious. Su Wan discerns the truth behind the maid's expression, realizing that embodying a spoiled brat is not a daunting task. Her second role upon entering the industry was that of a willful, pampered princess, and despite the character being a stark contrast to her own nature, she had invested significant effort into portraying it convincingly. While she may now perform with ease, she is not caught off guard. Alas, the original self, at such a tender age, has become a victim of her own circumstances. It is perplexing how the original self is no longer present. Although her temperament may be somewhat spoiled, one must consider that without the indulgence of her family, how could such a disposition have developed? In this regard, Su Wan finds herself envious of the original self. Yet, this envy swiftly transforms into resignation, for the original self is far more than merely spoiled. The term extraordinary scarcely captures the depth of her shortcomings, leaving Su Wan to shoulder the burden of the chaos left behind, having successfully persuaded her daughter, Mrs. Su. The middle-aged woman shares the same name and surname as her daughter Su Wan, though it remains uncertain whether this is mere coincidence. She is, in fact, a full generation younger than Su Wan, being merely 17 years of age. Thus, Mrs. Su is only a few years older than her daughter. Observing the nurturing gaze of Mrs. Su, Su Wan utilized the acting skills honed over the years to maintain her composure, believing that this experience brought her closer to her aspirations of becoming a leading actress if she were ever to return. Mrs. Su had fulfilled her duties splendidly and was now required to report to Mr. Su in the main hall, leaving Su Wan to feign contemplation in her room. As Mrs. Su walked with the maid, her presence was buoyant and her face radiated joy. She felt gratified that her daughter had become more sensible since her marriage. True to her usual temperament, Su Wan had returned to her maternal home, and Mrs. Su knew this could not end without a commotion. Perhaps if she could temper her own temperament, both she and her husband would no longer have to worry incessantly about their daughter. Yet, what could be done? After enduring years of tribulations and seeking blessings from various deities, they had finally been blessed with a daughter. This was fortunate. Her husband had taken another young concubine, yet they had no sons. Now they had grown old, resigned to their fate. If destiny had decreed no sons, so be it. However, their sole daughter must be cherished. It was their fault for indulging their daughter to such an extent. They had initially hoped that, with their wealth, they could find a kind-hearted son-in-law for her, allowing them to oversee her family life and nurture their future grandchildren. By the time they passed, their grandchildren would be able to stand on their own, and they would have no fears about their son-in-law mistreating their daughter. Yet, contemplating such matters now seemed futile. Mrs. Su's greatest joy was that her daughter was finally receptive to advice, albeit she lamented that this realization had come too late. Had she been enlightened a few months earlier with her guidance, Su Wan might not have caused such a ruckus upon her marriage. Despite the gratitude of their in-laws, Su Wan's behavior was undeniably embarrassing. What troubled her further was the thought of her son-in-law, who was both sensible and virtuous. She feared that her daughter's antics might lead to discontent between them, and her daughter, being so devoted to her husband, might unwittingly drive a wedge between them. With a sigh, Mrs. Su's smile faded significantly as she stepped into the main hall. "Well, has Wan heeded your counsel?" Mr. Su, who was considerably more portly than Mrs. Su, had spent his early years in trade, exposed to the elements. Though he had enjoyed a life of comfort for several years, he had not regained his former complexion, his skin darkened and bearing a prominent beer belly, while his small eyes sparkled with shrewdness. It was fortunate that Mrs. Su possessed striking features, allowing them to have such a beautiful daughter. Wan has realized her mistakes and is currently reflecting in solitude. She has gone too far this time. Mr. Su was well aware of his daughter's temperament. With a flick of his sleeve, he added, "Her husband has just returned to the academy after a brief absence, and now he must take leave again due to this disturbance. If this jeopardizes his studies, I shall not forgive her. Indeed, your son-in-law is admirable. He is beyond compare," Mrs. Su retorted, unable to bear her husband's disparagement of their daughter. After making her point, she sat down and took a sip of tea, frowning. "What is this tea? Did not your friend gift us some exquisite by Luo Chun? Xiao Hong, go prepare it. I have heard from Mrs. Wu that scholars favor this blend." Upon hearing this, Mr. Su hastily waved his hand. "Quickly replace it. We may not know much, but since Mrs. Wu is a scholar's wife, her words must be reliable." He too took a seat, sighing, "After marriage, life is never as comfortable as at home. While our in-laws are kind-hearted, they will not burden Wan. Yet, now their son-in-law has been compelled to take leave to fetch her, jeopardizing his future. How can the Song family not resent this?" Chapter 2. Mrs. Su was well aware of these matters. After hearing everything, she sighed deeply. Both she and her husband remained silent, their faces etched with worry. Burdened by the concerns for their only daughter, they had initially intended to find a suitable husband for Wan, believing that with their support, they could ensure a prosperous union. However, to their astonishment, on the day their prospective son-in-law came to express gratitude on behalf of his father, Wan took an immediate liking to him. It seemed she had learned the art of persuasion through tears and tantrums, insisting on marrying this suitor, heedless of any counsel offered. Despite Wan's beauty, which was unmatched in the county, her suitor was a man of considerable merit, well-versed in literature, wise and discerning. It was clear that he was not one to be swayed by mere appearances. The common adage that scholars should marry virtuous wives did not apply here. Wan, despite her qualities, could hardly be described as virtuous. The debt of gratitude owed to her father for saving his family undoubtedly influenced his decision to marry her, which raised concerns about their future harmony. Old Mr. Su waved his hand dismissively, stating that since she insisted on the marriage, the consequences were hers to bear. Yet, his tightly furrowed brow betrayed his discontent. Her husband, Song Ziheng, had just passed the preliminary examinations last month. Should he succeed in the forthcoming provincial exams, he would become the youngest scholar in the county in recent years, a promising young man indeed. Through the musings of the maid, Xiao Lu, Su Wan learned more about him, and her brow gradually knitted in concern. She held no prejudice against scholars, but the notion that such an outstanding individual would marry the daughter of a merchant was troubling. Su Wan understood that Song Ziheng was not one to have shallow ambitions. The fact that he married her out of gratitude for her father's assistance suggested that he might not hold her in high esteem. This realization weighed heavily on her. Just then, a gentle knock at the door interrupted her thoughts. "Miss, the son-in-law has arrived. The master and mistress request your presence in the front hall." Su Wan stood up, taking a deep breath to compose herself. She was determined to gather information about the Song family before joining them. However, she felt a twinge of apprehension regarding Song Ziheng. From Xiao Lu's brief descriptions, she sensed that this young scholar was not to be underestimated. Despite being only in his early 20s, he had already gained recognition. The fact that he was compelled to marry a merchant's daughter rather than someone of higher social standing spoke volumes about his character. Upon entering the front hall, she was greeted by a hearty male voice filled with laughter that nearly made her stumble. "Wan, why are you so slow? You're keeping your son-in-law waiting." Before she could gather her thoughts, a soft and refined voice interjected, "Father-in-law, you jest." I have only just taken my seat. How could I have been waiting long? As she raised her gaze, Su Wan beheld a young man clad in a blue robe, hair neatly tied back. His complexion was like polished jade, exuding an air of noble elegance. Even having encountered numerous handsome figures in the entertainment world, she could not help but admire his presence. The sheer grace of his demeanor captivated her, and she lamented the unfortunate circumstances of their marriage. In this era, where the common folk struggled to make ends meet, the pursuit of education was a privilege reserved for the affluent. The rarity of a poor family producing a literate offspring was akin to discovering a phoenix egg. Moreover, such a remarkable individual, so young and with a promising future, required a wife of respectable lineage, someone who could elevate his status, not diminish it. Su Wan. This esteemed scholar, Song Ziheng, shared a name with a renowned historical figure. The connection was uncanny, and she recalled that the ancient custom was to address individuals by their courtesy names as a sign of respect. Could it be that this Song Ziheng was indeed related to the illustrious scholar of the past? Wan, why are you lingering at the door? It has only been a few days since we last met, and you hardly recognize Ziheng? Mrs. Su's warm tone revealed her affection for her son-in-law. Su Wan regained her composure, greeted the three individuals in the room, and stole another glance at Song Ziheng, who seemed unfazed by her scrutiny. She quickly averted her gaze, feigning calmness with great precision, almost as if she were acting in a play. Meanwhile, Song Ziheng maintained his composure, reflecting on his wife's noticeable progress since their last encounter. He hoped that her parents' guidance would help her become more sensible, as he had little expectation of her suddenly transforming into a paragon of virtue. This morning, his elder brother had urged him to return to the Su household to bring his wife back. He had anticipated such a scenario, knowing well her temperament, but the rapidity of her actions exceeded his expectations. He had agreed to this marriage out of gratitude to her father, harboring no grand illusions for their future. As long as she did not create too much trouble, he would turn a blind eye. However, her behavior, returning to her family less than a month after their marriage and openly discussing the possibility of separation, could not go unaddressed. Thus, despite receiving the news earlier, he arrived at the Su residence later in the day. He had no choice but to bring her home, for the honor of both families was at stake. It was long overdue for me to come, but this morning my father-in-law had some matters to attend to, and I was compelled to delay until now. I hope my esteemed in-laws can forgive me, and I ask my dear wife to understand as well. Old Master Su and Madam Su quickly smiled and said it was only right, emphasizing that matters concerning the school were of utmost importance, and they apologized for the trouble their daughter had caused. As Song Ziheng conversed with the Su couple, he cast a few glances at Su Wan, who remained with her head bowed in a posture of deep contemplation. It was unclear whether her reflection was genuine or feigned, and in his heart, Song Ziheng couldn't help but smirk coldly. He then raised his gaze to old Master Su and said, "Esteemed father-in-law and mother-in-law, my elder brother's visit was rather rushed, and I was unable to elucidate matters clearly. I still do not understand why my wife has returned or whether she feels uncomfortable in my household." Old Master Su and Madam Su exchanged glances and shook their heads in unison, stating, "We are also uncertain." Wan has been crying since her return, refusing to speak. Fortunately, she managed to stop by nightfall, avoiding swollen eyes. However, old Master Su interjected angrily, regardless of the reason. It is utterly childish to flee back to her parental home at the slightest discontent in her marital home. Rest assured, son-in-law, I have already reprimanded her, and she understands her mistake. After you return, please convey my apologies to our in-laws. I have been too indulgent, allowing her to become unaware of the gravity of her actions. Please inform our in-laws that she must learn the proper decorum expected of her. Madam Su nodded in agreement, adding, "Indeed, it is essential that she understands how to conduct herself, just as her elder sisters do. After marriage, she ought to follow her husband and not be spoiled to the point of ignorance." Su Wan continued to keep her head lowered, her demeanor sincere. She reflected that despite her extraordinary talents, she was still young and lacked composure. Song Ziheng, at his age, had yet to graduate from university, and she wondered if he thought she was oblivious to the fact that he had been observing her for some time. Her parents' concerns were unwarranted. Even though she was married and should follow her husband, she remained their daughter, and returning to her parental home should not be deemed inappropriate. The expressions on Su's parents' faces softened slightly. After all, they cherished their only daughter and could not bear to lose her. However, Song Ziheng shifted the conversation, emphasizing that as long as the family remained united, especially considering the hard work and sacrifices made by her parents and brothers over the years to support his education, he would never agree to any division of the family, even after their passing. The young man finally set aside the gentle smile he had worn since entering the room, his handsome features now serious, exuding an air of authority without anger. "What? You dare to cause a division in your marital home?" The table shook as old Master Su slammed his hand down with such force that it reddened, showcasing his anger. Madame Su looked pityingly at the shattered teacups on the floor, having brought out her finest set for her son-in-law. Old Master Su was genuinely furious, for as the son-in-law had said, a united family is paramount, and the daughter's actions were gravely inappropriate. A married daughter, while her in-laws were still alive, demanding a division of the family was not merely disrespectful. If her husband were to divorce her, they would have no grounds for complaint. It was no wonder the son-in-law remarked that returning to her parental home without cause was trivial. Old Master Su was momentarily speechless with rage, while Madame Su hurried to soothe him. Unbeknownst to them, Su Wan shared a profound understanding with her father. Internally critiquing Song Ziheng's manner of speaking, returning to her parental home was far less severe than outright demanding a division of the family. Even if the original owner of the house had dismantled the Song family's residence, it would seem a trivial matter in comparison. Regrettably, this was a mistake she had to bear. With this thought, Su Wan buried her head even lower. "You have been far too reckless. Your in-laws are kind, and your husband's family is accommodating. Your brothers and sisters are all amiable, and your sisters-in-law, whom you have met, are virtuous and capable. How can you dare to stir division? Do you think this is mere play?" But it was just a game to her. She expected everyone to indulge her whims. Old Master Su was furious. "Dear father-in-law, please forgive me. If you fall ill with anger, it would be my fault. Your wife is still young. She needs to be taught gradually." Song Ziheng glanced at Su Wan, reiterating that she was aware of her mistake. Young? There are those younger than her who are already mothers. Madame Su, who rarely criticized her daughter, felt a blush of embarrassment at this moment. "Is indeed our fault for being too indulgent." Old Master Su sighed deeply, glaring at Su Wan. "Listen well. This time, son-in-law has chosen to overlook it. But should it happen again, there will be no need for your in-laws to say anything. I will immediately ask the son-in-law to write a divorce letter. I cannot bear to have such a disruptive daughter-in-law." Su Wan trembled slightly, feigning tears. Madame Su tugged at Old Master Su, wanting to speak, but was silenced by his glare. Song Ziheng continued to persuade Old Master Su, "You are being too harsh. I could never be ungrateful." Old Master Su snorted disdainfully. "If she dares to repeat her offense, you must write that divorce letter. I cannot let her continue to cause chaos in your home." Su Wan's sobs grew louder. Song Ziheng paused before saying, "I initially came to escort my wife home, but upon hearing from my elder brother that your health was poor and you were recovering, I thought it best to impose on you a few more days, until you are well enough for me to bring her back. Your in-laws are ill. Why did you not mention this sooner? I shall send someone to deliver medicine," Madame Su exclaimed, hastily summoning a servant. She pondered that her daughter had indeed gone too far and needed discipline. Now that her daughter was receptive to guidance, it would be best to keep her at home for a few days for thorough instruction, which would be far more beneficial than before. Song Ziheng smiled. "Please do not worry, esteemed mother-in-law. I have been too busy to fetch medicine for my parents on the way here. I shall not refuse your kind intentions." Madame Su's face brightened. Though her daughter had acted foolishly, her son-in-law remained on their side, allowing her to finally relax. After all, they were family. It should be this way. However, Old Master Su was once again incensed, glaring at Su Wan. "Look at the trouble you've caused. You've upset your in-laws to the point of illness. Dear father-in-law, it is the busy farming season and my parents have been working tirelessly, which has taken a toll on their health. Do not shield her. The last time I saw your in-laws, they were in excellent health." Old Master Su waved his hand dismissively. Never mind. Filial piety is paramount. A married daughter should naturally show respect to her in-laws. If your father and mother are unwell, she should return to care for them. If your in-laws find her clumsy, then so be it." With Old Master Su saying this, Song Ziheng could only nod in agreement. "Then it shall trouble my wife." Madame Su felt a twinge of reluctance, wanting to say something, but Old Master Su stood and ordered a maid to pack Su Wan's belongings. It takes nearly 2 hours for the bullock cart to reach your home. We must set out while it is still early." As he spoke, he was about to call for a servant to fetch the cart when Song Ziheng interrupted. "Please, father-in-law, there is no need. I've already arranged for a familiar cart." Now, even Madame Su understood, letting out a gentle sigh. Old Master Su nodded. "Very well. It is not convenient to stay for a meal today. We shall certainly enjoy a drink together another day." Today, Old Master Su had demonstrated remarkable wisdom, and Song Ziheng, surprised, spoke with newfound closeness. "If time permits, I shall certainly share a drink with you." "It is settled then." Old Master Su slapped Song Ziheng on the shoulder, laughing heartily as he personally escorted them to the door. Su Wan, behaving like a dutiful young bride, followed behind. The bullock cart that Song Ziheng had arranged was indeed waiting outside. Although it was not her first encounter with such a rustic mode of transportation, the authenticity of it intrigued her. Su Wan glanced curiously, and Madame Su took the bundle from the young maid and handed it to her, saying with concern, "Once you return, be filial to your in-laws, respect your brothers and sisters, and care for your younger sister. Do you understand?" Su Wan nodded silently, following Song Ziheng into the cart. Watching her daughter and son-in-law's figures gradually fade away, Old Master Su sighed. This girl did not utter a word today. I wonder if she truly understands her mistakes or is simply lost in thought. Mrs. Su sighed, expressing her concern for Ziheng. What is he like? He's so young, yet I find him inscrutable. If he hadn't mentioned that he had arranged for the ox cart, I would have thought he genuinely wanted Wan to stay at home a few more days. It turns out he was merely testing her. They say scholars are often pedantic, but I find him remarkably shrewd. Our silly girl has already begun to obey him without question. When I advised her, she seemed quite unwilling. Had I not shed a tear, she might not have acquiesced. Yet, before Ziheng, she withers like a flower, and a few words can bring her tears. She is destined to be thoroughly dominated. If she could genuinely heed her husband's wishes, it would be acceptable, as at least that would prevent mistakes. My fear is that she will comply in his presence, but when he is gone, she may run amok. Old Mr. Su turned to enter the main door, with Mrs. Su following, still chattering. As for Wan this time, I had planned to wait until she had spent a few months at the Song family to temper her temperament, and then find a reason to send Xiaolu back to continue serving. At that time, surely the in-laws wouldn't think much of it. But now, with her causing such a ruckus, I can hardly dare to mention sending a maid, for fear they might think we look down upon their family. It's best that she endures some hardships to reshape her character, and she must not receive money in secret anymore. Whatever life her husband can provide, she must accept, for she was the one who insisted on marrying him. Mrs. Su fell silent, contemplating the irony of her own words. Hadn't she been the one to fill the dowry chest with silver notes, nearly emptying half the family fortune, leaving only the remainder for her? She feared that her daughter might squander it unwisely. Su Wan was a budding actress in period dramas, having started her career in obscurity, accepting any role that came her way. She once portrayed a minor character, a peasant girl riding in an ox cart. The cart's wooden planks were smooth and cushioned, making the ride quite comfortable. Given her minor role, her on-screen time was limited to less than 5 minutes, and the experience was novel and intriguing. Thus, upon first seeing the ox cart called by Song Ziheng, she felt a thrill of excitement. However, once she sat down, she realized she had been deceived. The cart was hard and jarring, and once they left the city gates, the road became rugged and uneven, resembling a cradle's erratic motion. Tragically, they had set off in the bright afternoon sun, and by the time they reached Songjia village, the sun was nearly setting. Su Wan then understood that the locals didn't mince words. When old Mr. Su mentioned it would take nearly 2 hours to reach the Song family, he was indeed speaking the truth. It took a full 4 hours. Despite her decent upbringing, Su Wan felt the urge to curse. She summoned all the determination she had once shown in corporate training sessions on poise and etiquette to suppress her frustration, ignoring the jarring discomfort beneath her as she maintained her composure throughout the journey. Stealing a glance at the man beside her, she found him at ease, seemingly enjoying the scenic views along the roadside, occasionally exchanging hushed words with the cart driver, his demeanor more amiable than the spring breeze. A sense of respect welled within her. The ox cart ambled into a village where the villagers greeted Song Ziheng warmly. Most called him Ziheng with thick local accents, while a few more familiar souls addressed him as third young master Song. Song Ziheng reciprocated with warmth, speaking slowly and without a trace of arrogance. Some village women, upon seeing Su Wan, refer to her as Ziheng's wife without further inquiry. This surprised Su Wan. She had expected that the newlywed, who had only recently caused a stir in her husband's family, would be a topic of gossip. Yet, the villagers seemed indifferent to her past actions, which left her feeling perplexed. She glanced at Song Ziheng again, her suspicions deepening. Unperturbed by her scrutiny, Song Ziheng continued to chat amiably with the villagers until they reached the Song family home. As he dismounted, Su Wan prepared to follow him down. Just as she positioned herself, a long hand appeared to assist her. She looked up to meet Song Ziheng's gentle smile. The journey has been long, and the ox cart rudimentary. You have worked hard, my dear. Chapter 4. Su Wan, maintaining her composure, took his hand to disembark. Yet, within, she felt a shiver. Her attempts to mask her discomfort had not escaped his notice, revealing his keen perception. Father, mother, my third brother and sister-in-law have returned. A youthful voice rang out as a middle-aged couple emerged. Song Ziheng greeted them. Father, mother, third sister. Su Wan followed suit, calling out to them. Old mister. Song smiled and nodded. It's good that you have returned. I was beginning to worry as the sun was setting. I had oldest brother harness the family ox to fetch you. Mrs. Song, however, looked concerned. Ziheng, why have you returned so soon? You just resumed your studies. And now you've taken leave again. Will your teacher be displeased? It's of no concern. I will return to the academy first thing in the morning. I heard from my brother that father and mother are unwell, and I couldn't rest easy without seeing you. Old Mr. Song nodded. Let oldest brother escort you back. The lively younger sister had already rushed to the cart, exclaiming in delight, Third brother and sister-in-law, you've brought back so many wonderful things. All gift from the in-laws. Song Ziheng replied. Upon hearing that you were ill, they even sent a doctor with medicine. How considerate of them. The Song parents rubbed their hands together. Mrs. Song had previously harbored some reservations about her new daughter-in-law, but now she felt somewhat awkward. Their son had married her not for wealth, but to repay a life debt owed to his in-laws. They had lived modestly all their lives, and last month's wedding had already showcased the daughter-in-law's impressive dowry to the entire village. Now, they had brought back a cart full of provisions, rice, flour, meat, and oil, clearly meant for the entire family. Mrs. Song glanced at Su Wan and suggested to her husband and son, perhaps we should return some of this. Please, do not delay, father and mother. Su Wan interjected before Song Ziheng could speak. All eyes turned to her as she lifted her head, a hint of a smile illuminating her face, not the arrogance of the former self, but a brightness born of confidence. She stood tall beside Song Ziheng, exuding an aura of a harmonious couple. The Song parents, unable to discern the shift, only felt that their daughter-in-law seemed more beautiful today, her gaze towards them imbued with warmth. Mrs. Song could not help but smile, her look towards Su Wan beginning to mirror the affection she had for her son, patiently awaiting her words. The daughter-in-law recognized that her previous outburst had been excessive, and her parents had chastised her upon her return home. Fortunately, her in-laws were forgiving and did not hold her actions against her. She sincerely repented and requested that they not refuse her apology. The Song parents exchanged astonished glances, as did the younger sister, who stared wide-eyed in disbelief. What had transpired that evening at her maternal home? The once proud and disdainful daughter-in-law was now humbling herself before her in-laws. Just yesterday, she had left in anger, vowing never to return until the family was divided. Observing their reactions, Song Ziheng discreetly glanced at Su Wan, noting the sincerity in her eyes, which seemed genuine. He merely smiled, recognizing that after a few days at home, accompanying his wife back to her family, he would return to the academy. He had always been discerning in his judgments, but the close relationship his parents shared with her over the past month had revealed more than he had anticipated. Whether her contrition was sincere or not, he would take his time to observe. Seeing the elder couple's astonishment, Su Wan raised her voice. If my in-laws are unwilling to accept my apology, then I shall kneel and beg for forgiveness. While such actions might typically appear threatening to an ordinary individual, Su Wan's conduct surprisingly alleviated the concerns of Song's parents. Through their recent interactions, they had come to understand their new daughter-in-law and had prepared themselves to pamper a delicate young lady. Her willingness to acknowledge her mistakes was a delightful surprise. As for whether she should continue in this manner, both Song's father and mother shared the same perspective. Song's father remarked, as long as you do not repeat your mistakes in the future, there is no need for you to kneel. He added, this cannot solely be blamed on you. Your mother knows you are young and an only child, raised with much affection, and thus unable to endure grievances. Your second sister-in-law's tone was also somewhat excessive. Song's mother concurred, noting, although your second sister-in-law is rather impatient, she does not harbor ill intentions. Just do not take it to heart. The topic of division should not be raised again. Su Wan similed, had sipirit lifted, and glanced at Song Ziheng with a hint of bashfulness. He had mentioned that his years of studying had not only exhausted their parents, but also inflicted hardships upon his brothers and sisters-in-law. Now that a brighter future seemed within reach, he vowed not to be ungrateful. He further assured that regardless of what the future held, there would be no division within the family. Did Ziheng truly say that? Both Song's mother and father exhibited a glimmer of joy. With their son set to take the imperial examination next year, should he succeed, he would become the first scholar from their village, receiving monthly grain subsidies from the court and exemption from taxes. At that point, the grains they cultivated would be tax-free, ensuring they would have more than enough to eat and save. Moreover, having heard various rumors over the years, Song's father had begun to realize that his son's prospects extended far beyond mere stability. After years of frugality to support their youngest son's education, it would have been disingenuous to claim they had not harbored hopes. Song's father and mother had no regrets, even as their other two sons and daughters-in-law endured hardships. They had long awaited this day, but who could have anticipated that the youngest son would marry a troublesome wife who was eager to instigate a division? Just as Song Ziheng had articulated, Song's parents were not truly angered to the point of illness. Rather, they feared that persistent discord from their daughter-in-law might jeopardize the brotherly bond. The couple had a particular fondness for their youngest son, but they were also acutely aware of the struggles and sacrifices of their eldest and second sons. Now that the youngest had voiced his commitment and his wife appeared to concur, the worries of Song's parents were finally set at ease. Su Wan, adept at discerning the sentiments of others, seized the opportunity to enhance her standing. Nodding, she confessed, "I was previously unaware of my shortcomings. Upon hearing my husband today, I feel deeply ashamed. I must personally apologize to my two brothers and sisters-in-law. If they do not forgive me, it does not matter. However, if misunderstandings arise between them and my husband due to me, I would be utterly mortified." Song's mother nodded and smiled. Her perception of the new daughter-in-law transformed. She reflected that this girl was indeed a cherished child of her family, albeit somewhat childish and quick-tempered, yet not malicious. Now that she recognized her mistakes and expressed sincere apologies, all would be well moving forward. After spending just one night with her family, they would surely help her grow more sensible. Song's mother turned to Su Wan and encouraged, "It is good that you have this intention. You should make amends with your brothers and sisters-in-law. They are generous and will not hold grudges against you." Song's younger sister had already moved most of their belongings inside and emerged to say, "Father, mother, third brother, and sister-in-law, let us return indoors to converse. There are so many items to organize, and it is getting dark. We must hurry to prepare dinner." Upon hearing this, Song's mother hurriedly stepped inside, exclaiming, "It is indeed late. If we do not begin cooking, they will return home hungry. I brought back many snacks from my family, which can help stave off hunger." Su Wan added, "Mother, younger sister, I will assist you in the kitchen." As Song's younger sister carried the last bag of flour, she turned to Su Wan and asked, "Sister-in-law, do you not remember the last time you complained that my cooking was poor and insisted on doing it yourself, nearly burning your new dress in the process?" Su Wan's expression soured, clearly displeased by her sister-in-law's remarks, yet inwardly relieved that the original owner of this identity had been inept, sparing her the trouble of fabricating excuses. Song's mother reassured, "You will learn with time. Third brother's wife can come along." Song Ziheng withdrew his gaze and inquired of his father, "Where is grandmother?" "She went to the fields with your brothers," came the reply. "I shall go call them back for dinner." Feeling light-hearted, Song's father responded, "I will accompany you." Song Ziheng did not refuse and cheerfully extended his hand. "Very well, I will support you." Once out of Song Ziheng's sight, Su Wan instinctively exhaled. After years in the industry, she had become as shrewd as a fox and was not accustomed to such a repressive atmosphere, especially when the one suppressing her was a youth younger than herself. The thought of Song Ziheng returning to the academy the following morning provided her with some solace. Though she pondered how he had developed into such an astute individual, given that his parents were merely humble farmers without any remarkable traits, and his younger sister was an ordinary village girl. As Su Wan interacted with the parents of the original identity, she remained cautious, fearing exposure. Yet her vigilance around Song Zihang was even more pronounced. She understood that despite Song Zihang's limited acquaintance with the original owner, his understanding might surpass that of her parents. Perhaps this was the essence of presence. Regardless of how well Song Zihang knew the original owner, Su Wan could only tread carefully for her own security. In the 5th chapter, Su Wan, somewhat distracted, assisted the women of the Song family with minor tasks, primarily washing vegetables and handing over bowls, as they did not trust her to chop. Mrs. Song had prepared an abundance of delicacies, filling one basket with fish and meat, another with eggs, and 2 with chickens, indicating the sumptuousness of the evening meal. The Song family had access to a well, and Song's younger sister had intentionally left half a bucket of water by the edge. As Su Wan took the fish to wash by the well, she found that her sister had already scaled and cleaned it, leaving her to simply rinse away the blood. Upon finishing, she looked up to see a small child of about 3 or 4 years standing nearby, staring at her intently. The boy, muddy and disheveled from playing in the fields, had bright, round eyes that reflected her own image. Su Wan was momentarily taken aback, her taut nerves relaxing under the purity of his gaze. She gently inquired, "Little one, an aunt?" The boy responded clearly, "Are we having fish today?" "Indeed. Not only fish, but also meat. Are you happy?" The boy nodded vigorously, swallowing hard, already aware at such a tender age of what was delicious. Unable to contain her laughter, Su Wan asked, "Where did you play to come back so dirty?" "I went to the fields with my brothers to help our parents with a lot of work." "Is that so? You are quite impressive. Are you hungry now that you've finished your chores?" No sooner had she spoken than a rumble from his stomach confirmed it, making her chuckle. Holding the fish, she extended her hand to the boy. "I brought back some snacks. Would you like to join me?" The boy blinked, seemingly puzzled by his aunt's sudden kindness. But his desire for treats overcame any hesitation. He eagerly grasped her hand, instantly making hers dirty as well. Unfazed, Su Wan called out, "Let us go. We are off to enjoy some snacks. Let us go for snacks." The boy echoed joyfully, and upon entering the kitchen, Song's younger sister looked at Su Wan and the little boy in surprise. "Three Wa, did you come back alone? Where are your brothers and sisters?" "They're coming back with grandfather," the child replied in a high-pitched voice. Su Wan set down her belongings and inquired, "Mother, is there anything else I can assist you with?" Song's mother shook her head. "No, go and play with Sanhua. Then I shall take him to wash his face and feed him a little. The child must be hungry after running around outside." In truth, Song's mother had overheard their conversation outside and was not as surprised as Song Xiaomei. She felt validated in her judgment that her daughter-in-law was indeed childlike in temperament, quick to forgive and happily engaging with the children of the second branch. She nodded, "Do not let him eat too much. Dinner will be served soon." As Song Zihang helped his grandmother into the courtyard, he caught sight of his wife joyfully playing with her 5-year-old nephew. The little boy clung to her leg, gleefully exclaiming, "I've caught you." His laughter echoed throughout the yard as he pulled away the black cloth that covered her eyes. To his surprise, his wife, who typically bore herself with an air of sophistication, embraced the dirt-smudged child without concern, laughing heartily. "Indeed, I lost. Now it is my turn to catch you." She leaned her face closer, inviting the child to blindfold her again. The scene left Song Zihang profoundly impacted, more so than any of the day's earlier events. It was then that he truly realized his wife had changed, though he was left wondering what her parents had said to effect such a transformation. He was not alone in his astonishment. Behind him, Song De Gu and Er Gu, along with their families, were equally taken aback. When Su Wan turned to face the astonished family, a hint of embarrassment crept across her face. After patting Sanhua, she stood up, intending to greet everyone when a young woman approached, pulling Sanhua aside with a displeased expression. "Have you caused trouble for your aunt today? You little rascal." From their expressions, Su Wan surmised this woman was likely the second sister-in-law, the one with whom the original owner had clashed, leading to the original owner's desire to separate from the family. However, this was merely speculation. She stepped forward to intercept the woman's hand before it could strike the child, saying, "Sister-in-law, what are you saying? I was merely playing with Sanhua. How could he be a bother to me?" "Indeed, the third sister-in-law has said so." "Sister-in-law, don't blame Sanhua," interjected Song De Sa, who certainly exhibited the demeanor of a respectable elder sister-in-law. At that moment, a dark-skinned man glared at the second sister-in-law. "Mother, be quiet. The third sister-in-law has just returned. Do not stir up trouble again." "What do you mean again? Am I the only one at fault? She has barely been back for a month and already suggested separation, infuriating our parents and running back to her own family. Is it all my fault?" The second sister-in-law's voice was sharp, and her temper flared quickly. Before anyone could intervene, she finished her tirade, and all eyes furtively turned to Su Wan, concerned that she might react poorly and leave in a huff. In truth, Su Wan felt little impact from the outburst. She merely frowned at the visibly frightened Sanhua, who had been covered in dirt, and found him surprisingly adorable, a tender little dumpling. She had just glanced at Song Ergo and his wife, who did not seem capable of producing such a charming child, further confirming her suspicion that the Song family had a penchant for genetic anomalies. She looked at the second sister-in-law. Sister-in-law, please do not frighten the child. The second sister-in-law pressed her lips together and fell silent, her earlier bravado dwindling. Her outburst was not only for show but stemmed from her own insecurities. Although the third branch was commendable, his choice of wife complicated their relationship. She needed to demonstrate to the third brother that it was his wife's unreasonable behavior that was to blame, not herself. Yet, she felt conflicted, harboring resentment and regret. Her earlier outburst had been a moment of impulse. Now, with Su Wan casting a mere glance her way, she felt deflated. Allowing Su Wan to hand the child over to Song Xiaomei, who was watching from the kitchen door. Once the adults entered the house, Su Wan finally spoke. Sister-in-law is correct. I must acknowledge my fault in this matter. It is not only you, but also the elder brother, elder sister-in-law, and second brother. Today, I have learned of your sacrifices for his education, enduring hardship to provide for him, and I have felt a profound sense of guilt. Although I was unaware before, my actions may have pushed my husband towards ingratitude. What are the contributions made by my brothers and sisters-in-law? Thankfully, my husband is wise and has made it clear that he will always stand with his siblings and never seek separation. I deeply regret my earlier actions and ask for your forgiveness. Su Wan finally understood why the original owner had been so reckless. The family was composed of simple folk, and the only cunning one, Song Ziheng, was often away. This had allowed the original owner to become unrestrained. The Song family had invested their cunning into Song Ziheng, while his two elder brothers were genuinely innocent, always seeing the best in others. They had not thought much of the original owner's impulsive suggestion for separation, merely feeling discomfort. But now, seeing Su Wan's earnestness and her deep bow, they were at a loss. The brothers exchanged awkward glances, first turning their attention to Song Ziheng, who remained silent. At last, Song Degu and Ergo hurriedly attempted to assist Su Wan, hesitating to touch her. Sister-in-law, you are being too formal. We are family. There is no need for such politeness. Song De Sa, more composed, smiled at Su Wan, saying, yes, we are family. Why speak so formally? The only one who remained unfazed was the second sister-in-law. Initially taken aback by Su Wan's apology, she quickly grew suspicious. Having experienced the original owner's temperament firsthand, she knew that a few words could lead to turmoil, and today's apology might be influenced by her own family. She muttered, what does it matter if she apologizes? What if she remains obstinate? Only Song Ergu, standing closest, heard her remarks, and his expression darkened further. He shot her a fierce glare, thinking that while the younger sister-in-law had apologized, this troublemaking woman still refused to admit her faults. Once they returned home, he would ensure she received a proper reprimand. With the conflict resolved, the atmosphere among the family grew warm. Their youngest son had returned from the academy, and the young daughter-in-law brought an abundance of food from her family. The evening meal at the Song residence was nothing short of sumptuous. In the spirit of family unity, they chose to dine together in the main hall, with men, women, and children all gathered around the table. Song Ziheng and his brothers had married later due to their scholarly pursuits, while his elder brothers were already fathers by the time he reached their age. The eldest, Song Yujin, had 2 sons and a daughter, while the second, Song Yufu, had 2 daughters and a son. The names of the grandchildren were simple. The boys were called Dahua, Erhua, and Sanhua, while the girls were known as Denyo, Ernyo, and Sanyo. These were their nicknames, with formal names to be given upon marriage. To Su Wan's eyes, the room was filled with lively children. Yet she had not anticipated their dissatisfaction. Song grandmother, seeing her youngest grandson return with his wife, beamed with joy as she gazed at Su Wan throughout the evening. Finally, unable to contain herself, urging the young couple to return to their room. Your elder sister-in-law and second sister-in-law have been unproductive for years, and our Song family is relying on you. Su Wan, who had demonstrated commendable behavior throughout the day, finally felt the weight of the moment. She could not maintain her composure any longer, feeling overwhelmed, though the dim light of the oil lamp concealed her expression. Chapter 6. In this era, leisure and entertainment are scarce. Families living in poverty, in particular, save on oil for their lamps by finishing dinner early and retiring to bed. The intimate conversations that ensue at night have become their sole pastime. After finishing her chores in the kitchen, Sister Zhang returned to the room where several children were already nestled in their beds. The room, furnished with 2 beds, felt cramped despite its original spaciousness. Utilizing the faint light of the moon filtering through the window, she carefully adjusted the blankets of her children, worried that the unpredictable weather might cause them to catch a chill, which they could ill afford given their lack of funds for medicine. The youngest, Ernyo, giggled softly. "Mother, why are you back so early today?" Sister Zhang playfully pinched her. "Are you eager for your mother to rest early?" Ernyo buried her face in her sister's arms, continuing, "Mother usually stays busy later than this. Did second aunt not dare to be lazy today and left everything for you to do?" Sister Zhang lightly tapped her through the blanket. "How do you know that second aunt helped today? I saw second uncle glare at second aunt several times. And look at all the delicious food we have today. Second aunt wouldn't dare take too much. If it were any other day, she would have snatched it all up." A heavy cough echoed from the corner. Indeed, the next moment, her father, Song Yu-jin, interjected, "Where did you learn so much, little girl? You don't know your own daughter?" Sister Zhang replied as she settled beside them, removing her outer clothing. These children combined have fewer wits than she does, yet they seem to possess an uncanny cleverness. "What a pity she's a girl," Song Yu-jin sighed heavily. Sister Zhang nestled under the covers and whispered, "Ernyo is not wrong. It seems second aunt is afraid to return home today. Second uncle appears to have a worse temper than you. And I wonder how things are now. Even if he is in a better mood than I, his wife deserves some reprimanding. Look at what she did today, playing with third sister-in-law's child, and yet scolding her unnecessarily. What if one day I have a disagreement with her, and she prevents me from seeing my nephew? She has a hasty temperament and probably didn't think it through," Sister Zhang mused. Unlike her husband and in-laws, she felt a certain leniency towards Su Wan due to the old man, Su's life-saving grace towards her own father. Thus, she easily forgave Su Wan's shortcomings. Ultimately, her husband Song Yu-jin and her father-in-law's opinions held little sway over her feelings, so she felt no pressing need to express gratitude towards Su Wan. While she disapproved of Song Heir's sister-in-law's behavior, she could understand her concerns. After all, third sister-in-law hailed from a prestigious family, inherently carrying herself with an air of superiority, openly displaying disdain and condescension towards them. The day after her return, Ernyo admired third sister-in-law's beautiful dress and, out of curiosity, reached out to touch it. Before she could, however, she was shoved to the ground. Fortunately, Ernyo, being of good temperament, simply dusted herself off and went out to play. Few knew of this incident at home, yet it was evident that third sister-in-law held a disdainful attitude towards the children. Who could predict her mood? One moment she might cradle the third child lovingly, and the next she might push him away in irritation. Such impatience was unwarranted. After all, they were family. Song Yu-jin was about to scold when he remembered it was late at night and no one would see him. So, he cleared his throat and added, "It is also a sign of parental tolerance. You're not one to hold grudges, so you let her be. It's fortunate that you didn't notice that second sister-in-law has such a temperament. When third sister-in-law just arrived, she had already quarreled with her. And now she has driven third sister-in-law back to her mother's home. Does she not see her own faults? Third sister-in-law has apologized, and yet she shows no sign of reflection." Sister Zhang thought to herself how grateful she was for her own non-confrontational nature. Otherwise, after the quarrel with second sister-in-law, it would have been her turn next. However, such thoughts were best kept to herself. Following her husband's lead, she agreed. Indeed, if she had simply admitted her mistake today, perhaps third sister-in-law would have let it go entirely. Mother always says she has a childlike temperament and doesn't hold grudges. Meanwhile, in the house of Song Yofu, the atmosphere was far from peaceful. Li Shi, aware of her own faults, remained silent even when her husband scolded her. With red-rimmed eyes, she stifled her sobs. Despite her usual commanding demeanor, it was only because Song Yofu chose not to confront her that she managed to maintain her pride. In the early years of their marriage, when she bore no sons, she had faced her husband's reprimands. It was only after giving birth to the obedient and lovely third child, who garnered the affection of her in-laws, that she began to regain her assertiveness. Yet, the lingering fear remained. Thus, every time she met her husband's gaze at the dinner table, she was reminded of her past, due to the lack of space in the house. Song Xiaomei had to share a bed with Grandma Song. Fortunately, as an unmarried girl, it did not bother her much. Upon returning to the room, Grandma Song picked up her sewing basket and began mending shoes for the strong man in the household. It was a laborious task, but torn clothes were of little concern. Ill-fitting shoes were far more troublesome. As the busy farming season was upon them, she knew footwear would wear out quickly. Being older now, sleep often eluded her at night, and with a lifetime of sewing experience, she had honed a skill that allowed her to stitch without even looking. The men in the household not only had shoes to wear, but could also earn a bit of income from her handiwork. Thus, she always kept her sewing basket close at hand. After a few stitches, Grandma Song suddenly turned and said, "Why are you just sitting there? Aren't you going to bed? You need to rise early to tend to the cattle and prepare breakfast." "Yes, my third brother must leave early tomorrow. I need to wake up to cook for them." Only then did Song Xiaomei recall this duty. As she began to remove her outer garment, she whispered, "Grandma, do you think third sister-in-law has truly changed this time? Or—" Before she could finish her thought, Grandma Song gave her a light pat. "She is your third sister-in-law. How can you think so poorly of her? But her behavior since coming to our home has been anything but sisterly." Song Xiaomei pouted. "My mother says she has a childlike temperament, but in my view, that is even more concerning. What she agrees to today may change tomorrow. Let her change. Her true nature will eventually shine through. Just be kind to her. Remember the lesson you learned from second sister-in-law. Don't clash with third sister-in-law. She is the eldest in the house, so we must show her some deference." "All right, I will avoid her from now on," Song Xiaomei replied, dissatisfied. "You all favor her." Grandma Song shook her head and smiled. "This child has her youthful temper. But she will grow up one day, won't she? Once she becomes a mother, she will understand the difficulties we face." With that thought, a smile graced Grandma Song's face, undeterred by the night's darkness. Her 3 children were all well-grown, and their wives were charming. Surely, they would bless her with chubby, fair grandchildren. Song Xiaomei couldn't help but share in her grandmother's anticipation. "That would be wonderful. When my brother goes to school, I will take care of the children." Meanwhile, Su Wan remained oblivious to the commotion in the various rooms, burdened by a grave concern that kept her awake. As an actress, she often found herself working under the demanding gaze of a strict director, frequently toiling until the early hours of the morning. Gradually, she had become a seasoned night owl. When not working, she would force herself to sleep by 10 for the sake of her skin, yet often found herself engrossed in books or scripts, not truly falling asleep until nearly midnight. Now, however, it was barely 8 o'clock, and lying in bed so early without any means of entertainment felt unbearably tedious. The only solace was her husband, a true scholar. Song Ziheng was a genius in every sense of the word. Not only was he exceptionally gifted, but he also never squandered his talents. Diligent and studious, he held himself to high standards. Even now, after finishing his tasks, while others were preparing for sleep, he lit a lamp and headed to the study to read. It was said he would have to rise before dawn to make his way to the academy, given the arduous travel conditions of their time. From their conversations, Su Wan learned that Song Ziheng's academy was also located within the county, slightly closer than the journey from her original home to the Song household, yet not by much. She estimated he would have to rise at 4 or 5 in the morning to set out, and she couldn't help but feel sympathy for his plight. His relentless dedication, however, provided Su Wan with considerable convenience. To Su Wan, Song Ziheng was as much a stranger as his family, including Old Master Su and Madam Su, whom she had only met for the first time today. Song Ziheng could hardly be considered even her nominal husband. Given Su Wan's disposition, it would not have been entirely unacceptable to engage intimately with a man she had just met. She was undoubtedly a connoisseur of beauty. Her reputation, both within and outside the entertainment industry, was commendable, as she was one of the few artists known for her integrity. The reason lay in her never having encountered a man of such exceptional caliber as Song Ziheng. Su Wan held high standards for her boyfriends, and after years in an industry rife with all manner of characters, she had yet to find a man worthy of her approval. Who would have thought that upon her unexpected journey through time, the man who met all her criteria would turn out to be her nominal husband? It remained uncertain whether this was a gain or a loss. However, Su Wan dared not let her guard down in front of Song Ziheng. She was not one to be blinded by beauty. Her rationality remained intact even in the presence of allure. Prior to meeting him, she had analyzed his character, and after a day of observation, she was even more convinced of her assessment. Despite his youth and charming demeanor, Song Ziheng was not to be underestimated. As a newcomer, Su Wan had only just begun to grasp the original personality she was meant to embody, aware of the original owner's infatuation with Song Ziheng. The nature of their private interactions remained shrouded in mystery. There were numerous differences between her and the original owner, which could temporarily be explained away as mere mistakes. Yet, any further discrepancies might raise suspicion. The immediate priority was to evade Song Ziheng's scrutiny. If she could successfully endure this night, once he departed, the rest of the Song family would have no reason to suspect her. By the time Song Ziheng returned from his next leave, she would have adjusted to her new life and learned more about the original owner's background. Even if Song Ziheng harbored doubts, he would lack evidence. In the midst of her swirling thoughts, Su Wan unknowingly drifted into slumber. Perhaps due to the weight on her mind, her sleep was not deep. Even a faint flicker of candlelight could rouse her. Slowly, she opened her drowsy eyes, yet her mind remained clouded with confusion. Standing at the edge of her bed was Song Ziheng, though she could not discern how long he had been there. In her half-awake state, she mumbled, "Aren't you going to sleep?" Caught in the haze between dreams and reality, Su Wan overlooked the momentary surprise on Song Ziheng's face. He soon affirmed that he would be retiring for the night and promptly extinguished the light, plunging the room back into darkness and tranquility. Content. Su Wan turned over and fell back into a deep sleep, her thoughts lingering on the enchanting beauty she had encountered, wondering where the production team had unearthed such a gem. This man was destined for stardom. After a night devoid of dreams, Su Wan awoke to the startling realization that she was not in her newly purchased home. Instead, she found herself in a dilapidated and antiquated room, sparsely furnished, with a hard bed and an unyielding pillow that felt akin to resting her head upon a stone. The night's sleep had left her feeling sore all over. With a less than graceful stretch beneath the covers, she finally recalled her situation and, disregarding her distaste for the Song family's conditions, surveyed her surroundings. Song Ziheng was nowhere to be seen, and through a piece of dark burlap covering the window, sunlight streamed in. Uncertain of the time, as there were no clocks present, Su Wan assumed it must be late since the sun had risen. Hastily, she climbed out of bed, dressed, and arranged the bed as she had found it before opening the door and stepping outside. The Song residence was quite spacious. Otherwise, it could not accommodate so many inhabitants. There were ample rooms, including a dedicated study for Song Ziheng. Unlike the future, where every inch of land is precious. In this era, houses could be built with sufficient space for gardens, where one could cultivate vegetables and plant fruit trees or raise chickens and ducks. The Song family's home was large, and the yard was similarly expansive. Song's mother was meticulous, nurturing chickens and ducks, planting vegetables, and tending to trees in an orderly manner. Song Xiaomei, enamored with flowers, had procured several packets of seeds from friends, and at this time of year, pots of orchids bloomed vibrantly in the corners, while vines adorned the walls, awaiting summer to burst forth in full bloom. When Su Wan had entered the yard the day before, she was preoccupied with her thoughts and had not taken in her surroundings. Now, with the sunlight bathing the yard in a golden hue, it appeared as though a picturesque painting had come to life. Standing at the threshold of the house, she gazed in wonder for quite some time. The Song family was out and about. The adults were busy with chores, and the children frolicked joyfully in the fields. Song Xiaomei had 2 large buckets of laundry at her feet, a task necessary for the entire family during the busy farming season. As her mother and 2 sisters-in-law were out working the fields, she was responsible for washing clothes, cooking, and looking after the children, as well as tending to the family's chickens, ducks, and pigs. As Song Xiaomei wrung out the clothes and spread them on a bamboo pole, she turned to see Su Wan standing at the door, lost in thought. "Third sister-in-law, you're awake?" she exclaimed. "Yes, I see you're hanging up the laundry. Let me help you." Song Xiaomei quickly interjected, "I can manage just fine." "Third sister-in-law, you should wash up and eat. Breakfast is over there, and it might get cold." Noticing the urgency in Song Xiaomei's tone as she continued her tasks, Su Wan acquiesced. "All right, I will eat first and then come to assist you." Without turning back, Song Xiaomei nodded and then added, "Third sister-in-law, you need to rinse your mouth with salt, right? I used the salt jar this morning and left it in the corner. You might not find it. I will fetch it for you." Unfamiliar with the household routine, Su Wan graciously accepted her offer of help and thanked her before heading to the well for water. If there was anything Su Wan could find satisfaction in while assuming the life of this pampered and willful woman in such a barren and backward era, it was perhaps the beauty of this body. The original owner had striking features and youthful skin, and Su Wan hoped to maintain this state for years to come. Therefore, proper care was of utmost importance. The refreshing, pure well water was far superior to any expensive facial cleansers or masks she had previously used. Song Xiaomei was remarkably efficient. By the time Su Wan returned with water, she had already brought over the salt jar and Su Wan's toothbrush and cup. Just as Su Wan regained her focus and met her gaze, she accepted the items with a smile, saying, "Thank you." However, Song Xiaomei seemed to flinch as if her gaze had been scalded. Initially intending to mention that there was already water prepared in the kitchen, she thought better of it and simply murmured, "It's nothing, third sister-in-law." Song Xiaomei felt that her sister-in-law appeared unusually radiant today, although dressed more simply than before. The smile Su Wan had given her seemed to sparkle with an inner light akin to gemstones, which her brother had described as dazzling. Song Xiaomei continued to hang the laundry, her mind wandering back to the day after her third sister-in-law arrived. She recalled how her sister-in-law had stood in the kitchen for quite some time, searching for tools and salt, only to be helped by her mother in the end. Her mother had then instructed her to assist her sister-in-law daily with these preparations. It was the first time she had heard her express gratitude, and indeed, things had changed. Unable to resist, she glanced back at her sister-in-law's attire for the day. Song Xiaomei remembered overhearing her second and eldest sisters complain about the third sister-in-law's extravagance, noting that she was a pampered lady at home but had to submit to her husband after marriage. She found herself agreeing with their words to some extent. Setting aside her sister-in-law's demeanor, it was worth mentioning that on the day of her marriage, she wore a silk wedding gown, a sight Song Xiaomei had never witnessed before. The oil lamp illuminated the fabric, making it shimmer, and the villagers still discussed it to this day. Not to mention the gold necklace adorning her wrist and neck. Although she no longer wore her wedding gown afterward, she donned a new outfit of RU skirts daily, made from fine or semi-fine fabrics. Adorned with exquisite patterns and trendy styles, frequently accessorized with gold, silver, and jade jewelry. The villagers whispered amongst themselves, suggesting that their family had struck gold and would no longer have to worry about food and clothing. However, Song Xiaomei knew her parents would not appreciate such remarks, and she dared not broach the subject around them, fearing her mother would chastise her for being ungrateful. Although she refrained from speaking about it, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. Today, her sister-in-law wore a simple dress, devoid of flashy jewelry. Her hair merely styled in a bun secured with a jade hairpin. Unlike before, she had eschewed cosmetics, presenting a refreshing and natural appearance, which was undeniably beautiful. Song Xiaomei felt a surge of joy, followed by a hint of envy. Even though her sister-in-law had returned to her parental home and adopted a more frugal lifestyle, she still wore new clothing. The delicate cotton RU skirt she wore was a rarity in their household, as only her third brother possessed one. Crafted from fabric her grandmother had obtained after trading a silver earring during the county examinations. Her grandmother believed that scholars should possess charm and grace, ensuring her third brother was not deprived. He treasured that garment, wearing it solely for examinations or gatherings with his teacher, and seldom dared to touch it otherwise. Unbeknownst to Song Xiaomei, her sister-in-law was oblivious to her complex feelings. After washing her face, she greeted Song Xiaomei and entered the kitchen. There, a small bowl was inverted over another bowl, and upon discovering an excess of leftover breakfast, she realized she could never finish it alone. Turning back, she called out to Song Xiaomei in the yard, "Little sister, haven't you had breakfast yet?" Song Xiaomei replied, "I've already eaten. That as for you and second brother." Only then did Su Wan realize, is second brother taking Song Ziheng to the academy? Hasn't he returned yet? Not so soon. Second brother has to bring someone back. They heard he was taking third brother to the city, so they arrived early to hitch a ride. They need to procure some items, and it will likely take quite some time. After a pause, Song Xiaomei added, "By the way, all the dishes are for you. Second brother only drinks porridge." In truth, the Song family, like the entire Songjia village, rarely prepared dishes to accompany porridge, at most serving some homemade pickled vegetables or dried radish. In this era, merely having enough to eat was a blessing, and they were not particularly affluent. Supporting Song Ziheng's education was already a considerable burden, and with the marriage of Su Wan, a young lady of means, The original host had adopted her refined ways entirely. Upon entering the household, she had complained about the blandness of their meals, lamenting the scarcity of rice in the porridge and the absence of vegetables. Inevitably, they had to prepare separate dishes for her, using only fresh ingredients each morning, fearing that she might become irritable from the monotony of her meals. Occasionally, while tending to the cattle, Song Xiaomei would gather some wild greens, blanch them, and add a touch of salt and a few drops of sesame oil, painfully watching the small jar of oil diminish. Yet, even that was barely palatable for her sister-in-law. Now, with Su Wan's arrival, there was no disdain for the wild greens. How fragrant they were! Absolutely pure and natural, healthy and nutritious. And the sesame oil was the most authentic, freshly pressed without a hint of adulteration. A single bite was a taste of heaven. Su Wan recalled a private restaurant she frequented, famous for its wild greens, which were only available to regular customers by reservation at exorbitant prices. She used to relish them, but now, in comparison, she felt that what she had consumed previously could only be classified as mere weeds. Chapter 8. Su Wan believed that life should encompass at least two great pursuits: a love for food and an appreciation for beauty. Without these, life would indeed lack charm. This belief allowed her to face the unknown with calmness, viewing it as merely a change of scenery, enabling her to continue her quest for greater endeavors without any sense of loss. As she ate, she marveled at the porridge. Though sparse in rice grains and predominantly made of sweet potatoes, it possessed an unexpectedly delightful flavor. Even without vegetables, she felt she could consume a large bowl, and with them, it was truly a feast. She felt immensely fortunate to have traversed into the ancient world of the Great Tang, a country renowned for its culinary delights. A reputation not unfounded. In the vast tapestry of 5,000 years of civilization, she believed that food constituted half of it. If she had inadvertently landed in medieval England, enduring the torment of its dismal cuisine would have been unbearable. Suddenly, Su Wan paused her eating, sensing a strong gaze fixed upon her. Upon turning her head, she found several small children standing at the kitchen door, their eyes wide with anticipation, the two youngest unable to suppress their salivation. She recognized these children as the offspring of Song Yujin and Song Youfu, her nominal nephews and nieces. Having nearly finished her meal, Su Wan set down her bowl and, with a maternal instinct, beckoned the little ones, "Come in. Have you played enough outside?" The children, a bit intimidated by her, approached obediently, except for the youngest, who, emboldened by a recent playful interaction with Su Wan, stood closest to her. His clear, innocent eyes blinked up at her, unable to resist. Su Wan scooped him into her arms and gently wiped his face with a clean cloth. "Where have you been playing, little rascal?" The eldest girl glanced at her nervously and replied on behalf of her brother, "We just went to the front yard to play a bit. We didn't run around." The youngest boy climbed onto Su Wan's lap, settling into a comfortable position, completely unaware that his elder sister was internally worried. The eldest girl, the daughter of Song Youfu, was teased by others for being a 9-year-old lady, but by Su Wan's reckoning, she was merely 7, 3 years older than her brother. Though she should have been carefree, being the eldest, she had learned to care for her siblings. Sometimes, when Song Xiaomei was busy, she would assist, proving to be more reliable than Su Wan. The eldest girl, perceptive as she was, noticed her brother's boldness and felt a twinge of anxiety, stepping forward slightly, fearing that her aunt might push him away out of impatience. Su Wan merely smiled and held the little one tighter, then turned her gaze to the 3 girls. "Have you eaten breakfast?" The 2 older ones nodded obediently, but the youngest could not contain herself, eyeing the remaining wild greens and swallowing hard. "Auntie, I want to eat." Before she could finish her sentence, Song Xiaomei appeared at the door. "What are you little monkeys up to? Why aren't you outside?" "Now that there's no rush, I'll entertain them for a while," Su Wan replied. Song Xiaomei had no objections, but advised the older 2, eldest and second, "Don't run around. Come with me to the garden to pick vegetables later." Though Su Wan enjoyed the leisurely pace, she felt it inappropriate to merely watch the children toil, saying, "I'll join you shortly." With the sun blazing, Song Xiaomei suggested, "The third sister-in-law, Xun Ti, gets sunburned. Let us go with the eldest and second." Song Xiaomei waved her hand, thinking that it would be best for her sister-in-law to avoid ruining the garden's produce. She cautiously suggested, "If you have time, could you help tidy up the house? It hasn't been cleaned in days, and it's quite dusty." Upon receiving Su Wan's agreement, Song Xiaomei busied herself with other matters while Su Wan continued the conversation with the little ones. "So, you want to eat wild greens, do you? The two young girls, Danielle and Ernyo, took their younger siblings to wash their hands and faces. For Aunt San would soon distribute the remaining dishes to them. After speaking, she turned to the younger ones, saying, "Once you finish your meal, you must help Aunt San clean the house, all right?" Sanyo nodded eagerly, while Sanwa, her little shadow, followed suit and obediently climbed down from Su Wan's lap to join his sisters in washing their faces. As Su Wan completed washing her own bowl, she noticed that Song Xiao Mei had already taken the two older ones outside without giving her further instructions. Fortunately, Sanyo, perceptive as she was, had overheard Aunt San's mention of cleaning. Spotting a broom in a corner that Aunt San had overlooked, she swiftly retrieved it and fetched a cloth from the kitchen, exhibiting a remarkable maturity for her age. "Aunt San, let me sweep the floor while you fetch water to wipe the table," she declared with earnestness. Su Wan couldn't help but chuckle at the little girl's serious demeanor. "Our Sanyo can sweep, can she?" "Of course. Mother says I'm quite good at it," Sanyo replied proudly. Su Wan glanced at Sanwa, who was mimicking Sanyo's sweeping motions, and couldn't deny that he displayed the innocence typical for his age, unlike the precocious Sanyo, which tugged at her heartstrings. The same went for Song Xiao Mei and the older girls. Su Wan was acutely aware of the stringent expectations placed upon women in this era. To be in this body was already a fortunate choice. Despite being married and the only daughter in her family, she was treated with utmost care, and her husband's family, grateful for her father's life-saving assistance, showed her considerable tolerance. They regarded her almost as a deity. Su Wan felt she ought to be content. The original owner of this body was indeed extraordinary. And for her, this was not a misfortune. As long as she made some changes, the Song family would be pleased rather than demanding more. Under Sanyo's capable guidance, Su Wan managed to clean both the inside and outside of the house before Song Xiao Mei returned, even sweeping the yard. However, she refrained from entering the other rooms, only tidying her own space. Upon entering the yard, Song Xiao Mei was taken aback. It seemed her sister-in-law had transformed. The act of cleaning itself was a significant change, and the notion of her cleaning their room was quite unprecedented. Song Xiao Mei had no expectations of her sister-in-law becoming exemplary, but she was grateful for the current state of affairs. Sanyo and Sanwa, being the youngest and not prone to holding grudges, had completely forgotten how Aunt San had been in the past. This morning, they had already accepted her as a playmate, trailing behind Su Wan largely because Aunt San could conjure delightful treats. After playing with the two children for a while, Su Wan took them to help wash vegetables. Song Xiao Mei remarked, "You two little ones have changed remarkably. I used to struggle to coax you into helping, and now you're not rushing out to play?" Sanyo replied, "It's fun at home." Sanwan nodded cheerfully, echoing her sentiment. Su Wan rolled up their sleeves, saying, "If you want Aunt San to play with you this afternoon, you must work diligently and not cause trouble." The two little ones nodded obediently, even Sanwa pausing his play with water. Song Xiao Mei, envious, spoke to Nyo, "You two are relieved from this. Take Ernyo back to practice sewing properly. Keep an eye on her and ensure she doesn't slack off." Once Danielle and Ernyo obediently returned indoors, Su Wan inquired, "Has Danielle learned to sew?" Danielle knows a little, but Ernyo has just begun and struggles with sewing. Song Xiao Mei explain matter-of-factly. Besides, it's not too late. They must learn to make clothes, shoes, and embroider before they go out. The girls in their family were fortunate, even amidst busyness. They weren't forced into labor under the sun, nor were they pressured to learn sewing without grasping the needle. Su Wan curiously asked, "Can you embroider yet?" Song Xiao Mei blushed slightly, not very well yet. In fact, her grandmother had already begun teaching her to make wedding garments. Life in this ancient setting was not as arduous as Su Wan had imagined. Perhaps because she spent her days playing with the two little ones, time flew by. Though the surroundings were humble, the landscape was beautiful, and as she grew closer to the Song family, her worries gradually dissipated. She enjoyed good meals, slept well, and her spirits were lifted. Every day, Su Wan assisted Song Xiao Mei in cooking. Though Song Xiao Mei was hesitant to let her take charge for fear of burning the kitchen, she occasionally welcomed Su Wan's suggestions. For instance, mixing cornstarch with meat made it tender and fragrant, and adding pickled vegetables while stewing fish drew admiration for passers-by. Song Xiao Mei was not surprised by Su Wan's culinary knowledge. The villagers often spoke of her sister-in-law's affluent family that hired a renowned chef to prepare their meals, whose salary was substantial, indicating the chef's expertise. However, Song Xiao Mei was skeptical about her sister-in-law's culinary skills. Given her parents' current satisfaction with Su Wan, any mishap would surely result in her receiving the blame. Yet, despite her inner doubts, Song Xiao Mei found herself increasingly fond of her sister-in-law. Previously, she had thought Su Wan knew nothing. Now she realized that ignorance could be blissful. Su Wan listened attentively to her every word, often leaving her astonished, and frequently sought her opinion on various matters, which brought Song Xiao Mei an unprecedented sense of accomplishment. Today, however, Song Xiao Mei was unexpectedly stumped by a question from her sister-in-law. Xiao Mei, the wife of Scholar Wu, has a good relationship with my mother and often visits us. I once heard her mention that scholars have different names apart from the ones we call them. She even used her husband's name and courtesy name as examples, revealing that what we usually call him isn't his actual name. So, should your third brother also have a courtesy name? Without a moment's hesitation, Song Xiao Mei replied, "That is my third brother's courtesy name." Su Wan's heart skipped a beat, and she quickly suppressed her excitement, inquiring with keen interest, "Is that so? What is his given name?" "That," Song Xiao Mei stammered, having only heard that her brother had another name, but never having witnessed anyone use it. Just then, the eager San Yo, who was squatting down washing vegetables, exclaimed, "I know. Aunt San, I know. Uncle San's other name is Song Chun. He even taught me and Sanwa to read." With a loud splash, the potato Su Wan was holding fell heavily into the basin, splattering water everywhere and startling Song Xiao Mei. However, seeing Su Wan calmly respond to San Yo, she thought little of it and resumed chopping vegetables. Chapter 9. Aunt San. San Yo and Sanwa shouted, holding hands as they entered the yard. The two children, mere months apart in age, complemented each other perfectly. San Yo was clever while Sanwa was relatively docile, resulting in rarely any disputes. Every day, they would joyfully hold hands while going out and returning home, creating a carefree atmosphere that warmed Su Wan's heart. "What's the matter?" Su Wan stepped out of the house, searching for the little ones scattered around the yard. "Just now, Sanwa and I were playing, and as we passed by Uncle Yongsheng's house, he asked us to tell Aunt San that he saw Uncle San in town today. Uncle San mentioned he would be back tomorrow for the holiday, and he almost forgot amidst his busy schedule," San Yo explained articulately. Su Wan's expression stiffened at the news. Song Ziheng was returning? She still hadn't quite figured out whether this husband of hers would become a renowned minister in history, marrying a daughter from a prestigious family and creating a legendary tale. She felt at a loss as to how to welcome him. Is the academy on break? That is splendid. He should be home for several days. Song Xiao Mei chimed in happily. Su Wan swiftly adjusted her expression, though the fleeting look of distraction was noticed by Song Xiao Mei, who pretended not to see. Uncle San never had anyone bring him messages early in the past. Having a sister-in-law truly makes a difference. A glimmer of mirth danced in Su Wan's eyes as she unceremoniously accepted. Being married is decidedly different from remaining single. You shall understand this in due time. Song Xiaomei's face flushed crimson. It's getting late. I must prepare dinner. Su Wan's gaze flickered slightly as she followed Song Xiaomei into the kitchen. At the dinner table, the two children exuberantly shared the delightful news with everyone. Save for Su Wan. For Song Ziheng, returning home was a joyous occasion for all. His parents and siblings genuinely missed him, while the children eagerly awaited the toys and treats he would bring back. Even the sisters-in-law, Zhang and Li, displayed sincere smiles of anticipation. The younger uncle conducted himself with propriety, never neglecting to bring gifts for the family. Out of gratitude for this gesture, both the in-laws and her husband were wholeheartedly supportive of his education. It was hard for them to harbor much resentment, especially considering the uncle's genuine talent. Anyone who had witnessed his demeanor could not help but praise him. It would indeed be a pity for such a person to toil in the fields. Su Wan was unaware of the thoughts that lingered in the hearts of Zhang and Li, but their expressions revealed a hint. Zhang was the epitome of the virtuous wife and mother, while Li, even a mere 5-year-old could discern, was the most miserly and fond of taking advantage of others. How could she bear to watch her hard-earned money be spent on Song Ziheng's education without a trace of resentment? Song Ziheng set off early and arrived the following morning. During the busy harvest season, the Song family did not send a cart to fetch him. He rode with the same Uncle Zhang from last time, unloading his belongings at the courtyard gate before the old man hurried away. Just then, San Yo and Sanwa were playing nearby, and a sharp-eyed child exclaimed, "San Yo, Sanwa, your uncle is back." The two children immediately abandoned their playmates and dashed home in delight. Despite Song Xiaomei's typically mature demeanor, she was still a young girl at heart. Hearing the commotion outside, she eagerly led her two nieces out, while Su Wan, the wife, appeared somewhat languid in comparison. By the time Su Wan emerged, she found Song Ziheng stepping into the hall, cradling San Nyo and San Wan in his arms, with Song Xiaomei and the older girls trailing behind him, carrying bundles. The room was filled with the melodious laughter of children. Song Ziheng turned and flashed a gentle smile at her, "My dear." Su Wan, momentarily lost in thought, quickly regained her composure and replied with a radiant smile, "Husband, you have returned." Although she sensed that her third brother and sister-in-law smiles were excessively bright, as an unmarried lady, she felt it inappropriate to tease about matters between couples. Song Xiaomei simply glanced at them and took her nieces to the kitchen, calling out to the little ones, "Senyo Senhua, the second brother next door is still waiting for you." The children's eyes sparkled as they turned to Song Ziheng, who understood and pointed to the bundles on the table. San Nyo, like a little monkey, swiftly descended from him, eagerly opening the bundle to grab a handful of candy, while San Hua took his time getting down, holding on to San Nyo's hand. In the blink of an eye, the two children had vanished, and a chorus of cheerful shouts erupted from outside the courtyard. Song Ziheng chuckled, looking at Su Wan. "I have been away seeking knowledge, and you have endured much alone at home." Su Wan replied graciously, "With kind parents and friendly siblings. My days spent helping my sister with household chores have been quite enjoyable." Song Ziheng raised an eyebrow, pondering if the young lady had begun to experience the trials of life. He did not reveal his thoughts, instead walking towards the house with his luggage, saying, "I brought a few gifts for you, my dear. I hope you will find them to your liking." Su Wan, perceptive, followed him inside. The heavy wooden door swung shut, dimming much of the light and perfectly concealing Song Ziheng's astonishment. He had been away for just over a month, yet his room had transformed dramatically. Aside from the bed's position remaining unchanged, the arrangement of the furnishings had undergone a complete overhaul. The bed itself had been altered, now adorned with a canopy and draped with beaded curtains. It was hard for him to believe it was the same ordinary bed he had grown accustomed to. The room was now filled with an array of new items, including a uniquely shaped small table and chair beside the bed, a rocking chair positioned to catch the sunlight by the window, and two side tables against the walls. One table held a polished copper mirror, while the other was immaculately bare, save for a pot of blooming orchids. A string of wind chimes hung from the window, and, as the breeze flowed in, the chimes produced a melodious sound. Before he could return his attention to Su Wan, he cast her a quick glance. He never would have imagined that his delicate wife, who had never lifted a finger to labor, possessed such an interest in domestic life. He recognized the new furniture, crafted by his family, which indeed bore a unique charm, appearing more exquisite than the ordinary. However, he doubted his family would appreciate such frivolities, viewing them as unnecessary. Yet, there was no harm in a little indulgence. Recollecting himself, Song Ziheng retrieved a box from his bundle. Su Wan accepted it. Although it did not compare to the meticulously crafted items on her table, it was still decent. Upon opening it, a gentle fragrance wafted forth, one she adored, the scent of gardenias. "My finances are limited, and the gift is rather simple. I hope you will not find it wanting," he said, a hint of vulnerability breaking through his usual composure, his pale cheeks tinged with a rosy hue. Su Wan understood. This nominal husband was likely purchasing a gift for a woman for the first time, akin to a young lad entering a lingerie store for the first time. This thought made her smile. In their limited interactions, Song Ziheng had displayed such maturity that she almost forgot he was still a youth. Despite his worldly knowledge, there were still things he had yet to grasp. With her extensive experience, Su Wan adeptly expressed her delight. She genuinely cherished the fragrant balm. The subtle scent of gardenias was perfect for summer. She could hardly wait to apply it, then raised her wrist towards Song Ziheng, asking, "Does it smell good?" The flowing sleeves brushed past her nose, sending a delightful aroma wafting toward him. Song Ziheng felt an itch at the tip of his nose and restrained the urge to touch her. Watching the unmasked joy on Su Wan's face stirred an unfamiliar emotion within him. Giving her a gift was merely a small gesture, yet he felt a sense of fulfillment, realizing he could offer even more. Had Su Wan known his thoughts, she would have marveled at the sense of accomplishment that accompanied a man. Chapter 10. Song Ziheng opened the wardrobe, and a fragrant aroma enveloped him. Recently, before the magnolia flowers had wilted, Su Wan and Song Xiaomei had collected numerous sachets, which they had placed in the wardrobe to ward off unpleasant odors. Su Wan, remembering her responsibilities, stepped forward and asked, "What are you looking for, my husband? Allow me to assist." "No need. I am merely seeking an old garment," he replied. Su Wan, not wanting to be overly formal, stood by and watched as he rummaged through the wardrobe. Most of the space was occupied by her clothing, while Song Ziheng's garments were neatly stacked in a small pile. He easily extracted a piece without disturbing the arrangement. "Please hold this for me," he said, placing the clothing in her hands before deftly removing his outer shirt. Turning back, he found Su Wan already lifting the garment, smiling at him. He paused, and in a gesture of cooperation, opened his arms wide. Su Wan moved in front of him, bending down to fasten his sash. Her movements were somewhat clumsy, but Song Ziheng patiently observed her, his gaze flickering as the earrings she wore swayed gently with her actions. Once the belt was tied and the slight wrinkle smoothed, Su Wan stepped back to appraise her handiwork, revealing a satisfied smile. Done. It seemed she possessed a hint of the qualities of a virtuous wife. She longed to wear the outfit again and show her friend who had claimed she would never marry what true success looked like. The garment absorbed the delicate scent of magnolias, refined and pleasant, but not overpowering. Yet, for Song Ziheng, it filled his senses entirely, occasionally mingling with the faint aroma of gardenias. As he gazed at Su Wan's radiant face, he finally chuckled softly. "I appreciate your efforts, my dear. May I ask why you're changing your clothes?" Su Wan inquired. Curious. The dawn had yet to break, and although Ziheng was unable to bear heavy loads, he could still alleviate some of the burdens for his family. Su Wan, in agreement internally, voiced her concern. "Perhaps our parents would disapprove. What if it affects your studies?" To which he replied, "Merely assisting in the fields? How could that possibly hinder my education?" As these words fell, Ziheng recalled a time shortly after their marriage when he had spoken similarly. However, back then, his wife's disdainful demeanor had stung his pride, prompting him to leave in irritation. Now, he found himself patiently explaining, recognizing that despite his scholarly disposition, without a robust physique, he could not endure the rigors of examinations. With spring approaching, the upcoming county exams loomed, and Ziheng believed this work would fortify his body. Su Wan nodded. "I am but a novice in these matters. As long as you are aware, that suffices." After Ziheng departed, she leaned against the window, feeling a pang of regret. Ziheng was indeed an extraordinary man. His character, integrity, and appearance were impeccable. Although he possessed a certain worldly shrewdness, there remained a hint of scholarly temperament within him, suggesting room for growth. If she truly could not return to her previous life, living alongside such a man might not be so intolerable. Yet, she still grappled with uncertainty. Was there any connection between Ziheng and the Song Chen she had come to know? Reflecting upon historical records, Su Wan recalled that Song Chen had achieved early success, renowned for his literary talent and favored by Emperor Zhengde, who appointed him as a top scholar. Being from a prestigious family, it was already a significant match for a noblewoman to wed a poor scholar. If Song Chen were already married, such a union would be impossible. Su Wan sighed, lamenting her lack of preparation. Had she invested more effort in understanding character backgrounds upon receiving the script, she might not find herself in such a predicament. However, historical texts often recorded little more than names and origins, leaving the personal stories of prominent figures, such as the noble wife, merely as a surname in the annals of history. The intricate details of their lives were often mere gossip shared by the historical advisor during leisure. If her husband merely shared a name with Song Chen, Su Wan would not feel so apprehensive. Yet historical accounts indicated that Song Chen was also from Jiangzhou, complicating matters further. She could not casually inquire about the current dynasty or era without raising suspicion, as the ancient mindset towards the supernatural was still deeply ingrained. After much contemplation, an idea occurred to her. She quickly dressed and, under the moonlight, approached the door to Ziheng's study, gently knocking. "Husband?" Within, the flickering oil lamp illuminated Ziheng, who held a scroll in hand. He glanced up at her. Su Wan was suddenly reminded of a rather sentimental saying, "A gentleman unmatched in the world." "Wife." Composing herself, she said, "Husband, you have scarcely dined. It is well past the dinner hour. Are you hungry? Would you like a late-night snack?" "It is indeed late," Ziheng replied, rising with a smile. "Please wait a moment. I shall accompany you back." "Not that I was summoning you to sleep, dear." Su Wan bit her lip, but remained silent. watching as Ziheng organized the bookshelves before extinguishing the lamp. As he approached her, he extended his hand. Su Wan hesitated momentarily, then lifted her left hand, feeling his warm grasp envelop her. Ziheng's fingers were long and strong, calloused at the joints, yet reassuringly solid. With the study door locked, they walked under the moonlight to their chamber, Su Wan not glancing back. It was all right, she reassured herself. There would be a solution. There was no need to rush. They lay down in bed without much conversation, and soon Su Wan heard Ziheng's breathing grow deep and steady. In the southern summer, dawn arrived early, and the night lingered long. During harvest season, villagers often worked until dusk, not finishing their tasks until late in the evening. After everyone had eaten and cleaned up, it would often be past 8 or 9 o'clock, with the sun rising around 3 or 4 in the morning, the roosters yet to crow. The soft sounds of clothing rustling stirred Su Wan from her slumber. She felt a gentle stroke upon her forehead, accompanied by Ziheng's soothing voice. No need to worry. You may continue sleeping. And so, she did, only to awaken later to the sound of children playing outside. Finding the room empty, she wasted no time in changing her clothes and tying up her hair. Taking a deep breath of the fresh morning air, imbued with a hint of fragrance, she felt a sense of accomplishment in rising early, even though it paled in comparison to others. Third sister, you're awake? Breakfast is ready. Come and eat. With the oxen borrowed from the village for hauling grain, and the borrowing family providing feed, Song Xiaomei did not need to tend to the cattle herself. However, she awoke early to prepare breakfast, knowing that everyone had been laboring in the fields for over an hour and would likely be hungry. The children, San Yo and San Hua, sat on the doorstep with bowls in hand, their small frames clutching the oversized bowls as if they were treasures. The porridge was thin, barely showing a few grains of rice, yet Song Xiaomei had added several sweet potatoes to enrich the meal. Su Wan, reflecting on her circumstances, mused that one day, even a bowl of thick rice porridge would seem a luxury to her. Fortunately, she preferred sweet potato porridge. With a wry smile, she entered the kitchen, greeted by the bustling activity of Song Xiaomei, alongside Nyo and Nyo. Curious, she asked, "Are you taking meals to someone?" Song Xiaomei nodded. "The weather is pleasant this morning, so we won't waste time coming back for breakfast." They would return for lunch due to the oppressive heat, needing a break after a morning's toil to regain energy for the afternoon. Farmers, having toiled for generations, understood the balance of work and rest. Incessant labor was not always beneficial, especially during the hottest months. Overexertion could lead to illness or heat stroke, making the need for a physician and medicine a costly endeavor. As the workload increased, so too did their appetites. Previously, the Song family primarily consumed bean rice, but now, they could not indulge in white rice and had to manage with a few more handfuls to ensure those working in the fields were well fed. Su Wan initially found it strange that, despite Ziheng having passed the entrance examination and thus possessing a degree of status, his family was so frugal, even more so than their neighbors. However, through subtle inquiries with Song Xiaomei, she learned that Ziheng had some ability. He had gained a reputation and earned more by copying text than before, yet all earnings were strictly managed by his parents for future examinations, which remained insufficient for their needs. Furthermore, with Ziheng recently married, the Song family had stretched their resources to provide a dowry, even if their in-laws were unconcerned. Although the family joked that they had married into wealth, no one in the Song family seemed to dwell on Su Wan's dowry. Upon hearing this, Su Wan felt a wave of relief. She had feared that the original owner had been stingy, unable to part with any of the dowry given by her family to better their meals. The Song family is known for their integrity, refraining from taking advantage of their daughter-in-law. For Su Wan, this situation presents both advantages and disadvantages, both before and after her time travel. She can be considered a wealthy individual, effortlessly providing some silver to the Song family for their sustenance each month. As a modern person, she finds it easy to save money, and she is not worried about depleting her resources. However, there is one concern. She is a true foodie, relishing the all-natural foods of the ancient world and their authentic flavors. Yet, over time, she is bound to tire of them. When a moment comes that she craves rice but cannot find it, and dreams of chicken, duck, and fish remain just that, dreams, she will undoubtedly be distressed. Su Wan possesses a keen sense of crisis, and setting aside other matters, she focuses intently on how to subtly influence the Song family to change their ways. The Song family's reluctance to accept her financial assistance stems from their lack of awareness of its benefits. However, once they experience the delight of exquisite food, will they still be able to resist? As the saying goes, when one is just about to doze off, a pillow is presented. Su Wan catches sight of Song Xiaomei instructing the older girls to shell beans while she herself brings over a bowl of rice, and an idea sparks in her mind. Are we steaming rice for lunch? Will we add fava beans? She inquires. Yes. Although it's not plain rice, the combination of rice and beans is quite fragrant. My mother mentioned that this year's harvest is good, so I should add more rice, replies Song Xiaomei, her eyes brightening with anticipation. However, upon noticing Su Wan, she hesitates and adds, I almost forgot. Third sister-in-law must be accustomed to eating white rice at her family home. Su Wan's mind races, and soon she settles on a recipe, smiling at Song Xiaomei. You surely don't know that there is rice even more delectable than white rice. And it doesn't require any side dishes. Curiosity piqued, Song Xiaomei asks, what is it? The older girls also watch Su Wan with eager eyes. Bean stew rice. Su Wan reveals without hesitation. Soak the rice in glutinous rice in advance. Adding glutinous rice makes it more filling. Besides fava beans, you can also include potatoes and fresh meat, preferably cured meat, cut into cubes. Add a generous amount of lard to the pot. Stir-fry the vegetables until cooked. Then pour in water and add the soaked rice. Bring it to a boil over medium heat. When the water is nearly gone, cover the pot and simmer on low heat for about 15 minutes. Finally, turn off the heat and let it rest for a few minutes. It may seem simple, but the resulting rice is utterly delicious. As she speaks, Su Wan can hardly suppress her saliva. Third sister-in-law doesn't know how to cook. So how would she know to make this? Song Xiaomei laughs, though she does not doubt Su Wan's taste, as countless trials have proven that if something has captured her third sister-in-law as heart, it must be exceptional. I enjoy jotting down recipes for delicious dishes and teaching many people how to prepare them for the benefit of the community, Su Wan states boldly. Song Xiaomei nods. If it's as fragrant as third sister-in-law says, I can't resist either. Let's make this for lunch. Her desire to eat aside. Her mother had instructed her to accommodate any request from third sister-in-law, as long as they were not unreasonable. After all, it was merely a matter of using some oil. To her surprise, this modest amount of oil turned out to be quite a lot. Under Su Wan's insistence, Song Xiaomei trembled as she poured the oil, placing a large piece of lard into the pot with a heart full of trepidation, hoping her mother would be lenient upon discovering it. As it turned out, the oil was well worth it. The bean stew rice, prepared precisely as Su Wan had instructed, filled the air with an enticing aroma that wafted into the courtyard. When the men and women of the Song family returned from their tasks, the delightful scent made them feel ravenous. What has Xiaomei cooked today? It smells so good. Li Shi's voice echoed from the kitchen even before she entered the house. Zhang Shi, a step behind her mother-in-law, cast a sincere smile at her. Xiaomei is quite resourceful. Who knows whom she will benefit in the future? Song Mu smiled, her eyes glinting with pride, though she chose not to respond. Her daughter was exceptional, a testament to her parenting skills. However, there was no rush to arrange a marriage, as she and the children's father were keen to keep their youngest daughter home for a couple more years. I don't have such talents. It's third sister-in-law who learned this new method from the cook at her family home. I merely stir-fried it a bit. Song Xiaomei modestly replied while setting the table with her niece. However, third sister-in-law mentioned that although this bean stew rice is fragrant, it can be quite filling, so I also steamed some sweet potatoes. Let us eat first. The sweet potatoes are still cooking. Su Wan called out to Song Grandma, who was busy sewing inside, and made sure the two little ones washed their faces and hands. The rest of the family had already gathered at the table. During the busy season, everyone who contributed to the household work, regardless of gender, could sit down to a meal together. Li Shi took the lead, marveling at the bowl of rice as she served herself generously. You've used quite a bit of oil and lard at that. Sister-in-law hasn't experienced hardship, so she doesn't understand how precious oil is. After being reprimanded by her husband, Li Shi had been particularly attentive to Su Wan for a while, but her nature was hard to change. Seeing her sister-in-law seemingly transform, she quickly forgot her earlier irritation and resumed her old ways, taking small advantages and making a few snide remarks, which Su Wan chose to ignore. Zhang Shi, ever the peacemaker, remarked, considering the heavy workload these past few days, consuming a bit more oil will help us endure. Why didn't we see any oil during those days of work? Li Shi complained about the food, her gaze frequently darting towards Song Ziheng, not out of disdain, but out of resentment that his wife was taking advantage of the situation. At that moment, Su Wan interjected, casting a casual glance at Li Shi. If second sister-in-law enjoys it, Xiao Mei and I can prepare it for you every day. It's no trouble at all. Li Qi, with her strong-willed nature, was not afraid of confrontation. Previously, she had scolded the original owner openly, causing her to run back to her family, demonstrating her tendency to become more assertive when challenged. Yet, she found herself intimidated by Su Wan's cool demeanor. Resentment bubbled within her, feeling that Su Wan was belittling her with her dismissive tone. She cursed internally, feeling both contempt and frustration. For a moment, she was at a loss for words. Su Wan felt a sense of relief that second sister-in-law had fallen silent. But unexpectedly, Song Ziheng turned his gaze toward her, his eyes sparkling. She felt a surge of pressure and lowered her head, thinking, "Don't overthink it, young man. In the hottest season of the year, days are long, and midday stretches into the afternoon. It is only after the sun has passed its zenith that they can venture out to work, which means, including mealtime, they can rest for nearly 2 hours at noon." Song Ziheng, a model student, washed up after lunch, took a half-hour nap, then headed to the study to read. Su Wan had initially planned to sneak in and help grind spices, indulging her desire to add fragrance to the dishes. But he showed no intention of picking up a brush. Thus, her presence became unnecessary. However, Song Ziheng's words were charming. "You've worked hard, my dear." Ziheng feels uneasy, he said, gently persuading her to leave the study. Plan 2 had thus met with failure. As the sun was beginning to set, the other members of the Song family gradually awoke and took their tools to work. With nothing to do, Su Wan decided to wash the clothes that Song Ziheng had changed out of. Just 2 pieces of clothing. She couldn't be bothered to walk to the river, especially since the sun was now high and the dense grape leaves provided a cool shade under the trellis. She filled a basin with water and sat beneath the grapevine, enjoying the refreshing breeze and the delightful aroma of the grapes overhead. She had heard that in about a month, the grapes would be ready to eat, and she couldn't help but feel delighted. After all, she had grown weary of a world lacking snacks and fruits. Yet, there was a silver lining. Dieting was no longer her concern. Su Wan could only comfort herself with this thought. "Third sister-in-law, are you washing clothes for my brother?" Song Xiaomei emerged, and upon seeing Su Wan, laughed. "My third brother is quite particular about cleanliness. He changes clothes twice a day while working. I say he might as well stay home and read, as he doesn't need to be working so hard. As a man, he must maintain some standards. It wouldn't due to shirk his responsibilities while his parents and brothers toiled." Su Wan tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear, casually responding, "Xiaomei, you should open your eyes to see clearly. Those without responsibility are not worth keeping, no matter the circumstances." After Su Wan finished speaking, she suddenly realized with a start that her words were quite inconsistent with her character. She raised her gaze to glance at Song Xiaomei, only to see her eyes flickering and her cheeks slightly flushed. This reassured Su Wan. The young girl was simply shy, so she dismissed any further contemplation of her earlier remarks and quickly added, "I was just joking. Don't take it seriously. Your parents would never let you settle down so early." Although sister-in-law San intended to praise brother San, there was no need to fabricate such a tale about me. Song Xiaomei's face grew even redder, but she was not foolish. If brother San heard her say this, he would surely be pleased. "On the contrary," she replied, "he would probably think I was impersonated." Su Wan laughed heartily, and Song Xiaomei, recalling her sister-in-law's previous demeanor, nodded in agreement. "If I hadn't heard it myself, I wouldn't have believed it. What's the matter? Spending too much time with scholars has its effects. One must come to understand certain principles." Su Wan looked at Song Xiaomei with a proud expression. "Your sister-in-law is quite talented." In the past, such a look from sister-in-law San might have been unappealing, but perhaps due to their prolonged acquaintance and familiarity with her character, Song Xiaomei increasingly found her sister-in-law's smile dazzlingly beautiful, prompting her to respond with laughter. "Indeed, my sister-in-law is exceptionally gifted." "What exceptional talent? It's not like we're practicing martial arts," sister-in-law San retorted. "Whatever you say, sister-in-law." Song Xiaomei laughed even more heartily as San Yo dragged Sanhua back from outside, her little face sunburned and dripping with sweat. Song Xiaomei stopped them, exclaiming, "You two little monkeys, have you been rolling around outside again? Come here, let me wipe you down." The children obediently stood before Song Xiaomei, gazing up at her with expectant faces. Suddenly, Su Wan felt a thought cross her mind and said discreetly, Sanwa, is already 5 years old. He spends all his days playing outside. Don't let him become too wild. Why doesn't your husband take the time to teach him to recognize characters? He will teach him, but brother, San has to study and prepare for exams, so he spends all his time copying books to make money, leaving little time to teach Sanwa properly. Since Sanwa has learned to recognize characters, why not let him look at some books? Song Xiaomei replied seriously, that wouldn't do. He's just a little boy. How can he read books? Having understood that aunt and sister-in-law were discussing him, Sanwa, having wiped his face clean, squatted down in front of Su Wan with sparkling eyes. Su Wan teased him with a smile. Your uncle is really stingy, isn't he? He locks the study and won't let anyone in, nor allows you to see the books. My brother has also said that when there's nothing to do, Sanwa can take a look at some books. He has ink and brushes in his study, and he asks Sanyo and Sanwa to write a few big characters every day, which he will check on when he returns. But the paper is precious. It is all painstakingly copied by my brother. If one page gets ruined, it would be a great pity, so our parents don't let them fool around. Song Xiaomei patiently explained, usually only my mother is allowed to go in and clean. No one else is permitted. It seemed that the Song family regarded the books of Song Ziheng as treasures. Su Wan reluctantly abandoned her plan to sneak into the study and felt a little disappointed when Grandma Song's voice rang out from inside. It's still hot. Xiaomei, boil some soup to send to the fields to cool them down, and prepare some food as well. They must be hungry. Song Xiaomei replied cheerfully, all right, I'll go make it now. Su Wan hung up the clothes and followed her into the kitchen. What do you plan to make? I'll boil a pot of mung bean soup and steam some sweet potatoes. My mother did this every year. When it comes to cooling off, sour plum soup might be more suitable, don't you think? In truth, she simply wanted to eat it. Sour plum soup? What is that? Song Xiaomei asked, surprised. Are you unaware of the sour plum soup that was all the rage in ancient times? Su Wan looked at her in disbelief and casually explained. It's made by simmering black plums, hawthorn, and licorice together, boiling it twice, and adding sugar to taste. However, if you let it sit in well water for a while before serving, it tastes even better. Last year, my father collected quite a bit of licorice from mountains. But Brother San said licorice is a medicinal herb, which can stop coughing or something like that. Can licorice also be used to make soup? Indeed, it is the addition of licorice that provides the cooling and thirst-quenching benefits. But, can one eat medicine without being ill? Not at all. Licorice can also nourish the stomach. Otherwise, you can ask your brother. When it comes to food, Su Wan was undoubtedly an expert in the Song family, and Song Xiaomei, trusting her, nodded and said, we still have plenty of black plums and hawthorn. I don't know why, but the hawthorn we collected this year is especially sour, and no one likes to eat it. Only Sanyo and Sanwa, who have no other flavors, would eat one or two. It can make them pucker for the whole day. I'll go fetch some. The well water was quite cool, and sour plum soup soaked in well water was incomparable to that stored in a refrigerator, yet it was still far superior to anything else. On a hot summer day, drinking sweet and sour plum soup brought Su Wan such joy that she felt like crying, and she was also moved by her own cleverness. Ever since she had formed a good relationship with the culinary-minded Song Xiaomei, the happiness she had been longing for was drawing ever closer. The other members of the Song family were also quite touched. Song Xiaomei and Enyo carried the food to the fields, and as soon as they opened the lid, Dewa and Erwa rushed over, exclaiming, Annie, what did you make today? It smells so good. Sour plum soup. Go call Grandma and Grandpa to come eat. Song Xiaomei skillfully divided the soup into bowls, and others gradually took a break, exhausted and covered in sweat, fanning themselves while taking big gulps of sour plum soup. Instantly feeling refreshed, Erwa squatted before Song Xiaomei, holding his bowl with a beaming smile, and said, Annie, this was also made by sister-in-law San, wasn't it? It's really delicious. Dewa chimed in, ever since sister-in-law San came, our food has been so tasty. It is indeed delicious, but it requires too much sugar. Zhang Shi reluctantly set down her bowl. She too enjoyed it, but upon seeing her two sons, she remarked, it's too sweet. I still have half a bowl left. You two brothers can share it. There is plenty more. I assure you it's enough. Song Xiaomei stopped her, saying, I didn't put too much sugar. I added licorice while boiling, which already has a sweetness to it, and besides, no one was eating the hawthorn, so this way it won't go to waste. Zhang Shi nodded, finally lifting her bowl again. Speaking of licorice, Song Xiaomei approached Song Ziheng and asked, Brother, isn't licorice a medicinal herb? Sister-in-law San heard that it can be eaten even when one is not sick. Is that true? Next door, in the field, was the neighbor Kai Fu's family. And Kai Fu's wife, who had a good rapport with Song's mother, waved over. Yugen, come over. Let's have a chat. Song's mother carried her bowl over and sat down on a tree stump. Kai-Fu's wife grinned. What are you making? It smells amazing. It's a soup made with sour plums and hawthorn. Sour plums and hawthorn can be used to make soup? Your little sister is really skilled. She just does the cooking. All the ideas come from that third daughter-in-law. Song's mother chuckled, shaking her head. It's just harmless fuss. Since there's nothing else to do, I let them be. That's something. Ziheng's wife has become quite sensible now, Kai-Fu's wife remarked. Her family lived right next to Song's, and she had heard the ruckus between the second daughter-in-law and the new daughter-in-law that day. She felt a deep sympathy for Yugen, as she already had a second daughter-in-law with a sharp tongue, and the third daughter-in-law was even more hot-tempered. It seemed that the neighbors would have no peace in the future. Only Yugen was too gracious, allowing the two daughters-in-law to cause such a stir. If it had been her, it would have been a different story. However, she had not expected that this third daughter-in-law would run back to her mother's house after causing a scene, and upon returning, she did not create any further trouble. Kai-Fu's wife was quite curious. I said it before, the third daughter-in-law was just spoiled by her in-laws. She means no harm. Don't doubt it. Kai-Fu's wife nodded, her admiration evident. Now I truly believe it. You really know how to manage people. Song's mother waved her hand dismissively. I haven't done anything. It's her own change of heart. She was never unreasonable to begin with. That's true. Ziheng's wife seems quite clever. She is truly beautiful, and together with Ziheng, they look like the golden boy and Jade girl from Play. Kai-Fu's wife laughed soon. You might be waiting for a grandchild that looks like an immortal. I'm looking forward to it, Song's mother chuckled, adding, if you ask me, among the daughters-in-law. She's the most filial. Recently, she has been busy, fearing that we wouldn't eat well. When a vendor comes by, she immediately sends San Nyo and San Wa to buy things. She worries we might disagree, and only after the vendor has gone far does she return to say it. Always thinking of stuffing money into my hands to buy fish and meat. As a dutiful wife, you should graciously accept her offerings. After all, your wife isn't lacking in those few coins. While she may not be in want, I cannot burden her with the needs of our entire family. The bond between her brothers is strong, and it would be unreasonable to impose upon her. Wouldn't you agree? The matriarch nodded in assent, remarking that fairness must be upheld. Quietly, Li listened intently as Song Ziheng savored his soup, wiping his mouth with a cloth before explaining. Licorice is neutral in nature and sweet in flavor. It aids in strengthening the spleen, invigorating energy, and possesses detoxifying properties. Consuming it regularly poses no significant risk, provided one does not overindulge. With this reassurance, Song Xiaomei felt relieved and cheerfully nodded. That's splendid. I shall prepare it again tomorrow. My sister-in-law mentioned that today's preparation was rushed, and if it were to steep in the well for an hour or two, it would taste even better. Song Ziheng raised an eyebrow. So this sour plum soup was steeped in well water? No wonder it has a slightly chill taste. Song Xiaomei nodded before inquiring. Do you know where this delicacy originates? It's so delectable, yet I had never heard of it before. It can be found in the county, but they use bayberries instead, and do not add hawthorn or licorice, resulting in a rather monotonous flavor. The chef of my sister-in-law's home is indeed skilled. His culinary prowess could easily attract customers in the marketplace. Song Ziheng smiled, but remained silent. Li, feigning casualness, interjected, it's quite curious that my sister-in-law, who is often so lackadaisical, has knowledge of such things. Song Xiaomei felt displeased. She had been getting along well with her sister-in-law, and it seemed excessive for her second sister-in-law to criticize her in front of her brother. That is an unfair statement. My sister-in-law's family has a chef, and she has maids to assist her. She has little to do. Li felt momentarily stifled by her words, her expression souring, and she retorted, I was merely curious. How could my sister-in-law, who does not even know how to perform tasks, be knowledgeable about these matters? Those recipes were taught to me by the chef from my maternal family. It's not surprising, is it? Song Xiaomei was convinced that her second sister-in-law was merely looking for a quarrel. If the chef possesses such talent and knowledge, why not work elsewhere as a cook? At a loss for words, Song Xiaomei glanced at Song Ziheng, who smiled faintly and said, Sister-in-law, you are overthinking it. My father-in-law has traveled extensively and has a wealth of experience. It is only natural for my wife to absorb some of that knowledge. Did your brother truly say that? Su Wan looked up at Song Xiaomei. I assure you, I did not miss a word, Song Xiaomei replied, prompting her second sister-in-law to leave in silence, her expression quite displeasing. If Song Xiaomei were in modern times, she would understand that her second sister-in-law's futile attempts to provoke her only resulted in her being disregarded. Su Wan smiled outwardly, yet felt a twinge of anxiety. Though Li's words hinted at sowing discord, they were not without merit. Song Ziheng was astute, appearing completely nonchalant. But who could say whether he had developed any suspicions about her? Perhaps she had grown too complacent in her comfortable life these past few days. Su Wan resolved to adopt a more discreet demeanor for a while. By midday, the workers from the Song family returned to the homestead, washing their faces and gradually gathering at the table. Erwa cast a disappointed glance at the spread before him, exclaiming, "Why is it the same dishes again?" Third aunt, "It's been several days without a change. Changing the dishes is not difficult, but I fear someone will abandon their bowl and begin to criticize. I refuse to be the victim of such baseless accusations," Su Wan replied, her gaze pointedly directed at Li. Li, already on edge, flared up at Su Wan's words. "Who are you calling a dog?" Su Wan took her seat with her bowl, not even glancing at her. Whoever feels guilty must be the one. Liisa tampe fuerat. Her eyes narrowing and hands on her hips, ready for a confrontation, but Song mother cast a disapproving look at her, asking, "What is going on here?" Li immediately deflated, lacking the will to speak. Su Wan also remained silent, her displeasure evident. Song mother turned to Li and said, "You, speak up." I merely spoke out of turn. If my sister-in-law is displeased, she should address it directly with me. How could she call me a dog? As she spoke, Li felt emboldened, asserting that it was inappropriate for family members to speak such words. "Be quiet," Song Youfu shouted, his fist clenched tightly. If not for being in front of family, he might have struck her. "You constantly stir up trouble. My sister-in-law sees our hard work and makes a few dishes to reward us. How does that concern you?" Song father interjected, "Son, mind your tongue in front of the children." Upon hearing this, Li felt as if her father-in-law was siding with her, and defiantly retorted to Song Youfu, "I was merely saying a few words. She outright called me a dog. Who is truly in the right here?" Su Wan, seemingly entertained by the unfolding drama, scoffed and lazily remarked at Li, "I didn't say anything. It was my second sister-in-law who insisted on responding. You cannot blame me." Song Ziheng subtly cast a glance at Su Wan, but remained silent, placing a piece of food into her bowl, seemingly urging her to refrain from further comment. True to his unspoken suggestion, Su Wan fell silent and began eating. Zhang, the eldest sister-in-law, pulled Li aside, stating, "You are indeed in the wrong. Third sister-in-law is merely considering our needs by preparing food. How could you speak ill of her? We are all family here. Just apologize, and she will not hold it against you." Zhang mused that had third sister-in-law's temper been as it used to be, she would have simply returned to her maternal home and summoned someone to chastise Li. The second sister-in-law, having noticed third sister-in-law's improved demeanor, had underestimated the situation and now found herself facing a formidable opponent. Song Youfu glared at Li. "Will you not apologize to your sister-in-law? Do you wish to return to your maternal home?" Realizing the brewing conflict between the second and third sisters-in-law, Song Xiaomei quickly summoned several children, including Erwa and Dawa, to the kitchen, leaving only the adults in the hall. Apart from Song Youfu and his wife, everyone else had taken their seats at the table. The indifferent demeanor of Su Wan, one of the primary instigators, only served to further provoke Li, who struggled to find the words for an apology. It was Song Ziheng who gently smiled and remarked, "While it is indeed inappropriate to insult, my second sister-in-law is quick to speak. She will forget it soon enough. Let's not allow discord to disrupt the harmony of our family." Under Song Ziheng's gaze, Su Wan reluctantly raised her head to glance at Li, saying, "I may have spoken too harshly. Please do not take it to heart, second sister-in-law. Had it not been for her own provocations, my sister-in-law would not have felt compelled to respond." Song Youfu's expression softened considerably as he looked at Li and urged, "Now apologize." With the support of Song Ziheng's words, Li found it relatively easy to relent. She thought to herself that since Su Wan had acknowledged her fault first, it was reasonable for her to yield for the sake of family harmony. After a moment of mental preparation, she begrudgingly offered her apology. The atmosphere in the hall quieted, and Song Xiaomei returned with several younger relatives to join the meal. After dining, Song mother called Su Wan into the room and handed her a string of copper coins, perhaps a dozen or 20. "Do not heed your second sister-in-law. If you desire something, take this money to buy it. In the future, Let you and Xiaomei decide on the meals. Su Wan wore a smile, yet insisted on returning the money. I am merely deciding on the dishes. Why would you give me money? Though not a substantial sum, it was sufficient for a piece of meat. Take it. You cannot expect to always draw from your personal savings for additional ingredients. Such a small amount is hardly worth your concern, she replied, embodying the image of a simple-minded elder sister. It is not significant. My husband says that my brothers endured hardships to support his education, for which I am profoundly grateful. However, Song's mother remained resolute. I should not have to say this, but you must understand the principle of gratitude and resentment. Li observed her mother-in-law calling Su Wan into the house and assumed that her mother-in-law was merely being considerate of Su Wan's feelings, thus discreetly advising her. She decided to wait outside to enjoy the spectacle. To her surprise, after a quarter of an hour, Su Wan emerged, her expression devoid of any displeasure. Yet she was holding something in her hand, which she quickly concealed in her sleeve upon noticing Li. With her sharp eyes, Li discerned that it was a string of copper coins. The triumphant look on her face instantly faded, especially when Su Wan smiled at her. Li realized that Su Wan had intentionally let her see it, wishing to flaunt her mother-in-law's favor and provoke her. Determined not to let Su Wan have the satisfaction, Li feigned ignorance, scoffed coldly, and turned back into the house. Despite her firm resolve, a sense of unease lingered in her heart. Her in-laws were indeed biased, favoring their third son. Although the third son was clever and academically inclined, promising a bright future, the bias towards the eldest daughter-in-law was equally apparent. Li felt a simmering resentment. After all, the eldest daughter-in-law seemed to contribute little beyond her eloquence. Now, even the unrefined Su was receiving their attention, while he felt utterly overlooked. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. As she slammed the door with considerable force, the noise startled the sleeping Sanhua, causing him to cry. Song Yofu glared at her, exclaiming, "What trouble are you causing now?" Li, taken aback by his glare, felt much of her indignation dissipate. Not daring to speak further in the face of her husband's irritation, she turned to reprimand her daughters, who were idly playing with string. "All you do is play. While I'm being bullied, you don't even utter a word." Though the eldest and second daughters were Li's own, they had been raised by Song Xiaomei, and their personalities did not align with their mother's. The eldest daughter, as the firstborn girl, had endured her share of hardships before her mother gave birth to Sanhua, and though she was described as gentle, she was somewhat submissive. Li's scolding made her lower her head in silence. The second daughter, however, was more spirited. She looked at her mother and inquired, "Who made you angry? Who else could it be but your beloved third aunt?" The eldest daughter nervously fidgeted with her clothing and hesitantly said, "Third aunt. She has always treated us well. Indeed, she often gives us money to buy snacks." "How wonderful," Li retorted, rolling her eyes in frustration. "You two naive fools. Are you so easily bought off with a few treats that you forget your own mother? Had I known this would happen, I might as well have given birth to a stick. Why speak of such things to the children?" Song Yofu shot a disapproving glance at Li. "If you think they are being bribed, then you should refrain from taking the hairpins and adornments they receive from their aunt for yourself. I am merely looking out for them. They are still young. How could they learn to dress so flamboyantly? It is evident they are not from respectable families." Li's anger began to wane. "Is this going to go on forever? Are you not going to sleep?" Song Yofu barked, silencing Li completely. The household fell quiet. Outside, after having successfully driven Li away, Su Wan looked up to find Song Ziheng standing at the door, observing her with a bemused smile. Su Wan widened her eyes and playfully feigned shyness. The 13th chapter unfolds as Su Wan gradually grew bored in this world devoid of smartphones, internet, and even streets to stroll. Life here was exceedingly dull. Had she found herself in a wealthy family, she could have indulged in gatherings or various banquets, mingling with other idle young ladies to pass the time through card games. Instead, she was confined to the countryside, where even her own lack of obligations made it challenging to find companions equally bereft of activities. Frankly, being a local girl, who could simply play with needlework without a care, would have been less tedious. Yet, she had entered this life as a novice. Previously, Su Wan had entertained thoughts of infiltrating Song Ziheng's study, not only to verify her suspicions, but also to stealthily claim a few books for herself. While the classical Chinese and traditional characters were a struggle for her, they were preferable to being utterly ignorant of this era. It would serve the dual purpose of alleviating her boredom and preparing herself in case she confirmed that Song Ziheng was indeed the illustrious Song Chun of history. Unfortunately, the Song family treated Ziheng's study as sacred, allowing no one to approach it. Given their cautious demeanor, Su Wan understood that even when she eventually gained access, she could not recklessly handle those books, for as a woman of commerce who could not read, it would be profoundly alarming to be seen perusing a book. With these thoughts weighing on her, Su Wan sighed. Third sister-in-law, why the sigh? Song Xiaomei, having just followed Su Wan's guidance, brought over a steaming, delightful corn bun. The buns are ready, and they smell wonderful. Please try one. As Su Wan accepted the bun, the children playing outside caught a whiff of its aroma and rushed into the yard. Third aunt, what is that delicious smell? Sanhua stared wide-eyed at the treat in Su Wan's hand, followed by a gaggle of small friends whose expressions mirrored his eagerness. These corn buns, made from a mix of cornmeal and flour brought by Song Xiaomei from her family, were a rare delicacy. Without Xiaomei's prompting, Su Wan would have hesitated to share, as they were considered precious food, specifically prepared to nourish those working hard in the fields. However, Xiaomei waved them off, saying, "Nothing, just go play." The enticing aroma captivated the children, their eyes sparkling with desire as they gazed at Su Wan, much like dogs eyeing a bone. Su Wan felt guilty pretending not to notice their longing. After musing for a moment, she said, "Are you all just idling about?" In unison, the children shook their heads. Su Wan smiled and replied, "Then go wash your hands, and I shall treat you to something delicious." Without needing further instruction, Sanhua took the lead, leading his little friends to the well to wash their hands. Song Xiaomei tried to interject, "Third sister-in-law, but there's so many children. I fear there won't be enough for them all." "Not a problem," Su Wan said, returning to the kitchen to retrieve another bun, which she cut into similarly sized pieces and placed on a plate. "This will suffice, won't it?" Only then did Song Xiaomei nod in agreement with a smile. Originally, Sanhua and his friends each wanted one, but now that it's divided, it will be plenty for everyone. Su Wan, they will surely be delighted to share their treat with their friends. Indeed, after sharing the food with their companions, Sanhua and his friends didn't even consider wanting more for themselves. They joyfully ran off to play. Song Xiaomei intended to call the eldest daughter to join them in the fields, but Su Wan glanced at the sky, noticing the sun was setting, and the light was not too harsh, but rather warm and refreshing. "No need to call the eldest daughter. I will accompany you instead." "Cheerful," Song Xiaomei replied. "Third sister-in-law, I suppose you haven't been to the fields yet this year? The harvest is excellent. Only the village chief crops are a bit better than ours, but not by much. Mother says that once the harvest is done, she will allow me to go to town for the market. I have never been to the market either. Will you take me along?" "Of course. I won't call for the village chief's second daughter. She always dawdles, and if she joins us, we'll be back by noon. Just the two of us, then." As Su Wan and Song Xiaomei chatted about the market, they unconsciously arrived at the edge of the fields. The fields of Song family village were mostly concentrated in this area, bustling with activity as every household was hard at work during the harvest season. Upon seeing Song Xiaomei with a beautiful and rare woman carrying a food container, the villagers greeted her warmly. "Xiaomei, is this your sister-in-law? Ziheng's wife is truly lovely," as if she stepped out of a painting. Indeed, Ziheng is destined to become a top scholar and a high official. His wife is certainly no ordinary person. Ziheng's wife is both fair and beautiful. Her complexion is pristine as white tofu. If I were in the Song family, I would never let such a delicate wife toil in the fields. The villagers, imbued with warmth and sincerity, did not shy away from jesting with Su Wan, laughing heartily in her presence. Su Wan, adeptly playing the part of a bashful young bride, lowered her head in silence, following Song Xiaomei as they walked ahead. In contrast, Song Xiaomei, confronted by familiar faces, would smile and defuse the situation. Aware that her sister-in-law hailed from the city and had a delicate disposition, she remarked, "Don't tease her too much, otherwise my sister-in-law might shy away from going out for quite some time." Turning to Su Wan, she introduced, "Sister-in-law, this is Aunt Song Lu, and over there is Aunt Hai Sheng. Next to her is Aunt Yo." Su Wan, undeterred, responded to each introduction with friendly greetings, only to be teased again. They eventually reached the fields of the Song family, where the family, spotting them from a distance, had already paused their work to rest on the ridge. Song Ziheng stepped forward and took the food box from Su Wan's hands. "What brings you here?" he inquired. With a smile, Su Wan replied, "Xiaomei mentioned that this year's harvest is good, so I came to take a look." Through their days spent together, the initial formality between them had lessened. Thus, Upon hearing her words, he cast her a sidelong glance, teasingly asking, "What do you think you'll find? Just a curiosity, I suppose." Su Wan merely smiled in response. Noticing the perspiration beading at his temples, she casually offered him her handkerchief. As she turned thoughtfully, she caught sight of a matron sitting beside Song's mother, both of them gazing at her with intense scrutiny. Su Wan had encountered such fervent gazes as a star, yet she sensed that this was no ordinary matter. Upon her glance, Song's mother cheerfully said, "This is Aunt Kai Fu, who lives next door." Su Wan politely greeted her. "Hello, Aunt Chai Fu. I made some steamed corn buns today. Please take one later." Aunt Kai Fu waved her hand dismissively. "No need. Our food will be arriving soon." However, when Su Wan offered a bun along with some sour plum soup to Song's mother, she discreetly took an extra one and handed it to Aunt Kai Fu, insisting, "I made extra. You won't impoverish us by taking one." Aunt Kai Fu accepted it, smiling as she watched Su Wan's retreating figure, then commented to Song's mother, "You are indeed fortunate. Your daughter-in-law is both filial and generous. She is well suited for Ziheng." Song's mother nodded in agreement, adding, "It's not self-praise. The integrity of the third branch's character is beyond reproach, albeit with some temperament shaped by her family. But that's fine. Expressing concerns is far better than harboring them in silence." Indeed, Aunt Kai Fu agreed, glancing at Su Wan with a smile. "This couple shares a strong bond. Soon enough, you'll be blessed with a bunch of chubby grandchildren." Su Wan, not far off, caught wind of Aunt Kai Fu's words, causing her to stumble slightly. Song Ziheng was quick to reach out and steady her. "The path is uneven. Tread carefully." Laughter erupted from Song's mother and Aunt Kai Fu nearby, leaving Su Wan genuinely frustrated. Once the Song family finished their afternoon tea, they energetically returned to work, while Su Wan and Song Xiaomei cleared the dishes and prepared to head back. As they stepped out, the sun was shining brightly by the time they returned. The sun had begun its descent, casting a golden glow over the fields that was both pure and magnificent. Upon entering the courtyard, Su Wan found the clothes she had washed for Song Ziheng earlier in the afternoon were already dry. As she gathered them inside, Song Xiaomei remarked from outside, "Sister-in-law, do you not find it troublesome to wash your brother's clothes twice a day? They could be washed together." Su Wan shook her head as she brought out the garments. "He only has these 2 outfits for work. If he ruins them, he'll have nothing to wear." Song Xiaomei nodded thoughtfully, then added, "Once this busy period ends, the weather will cool down. When my brother returns from his next break, he will need autumn clothes. He doesn't have many suitable garments for spring and autumn left. Once I finish my current tasks, I'll go to town to buy some fabric for him." Su Wan blinked, understanding that Song Xiaomei's words were devoid of ulterior motives. However, a flicker of emotion passed through her as she lowered her head slightly, feigning melancholy. "This is my responsibility as a wife, yet I seem to burden Xiaomei." "Not at all. I'm used to it. What I mean is, don't overthink it. I'll help you," Song Xiaomei replied, perhaps feeling her explanation was becoming convoluted, her voice lowering as she feared she might touch upon Su Wan's sensitive nerves. "We all know you and know these things, and our family doesn't mind." Su Wan continued in her sorrowful tone, "I know my parents are kind and don't mind, but ultimately, I am clumsy and unable to be a good wife or daughter-in-law." Song Xiaomei, flustered and unsure how to clarify, recognized that girls like them, who lacked sewing skills, were often deemed unworthy by their husbands' families. It was not surprising for her sister-in-law to begin worrying about such matters after marriage. It was a topic best left unspoken. Caught in a dilemma, she heard Su Wan softly say, "I wish to personally make a piece of clothing for my husband." At that moment, Song Xiaomei finally breathed a sigh of relief. "No worries. I will teach you." Chapter 15. With nothing to do, Su Wan embarked on her journey of learning. Sewing was undoubtedly a skillful craft, and given that she could barely sew on a button, the path to mastering clothing creation would be long and arduous. Song Xiaomei, eager to be a good teacher, soon discovered that her sister-in-law's skills were not as advanced as she had hoped. She quietly retrieved an old, tattered garment for Su Wan, sister-in-law. "Start by practicing on this." If social media had existed in ancient times, Song Xiaomei would have undoubtedly posted a status with a simple message, "Knows when no die." Initially brimming with confidence, she believed she could teach even the youngest girls in the family. When they first learned to sew, they could barely hold the needle steady. Yet now, most of the household's clothing bore their handiwork. However, Su Wan, being an adult, was expected to be easier to teach. Yet her skills were hardly better than those of the children when they first started. As she attempted to sew on a button, the needle pricked her fingers multiple times, causing Song Xiaomei to wince in sympathy from the sidelines. Nevertheless, Su Wan felt a sense of accomplishment. She could now sew a button, and in time, she would learn to make clothes. After all, Rome was not built in a day, and progress was to be made step by step. Thus, she accepted the tattered cloth for practice with enthusiasm, threading the needle and diligently following Song's instructions to lay a solid foundation. Her responsibilities were quite limited, tidying up, washing a few garments, and assisting in the kitchen alongside Song Xiaomei. The rest of the time, she felt a sense of idleness, but now, with her focus on mastering sewing, the hours no longer felt tedious. Though her progress was slow, she was not particularly dexterous. Nor was she deeply interested. She found herself captivated by the novelty of it all. By the end of the day, her stitches had become noticeably neater. While they could not be called meticulous, at least she no longer pricked her fingers. Song Xiaomei, relieved, noted that her earlier worries had not materialized. She had feared that her sister-in-law might be displeased with her learning pace, wanting to jump straight into making clothes, or that the frequent pricks would lead to injury, which would bring down her own wrath as the instigator of this endeavor. Thankfully, none of her concerns came to fruition. After dinner, the Song family gathered on a long bench in the courtyard, enjoying the evening breeze. The moonlight illuminated the summer night with a clarity that rendered lamps unnecessary, allowing the family to avoid the early bedtime rituals of washing up to save on oil for the lamps. Besides, the warm weather made returning to the confines of their rooms feel stifling. Thus, it was far more enjoyable to remain together outdoors, relishing the coolness of the night. As a valued member of the Song family, Su Wan certainly did not miss this collective activity. After hearing her mention that one should avoid bathing immediately after meals, Song Ziheng would spend half an hour each day conversing with his family in the courtyard. He was adored by the children, from his two older nephews, who were already contributing members of the household, to the younger ones, San Yo and San Hua, who loved to gather around him, captivated by his tales. An avid reader since childhood, Song Ziheng's interests extended beyond classical texts. He immersed himself in a variety of discussions and travelogues, effortlessly drawing upon the knowledge he had acquired. His words, simple yet amusing, enchanted not only the children, but also gradually captivated Su Wan. As San Yo and San Hua playfully climbed on his Song Ziheng, he did not pause in his storytelling. Instead, he gently lifted each child onto his legs. The rural children, unbothered by the dirt of their outdoor play, returned with muddy clothes and sleeves stained with snot and saliva. Remarkably, the fastidious Song Ziheng seemed entirely unperturbed, embracing them as he continued to weave his narrative. Su Wan yachit intently, her gaze unyaviding. After half an hour, Song Ziheng set the children down and rose to fetch water for his bath. Once he had bathed, he brought Su Wan a bucket of water. With a large family, bathing was originally done in individual rooms. But as Song Yofu's two elder sons grew and began to share a bed, their room became too cramped for a bathtub. Consequently, Song Yujin and his brothers built a small structure in the backyard, repurposed as a bathhouse, which was primarily used by Song Yogan's family. Others still preferred their own rooms for bathing. However, Su Wan could not adapt to using her bedroom as a bathroom, citing concerns about moisture damaging her exquisite lacquer cabinets brought as part of her dowry, a sentiment the Song family understood. Although it was summer, and moisture was less of a concern, Song Ziheng chose to indulge her preferences. After Su Wan finished her bath and the courtyard had emptied, she returned to her room. Yet, instead of retreating to his study as expected, Song Ziheng lingered inside, standing by the window with his back to her, seemingly lost in thought. As Su Wan approached, she noticed he was clutching a piece of ragged cloth. The moonlight cast a silvery glow upon his hand, rendering the scene exquisitely beautiful. Despite her usual confidence, Su Wan felt a twinge of embarrassment. The cloth she practiced on seemed utterly unworthy of Song Ziheng's refined demeanor. "My lady," he murmured, glancing slightly toward her with his ink-dark eyes fixed upon Su Wan. Why did you not go to the study today, dear husband?" Unbothered, Song Ziheng set the rag aside and approached Su Wan. "I noticed this cloth on the table upon entering and became curious. Might you enlighten me? My embroidery skills are lacking. I am merely practicing with old cloth," she replied. "Since you are not proficient in needlework, it is of no consequence if you do not pursue it. Yet, if you find yourself bored at home, it is better to occupy your time with some sewing." He suggested amiably. That is quite agreeable, but please do not overexert yourself. Su Wan replied with a slight nod. Song Ziheng smiled in return. I shall head to the study then. Do rest early, my lady. There is no need to wait for me. Su Wan nodded, offering her customary reminders not to stay up too late, and watched as he pushed the door open to leave. However, Song Ziheng did not hasten to his study. Instead, he paused at the doorway, gazing up at the night sky. A sigh escaped his lips as he reminisced about their early days of marriage when he too spent every spare moment in the study, oblivious to Su Wan's subtle discontent. Now that she had grown accustomed to this routine, showing thoughtful consideration, he felt an inexplicable sense of loss. As the sigh escaped his throat, Song Ziheng shook himself from his reverie, suppressing his sigh with a light smile. With time on his hands and no ailments to contend with, he decided it was better to delve into a few more volumes of literature. With that thought, he set off toward the study. Observing Song Ziheng close the door behind him, Su Wan collected the piece of old cloth from the table, sighing softly as she tidied up. His delay in reading was merely to remind her, and while not grand, it was a thoughtful gesture. In modern times, such attentiveness could be deemed the mark of a good man. If this good man were to prosper without abandoning his humble wife or taking multiple concubines, then such a life might indeed be fulfilling. Continuing her lessons in needlework with Song Xiaomei, Su Wan heard Song Nainai remark, "It's about time to prepare dinner." "Very well," replied Song Xiaomei, as both of them set aside their tasks and made their way to the kitchen. Having lived here for several months, Su Wan could still contribute little, merely washing vegetables, as her last attempt at chopping had nearly resulted in injury. Despite her assurances, Song Xiaomei was reluctant to let her near a knife again. The evening's menu was simpler than that of lunch, with the two substantial dishes from earlier still largely untouched. A few more bowls of greens would suffice, and the two of them were able to manage without calling upon the older girls for assistance. As Su Wan washed the vegetables by the well and brought them into the kitchen, she found Song Xiaomei already kindling the fire and washing pots. Upon seeing her, Song Xiaomei smiled and remarked, "I noticed something odd about third brother today. What seemed unusual? During lunch, when I mentioned that you were learning needlework to make him clothes, third brother had a rather peculiar expression. Did you not tell him about this?" "I certainly did. He knows I am practicing," Su Wan replied, raising an eyebrow. "What was his expression?" Song Xiaomei paused to think, shaking her head. "It's hard to describe. He seemed momentarily stunned. Then his eyes lit up, and without saying a word, he just walked away. I wonder what was on his mind." Su Wan found it difficult to visualize Song Ziheng displaying such expressions and shook her head. He was probably lost in thought about something else. Scholars often have their peculiarities. Indeed, my brother can recognize even the most bizarre characters. So it is only natural that we may not comprehend, Song Xiaomei agreed. However, Song Xiaomei's comment inadvertently reminded Su Wan that while crafting a garment would take time, certain benefits could still be accessed sooner. That evening, as Song Ziheng typically occupied himself with his studies, Su Wan knocked on the door and entered, raising the piece of cloth in her hand. "It is still early. I wish to practice some sewing. Would you mind joining me in the bedroom? There are tables and chairs that will not obstruct your reading." Song Ziheng set his book aside, a smile playing on his lips. "Reading in the bedroom is acceptable, but the dim oil lamp may not be conducive to your eyes if you sew too much at night. I am accustomed to reading under the lamp, and I only sew occasionally at night. It should be manageable," Su Wan reassured him. Song Ziheng regarded her thoughtfully and, for reasons unknown, did not press the matter further. "Just remember, my lady, that occasionally is the key." Su Wan had prepared herself for a lengthy debate to persuade him, but was pleasantly surprised by his acquiescence. She nodded instinctively as he rose, his stature appearing even more elegant in the lantern's glow. "Please wait a moment, my lady." 2 minutes later, Song Ziheng emerged with a book tucked under his arm, the oil lamp in his hand. After closing the door, he took hold of Su Wan's hand, and they moved the reading session to the bedroom. Su Wan's previously arranged chair and sofa were put to good use. Song Ziheng settled into the chair by the table, while she nestled onto the nearby sofa, leaning against the cool wooden backrest, her bare feet tucked into her garments. With the lamp and the moonlight streaming through the window, the room glowed with a gentle brightness. Song Ziheng turned to glance at Su Wan, who had curled up like a cat, and could not help but chuckle. "You certainly know how to enjoy yourself." Su Wan merely smiled in response, remaining silent. The so-called sofa was merely a long, wide, peculiar chair that could occasionally serve as a couch in the eyes of those in this household. Su Wan lamented the summer heat. planning to ask Song Xiaomei for assistance in making a few simple cushions filled with cotton for added comfort when the weather turned cooler. Due to the brevity of his stay at home, Song Ziheng did not take the effort to decorate his room. As a man, he was not overly concerned with such matters. The Song family assumed that he preferred simplicity. Thus, after the original owner married into the family, the room contained only a bed and a cabinet for storage, with everything else being her dowry. With the room filled with items that were not his, Song Ziheng regarded it merely as a place for slumber, seldom entering except at night. Now, Su Wan tidied the space beautifully. With some leisure time on her hands, she sometimes enlisted the help of Song Xiaomei. When she was unavailable, she would recruit Nyo or Nyo. After a month or two of renovation and arrangement, the room transformed remarkably. The intricately carved wooden bed, layered with delicate curtains, and the elegantly rustic furniture awakened Su Wan's artistic spirit. She poured her heart into the decoration, crafting the bead curtain at the head of the bed and the wind chimes by the window with her own hands. Once her current tasks were complete, she planned to create more handicrafts, seeking not grand achievements but simply happiness in her life. Su Wan possessed her own aesthetic sensibilities, and fortunately, Song Ziheng was not overly traditional. While others might be surprised by the room's new appearance, he merely glanced around and praised, "My dear wife truly knows how to enjoy life." Now that he had experienced it, he realized that to describe her as merely enjoying life was an understatement. A pot of perfectly blooming orchids sat on the table, exuding a subtle fragrance, while a layer of sheer fabric hung over the window, allowing for fresh air without the intrusion of pesky insects. The gentle night breeze wafted in, bringing a refreshing comfort, and the wind chimes jingled softly, invigorating rather than disturbing the tranquility. After perusing a book in the room, Song Ziheng found himself reluctant to return to the study. He envied Su Wan's leisurely spirit and could not help but regard his new wife with increased admiration. The lifestyle of her family, while not entirely dissimilar to that of the Songs, was indeed markedly different. Not everyone could adapt to a new environment with such ease as she did. For Su Wan, Song Ziheng's actions were a delightful surprise. However, where there is joy, there is often concern. Song's mother felt a twinge of worry. Previously, her third son had not been close to his wife, which troubled her, but now that the newlyweds had grown intimate, she worried about the extent of their closeness. With Song Ziheng set to take exams next year, she wondered if he could truly focus on his studies with so much time spent in the company of his wife. Yet, as they were newlyweds, she refrained from voicing her concerns, hoping it was merely a fleeting closeness that would soon pass. However, as days turned into weeks, Song Ziheng showed no intention of returning to the study. Aside from the ever-joyful Song grandmother, the rest of the family grew increasingly uneasy. At a pivotal moment, it was Song's mother who broached the subject. "Ziheng, I've noticed you've been reading in your room these past few days. Is it inconvenient?" "Not at all," he replied. "The desk in the inner room faces the window, providing ample light." Noticing her son's calm demeanor, Song's mother paused before quietly suggesting, "And your wife? Is she not a distraction?" With her needlework and his reading, there was no hindrance. Song Ziheng chuckled, realizing midway through his explanation that the window's sheer curtains allowed for a cool breeze while keeping out insects, making it far more comfortable than the study. Furthermore, his wife, engrossed in her sewing, remained quieter than he, which contributed to their harmonious coexistence. With that, Song's mother felt reassured. She had intended to spare her daughter-in-law from embarrassment by discussing this privately with her son. Now, she was relieved she hadn't mentioned it in front of Su Wan. While the young woman had a good heart, her temperament was somewhat fiery. She could not abide being wronged. Since joining the family, she had shown her strength on 2 occasions, once leaving for her parental home after a quarrel with her sister-in-law, and another time nearly confronting her directly over a few careless remarks. This strong-willed nature meant that, aside from her son, no one else's words held sway over her. As a mother-in-law, she feared provoking her, and should this misunderstanding come to light, it could lead to unforeseen consequences. Song's mother, who firmly believed in the adage that harmony brings prosperity, found it best to minimize conflicts. With a smile, she reflected, "It seems your wife's efforts in the room have not been in vain. There is indeed some value to her labor." Song Ziheng nodded in agreement. His mother continued, "Nonetheless, your study should take precedence. Since the curtains are beneficial, I shall have them hung in your study as well, so you need not crowd into the inner room." In a few days, I shall return to the academy, and by the time I come back, it will be autumn, rendering such decorations unnecessary. It would be wise to have them in all our rooms to alleviate the heat at night. Song's mother hesitated, wanting to say more, but Song Ziheng interrupted her. Let this be my filial duty to you. Upon reflection, she realized her son's reasoning was sound. She thought to herself that he was busy with the harvest during the day and studying at night. She worried about his well-being. With Su Wan watching over him, he might indeed pay more attention to his rest. With only a few days left of the break, it seemed prudent to let him relax. Once her thoughts shifted, Song's mother began to see the situation in a positive light and turned her attention to another matter. By the way, before you return to the academy, will you accompany your wife on a visit to her family? Song Ziheng had intended to discuss this with his mother, but now he looked surprised. You are quite perceptive. Mother, I had not considered that. Indeed, while you excel in your studies, such matters still require your mother's insight, she replied with a smile. Despite his academic prowess and sound judgment, at home, he was most inclined to heed her and his father's guidance. Initially reluctant to marry Su Wan, he ultimately acquiesced for his father's sake. Now, though the couple was harmonious, they relied more on her. Song's mother took pride in her 3 sons, each more dutiful than the last. Despite the saying that a man forgets his mother after marrying, it did not apply to her sons at all. With joy in her heart, her tone became lighter. This year, we have had a good harvest. When you go, take some grain along and bring back a few pounds of peanuts. Though they may not be of great value, it is the thought that counts. If your in-laws insist on keeping you, staying a night would not be an issue. Song Ziheng nodded. I shall leave it to your arrangements, but I believe my father-in-law enjoys good wine. Song's mother pondered briefly and replied, Lu Dajia's family has brewed wine for generations. Their craftsmanship is commendable. We need not purchase from the town. They must have a good supply at home. I will ask Qianfu Aunt to see if we can procure a jar of aged wine. That will be most appreciated. 5 days later, as the harvest in Song's fields neared completion, Song Ziheng informed Su Wan of his plan to accompany her home the next day. Su Wan, thought it would be acceptable for her parents to believe their daughter had matured after leaving home for several months. Moreover, with Song Ziheng by her side, she anticipated little opportunity for private interaction with her family, further easing her worries about being scrutinized. Next door, the Kai family had finished their work 2 days earlier. Upon hearing Song's mother's request, Kai Fu's wife confidently promised to manage everything. True to her word, the following day, she arrived at the Song family courtyard with a jar of wine. On the day they were set to depart for Su Wan's family, she noticed Song Ziheng loading items onto the cart, including the jar of wine. At first, she thought it looked familiar, but then the memory struck her, and she chuckled. The day I saw Aunt Kai bring in that jar of wine, my mother was overjoyed. I thought it was for my father, who loves to drink, and intended to procure a few jars of good wine to honor him, only to find it was for my father. Song Yujin and Song Youfu were also helping their brother with the loading, and upon hearing Su Wan's words, one chimed in. No need for that. Our father does not drink, and neither do we. Typically, Song Lao Dad did not converse much with the daughters-in-law, but on this occasion he remarked, Do not concern yourselves with such matters. Save your money for yourselves. We lack nothing here. We know you have all you need, but honoring you is our intention. So one blaif. Zhang Tees, look at that. After spending time with our younger uncle, our third sister-in-law has become quite eloquent. We cannot emulate that. As they say, they are truly a match made in heaven. Since Song Ziheng turned their bedroom into a study, the number of times she has been teased has increased exponentially. It's not just the Zhang family. In recent days, villagers have also been visiting, and every guest in the Song household seems to relish in making playful jests at her expense. The jokes, though repetitive, have grown tiresome for Su Wan, who wishes they would vary their banter. However, as a dutiful daughter-in-law, she must feign embarrassment and lower her head. Seeing Su Wan's shy compliance brings a sense of accomplishment to the jesters, while the onlookers find it quite amusing. 2 mischievous children, not wanting to miss out, join in the fun, asking, Mother, why is Aunt Sin not speaking? And Annie, why is Aunt Sin blushing? Their innocent questions prompt hearty laughter from the otherwise silent crowd, creating a harmonious atmosphere, save for Li Shi, who stand apart with a stony expression, refusing to engage. She rolls her eyes in disdain, thinking to herself that, of course, Su Wan isn't speaking. She's probably reveling in her own delight. After just a few months away, her in-laws not only permit her to visit her family, but have also moved a cart full of goods to her home, as if to broadcast their satisfaction with this new daughter-in-law. It's a treatment she never received upon her own arrival into the Song family. After Song Ziheng and Su Wan left, the guests dispersed. Although the harvest was completed, many tasks remained. Seizing a moment of privacy, Li Shi whispered to Zhang Shi, "Father and mother are so biased. Does sister-in-law really need to move half the household just to visit her family?" While Zhang Shi secretly envies Su Wan's unique treatment among the daughters-in-law, she remains rational, recognizing that she cannot compete with Su Wan, who has a father who once saved her father-in-law's life. Thus, she replies, "Everything is homegrown and of little value. Besides, sister-in-law's family is generous. The last time she returned, she brought far more than this. Who knows what she'll bring back this time? You shouldn't dwell on it. What does it matter how much money her family has? Does wealth elevate one's status?" Zhang Shi fell silent, choosing instead to fetch pig feed for the pen. Though she disapproves of her third sister-in-law's behavior, she finds greater disdain for her second sister-in-law's character. The items her third sister-in-law brought back from her family were taken with the most enthusiasm, and she has never seen such a brazen display of greed. However, she knows that Li Shi is merely vociferous, having been reprimanded previously, and dares not offend her third sister-in-law openly. Chapter 17 unfolds under the sweltering heat as Su Wan, who is quite fond of beauty, refuses to step outside during the harsh sun. A journey to her maternal home is lengthy, so Song Ziheng resolves to set off early. Thus, Su Wan is roused from her dreams, and as she dresses and steps outside to wash, she glimpses a translucent, full moon lingering at the horizon, momentarily mistaking it for night. Upon reflection, she realizes it must be around 5 in the morning. Such an early wake-up call seems quite excessive. Yet, this is a decision beyond her control, as she is not the one driving the cart. Propped against a basket of peanuts that Song Ziheng has secured with hemp rope for her comfort, Su Wan finds it impossible to sleep. Song Ziheng, personally guiding the ox cart, steers them out of Songjia village. Observing his straight posture and the elegance of his blue robe that accentuates his slender shoulders, Su Wan muses that the modern girls who incessantly rave about handsome boys online ought to witness the true embodiment of grace and poise in clothing. At first glance, Song Ziheng may appear to be a delicate scholar, seemingly incapable of labor. However, having been raised in a farming family, he is anything but a pampered genius. The villagers have cherished him, and while he excels academically, he is equally adept at farm work, storytelling, and garden design. Su Wan later learns that not only the swing, but the lively courtyard itself was meticulously arranged by Song Ziheng, revealing his flair for aesthetics. It dawns on her that he is a well-rounded gentleman, capable of managing both the practical and the artistic. In modern terms, he embodies the ideal of a multifaceted man. At times, Su Wan perceives her husband as akin to the pocket of a magical cat, continually reshaping her understanding of him. Meanwhile, Song Ziheng has gradually forgotten his initial impressions of her. The traits that once irked him, her haughty demeanor and disdain for his family, have transformed into a charming blend of pride and candor, albeit still flaws. They are now somewhat endearing. As the moon fades from sight and the sun shows no signs of rising, the dawn breaks dimly. Su Wan glances back, unable to discern the location of Songjia village. Instead, spotting numerous quaint hamlets, their gray roofs shrouded in mist, resembling a poetic ink wash painting, complemented by verdant mountains. It is no wonder that ancient poets emerged from such enchanting landscapes. Su Wan feels an impulse to compose poetry herself. However, the poetic reverie is soon shattered by the jarring bumps of the cart. Noticing Song Ziheng's concentration on driving, she leans against the cart and, rather ungracefully, rubs her backside. According to the villagers, they're just on the outskirts of the county city. Although the road lacks official paving, it has been well-traveled, making it relatively smooth. If only it were a bit wider, it could rival the official roads. With this thought, Su Wan silently commends Song Ziheng. If the villagers are correct, how will he fare when he goes to the capital for his examinations? It seems the most unfortunate ones are not her. With a twinge of schadenfreude, the couple finally arrives in the city. The return of a daughter and son-in-law is of little consequence to Su's father, who is aware of his son-in-law's academic break. Once word reached him of Song Ziheng's return, he surmised that despite the Song family's modesty, they are genuinely kind-hearted. And knowing that his son-in-law understands propriety, He anticipated he would take the time to accompany his daughter home after finishing up work in the fields. Thus, as Su's mother stood at the door, she eagerly grasped Su Wan's hand, beaming, "Your father mentioned that you would come, and I was skeptical. Yet here you are. Is he now a fortune teller?" After teasing her husband, Su's mother playfully chided Song Ziheng. "You all could have come without bringing so much. It looks like you've moved half the household." Song Ziheng chuckled. "The harvest this year has been plentiful, and since my in-laws did not cultivate any crops, I thought they should enjoy a taste of our bounty. You must bring so much. It appears as though you've relocated entirely." Su's mother scolded lightly, while instructing the servants to carry the items inside and tend to the ox. "Enough standing around at the door. Let us go inside," Su's father declared, prompting the group to enter the Su family home. Upon entering the main room, they were greeted with tea prepared by the maid. After exchanging pleasantries, Su's father's first inquiry was, "Has Wan caused any trouble lately?" Su's mother watched Song Ziheng with a knowing smile, her gaze suggesting that she suspected their little girl might have been a handful. This made Su Wan lower her head in embarrassment. Song Ziheng, with a smile, looked at Su Wan and remarked, "Since returning home, my wife has been exceedingly virtuous, and during my time at the academy, she has managed our household impeccably. I have felt quite at ease, thanks to her." Su's father and mother exchanged glances, confirming they had not misheard. Su's father, still incredulous that his daughter could be the virtuous wife spoken of by her husband, took a moment before responding. "While you were away, it was her duty to serve her in-laws. There is no need for such commendation. I must also express my gratitude to my in-laws for allowing me to marry their daughter. It is truly my fortune," Song Ziheng said, charming Su's father and mother, who were now all smiles. Su's mother regarded Song Ziheng with as much affection as she would her own son. However, Song Ziheng's tone shifted, and he said softly, "But there is one matter." Su Wan perked up her ears, wondering if he was about to praise her further only to turn around and reprimand her. The Su family's parents felt slightly anxious as they awaited Song Ziheng's words. The wife always contemplated using her private savings to support the household. Ziheng understood that his wife was dutiful to her parents. However, their family was not in dire straits, and with many mouths to feed. How could they rely on her family savings? Song Ziheng expressed a desire for his in-laws to advise her accordingly, as her father and mother shared the same sentiment. "What's there to worry about?" Su old man waved his hand dismissively, boasting, "You may use whatever you need. If she lacks anything, I will make up for it." Song Ziheng's eyelid twitched unexpectedly, finally realizing how his wife's seemingly carefree demeanor had come to be. He opened his mouth as if to say something, but before he could, the maid Xiaohong approached, announcing, "Sir, Madam, Miss, and the young master. Lunch is ready. Shall we dine now?" At the dining table, the jar of aged wine gifted by Song Ziheng caught Su old man's eye, and he joyfully insisted that Ziheng drink until he was inebriated. "Su Wan, Gudius inquired, is Aunt Lu's brewing skill truly that remarkable?" "Ah, my dear, you are unaware," Song Ziheng eagerly clarified. "Aunt Lu's family has been in the wine business for generations. Many years ago, Uncle Lu was renowned in the village for his wine, known far and wide. After Uncle Lu's passing, Aunt Lu, along with her two sons, opened a tavern in town. Now that she is aging, her sons have sent her back to her hometown to enjoy her twilight years. Despite Su old man's robust appearance, he held scholars in high regard. With a son-in-law like Song Ziheng, he felt both worried about his daughter managing her husband and a sense of pride. Now, witnessing the harmonious relationship between them, his concerns dissipated and his satisfaction with Song Ziheng's sword. He insisted on drinking slowly with him, while Su Madam provided ample space for the two men to bond, leading Su Wan out of the hall after the meal. After all, they had only one daughter, who still retained her room after marriage. Su Madam had some matters to urgently discuss with her daughter and pulled Su Wan straight to her chamber, instructing the maid to wait outside. Once the door was shut, she asked, "Have you felt any movement in your belly recently?" Seeing her mother's mysterious demeanor, Su Wan expected to hear something confidential, only to be met with this single query, a disappointment evident. Before Su Wan could respond, Su Madam slapped her forehead. "Oh, how forgetful of me. Your husband has been at the academy for quite some time, and it would be too soon to expect anything." Su Wan could only nod in silence. Su Madam began to dispense her wisdom regarding childbirth, having inquired about such matters extensively in her quest for a son. After all the effort, they had only welcomed a daughter. The knowledge she possessed on the subject could fill a volume. Su Wan, at a loss for words, could only nod, maintaining a serious demeanor, appearing eager to learn. However, this unusual behavior aroused Su Madam's suspicion, and she narrowed her eyes, demanding, "You and your husband. Surely you have not yet consummated your marriage?" Not yet consummated? Su Wan mused over the weight of those words. It seemed to carry substantial implications. She thought to herself, now that they were married, how could Song Ziheng still maintain such a virtuous facade? Without waiting for a reply, Su Madam realized she had struck a nerve and, in a fit of exasperation, tugged at Su Wan's ear, scolding, "Are you trying to drive your mother to madness? You insisted on marrying him, and now you're concocting some nonsense." Su Wan quickly covered her ears, pleading, "Mother, it hurts. Please be gentle." "Gentle? I could hardly bear your reckless behavior." Su Madam's words were sharp, yet her hands softened, and she placed her hands on her hips, demanding, "What is the reason this time?" Su Wan thought to herself that she had no clue why. Song Ziheng had not made a move, and she was more than happy to avoid any complications. She stammered out an implication, but Su Madam rebuked, "Your husband is filled with scholarly ideals, and, of course, is oblivious to such matters. You have always known better, so why now the pretense?" Su Wan retorted coldly, "He has gone off to the academy, while I remain here, toiling away in his household. Is it fair for me to serve him so? I see now. You've been harboring resentment. It is only natural for your husband to attend the academy. How could he forsake his studies for you?" Su Madam was so enraged that she nearly twisted Su Wan's ear again. However, halfway through, she sighed. "But knowing to conceal your discontent is a sign of growth. It is evident that your husband is quite pleased with you now, which is better than before. Very well, since you do not grasp these intricate matters, allow me to enlighten you." Su Madam resumed her seat, speaking earnestly. "This is not the time for you to be obstinate. Your husband will take the imperial examination next year. If he succeeds, he will be a scholar, regardless of whether he passes or not. He will far surpass our merchant status. The Song family is grateful to your father for saving their lives. Once they learn that your marriage has become a burden, will they still express gratitude? Your husband is talented and handsome, destined for greatness. As his stature rises, the challenges will only multiply. If you have no son to support you, how will you navigate your future?" As the 18th chapter unfolded, Song Ziheng, a mere scholar, found it exceedingly difficult to keep pace with Su Old Man, an experienced drinker. After Su Madam finished her lecture to the restless daughter, she returned to the hall, only to find her husband had succeeded in getting Ziheng thoroughly intoxicated. She was both furious and amused. "You two, father and son-in-law, are equally unreliable." Though Su Old Man remained seated, he was noticeably tipsy. Glancing at his wife, he chuckled, "Your son-in-law has quite the drinking capacity. His future is boundless." "Your son-in-law's future is boundless, indeed, but I am well aware of that," Su Madam replied, summoning a servant to escort Ziheng to the young lady's quarters. She then instructed the maid to tidy up the disarrayed table, grumbling, "Have you two been deprived of wine recently? How could you allow my son-in-law to drink to such excess? How will they make it back to Songjia village before nightfall?" Su Old Man glared, his voice gruff. "What of it? My daughter and son-in-law can stay the night at my home." Su Madam, uninterested in his protests, proceeded to assist Ziheng back to his room. Meanwhile, Su Wan was astonished as the servant brought the utterly intoxicated Song Ziheng to her. He was typically disciplined and did not seem fond of alcohol. Yet he had been thoroughly submerged in drink by Su Old Man. What a formidable man he is, she thought, but then felt a wave of anxiety. Although she did not have cleanliness obsessions, she was fond of cleanliness. With Song Ziheng reeking of alcohol lying on her bed, the thought of potentially sharing the space with him was overwhelming. As Su Wan wrestled with her dilemma, the maid Xiaolu entered with a set of clothing. "Madam is aware that the young master values cleanliness. These garments were personally crafted by her for him. Miss, please help the young master change." After placing the clothes down, Xiaolu exited. Su Wan approached the table, glancing at the outfit, realizing that Su Madam had indeed thought of everything. The clothing had been prepared, likely because Su Wan was inept with needlework. In order to prevent any discontent from the Song family, it was her duty as a mother to continue to manage affairs for her married daughter. Unexpectedly, it had now come in handy. She looked back at the slumbering figure, with Song Ziheng's porcelain-like face flushed from the drink, his delicate features, and closed eyes making him appear youthful and innocent, perfectly aligning with his age. From Su Wan's perspective as a young woman, Song Ziheng now struck her as quite endearing, and she found herself willing to attend to him. As she examined his collar, Xiaolu returned, having gone to fetch hot water. Setting the basin and towel beside the bed, she quietly asked, "Does the miss have any instructions? If not, I shall take my leave." "Please do," Su Wan replied. Before departing, Xiaolu cast one last concerned glance at the room, but, respecting the miss's wishes, exited, closing the door behind her. Su Wan wrung the cloth, gently wiping Song Ziheng's face and neck. Perhaps finding the gesture comforting, Song Ziheng instinctively leaned closer to her, but she halted, tossing the cloth back into the basin and unceremoniously tugging at his collar. Halfway through, she found herself gripped by his hand. After a bit of commotion, Song Ziheng seemed to gain some clarity, opening his eyes slightly to gaze at Su Wan and sleepily calling out, "Wife." Su Wan couldn't help but smile, softly saying, "Let me help you clean up and change into a fresh outfit. You will sleep more comfortably." Drunken Song Ziheng appeared rather docile as he winked at Su Wan, his deep-set eyes shimmering with a hint of confusion. Su Wan was uncertain if he comprehended her, yet upon noticing him release her wrist, she proceeded to assist him in removing his garments. Not only was Song Ziheng compliant, but he also actively lifted his arms and legs. Were it not for the peculiar expression and tone he exhibited, Su Wan might have doubted his intoxication. Effortlessly, she stripped him of his clothing and beheld the young man sprawled upon the bed, eyes closed, exuding an air of surrender. Maintaining her composure, Su Wan diligently continued to cleanse his body, attending to every detail from head to toe. Dressing him, however, proved to be a considerable challenge, leaving Su Wan perspiring profusely. She intended to summon a maid to prepare water for his bath, but before she could rise, he grasped her hand once more, refusing to let go. Thus, she remained at the bedside, waiting for him to fall into a deeper slumber, despite having shared a bed for several days. This was the first time Su Wan scrutinized Song Ziheng's visage so intently. His most striking feature was undoubtedly his eyes, at times inscrutable, at others radiant with mirth. He embodied the elegance of a refined gentleman. Now, with his eyes shut, he resembled a mere youth. Su Wan recalled Mrs. Su's words, which rang true. Song Ziheng was no ordinary being. Should he soar to great heights, she, as a merchant's daughter, would indeed be unworthy. At such a moment, having a son would serve as her greatest security. Nevertheless, having come from a modern upbringing, she could never view a child as merely a tool or a means to validate a woman's worth. Without sufficient love and anticipation, she would never desire a child. Furthermore, Su Wan possessed her own pride. Capturing a man's heart was never solely dependent on offspring. Xiaolu was preparing to return to the main hall when she encountered Mrs. Su, who inquired, "Why are you out here? Does the young lady require assistance?" Xiaolu respectfully replied, "It was the young lady who sent me out." Mrs. Su paused, glancing towards her daughter's chamber, relieved to see her daughter had heeded her advice. Attending to her husband should not be relegated to others. Satisfied, she decided not to intrude on the young couple and instructed Xiaolu, "You shall wait at the door. It will be convenient if the young lady requires anything." "Yes, madam," Xiaolu affirmed. Su Wan, drowsily reclined upon the bed, managed to catch a brief slumber. However, due to her awkward position, her rest was fleeting. Upon waking, she found her left hand still held captive, her shoulder aching slightly. Carefully, she pried Song Ziheng's fingers loose and quietly exited the room with a basin in hand. Noticing her, Xiaolu hurriedly approached to take the basin from her. Su Wan instructed, "Fetch more water. I wish to bathe." Xiaolu complied and soon returned with the cook, both carrying several buckets of water. The Su family cherished their daughter, and adjacent to Su Wan's chamber was a bathing area constructed solely for her use, complete with a large wooden tub. The water was at a perfect temperature, not too hot nor too cold, allowing Su Wan to luxuriate in a soothing soak. After washing her hair, Xiaolu dried it until it was half dry. Su Wan remarked, "My hair is dry now. My shoulder aches. Please give it a gentle massage." "Of course," Xiaolu responded, applying gentle pressure to Su Wan's shoulders. As Su Wan closed her eyes in enjoyment, she suddenly lamented, "Life in the countryside is dreadfully dull, outside of embroidery. There is nothing to do." Xiaolu thought to herself that having the young lady embroider was hardly a sign of utter boredom, but replied, "The young lady has never been fond of that." Su Wan opened her eyes to continue her complaints. "Life at home was never this tedious." Xiaolu retorted, "That was because there were novels you enjoyed reading at home. A spark of realization ignited in Su Wan's eyes. The original owner could read? How rare. Yet, why had no one ever mentioned it? And why were there no books or writing materials among her dowry? Xiaolu, realizing her slip of tongue, knelt hastily. My lady, I was wrong to mention that. Why should it not be mentioned? Su Wan inquired. Xiaolu lowered her head, stammering it is. It is because of the master and madam. Rise, Su Wan commanded, raising an eyebrow. Why did my parents forbid me from discussing this? The madam said the young lady had finally set aside thoughts of reading. It is best not to remind you. Although Xiaolu complied and stood, she still kept her head bowed, not daring to meet Su Wan's gaze. The master and madam only have your best interests at heart. It is said that a woman's lack of talent is her virtue. Having just married into the Song family with the previous incident, it would be improper for them to know you can read. Moreover, if it displeases the young master. Suddenly, Su Wan rose abruptly. Where are the books? No, my lady. Xiaolu panicked, grasping Su Wan's arm. If you take me there immediately, I shall claim I remembered them myself when questioned by my parents. After a moment's hesitation, Xiaolu came to a decision. Her young lady was known for her temper, yet she was a woman of her word. Besides, the matter would fall upon the young lady, and the master and madam would only scold her lightly, while she herself would face far worse consequences. Realizing this, Xiaolu quickly responded, the young lady's books and novels are stored in the side chamber. The original owner's collection was modest, predominantly consisting of various novels, including a few texts like The Female Principles and The Female Etiquette. However, Su Wan noted that they appeared pristine, indicating the original owner had little regard for such doctrines. Suddenly, Su Wan recalled that the novel Dream of the Red Chamber had hinted that novels were not meant for young ladies to read. It seems society did not consider them proper literature. No wonder Su's father had forbidden the original owner from bringing such books to the Song family as part of her dowry. Yet, Su Wan remained curious. How did a mere merchant's daughter learn to read? How could her father have consented? Soon, however, Mrs. Su would provide clarity. The sweltering noon left one feeling drowsy, and Mrs. Su had taken a moment to rest upon her couch. She summoned a maid to inquire if the young lady still rested within her chamber. The maid stammered an unclear response, prompting Mrs. Su to question her sternly. Unable to withstand the pressure, the maid divulged the young lady is in the side chamber. Mrs. Su, recognizing the maid's expression, sensed trouble brewing. Recalling the large chest of books, she sprang up. What is she doing reading those again? Consumed by anger, she marched towards the side chamber with the maid in tow. At that moment, Su Wan was reclined on the couch, engrossed in a novel. The traditional characters posed some difficulty, and the ancient prose proved rather subtle. Yet, it was certainly better than idleness. After months of being illiterate, the realization that she could read brought her joy. However, Mrs. Su burst in with a commanding presence. Startling Su Wan. Mother, she began, but Mrs. Su swiftly advanced, snatching the book from Su Wan's grasp and hurling it to the floor. Her voice laced with fury. You are reading this nonsense again. What did you promise me before your marriage? Your father, too. What business does a girl have reading such things? Instead of studying what you ought to, you choose to indulge in this. You're driving me to despair. Su Wan offered her mother support, then turned to the maid, instructing, you may leave for now. Mrs. Su, genuinely enraged, shrugged off Su Wan's assistance and sat down, casting a sideways glance at her. Speak. What has stirred your interest again after you promised to behave? Xiaolu, eavesdropping by the window, trembled, her heart racing, only to hear Su Wan reply nonchalantly, if it is so dull, what harm is there in reading a few books to pass the time? Besides, if I am not permitted to read, why was I allowed to learn to write? You think I desire for you, a young lady, to learn to read? It was merely a concession made because you would not eat or drink until your father acquiesced. Mrs. Su jabbed her finger forcefully at Su Wan's forehead. You have always had a strong will, throwing tantrums at the slightest inconvenience. Allowing you to read was a reluctant compromise. You once stated you wished to marry a scholar, and reading would elevate your status. Now that you are wed, what need have you for these books? Madame Su held a certain disdain for girls who could not read. Her limited exposure often led her to associate with wealthy ladies, all hailing from families of newfound wealth, frequently referred to as nouveau riche. The conversations among these ladies were shallow, filled with trivial gossip. After hearing their idle chatter, Madame Su concluded that daughters from such esteemed families were illiterate, while the courtesans from a nearby establishment were well-versed in the arts, captivating men with their talents in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Consequently, she wished her daughter would forget all the characters she had learned, yet was exasperated to find her still engrossed in books. Su Wan abruptly realized that the original owner of her body had not married Song Zi-hung on a whim. This was her first moment of contemplation regarding the former occupant, overlooking the spoiled and willful nature she had been raised with. In truth, she had harbored aspirations of marrying a scholar, hoping that acquiring literacy would facilitate a shared intellectual connection with her husband. Ultimately, she succeeded in marrying the man of her dreams. However, she remained oblivious to the fact that her life was just beginning. Marrying the one she desired did not guarantee a carefree existence thereafter. Marriage had never been the ultimate destination for a woman. Unfortunately, the original owner believed that education was merely a means to secure a desirable marriage, unaware that true learning lay in cultivating one's character. Su Wan could only think of an adage: lofty aspirations often meet with fragile fates. Even if she had not transmigrated, the original owner's future would hardly fare better. Noticing her daughter's prolonged silence, Madame Su assumed she was deep in thought and refrained from interrupting. Suddenly, she heard a voice from outside, prompting her to stand up in alarm. It was her son-in-law. The attentive maid, Xiao Lu, overheard Xiao Hong's voice and turned to see Song Zi-hung approaching, causing her to raise her voice in surprise. Song Zi-hung inquired gently, "Ladies, might you inform me of my wife's whereabouts?" Xiao Hong and Xiao Lu exchanged glances, both hesitant to respond. Quick to react, Madame Su nudged Su Wan and whispered urgently, "You must go out. Do not let your husband see you here." Yet, Su Wan remained unmoved, calling out, "I am inside. Please come in, my husband." Madame Su shot her an exasperated glare. Upon hearing her voice, Xiao Hong and Xiao Lu, unable to obstruct her, opened the door for Song Zi-hung. Madame Su, with swift hands, concealed a book on the floor within her sleeve, only to see her daughter look at her and say, "Did you not say you had matters to attend to? You should go now." Fearing that Song Zi-hung might suspect something, Madame Su cast a furtive glare at Su Wan and, accompanied by the maids, departed. The room now contained only Su Wan and Song Zi-hung. He regarded her with a flicker of uncertainty in his eyes, clearing his throat awkwardly before speaking. "Zi-hung has indulged too much today. I apologize for the trouble I have caused you." In his semi-conscious state, he recalled how Su Wan had helped him undress, her warm cloth gently wiping his body, and how he had held her delicate wrist, unwilling to let go. "Do not mention it. It is my duty," Su Wan replied calmly, her steady gaze causing Song Zi-hung to feel a warmth rising within him, though he masked it well, only his ears betraying a hint of redness. He glanced around and asked, "What was my wife doing in here?" Su Wan unabashedly looked at the box on the bed and replied, "I was merely passing the time with some leisurely reading." "Your wife can read?" Song Zi-hung's eyes widened in surprise, though he did not seem displeased. Smiling, Su Wan teased him, "Do you not believe me?" "I do not doubt you. I am simply astonished. How come I have never heard you mention this before?" "My parents often say that a woman's lack of talent is her virtue, fearing that my in-laws would disapprove of my literacy, so I kept it hidden." Song Zi-hung shook his head and explained, "The ancients said that a woman who is literate and understands great principles is indeed virtuous, though such women are rare. However, those who merely indulge in trivial tales and engage in loose behavior would be better off remaining illiterate. As the saying goes, a woman's lack of talent is her virtue." "Then you do not mind?" she inquired. "Of course not. Your literacy is a blessing for me. How could I be anything but pleased? My parents would only rejoice. You're simply overthinking this." "I trust you," Su Wan said softly, taking Song Zi-hung's hand and smiling at him. He tightened his grip on her hand in response, a moment of silence passing between them before Su Wan added, "However, I cannot claim to be well-read. I merely enjoy a few stories to pass the time." Song Zi-hung held her hand firmly, feigning casualness as he asked, "I wonder what sorts of things your wife enjoys reading?" Su Wan opened the box with her free hand and replied, "Just some trivial tales, nothing of great interest." Song Zi-hung lowered his gaze to the contents and frowned slightly, hesitating before suggesting, "Perhaps you should read fewer of those. I have some historical texts and travelogues that could serve to occupy your time." "That sounds delightful. I have grown weary of these tales." Su Wan leaned in closer, almost whispering in his ear, "It's a pity your in-laws guard your studies so closely. They rarely allow anyone in." Song Zi-hung felt his ears redden anew, his gaze fixed on Su Wan as he mused, No wonder you have always wanted to accompany me to the study. Su Wan smiled, remaining silent, while Song Ziheng mimicked her earlier gesture, whispering, "Now that I am here reading, I shall bring a few books from the study next time. My parents will be none the wiser." Su Wan playfully replied, "Then I shall bring a few books tomorrow to divert attention." Song Ziheng chuckled, "You are clever. The way you phrase diverting attention is quite masterful." They had not lingered long when a maid announced from outside, "Miss, young master. The master and madam request your presence in the front hall for tea." Like children who had conspired in mischief, sharing secrets, the intimacy between Song Ziheng and Su Wan deepened. As they made their way to the front hall, they held hands, with Song Ziheng striving to appear composed, though his ears betrayed him. Just before entering, they reluctantly released their clasped hands. Upon stepping into the hall, they heard Su Laodai's hearty laughter. "Ziheng has quite the capacity for drink. I hope you are not feeling dizzy? It is my father-in-law who possesses the true fortitude. I am but a humble son-in-law in comparison," Song Ziheng replied, casting a knowing glance at Su Wan, feeling at ease and grateful for her care. Madame Su, initially worried for her daughter, found solace in witnessing the couple's harmonious entrance, noting the affectionate glance Song Ziheng directed at Su Wan. This sight eased her concerns and filled her with delight as she chided, "It is no wonder your father-in-law lacks restraint at his age." Su Laodai paid little heed to his wife's remarks, continuing jovially, "As long as you are well, it is late, so you shall stay the night. You can depart after lunch tomorrow." With such a warm invitation from his in-laws, Song Ziheng felt compelled to comply, though he hesitated. "I fear I may not be able to join in lunch tomorrow. The midday heat is quite intense, and it would be prudent to set out early." Madame Su, recalling her daughter's love for beauty and fearing the sun would darken her complexion, nodded in agreement. "Your considerations are quite sound, Ziheng." She felt a twinge of joy. Knowing her son-in-law had grown up in a farming family, he likely was not averse to the sun, indicating his thoughtfulness towards her daughter. Su Laodai, unconcerned by such details, was pleased with his son-in-law's willingness to stay the night, viewing it as a sign of closeness to the family, and he expressed cheerfully, "Just relax and stay. Let your mother-in-law handle the rest." Song Ziheng added, "I have yet to thank my mother-in-law for the garments she made. They fit splendidly and must have taken quite an effort. I have no great matters to attend to. It was but a few garments. As long as you are pleased, that is sufficient." Song Ziheng smiled. "Your daughter has recently taken up needlework. I look forward to seeing her progress." Meeting his gaze, Su Wan maintained her composure, though her thoughts raced, knowing that he would be waiting some time, with no telling when that day might come. Chapter 20. While the daughter and son-in-law appeared to be getting along well, Madame Su remained slightly uneasy. After dinner, she seized an opportunity to discreetly inquire with Su Wan, "Does Ziheng know about your reading?" Su Wan was taken aback that her mother still fretted over this matter, nodding as she replied, "Of course he knows. Did he not visit the parlor today? Why can't you keep a secret? You seem so astute, yet your mind is filled with nonsense." Madame Su forcefully poked Su Wan's forehead, releasing her pent-up frustration before inquiring, "What did Ziheng say?" Su Wan, covering herredenet forehat, reluctantly responded. "He mentioned that I should read fewer trivial stories and instead focus on his own books when we return." Her son-in-law, being a man of integrity, naturally indulged in serious literature. Madame Su felt relieved regarding Song Ziheng, yet couldn't help but think of her daughter, who hardly read even books like the Woman's Code. Would she truly be able to delve into her son-in-law's readings? Observing Su Wan's gloomy expression, Madame Su's sympathy morphed into a sense of schadenfreude. "Serves you right." The mother and daughter did not converse for long. Estimating that Song Ziheng would soon finish his bath, Madame Su took her leave and coincidentally encountered him at the door. Song Ziheng greeted her with a warm smile, suggesting, "Aunt, why not spend a little more time with my wife? It is rare for her to return home, and I often have little opportunity to accompany her while at the academy." Although aware it was mere politeness, Madame Su beamed in delight, shaking her head as she noticed Song Ziheng's damp hair. "Ziheng, do go inside. Let Wan dry your hair. You mustn't sleep with it wet." Understanding her intent, Song Ziheng watched his mother-in-law depart before closing the door behind him. The room was already lit, showcasing the Su family's affluence. Su Wan's chamber was adorned with exquisite candlesticks, a rarity in this era, with 2 candles casting a bright glow throughout the space. As Su Wan withdrew her hand from her forehead, Song Ziheng approached, inquiring, "What happened to your forehead?" Indeed, Madame Su had poked her quite forcefully, and after rubbing it, the area remained reddened. As Song Ziheng leaned closer, he distinctly noticed the mark, exacerbated by Su Wan's fair complexion and her diligent skincare efforts over the past few months. Her skin now rivaled the flawless quality of her promotional photographs. The redness on her otherwise immaculate forehead was quite conspicuous. Tentatively, he reached out to gently touch it, his fingertips brushing against the smooth, delicate skin, causing his heart to flutter. He couldn't help but become increasingly cautious in her presence, realizing how fragile she appeared, as if a gentle breeze might carry her away. Unaware of Song Ziheng's peculiar emotions, Su Wan replied, "I was chastised by my mother." Startled, Song Ziheng quickly withdrew his hand, realizing he had overreacted. He shook off his sleeve and sat beside her, asking in bewilderment, "What did your mother scold you for?" Su Wan glanced at him with a playful smile. "For not properly attending to you, of course." Though Song Ziheng possessed an air of scholarly confidence, he never faltered in his wit. Despite being momentarily taken aback by her teasing, he quickly asserted, "We are fortunate to be united in marriage, and, as such, I must respect and care for you. How can I expect you to serve me when it is not appropriate?" He struggled to finish his thought, still a novice in marital matters, hesitant to imply anything that might suggest ulterior motives. Fortunately, Su Wan did not press him for clarification, merely teasingly reaching out to smooth back a wet strand of his hair, asking, "So, will you dry your own hair then?" Song Ziheng had always tended to do things himself, but sitting next to his wife, her fragrance enveloping him, he hesitated. "If you were willing to assist, I would be immensely grateful." However, he recalled his earlier declaration about respecting and caring for her, which made him feel conflicted. He had never felt so at a loss for words before. He didn't wish to impose, yet he couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret. Before he could voice his sentiments, Su Wan whispered, "I also need to wash my hair today. Would you mind helping me afterward?" Song Ziheng hesitated again. Although he could articulate noble sentiments, he was still rooted in his traditional upbringing, where such domestic tasks were typically considered beneath a gentleman. Just as he was about to decline, he remembered how delicate her skin had felt under his touch and how a mere poke from her mother had left her flushed. She was indeed fragile. Thus, he thought, caring for her could hardly be seen as being henpecked. After waiting in silence, Su Wan realized he neither agreed nor disagreed. With a knowing smile, she took a nearby dry cloth and began to dry his hair, playfully declaring, "Since you won't speak up, I shall assume you consent." And so, Song Ziheng remained silent. When Su Wan emerged from her bath, Xiao Lu waited at the door, astonished to see her hair drenched again after having washed it earlier. "Miss, you wash your hair at noon. Why again?" "I broke a sweat and decided to wash it once more," Su Wan replied, glancing at her. "Clean up the bathing area, and then you may rest." Xiao Lu, wishing to offer to dry her hair, hesitated, but quietly proceeded to tidy up the bathing room, not daring to say more. Inside the chamber, Song Ziheng, with a hint of difficulty, ran his fingers through Su Wan's dark hair and smiled. "Your tresses cascade like a waterfall." In truth, he wished to express something more poetic, but feared Su Wan might think him frivolous. The following day, Su Wan was once again awakened from her slumber, much like the previous morning, before dawn had fully broken. Both Su Lauda and Madame Su were already up, having made all necessary arrangements, including sending a servant to fetch the ox cart from the backyard. However, Madame Su, reluctant to part with her daughter, suggested to Song Ziheng, "It's still early. Why not have breakfast before we set off? That might delay us. We should ideally reach home before noon to avoid the scorching sun." "Lest my daughter cannot bear it," Su Lauda interjected. "Thinking it prudent to leave early," Su Wan replied. "It's the same whether we have breakfast here or at home. I imagine we won't be late." At that moment, a servant announced, "Madam, the ox cart is ready outside." As Su Wan stepped out of the courtyard, she was taken aback to see the cart overflowing with goods. She had previously witnessed the Su family's wealth, yet this time the quantity seemed doubled, making her marvel once more at their affluence. Song Ziheng also appeared surprised, asking, "Why have my in-laws prepared so many things?" Su Lauda chuckled, "You brought a great deal yesterday, so we must reciprocate." The grain Song Ziheng had brought were merely from their own harvest and of little value. Yet the gifts prepared by his in-laws were indeed substantial. "We are family. It is not a matter of worth. Maintaining connections is what truly matters." Madame Su added with a smile, "These are merely some new sentiments I prepared for you. With so many family members, we thought it best to send a little something for each. Though it seems like a lot, it is hardly of great value. Take it back with peace of mind." Although Su Wan felt a pang of sympathy for her parents, who were continually spending on their daughter's marriage, she too was now part of the affluent family. Seeing Song Ziheng, still hesitating, she climbed onto the cart with a radiant smile. How long will you insist on being polite? Song Ziheng wanted to explain that his reluctance was sincere, stemming from feeling overwhelmed by their generosity. However, Su Wan waved her hand dismissively, bidding farewell to her parents. Su Lauda, beaming with joy, helped Song Ziheng onto the cart, saying, "Son-in-law, if you continue to be overly polite, it will seem as if you look down upon your father-in-law." Not daring to further engage in conversation with his father-in-law, Song Ziheng finally set off. However, once they departed from the Su residence, he felt compelled to explain to Su Wan that his family was not inclined to take advantage of others. He added, "It is perfectly fine for family to exchange gifts, but if your parents continue this way, I may hesitate to visit again. This time, let it be, but next time, I will speak to my parents about it properly." Song Ziheng initially feared that his wife might be displeased upon hearing his words. However, seeing her respond with eagerness filled him with joy. His wife affirmed that her parents held sincere intentions, which Ziheng naturally appreciated. The Su family lacked experience, and as they placed their belongings, they failed to provide Su Wan with a proper backrest. Seizing the moment when the air temperature was just right, Su Wan decided to take a nap, leaning forward and resting against Song Ziheng's back. After a brief moment of contemplation, she shifted forward and wrapped her arms around his waist, finally closing her eyes. Ziheng's body stiffened momentarily. He considered turning around, but felt a bit shy. Instead, he softly addressed her, "My dear." "Su Wan whispered back, "Let me sleep for a while." Ziheng fell silent, though he sensed the curious glances from passers-by. He made an effort to avoid looking sideways. Old man Su watched the ox cart disappear in the distance before turning back to the house. He hesitantly remarked to Mrs. "Su, I hear that Wan has become quite sensible lately." "How do you know?" she inquired. "Ziheng mentioned it," he replied. In Ziheng's eyes, "Your daughter is wonderful." He doesn't even comment when she reads idle books. Although Mrs. Su feigned a tone of complaint, pride resonated in her voice. Indeed, her daughter had made progress, and Ziheng's attentive nature was a testament to that. However, she knew her daughter's true character all too well. Old man Su nodded in agreement, concluding that while Ziheng was intelligent, he was still inexperienced in matters of love, which was not surprising. As for Wan, I truly believe she had changed her temperament. Mrs. Su added, but she has indeed improved significantly. Despite many grievances, she keeps them to herself, much to the delight of her in-laws. Chapter 21. Su Wan enjoyed a rather comfortable slumber, gradually becoming accustomed to the jostling of the ox cart. Thus, she awoke naturally, greeted by the sun already risen, its morning glow still lingering in the sky, painting it with vibrant hues. As she stirred from her dreams, her face was still pressed against Song Ziheng's back. Upon opening her eyes, she was captivated by the sight of unknown flowers blooming in soft lavender along the roadside, standing out vividly amidst the shrubs. Intrigued, she was about to speak when she heard Ziheng's gentle voice. "Has my dear awakened?" "Yes, my husband, you must be weary from the journey. Why not take a moment to rest and have a drink?" After considering her words, Ziheng guided the ox to the roadside to stop, turning back to smile at Su Wan. "What you say is quite true." Su Wan retrieved a gourd filled with water and handed it to him before stepping down from the cart to approach the thicket. After Ziheng finished drinking, he strolled over to Su Wan's side and noticed her solemn expression as she gazed at the hibiscus flowers. He sighed softly. The autumn winds bring a chill, and it is a pity that beauty fades with the twilight. Just as Ziheng finished his lament, he was taken aback when he saw his wife reaching for the branches, her determination evident as she prepared to pluck the flowers. He was momentarily stunned, believing she was lamenting their fleeting beauty. Su Wan gripped the branches with both hands, pulling with all her might, glancing sideways at Ziheng. "Do you know what flower this is?" "This is hibiscus, blooming in summer, opening with the dawn and wilting by dusk, a continuous cycle." Su Wan nodded. "So, even if I do not pick the flowers, they shall fall on their own." Ziheng's thoughts shifted as he noticed her still tugging at the branches, her delicate hands already marked with red imprints. He quickly intervened. "What do you intend to do with them?" "I want to make a flower crown," she replied eagerly. "Can you do that, my husband?" Ziheng shook his head. "I cannot. However, if you teach me, I shall learn." In truth, crafting a flower crown was not particularly difficult. With a bit of strength and some twists and turns, it could be accomplished. Ziheng, accustomed to farm work, was adept at weaving. Although he could not create large items, he could occasionally fashion small toys to amuse his nieces and nephews, proving himself quite skilled. The flower crown he made turned out far better than Su Wan had imagined. Adjusting its size to fit her head, he presented it to her. Su Wan had gathered 7 or 8 flowers of various sizes, artistically arranged among the branches, thus completing an exquisite crown. Placing it upon her head, she lacked a mirror and instead locked eyes with Ziheng. "Is it beautiful?" Ziheng simply smiled at her without responding. Yet, from his clear gaze, Su Wan discerned his approval. Suddenly, she beamed. "You say this is hibiscus?" "Indeed," he confirmed. "I have heard that hibiscus flowers are edible. The Book of Songs does mention it, but no one has attempted to cook with it. I am uncertain how it is prepared. If we mix it with flour and fry it, it must be incredibly tender and delicious." Su Wan recalled having tasted crispy magnolia, which was delightful, and now longed to savor hibiscus flowers before they wilted. Driven by anticipation, she thought it best to gather some to try. Ziheng, now devoid of any sentiment regarding the hibiscus flowers due to Su Wan's enthusiasm for crafting and cooking, gently halted her eagerness. "If you pick them now, they will wilt. There are many blooming at the village entrance. We shall gather them there." At the village entrance, numerous hibiscus flowers were indeed blossoming. Ziheng did not allow Su Wan to pick them herself. He dismounted and collected a generous handful. Su Wan removed her flower crown, discarding the wilted flowers and replacing them with fresh hibiscus. As the ox cart rolled into Songjia village, the villagers and a group of children gazed curiously at Su Wan's crown, greeting her with excitement. "Ziheng and his wife have returned from the in-laws? It appears they have even more than they brought yesterday." "You simpleton, Ziheng's father-in-law is a wealthy man. This amount is nothing." The men, unable to suppress their envy, gazed longingly at the cart. Marrying a wife as beautiful as a flower was one thing, but having a prosperous and generous family was another. They wished for even a fraction of such fortune, but as Ziheng was a rare scholar in the village, handsome and talented, destined to take the imperial examination, his match seemed just right. The disparity was too great for jealousy to take root. Thus, they exchanged banter, more playful than malicious. An elderly woman smiled at Su Wan's crown. "What a lovely bond these young couples share. You lot cannot envy them." Ziheng merely smiled, maintaining his composure as he guided the ox cart through the crowd. With the farming tasks completed, there was little else to occupy them. Even if they sought work to earn some money, they would need to rest for several days, postponing any labor until after the scorching summer heat. Those like Old Man Song, skilled in carpentry, could work at home without fear of sunstroke. Consequently, the Song family was home together, and upon hearing the commotion outside, they all came out to greet them. The 3 children were quicker than the others, having heard about their uncle and aunt bringing back many things, racing towards them like rockets and wrapping their arms around Ziheng's legs. As they brought in the load, it surpassed what they had taken the day before. Song mother appeared a mix of joy and concern, a bit flustered. "Why have you brought back so much again?" Zhang joked. "The younger uncle and his wife must have gone to rob their in-laws." "Sister-in-law, you jest. These are merely gifts prepared by my mother for everyone." Ziheng explained. "My in-laws were exceedingly generous." Old Man Song sighed. "But we cannot always take advantage of our in-laws." "Father, what you say is unfounded. We are all family, and there should be mutual exchange." Su Wan raised her brows with a smile. "In the future, I shall speak to my parents, telling them not to be so polite. Now let's move these things back." With thoughts of her hibiscus flowers in mind, Su Wan hurried to the kitchen, while Song's sister helped carry rice, flour, oil, and salt inside. As she emerged, she glanced at Su Wan's head and remarked, "What is it you are wearing? It looks quite lovely. It is a flower crown made of hibiscus. Tomorrow, I shall ask your elder brother to make one for you." Song's sister exclaimed with surprise. "So it was made by elder brother? This is the first time I have realized how skilled he is." Meanwhile, as Ziheng noticed the gazes around him, he paused momentarily, pressed his lips together, and continued to carry the items into the main hall, avoiding any attention. After moving their belongings, Mother Song inquired, "You must not have had breakfast yet, right?" Song Ziheng shook his head, while his younger sister, Song Xiaomei, was enamored with a spool of embroidery thread. The thread was smooth to the touch, rich in color, and of exquisite quality, something she could seldom afford. Mrs. Su, being a merchant's wife, had an impeccable sense of social etiquette, and as she remarked, These items were not overly valuable, yet they brought joy to the Song household. Upon hearing her mother's words, Song Xiaomei quickly set the thread aside and declared, "I shall prepare breakfast." Su Wan followed suit, saying, "I will accompany you." In the kitchen, Su Wan filled a basin with water to soak the hibiscus flowers, and to Song Xiaomei's astonishment, she naturally commanded, "Sister, fetch some flour and chop some green onions." "Sister-in-law, you aren't planning to cook with those flowers, are you?" "Indeed, when mixed with the dough and pan-fried, it is both delicious and visually appealing. Your third brother will surely enjoy it." Before long, a delectable aroma wafted from the kitchen. Mrs. Li was still contemplating the fabric in her hands, calculating how many garments she could make, when she suddenly set the cloth down, took a deep sniff, and exclaimed, "How much oil have you used?" Old man Song sat at the doorway, smoking his pipe, a habit he had long indulged in. The bamboo pipe had turned black from use, and when his daughter-in-law produced a new one, he eagerly seized it, igniting it and puffing away. Without looking back, he lightly tapped the pipe against the ground twice. Mother Song shot a fierce glare at Mrs. Li, who shrank her neck and retreated to the house with the fabric. Song Xiaomei stepped outside and called for Song Ziheng. "Brother, it's time for dinner." He rose and made his way out, and as he passed by her, she whispered, "What do you think, brother? Cooking hibiscus flowers like this is surprisingly fragrant." Song Ziheng paused, puzzled by her words. "What do you mean by what I think?" Song Xiaomei looked at him quizzically. "Why aren't you moving?" "Oh, it's nothing," he replied, shaking off his thoughts with a faint smile as he entered the kitchen. Song Xiaomei did not follow, but instead returned to her room with the embroidery thread, as her only passion lay in needlework. With such fine thread in her possession, she longed to start embroidering immediately. That day, with the daughters-in-law home, Song Xiaomei was not needed in the kitchen for lunch, which was prepared by Mrs. Zhang. In the evening, it was Mrs. Li's turn. Although Su Wan intended to assist, she was told by Mother Song that she should rest after her return from the county. With nothing else to do, Su Wan's pretense of learning needlework was merely a guise to entice Song Ziheng into his room to read. Once he left, she would use the excuse of the book being in her room to sneak into his study to peruse current affairs. However, with that excuse unavailable, her enthusiasm for needlework waned significantly. She nestled on the sofa, slowly reading the travelogue that Song Ziheng had stealthily brought from his study, while the cloth meant for practice lay beside her. The room was quiet, both of them immersed in their books. Suddenly, a sound came from outside, prompting Song Ziheng to glance at Su Wan. Understanding her cue, she quickly closed her book and tucked it behind her. Just as she grabbed the cloth and picked up the embroidery needle, the door swung open, and Mother Song peered in with a smile, announcing, "Your sister-in-law has made some sour plum soup. Come and have some." Sour plum soup had become the summer beverage for the Song family and even the entire village. Song Ziheng nodded, "I shall go at once." After watching his mother depart, he turned back to Su Wan, reflecting on her subtlety and her skill in maintaining appearances, which was truly remarkable. Su Wan winked at him, tucked away her book, and said, "Shall we go out?" Song Ziheng smiled, took her hand, and released it only when they reached the door. After dinner, the Song family traditionally lounged in the courtyard to enjoy the cool evening air. As they did not have to rise with the rooster the next morning to work the fields, they lingered longer outside. Eventually, the children grew weary. Sanwa had already fallen asleep in Song Ziheng's arms, while Sanyu sat beside Su Wan, attentively listening as her aunt calculated the harvest time for the grapes. Both of them swallowed hard when Su Wan asked, "Will we truly be able to pick them next month?" Song Xiaomei replied, "If it weren't for the sourness, we could eat them now." Su Wan shivered involuntarily. "No, I cannot stand sourness at all." Sanyu, with utmost seriousness, declared, "They won't be sour. Our family's grapes are the sweetest in the village." Unable to resist, Su Wan pinched her little face. "Shall we pick grapes together when the time comes?" Sanyu turned to Sanwa. "Sanwa, when the grapes are ripe, we will pick them with Annie." Not hearing Sanwa's response, it was Song Ziheng who replied, "Sanwa is asleep." Song Yofu nudged his wife. "Take Sanwa back inside to sleep. How can you be a mother like this?" After handing the warm little one to his second sister-in-law, Song Ziheng heard his mother ask, "Ziheng, the school will resume classes the day after tomorrow. Will you head there tomorrow afternoon or early the day after?" "Today." Several of your uncles and a few young men from the village expressed their desire to go to the city, so you can travel together. In this era, few families owned oxen, but the Song family, realizing that Song Ziheng frequently traveled between the academy and home, calculated the expenses of renting an ox cart over the years, which amounted to the price of a substantial portion of an ox. It was therefore deemed unwise. After Song Ziheng analyzed the situation, his father reluctantly purchased an ox and made a cart himself. Except during the busy farming season, it was usually his two older brothers who fetched him from the academy. In time, it became evident that the ox was indeed a worthy investment. With it, their work became significantly easier. The following year, Old Man Song decided to rent an additional acre of land for cultivation, which they managed well. Moreover, as word spread that their ox cart frequently traveled to the city, villagers began to inquire about traveling with them, often offering rice or eggs in return. Thus, the people of Songjia village became accustomed to taking Old Man Song's ox cart to the city. Song Ziheng typically returned to the academy the night before classes began. However, today he pondered for a moment before saying, "Let's depart early the day after tomorrow." Mother Song was taken aback for a moment, then replied, "I will inform everyone tomorrow." After Su Wan finished bathing and returned to her room, she noticed that although the lamp was lit, Song Ziheng was not reading by the window, but rather packing his belongings by the bed. Seeing him neatly arrange a pile of clothes and several books in the center, she volunteered, "Would you like me to help?" Su Wan intended it as a mere formality, but to her surprise, Song Ziheng readily offered her a place. "Then I would be grateful for your assistance, my dear." "You're welcome." With a smile from Song Ziheng, Su Wan approached him, only to realize with a hint of embarrassment, "I don't seem to know how to pack." "Not a problem. I shall teach you," he replied, stepping forward to guide her hands, holding her wrists as he demonstrated, "First like this, then fold this corner down." Bending over, Su Wan felt his warmth pressing against her back through the thin summer fabric. He turned his head to see the movements clearly, bringing their faces uncomfortably close, almost cheek to cheek. The warmth of his breath brushed against her cheek. Thus, she found herself learning to pack while attempting to maintain a semblance of modesty, which proved to be quite a challenge. After a subtle back-and-forth struggle, the package was finally wrapped. Su Wan, almost wiping the sweat from her brow, found Song Ziheng gazing at her tenderly. "Did you manage to learn, my dear?" "Perhaps," she replied. Suddenly, Song Ziheng recalled, "I forgot to include one more piece of clothing." He retrieved it from the wardrobe and handed it to Su Wan, smiling. "Then I shall trouble you once more." As Su Wan took the clothing and turned to look at the bundle on the bed, her eyes flickered. "What if I have yet to learn? I will not mind teaching you again." Song Ziheng spoke slowly, his hands once again wrapping around her waist, firmly grasping her hands as if to repeat their previous encounter. Su Wan, however, resolutely held onto his hands, refusing to budge. "My dear." Su Wan turned her face, her gaze locking onto Song Ziheng's eyes, which sparkled like the most beautiful stars outside. "What if I never learn? Will you teach me for a lifetime?" Song Ziheng had never been this close to anyone, especially a woman. The moment Su Wan unexpectedly turned her face, his lips brushed against her perfectly straight nose, leaving a lingering fragrance between them. His heart raced, and without a moment's thought, he blurted out, "Why not?" Su Wan fell silent, simply gazing at Song Ziheng. In turn, found his eyes wandering from her gaze to her alluring red lips. At that moment, her lips parted slightly, exuding a fragrance as delicate as orchids. In the next heartbeat, Su Wan moved, and Song Ziheng was momentarily stunned. Her lips, which had just left him parched with desire, now pressed against his, sweet and soft. He instinctively reached out his tongue, easily slipping it into Su Wan's mouth, as if a long-awaited rain had quenched a parched field, the sweetness almost unbelievable. Song Ziheng recalled the lines from Xian Chiji's poetry. "The east wind releases 1,000 trees of blossoms, blowing down stars like rain." He knew this referred to fireworks, which, though beautiful as they burst like a silver-flowered tree, vanished in an instant like shooting stars. Though he had never witnessed it, he could imagine the splendor. In that moment, it felt as if his mind were filled with iron trees and silver flowers, accompanied by a resounding echo, only to vanish, leaving behind the exquisite sensation on his lips, ever more vivid and intoxicating. Having shared a bed with such a tender young man for so long, Su Wan felt the thrill of the moment. Now that it had begun, she had no intention of ending it so soon. She turned to face him, pressing her body against Song Ziheng's. He was momentarily stunned, lowering his head to seek her lips once more. Su Wan wrapped her arms around his neck, parting her lips to tenderly lick at his. Unbeknownst to him, Song Ziheng's hands found their way to her waist, instinctively pulling her closer, their bodies pressed tightly against one another. The summer night was indeed sultry, and soon both were beaded with sweat. Song Ziheng, possessing a remarkable talent for learning, began to dance with certainty. There were also gains to be had. In one travelogue, the name of the current dynasty, Chu, was mentioned casually, causing Su Wan's expression to subtly tighten. The answer increasingly leaned towards her suspicions. Even with the imminent revelation, she found no joy in it. If her conjectures were indeed true, it meant either she was a historical nonentity or Song Ziheng was Chinshimi. Regardless of which scenario it was, there was little cause for her delight. A fleeting chill crossed Su Wan's eyes. This was a matter that would cause her headaches in the future. The pressing concern at hand was to choose an opportune moment to enter Song Ziheng's study. A few days prior, when everyone was occupied with farm work, it would have been simple for her to select a time when Song Xiaomei was preoccupied. However, now that everyone was at home, even if she had a pretext to enter Song Ziheng's study, it would be impossible to linger there under the watchful eyes of many. With this thought, Su Wan reluctantly returned the book to its place and began to dress. This summer was unusually sweltering. It had been nearly a month since the last rainfall. After the midday break, Su Wan sat in Song Xiaomei's room, engaged in needlework. Though she felt lethargic and only managed to study for a couple of hours each day, she was now of an age where stitching was no longer a challenge. She began to learn how to make small pouches. Meanwhile, Song Xiaomei was cutting cloth. Originally, she intended to wait until she returned from the town with fabric to make 2 outfits for her third brother. Upon hearing this, Su Wan recalled that there were several pieces of fabric suitable for men among her dowry: fine cotton, pure cotton, and silk, and felt compelled to contribute. These materials were initially meant for Song Ziheng, so she did not offer all of them at once, but rather took out 2 pieces of fine cotton, one white and one blue. Grandma Song, being discerning, was overjoyed upon touching the fabric, exclaiming she had never seen such fine cloth before and that her grandson would surely look splendid in it. She was eager to take up the task herself. Although Grandma Song was not yet 60, in that era, she was already considered quite old. Su Wan, however, did not dare allow her to tire herself out. After much persuasion, she managed to dissuade her. Grandma Song was not displeased. After all, filial piety was paramount in ancient times. Su Wan, being generous, ensured that her contributions extended to the 3 elders of the family. Fortunately, she was not skilled in needlework, so she would not need to labor over it herself. All it required was a small effort on her part, and her joy brought even greater happiness to those around her, who recognized her filial spirit. Her in-laws grew increasingly fond of Su Wan, while he sure felt a tinge of bitterness but dared not voice it. Seizing this period of relative calm, she too began making garments. The third child, being small, was easy to sew for, and she had already made him an outfit that he wore out yesterday. In those times, even families with a little money would be reluctant to spend on new clothes for their children during the season, as they would soon outgrow them, especially since it was not yet the new year. Of course, even during the new year, the third child had never worn new clothes. He always wore what his cousins had outgrown, and by the time they reached him, they were already quite worn. However, it was fortunate that with a few more younger brothers, he would not have to wear clothes patched all over. Thus, the third child was quite excited. Su Wan treated both families equally, providing each of her 2 elder brothers-in-law with a piece of fabric, ample enough for each family member to have a new outfit. Although San Yo was a girl, she was Song Yogin's only daughter and enjoyed a special status as the youngest. Sweet-tongued and clever, she was cherished by both Song Yu-jin and his wife. The third child and San Yo played together every day. Zhang Shi, seeing that Li Shi was making clothes for her son, swiftly cut out an outfit for San Yo as well, ensuring that the fabric provided by her sister-in-law was sufficient. The previous day, the 2 little ones had already paraded around the village in their new clothes. Some families were absent during that time, and after their stroll, they made a special trip back to ensure everyone saw their new garments. By today, the entire village knew of Su Wan's kindness and generosity. Since her arrival, even the youngest child in the household had new clothes to wear. Coupled with the relentless praise from Grandma Song and Song Mu, Su Wan's reputation as a virtuous woman had spread far and wide. Even those who were previously haughty did not dare to provoke her. She had transformed into a person of genuine warmth, treating her in-laws as her own family, preparing everything for their needs. What good would it do to bring a mountain of gold if one had a petty mindset? Li Shi, not daring to provoke Su Wan for fear of incurring her wrath, was now in a position where she could expect tangible benefits from her, and thus she did not dare to offend her. Consequently, Su Wan enjoyed a considerable degree of peace. Once Song Xiaomei finished cutting the clothes, she began sewing them. Initially, Su Wan had taken one of the pieces of fabric to learn from her, but her technique was clumsy. After cutting a few pieces, they turned out uneven, causing Song Xiaomei great distress. Later, when Song Mu came to take a look, she decisively suggested that Su Wan set aside learning to cut fabric for the time being and instead buy some inexpensive coarse cloth to practice on. The fabric Su Wan had was simply too precious for them to waste. Su Wan had lost much interest in sewing. Her persistence was merely a means to pass the time. Once Song Mu spoke, she readily relinquished the task. As a result, Song Xiaomei ended up making both of Song Ziheng's outfits, and she did so quickly and skillfully, her needlework akin to flying threads. She felt a sense of excitement. As her sister-in-law had mentioned that once her brother's clothes were completed, she would bring back a piece of fabric to make a proper ruchuan, so that they could each have matching outfits, a concept that excited her, though she did not fully grasp the term best friend outfit. The ruchuan would look best in vibrant colors, but such fabrics were often expensive, and few were willing to purchase them. Moreover, wearing a ruchuan was not practical for working, and in all of Songjia village, only the fourth young lady from the village chief's family possessed one, gifted by a cousin, which made the village girls envious. However, hers was newly cut, and her sister-in-law even said she could choose the fabric. At that moment, Sanyo rushed in, exclaiming, "The wind is picking up. Grandma says it's cool outside and wants you all to come sit out." Grandma Song peeked out the window and remarked, "Looks like it's going to rain." "Sanyo, don't go running outside." Sanyo cheerfully replied, "Got it, great grandma. Grandma won't let us go out either." It is often said that the elder generation can predict the weather, and Su Wan witnessed this firsthand. Sure enough, half an hour after Grandma Song predicted rain, the skies changed and the wind began to blow, bringing a refreshing coolness to the oppressive summer heat. Before long, it began to rain heavily. Fortunately, the Song family's grain had been harvested and stored in the granary just the day before. Some families with insufficient labor had yet to finish their harvest and were seen holding umbrellas to seek out help, offering payment for assistance in gathering the crops, as waterlogged grain could not wait. Both Song Yujin and Song Yofu were also solicited for help. The rain continued to pour for the entire afternoon, and Su Wan spent the day watching it from the doorway. Sometimes she reflected on her past, when she would be busy and manage only 3 or 4 hours of sleep each day. In comparison, her current life felt more leisurely than retirement, as if she had become a rice weevil, but she had little to complain about. Observing the women trudging by, their sun-kissed skin glistening as they carried heavy loads of grain, she recognized her own fortune. She was not burdened by life's pressures. Even if Song Ziheng did not prosper in the future, the dowry prepared by her parents would suffice for her sustenance in this small village for a lifetime. It was through comparison that she recognized her happiness. Thus, she felt no anxiety at this moment. What if the future turned out to be disheartening? Regardless, her basic needs were met, which was a privilege that many did not share. As dusk approached, the rain finally ceased. Song Xiaomei set aside her work and stepped outside to take a look, returning to inform Su Wan. "I see everyone has gone to the back mountain to pick the field mushrooms. Should we go too? Field mushrooms? Are they delicious? Su Wan inquired. If you sauté them with a bit of vinegar, they're incredibly fragrant and taste just as good as meat." Su Wan, unable to contain her excitement, replied, "Then let us hurry, lest we miss out." Grabbing a basket, they ventured out to find many young girls and women heading in the same direction. Su Wan voiced her concerns. "So many people are going for the mushrooms you mentioned? Today, as heavy rain has soaked the back mountain, and they want to be able to pick them all," she reassured herself. At ease, Su Wan then asked Song Xiaomei to explain what field mushrooms were. With a smile, Song Xiaomei replied, "Your sister-in-law might not know, but every year during this season, after a heavy rain, these mushrooms sprout all over the ground, smooth and tender to the touch, and they taste delightful. They only grow during this specific time, and we have no idea how they come to be." Su Wan nodded, passing by a lotus pond, glancing at the leaves covering the surface, and remarked, "The lotus leaves bloom beautifully. Recently, the flowers have bloomed beautifully, accompanied by lotus seeds and water chestnuts. Unfortunately, the children of my family adore these treats, so we refrain from gathering them." Su Wan felt that, under her subtle influence, Song Xiaomei was also becoming a foodie. as their conversations frequently revolved around food. This delighted her, and she remarked, "Lotus leaves can also be used in cooking. I brought back a few chickens from my maternal home. I'll pluck a large lotus leaf later to prepare lotus leaf chicken." Without a moment's hesitation, Song Xiaomei nodded in agreement. At that moment, a girl walking ahead of them chuckled and turned to look at Su Wan, saying, "Sister-in-law of Ziheng, you city folks truly know how to enjoy food." Chapter 24. Ziheng? Su Wan raised an eyebrow, appraising the girl who spoke. The girl had her hair styled in braids similar to Song Xiaomei's, her skin not particularly pale, but glowing with health, exuding youthful vitality. Unlike other girls, she was not shy. Upon noticing Su Wan's gaze, she boldly met her eyes and flashed a bright smile, revealing her pearly white teeth. Su Wan casually withdrew her gaze and turned to Song Xiaomei, inquiring, "May I ask which family this young lady belongs to?" Song Xiaomei was also observing the girl, her eyes flickering with unease. After a moment, she reluctantly responded, "She is the fourth sister of the village head." The fourth sister felt somewhat annoyed, sensing Su Wan's scrutiny, yet choosing to divert her gaze. Instead of directly asking for her name, Su Wan had opted to inquire through Song Xiaomei, which made the fourth sister feel slighted. With a pout, she glanced at the pair of sisters-in-law, then said, "Xiaomei, hurry along to gather lotus leaf for your sister-in-law to enjoy at home. It will be inconvenient once it gets dark." Without waiting for a response, she linked arms with her friend and walked away. Song Xiaomei, feeling a bit irked, thought the fourth sister's words were rather rude. What did she mean by saying to gather lotus leaves for her sister-in-law, as if she were a mere child who only knew how to eat? Song Xiaomei shot a glare at the retreating figure of the fourth sister, then turned to Su Wan, who appeared deep in thought. Suddenly anxious, she cautiously explained, "Sister-in-law, the fourth sister is just." Su Wan snapped back to attention and stated seriously, "The fourth sister is correct. Let us gather the lotus leaves. Just one will suffice. Choose a large, vibrant green one." Song Xiaomei was at a loss for words, realizing that her sister-in-law's earlier serious demeanor was merely a contemplation on which lotus leaf to select. The carefully chosen lotus leaves from Song Xiaomei ended up being of no use, as the farmers thought they could afford a simple dinner since there was no work to be done that evening. Even families with ample means wouldn't prepare a lavish meal without guests, especially in the heat of summer when leftover dishes would not be fresh, which would be wasteful. Thus, despite no one hindering Su Wan's culinary explorations, the lotus leaf chicken was not made until the following noon. Freshly plucked lotus leaves were gathered, and the two older boys, bored, volunteered to fetch lotus leaf for their sister-in-law. Upon their return, they brought back a bountiful harvest, including some water chestnuts and 2 tender segments of fresh lotus root dug from the ground. Zhang Shi, who was usually gentle, was incensed and chased the 2 brothers around the yard with a stick, exclaiming, "If I don't discipline you for 3 days, you'll truly be unmanageable. Why did you dig up the lotus root before it ripened?" The brothers, sensing the trouble they were in, cried out in unison, "Grandma, save me." Finding the scene amusing, Su Wan stood by, watching with a smile. Zhang Shi stepped forward, seizing the older boy by the ear, saying, "You haven't even begun to be disciplined, so what are you wailing about?" The older boy, putting on a dramatic performance, pleaded, "Mother, be gentle, it hurts. Please, don't pull my ear off." Zhang Shi was both angry and amused. She eased her grip but still wielded the stick toward him. Just then, Song Mu emerged from the house, clearing her throat, first glancing at Su Wan, then at her eldest daughter-in-law, asking, "What is all this commotion? You wouldn't believe it." "Mother," Zhang Shi sighed, "these 2 boys ran to the lotus pond and dug up some immature lotus roots. If I don't teach them a lesson, they won't understand the consequences of their actions." Song Mu turned to the 2 boys with a stern expression. "You are indeed in the wrong. How can you waste food like this?" The boys lowered their heads in contrition. Seeing this, Song Mu's heart softened, and she said this time, "I'll let it slide. It's natural for boys to crave tasty treats." With their grandmother's leniency, Zhang Shi fell silent and took the tender lotus roots back to the kitchen. Su Wan followed her in and asked, "Sister-in-law, these roots are not only edible, but they're also fresh. Why did mother say the boys were wasting food?" "You may not know," Zhang Shi replied. "If these tender roots were left in the pond for another month or 2, they would grow at least twice as large, and perhaps even produce more segments." Understanding dovnid on sununtai voin. She raised an eyebrow and asked, "So, this lotus pond belongs to us?" Zhang Shi nodded. "It is jointly managed by our family and Uncle S." After dinner, Song Xiaomei told Song Mu, "Mother, tomorrow is market day in the town. I've agreed with my sister-in-law to go together. We need to pick up some items as well, so please remember to buy them. After a moment of contemplation, Song Mu replied, have your father take you both. Now that everyone has finished their farm work, many will be heading to town. Upon hearing this, Song Xiaomei was elated. That's wonderful. We won't have to walk and can spend more time browsing. Early the next morning, when Su Wan was summoned by Song Xiaomei, breakfast was already prepared. Su Wan, puzzled, asked, is it necessary to leave this early for the town? It's not that far. I heard that father will be taking the cart to town today. And several aunts came over early to say we should leave soon so they can return to their work, Song Xiaomei explained. Having not visited the town for several months, Song Xiaomei was quite excited. She donned her most beautiful attire, styled her braids a bit differently than usual, and wore the earrings Su Wan had gifted her, which she usually refrained from wearing. On the cart, a woman teased Song Xiaomei. Those earrings are lovely. They're so vibrant and complement your complexion. They must be jade, right? Song Xiaomei touched the earrings and glanced at Su Wan, shyly replying, my sister-in-law gave them to me. They should be given by the wife of Ziheng? Then they must be exquisite. The conversation shifted from Song Xiaomei to Su Wan, with questions posed that she found difficult to answer, such as inquiries about her family's businesses, landholdings, and whether her father was acquainted with certain officials. Su Wan offered varias responses, and the women soon realized she preferred to remain reticent, steering the conversation back to Song Xiaomei. Xiaomei has grown into a lovely young lady. Perhaps we should ask Ziheng's wife to find you a good husband so you can enjoy a comfortable life ahead. Embarrassed by the teasing, Song Xiaomei dared not look up. After a while, she leaned closer to Su Wan, her lips curving into a smile. Su Wan glanced at her and remarked, are you this excited just for the market? I've been waiting for this for months. The last time when my uncle's second daughter invited me along, I didn't agree since you weren't there. When was the last market day? It was the day you and my brother returned from your maternal home. Xiaomei is quite loyal. Whatever you wish to eat at the market, your sister-in-law will buy for you. Isn't that what you want to eat? I noticed you hardly touched your breakfast. Song Xiaomei whispered to Su Wan. Su Wan shot her a sidelong glance. Aren't you the same? As they conversed, the ox cart arrived at the town. This appeared to be the town entrance, devoid of shops, yet the bustling foot traffic revealed its prosperity. Historically, towns near urban areas tend to thrive better than those in remote regions. However, Su Wan was unaware that, having passed through the county a few times, this town seemed only marginally better than Songlin Town. The sight of its bustling life surprised her. Song Laupa halted the ox cart, saying, it's inconvenient to go further inside. Let us disembark here. After giving Song Xiaomei a few more reminders, they hurried back to Songjia village. Today, many people came to the town, having just harvested their crops and found themselves with extra money, making them more inclined to ride in a carriage. Since old man Song couldn't take everyone in one trip, he decided to return for a second round with those who weren't pressed for time. A few women who had planned to wait for Song Xiaomei and her companion were politely declined, so they left first. Song Xiaomei accompanied Su Wan, a modern girl experiencing an ancient marketplace for the first time, marveling at the sights around her. The deeper they ventured into the market, the more crowded it became, with people carrying burdens, children, and luggage, resembling the scenes depicted in the Along the River during the Qingming festival. However, here, the villagers moved hurriedly, the atmosphere vibrant and lively. While they had yet to see any shops, vendors had already set up stalls on the ground, selling various vegetables. Homemade snacks like fried peanuts and pumpkin seeds, as well as wild fruits gathered from mountains. Song Xiaomei explained that these were grown by local families who came to sell occasionally without paying rent, thus setting up their stalls at the town entrance. At the end of the street stalls stood a stone gate, beside which a stone sign read Songlin Town. Song Xiaomei's eyes widened in surprise. Sister-in-law, can you read? She whispered. Su Wan shushed her and lowered her voice, worried that her parents wouldn't approve. Apart from her brother, only Song Xiaomei was aware of her secret. Over the days spent together, Su Wan and Song Xiaomei had formed a close friendship, and Su Wan assured her, don't worry, I will keep it secret. Suddenly, an idea struck Su Wan as she wrapped her arm around Song Xiaomei's shoulder. Is there a bookstore in this town? She inquired. Song Xiaomei explained that there were hardly any private schools in Songlin Town, and those who could afford an education went to the county academy, making it unlikely for a bookstore to exist here. Curiously, she asked, why do you need a bookstore, sister-in-law? Su Wan's eyes flickered. She initially intended to use the excuse of buying a book for Song Ziheng, but since there were no bookstores, she couldn't waste that excuse. With a smile, she confessed, Actually, I want to buy a book. A book? Song Xiaomei asked. But didn't your husband tell a story that he hasn't finished? Su Wan said, Indeed. He has a book in his study, but my parents won't let me in. Perhaps I can wait for someone to come into the town and ask them to bring it for me under the pretense of buying it for my husband. Just be careful not to let it slip. A book is quite expensive, Song Xiaomei remarked. Your brother has one. Why not just borrow it? After pondering for a moment, Song Xiaomei suggested, how about this? My brother's study hasn't been cleaned in a long time. I can tell my parents that we're going to tidy it up, and you can take the opportunity to find that book. Su Wan felt a surge of joy but hesitated. Do you think your parents will agree? Let's give it a try. If not, when they go to the mountains to gather firewood in a few days, I'll cover for you to sneak in. Song Xiaomei replied. Su Wan's expression brightened, realizing the book cost 2 taels of silver. Song Xiaomei gasped, so expensive. Luckily, I stopped my sister-in-law from spending unwisely. Su Wan added, if this works out, you'll have saved me 2 taels of silver. Later, you can pick a few pretty hairpins as a reward from me. A hairpin hardly cost a few coins, and Song Xiaomei resolved to pay closer attention to her sister-in-law to prevent her from wasting money. Finally entering the streets of Songlin town, they were greeted by rows of neatly arranged shops, all with dark tiles and gray walls, each adorned with 2 large red lanterns beneath their eaves, creating a festive atmosphere. Despite the crowd, the vendors selling their wares adhered to a semblance of order, with small stalls lining the streets, behind which were the modest shop fronts that resembled rural homes. Where the front hall was converted into a storefront while the back served as living quarters. Su Wan observed the bustling street, which, while noisy, was not chaotic, presenting an image of thriving prosperity that completely overturned her preconceived notions of this era. It felt like a tangible world, populated by flesh and blood individuals, all engaged in the rhythms of life, from sustenance to shelter and the inevitability of aging and mortality. How could she remain detached from such a vibrant existence? Sister-in-law, what are you daydreaming about? Su Wan snapped back to reality and shook her head. I was just wondering why this town feels so similar to the county. Busy yet not chaotic. Oh, that's because of our town's proximity to the city. The county magistrate occasionally visits, ensuring everything is well managed. Towns farther from the city aren't as well kept as ours. I remember the market in Yanglin town near my elder brother-in-law's place wasn't nearly as lively, Song Xiaomei explained. Your elder sister? You wouldn't have forgotten her, would you? Song Xiaomei asked suspiciously. You came back when you married my brother and spent a night with my family. Su Wan replied. I remember. Your younger brother Erlang has quite the character. Su Wan boasted deliberately. Song Xiaomei quickly interjected. Erlang was born prematurely and is frail. My sister raised him as if he were a girl, not allowing him to play with the village children, which made him shy. But he has very well behaved. Su Wan nodded and asked, how many years has your elder sister been married? I believe she married 8 years ago when I was 7, Song Xiaomei replied. I was too focused on Erlang that I didn't pay much attention to her, so I might not clearly remember her appearance. That's all right. My elder sister married far away, and it takes an afternoon to travel from their village to here. My brother-in-law's family doesn't have a cart, so only during the new year do my elder and second brothers go to fetch her. They must leave in the morning and only return at night, right? Song Xiaomei nodded, feeling a sense of shared understanding. Exactly, they arrive home after dark. Su Wan felt a sense of despair regarding ancient transportation. Visiting relatives was more cumbersome than traveling abroad. Song Ziheng was supposed to go to the capital for examinations, and here they were in Jiangnan. She could hardly fathom it. As they chatted about Song Dajia's family, Su Wan suddenly spotted a tavern ahead and stopped in her tracks. That's the tavern run by Lu Dama. How do you know? Sister-in-law? It says Song's Tavern on the sign, Su Wan pointed out, and the handwriting looks familiar. It must be your husband's. Indeed, Song Xiaomei replied proudly. My brother writes beautifully. Whenever their essay matter in the village, they always seek him out. Lu Dama says hiring someone to write outside costs a lot, but my brother's work is just as good. He doesn't charge family, so Lu Dama's son sent over several jars of wine. But my father and brothers don't drink, and it all ended up at my aunt's house. Su Wan glanced inside the tavern, but saw no patrons. Still, it must be profitable to run a tavern, so she asked, is this tavern rented or purchased? Purchased, Song Xiaomei confirmed. Then they must have made quite a bit of money. Song Xiaomei nodded. Lu Dama's 2 sons are quite adept at making a living. If Lu Dama weren't so attached to our village, they would have opened a tavern in the county by now. Su Wan nodded in agreement, but then noticed a cosmetics shop and, spotting 2 decent-looking pieces of fabric outside, thought the items inside must be of similar quality. She pulled Song Xiaomei towards it, but Song Xiaomei hesitated. This shop's items are quite expensive. You've saved me much more than this, Su Wan insisted, genuinely wanting to express her gratitude to Song Xiaomei. Despite being significantly older, she found the hard-working and considerate girl quite endearing. She appreciated that Song Xiaomei listened to her, but she wouldn't mind if she listened even more. After purchasing hair accessories and beaded flowers that exceeded her budget, Song Xiaomei felt a bit embarrassed yet delighted. Su Wan noticed that while the flower wasn't exquisite, it had a rustic charm, and she chose one for herself as well. Had it not been for Song Xiaomei insisting she had plenty of cosmetics already, she might have lingered to explore ancient beauty products further. Of course, the few garments hanging in the shop also caught her eye. Unfortunately, Song Xiaomei stood resolutely, determined to prevent any unnecessary expenditure. Of course, there were many other shops, and it was quite delightful to accompany Song Xiaomei as she selected items from the shopping list prepared by Song's mother. The list consisted of various household necessities that accumulated over several months, and they nearly traversed the entire street before completing their purchases. As they strolled, Song Xiaomei enthusiastically shared tales about the local customs and culture, oblivious to the fact that her sister-in-law, who had previously been aloof, had missed many amusing anecdotes shared among the sisters. They paused to rest at a street vendor, enjoying bowls of mung bean juice or lychee syrup, and continued their storytelling. Before they realized it, they had gathered everything on the list. The sun grew increasingly fierce, and glancing at the sky, Song Xiaomei exclaimed, "Oh dear, it must be past the hour of the snake. My father should be arriving soon." Su Wan quickly deduced that it was around 10 in the morning, which wasn't particularly late, but since they had arrived by 7, many villagers had already returned from their errands. "Su Wan said, let us buy some snacks for the children and head to the town entrance to wait for father." The elderly vendor selling snacks overheard Su Wan and eagerly called out, "Young lady, we have osmanthus candy, roasted sugar beans, and mung bean cakes, all homemade. Come and try them." These were treats that the Song family often prepared, and Su Wan initially lacked interest. However, seeing the elderly man, who was of a similar age to Song's grandmother, laboring under the scorching sun to attract attention, she felt compelled to support him. She sampled a roasted sugar bean and ordered a pound each of the 3 items without haggling, paying whatever he asked from her purse. As Song Xiaomei began to negotiate, Su Wan discreetly intervened, accepting the food wrapped in oil paper from the vendor and pulling Song Xiaomei away. "Why did you buy so much of all 3 items without bargaining? You might get taken advantage of." Song Xiaomei pondered aloud. "Did I overpay for these snacks?" After a moment of contemplation, Song Xiaomei hesitantly shook her head. "I suppose it wasn't too bad, but if we had haggled, we could have saved 3 or 4 coins. 3 or 4 coins is just enough for a sesame cake." "The vendor made a mere profit from selling me 3 pounds of snacks," Song Xiaomei countered. "He is at least making 5 or 6 coins, which could buy him 2 sesame cakes. Your arithmetic is quite impressive." Su Wan couldn't help but chuckle. "By the way, let us purchase a few sesame cakes to take home. That shop ahead smells delightful." Lost in thought about how much the vendor could earn from pound of snacks, Song Xiaomei was suddenly pulled towards a sesame cake shop. By the time she regained her senses, she found herself holding a package of hot, aromatic cakes. Upon reaching the town entrance, they saw several women from Song's village waiting there. They had arrived on the previous cart, and since Su Wan did not recognize them, Song Xiaomei introduced her. The villagers, warm and genuine, engaged Su Wan with questions as they were the last group to return home. By the time they reached the village, it was already lunchtime. Under the blazing midday sun, the children of the Song family remained indoors, eagerly awaiting their return. As soon as they heard noise from the courtyard, they rushed out in a swarm. Before Su Wan could remove the sunshade hat that Song's father had given her, she was surrounded by excited children. Even the shy and reserved eldest girl stood nearby, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Unperturbed, Su Wan removed her hat, tucking her hair behind her ears. Her face flushed from the heat as she wiped the sweat from her brow, remaining silent. The children exchanged glances and pushed the youngest forward. Without disappointing his siblings, the little boy opened his arms and hugged Su Wan's leg, looking up with innocent eyes and asking, "Aunt, did you bring back something delicious from town?" With a smile, Su Wan replied, "Indeed. Mung bean juice, lychee syrup, roasted sugar beans, sesame cakes, and so on." "Aunt has eaten her fill." The boy's eyes widened, and he gulped in anticipation. However, upon hearing the last part of Su Wan's statement, His expression dropped, and he pouted, on the verge of tears. But I want to eat too. What should I do? Feigning surprise, Su Wan met his gaze. Why didn't you say so earlier? Had I known you wanted to eat, I would have taken you along. After waiting all morning for this moment, the boy's eyes brimmed with tears, which he blinked back, stuttering, next time, it must take me along. All right, I promise to remember next time. The boy, with red eyes, extended his hand. Let's make a pinky promise. Suppressing a laugh, Su Wan bent down to hook her pinky with his, agreed. A pinky promise for 100 years, never change. Though he had secured a promise for next time, the little boy's wounded heart found no solace, his face still clouded with disappointment. The sight amused the women who had returned with Song's father, who commented, Silly boy, can't you smell how fragrant it is? Your aunt is teasing you. The boy, still confused, looked to Song's mother, who playfully chided Su Wan. You're not too old for jokes. Look how you've got the children all worked up. They've been waiting at home all day for your return. One woman jested. Ziheng's wife loves children so much. You must encourage him to work hard so you can have one of your own. At this, Su Wan fell silent, taking the little boy's hand as they entered the courtyard. Song's mother laughed. My daughter-in-law is shy and doesn't take to teasing easily. She's just a city girl after all. The women, each with their own matters to attend to, exchanged a few more words with Song's mother before dispersing. Su Wan distributed a generous handful of roasted sugar beans to the children and placed the rest on the table. Song Xiaomei brought the sesame cakes into the kitchen. Although they had only purchased 3, she cut them into palm-sized pieces, filling a bowl for the family. Outside, Song's mother inspected the household items from a cart, wary of unscrupulous vendors in town who might sell inferior goods to the unsuspecting young women. Satisfied with her findings, she nodded and moved the items into her room. At that moment, Li Shi peeked from the kitchen, noticing her mother-in-law entering the house. She stepped into the main room, where she spotted an oil paper package on the table. Curiously, she approached it, saying, Oh, what delightful things did my sister-in-law bring back from town today? Seeing only osmanthus candy and mung bean cakes, her expression soured. Did we really need to go to town for these? Song Xiaomei, who was serving dishes, rolled her eyes at this remark. By your logic, should we not pick osmanthus from our garden tomorrow and ask you to make osmanthus candy? And we could grind our own mung beans for you as well. Li Qi, embarrassed, withdrew her hand. I'm simply too busy working in the fields to be bothered with these frivolities. As Song Xiaomei set the dishes on the table, Li Shi's gaze fell upon a delicate flower ornament in her hair, its butterfly wings fluttering gracefully with her movements, resembling a living creature. A flicker of envy crossed Li Shi's eyes as she exclaimed, That flower ornament is quite lovely. Did it cost a pretty penny? Before Song Xiaomei could respond, Su Wan interjected, Not at all, just half a coin. If you like it, I'll buy you one the next time I go to town. Just then, Song's brothers returned from helping with the harvest, and upon hearing Su Wan's comment, Song Youfu inquired, What do you like? Li Shi quickly shook her head. I've got things to do in the kitchen. Since the second sister-in-law is resting, I'll go serve the food since the eldest sister has finished cooking, Song Xiaomei said as she left. Outside, Song's father sat with a fan, enjoying the breeze while puffing on his pipe, surrounded by children who shared the snacks. When Song Xiaomei re-entered, Su Wan called out, Xiaomei, where's my purse? I left it in the kitchen. I'll fetch it now. Song Xiaomei retrieved the purse and handed it over, prompting Su Wan to call for the eldest and second eldest girls. As the older siblings gathered around, the 2 younger ones, still savoring their sweetened beans, nestled beside their grandfather, gazing curiously. Su Wan produced 2 exquisite hairpins. While they may not rival the delicacy of Song Xiaomei's adornments, they were embellished with pearls and carved into the shape of adorable rabbits, possessing a unique charm. The eyes of Daniu and Erniu brightened instantly. Su Wan lovingly placed the hairpins atop their heads, smiling as she remarked, Daniu and Erniu are growing into lovely young ladies. You must take care to adorn yourselves. These hairpins from your third aunt should be worn daily, and when they wear out, I shall buy you new ones. Grateful, the sisters nodded obediently. Thank you, third aunt. Seeing them so beautifully adorned brought joy to Su Wan. She gently pinched the cherubic faces of the sisters and cast a meaningful glance towards Li Shi, who responded with a flicker of indifference, thinking that her daughter would still heed her once they returned indoors. Song Youfu felt a flush of embarrassment every time his sister-in-law gifted something to their daughter. It was often appropriated by his wife within mere hours. Now, it seemed even his sister was aware of this, prompting him to glare at Li Shi. resolving that he must prevent his wife from continuing to seize gifts meant for his daughter. Although the items belonged to their daughter, they were still gifts from his sister, who was generous and would replace anything lost or broken. Would this not ultimately disadvantage his sister? Su Wan then revealed another box, smiling as she handed it to Dainyu and Erniu. Upon opening it, Dainyu appeared momentarily stunned. Third aunt, what is this? Erniu furrowed his brow in contemplation before exclaiming, "It's go. The village chief has one." Song Yu-jin rubbed his hands together. They won't know how to play with it. It would be a waste. Though I do not know Go, I can teach you 5 in a row. When your third uncle returns, he will teach you Go, Su Wan explained. This is a wonderful pastime that nurtures one's character, preventing you from idling about and causing mischief. Ernie nodded, clutching the game box and beaming. My uncle says a gentleman should master the 6 arts, one of which is playing chess. Hearing this, Zhang Shi, who was setting the table, brightened up, but before she could speak, Su Wan playfully tapped Erniu's head, admonishing, "Do not speak without understanding. Wait until your uncle hears this. I wonder how he will scold you." "Uncle wouldn't scold us," interjected Sanyo, her cheeks bulging as she chewed on sweetened beans. "He would say, since you do not understand, write it down until you do." This remark elicited laughter from the others, but Dainyu expressed his joy. "If uncle teaches us chess, does that mean we 1T have to practice writing anymore?" Song's mother entered the main room and, upon hearing this, lightly smacked her eldest grandson. "How naive. Learning to read is of utmost importance. When did you start recognizing characters? Why don't I see you reading regularly?" Su Wan was curious. Song Xiaomei chuckled. "I learned from third brother for several years and still can't recognize many characters." Dainyu scratched his head, laughing. "Uncle doesn't visit often, so I've forgotten what I learned." Senyo finally finished her share of snacks, clapped her hands, and approached Su Wan, blinking innocently. "Third aunt, I'll learn to read too." Song Xiaomei playfully pinched his cheek. "Enough of that. You're just a distraction." The little one, oblivious to the banter, grinned widely as his aunt smiled at him. Su Wan extended her hand, revealing a small rabbit carved from redwood, its surface polished to a smooth sheen, glistening in the light. The rabbit, with a hole in its ear strung with a cord, was irresistibly charming. Sanyo instantly adored it, eagerly hanging it around her neck. Dainyu received a matching one. The rabbit represented their zodiac sign, and Su Wan ensured fairness in her gifts. The children were delighted, yet Song's mother reproached Su Wan. "You're frivolously spending money on unnecessary items." Though her tone was scolding, a smile graced her face. Su Wan retorted with a grin. "Even if I were to buy something useful, my parents would refuse to use it." Song's mother admonished, "There is no need to spend so indiscriminately. They say one cannot eat from the mountain forever, no matter how generous your family's dowry. Such spending will eventually deplete it." Li Shi, already resentful, felt a surge of anger at Su Wan's purchases, noting that after such a long visit to town, nothing was left for her, revealing a mean-spirited nature beneath the facade of generosity. Hearing Song's mother imply that she should not spend money, she couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh, sister-in-law has barely spent anything, and you're already reluctant." Song's mother shot her a glance, responding coldly, "When you can spend money on the children, then I shall not interfere. I would like to spend, but one needs the means," Li Shi retorted. "As they say, without parental wealth, how can I have a competent family to provide a substantial dowry?" Then refrained from making snide remarks. Song's mother impatiently interrupted Li Shi, glancing at Su Wan. "My caution against your spending is not due to your lack of funds, but rather to avoid raising an ungrateful wretch who demands more and more, never satisfied." Li Shi was incensed, interpreting her words as a veiled insult. She was about to unleash her anger, but was silenced by her husband's icy glare, causing her to falter, her legs trembling. Song Yofu felt utterly embarrassed. He had never considered this perspective before, merely assuming his wife was being petty. Now, he realized his mother's words were accurate. His wife was indeed acting like an ungrateful child. His sister owed them nothing, and had she not been generous in the past? Yet, he had never heard his wife speak a kind word about his sister, always begrudgingly accepting gifts while simultaneously blaming her for not providing more. After reflecting on this, Song Yofu felt a surge of frustration towards his wife, recognizing her as a source of discord within the family. Su Wan smiled sweetly. "Mother, I shall remember your words. It is my money, and I will spend it as I wish, but I shall ensure it is well spent." Song's father, having finished smoking, shook off the ash and was carefully cleaning his pipe when he chimed in, "What the third family says is indeed correct. One must ensure that money spent is worthwhile. However, Song Yofu pondered that his sister was right. Her money was hers to spend as she pleased. His wife's daily complaints made it seem as if everything belonged to her. He glared at Li Shi again, realizing he had previously overlooked her attitude. He felt grateful for his own resolve. Had he let her dominate, their household would be in constant turmoil. Li Shi, feeling the weight of her husband's cold stare, dared not utter another word. Zhang Shi emerged from the kitchen with soup, announcing, "Parents, it's time to eat." Song Xiaomei, upon hearing this, went to assist their grandmother. During the meal, she casually remarked to her mother, "It seems that third brother's study hasn't been cleaned in quite some time. Perhaps I should go with third sister-in-law to dust it today? You still have sewing to do. You cannot possibly have free time." Song's mother replied without a second thought. "I will clean it in a couple of days. In a few days, you will need to gather firewood from the mountains, and after splitting it, you will also need to collect tea seeds, which will keep you busy for at least half a month. No worries. Ziheng doesn't have to return this month. I can tidy up next month." Song Xiaomei fell silent, while Su Wan smiled. "It's just as well. I worry that the two of us might inadvertently damage the study." Song's mother nodded. "Indeed, you are young and might not handle things delicately. Damaging the books will be disastrous." Su Wan agreed, playfully winking at Song Xiaomei, who pouted, feeling slightly disgruntled. She was the one managing the household, preparing meals, and running errands to town, yet somehow she was perceived as lacking care. Suddenly, noticing her sister-in-law's exaggerated winks, she couldn't help but chuckle, covering half her face with her bowl to hide her amusement. 3 days later, after the Song brothers finished their work and received their payment, the family took up their axes and headed to the mountains, each with a clear division of labor. Old Man Song led his 2 sons to chop wood, while Mother Song, along with her 2 daughters-in-law and 2 eldest grandsons, gathered branches to bring home. Su Wan remained at home, assisting Song Xiaomei in preparing meals. The workers had eaten breakfast and set out early, and Song Xiaomei, busy at the door, called out, "Third sister-in-law, hurry up. My father and the others just left, and they won't return with the firewood soon. You should quickly find the book, and I'll keep watch at the gate for you." Su Wan hastily dressed and emerged, her hair hastily pinned up with a hairpin. She washed her face, neglected her breakfast, and took a book from under her pillow as a pretext before rushing to the study. They had originally agreed that Su Wan would call Song Xiaomei back once she found the book, but after waiting a long time without hearing her third sister-in-law's call, Song Xiaomei grew anxious that her grandmother might come looking for her. Cautiously, she tiptoed into the courtyard, softly calling out for her sister-in-law at the door, but received no reply. With a sense of unease, she silently approached the study door and peeked in. "Third sister-in-law, have you found it yet?" At that moment, Su Wan had her back to the door, her head lowered, making it impossible for Xiaomei to see her expression. Her delicate fingers, gripping the pages of the book, trembled slightly with intensity, the tips turning pale. Upon hearing Song Xiaomei's voice, she quickly composed herself, forced a smile, and turned to show the book in her hand. "I found it. Then come out quickly." Xiaomei. Before she could finish her sentence, their grandmother emerged from the main room. "What are you doing at the door?" Su Wan hurriedly tucked the book in her collar and stepped out with a smile. "I discovered that my husband left a book behind while tidying up the house today. I was afraid I would forget about it over time, so I returned it promptly." Song Xiaomei nodded. "I opened the door for third sister-in-law." Seeing the book on the table, Grandma Song nodded. "That's good. We don't understand these things. We shouldn't mess up the bookshelf. The book is on the table, and the 3 sons will know where to place it when they return." After hastily eating a few bites of breakfast, Su Wan put down her bowl and returned to her room. Observing her hurried steps, Song Xiaomei covered her mouth and smiled. Previously, third sister-in-law only mentioned food with such enthusiasm, but now she seems to have developed a fondness for books. Su Wan was preoccupied with her thoughts. Though her face did not reveal it, she lacked the mood to respond to Song Xiaomei. The latter, assuming her sister-in-law was simply anxious, did not mind and said, "What story has captured third sister-in-law's interest? You must tell me about it once you finish reading. I will definitely share it with you when I have the time. I'll head back to my room now." As Song Xiaomei tidied the dishes, she mused that her sister-in-law and brother indeed shared some resemblance as a couple. This love for books seemed to indicate a similarity. Closing the door, Su Wan retrieved the book, flipping to the dog-eared page. She feared that in her haste, she had not read it clearly. Now seated by the window, she meticulously read each word. The Emperor Gao Zong passed away, and the crown prince Shao Qi ascended to the throne as per the edict, changing the era name to Tian Yuan the following year. Su Wan fixed her gaze on the words for what felt like an eternity. While she was unfamiliar with the name Shao Qi, the era name Tian Yuan resonated in her mind. Song Chun, during the 29th year of Tian Yuan, was appointed as the top scholar by Emperor Zhongzong. After Emperor Zhongzong's passing, his third son, Shao Zhun, ascended the throne, honored posthumously as Emperor Renzong. During Renzong's reign, he vigorously promoted the imperial examination system and employed scholars from humble backgrounds. Minister Liu recommended his son-in-law Song Chun, who was appreciated for his talents by Emperor Renzong and subsequently entrusted with significant responsibilities. Su Wan was now certain that her fears had materialized. Yet, she harbored doubts. Although the title of minister was nominal, only those highly favored by the emperor would be granted such a position. His daughter, particularly the legitimate one, would naturally not lack suitors. Even if she greatly admired Song Ziheng's talents and eagerly sought to bring him under her tutelage, it would be deemed more favorable than marrying her daughter to him. In the noble families, the distinctions between legitimate and illegitimate offspring were strictly upheld. Even if Song Ziheng divorced his first wife, marrying the legitimate daughter of the Liu family would still place her in a secondary position, far removed from the primary wife. Moreover, if she were to become a secondary wife, the daughter of a minister would be seen as marrying beneath her, even if she were to marry into the royal family. Such a union would be considered a disgrace. Of course, it was also possible that the Liu family was unaware of his prior marriage, viewing him merely as a young talent they cherished. A common trope in stories where a virtuous wife tends to her elderly parents while her husband travels to take the imperial examinations. After achieving success, he might falsely claim he was not married and thus become the son-in-law of a high-ranking official, while his original wife remained at home waiting for him. However, Su Wan trusted her judgment. Neither the Song family nor Song Ziheng himself was the kind of person who would sacrifice their integrity for wealth or status. She could see that behind Song Ziheng's polished demeanor lay a lingering, scholarly spirit. He had known that the Su family owned an ox cart and a driver, which is why he had arranged for the cart himself on the first day to fetch her. Hearing from Mrs. Su that he was concerned about her family's financial situation, she had discreetly sent some silver to him before the wedding, which he had returned intact when coming for the bride. The Song family had also been considerate, expressing concern over how much of her own savings she had spent. How could they possibly agree to Song Ziheng divorcing his first wife to marry a daughter of a high-ranking official? In the eyes of the world, such an act would be viewed with disdain, far worse than spending the savings of a daughter-in-law. Moreover, the father of the original wife was old man Song's lifesaver. Ancient customs held gratitude as paramount, making it implausible for someone to act in gratitude. Song Ziheng would not deceive anyone, and the Liu family logically would not permit their legitimate daughter to marry someone with a living first wife. Even if one were to consider the extreme circumstance of the first wife's death, this would not resolve the dilemma. Suddenly, a jolt of realization struck Su Wan. No, if the first wife were dead, then everything would no longer be an issue. Only the people of Song family village were aware that Song Ziheng had taken a wife, and since that village was far from the capital, very few had ever ventured to Beijing. Even if someone did, they would not penetrate into the Liu family's circle. This meant that, in the capital, no one knew about Song Ziheng's marriage. If his original wife had passed away, the Liu family merely needed to negotiate with the Song family to keep the original marriage a secret, treating it as if he had never married. Thus, marrying their daughter to Song Ziheng would appear as a romantic tale of a talented scholar and a beautiful maiden, and all the questions that had previously puzzled her would be resolved. With this thought, Su Wan tossed the book on the table and lay by the bed, resting her hands under her head and staring motionlessly at the canopy. She had already died once. Was she to die again? She wondered if next time she would be as fortunate to traverse through time again. As she pondered, a pair of starry, luminous eyes suddenly appeared before her, gazing intently at her with pure joy, a simple satisfaction akin to a child receiving a beloved toy, devoid of the usual depth. To be honest, Su Wan found it hard to part with him. In 2 lifetimes, she had encountered such an extraordinary man, perfectly meeting her criteria for a partner. Their relationship had only just begun. Even if they had not yet reached the passionate stage of love, it was merely a matter of time. Song Ziheng was still an unrefined man, but but she was determined to nurture him into a considerate and sensitive partner. How could she bear to relinquish the fruits of her efforts before she had the chance to relish them, allowing him to be taken by another woman? It was an unjust world where the efforts of those who came before would be enjoyed by others. Su Wan reflected for a moment before realizing that dwelling on this was futile. The saying goes, when the king wants you dead at midnight, who would keep you alive until dawn? It was inevitable, and overthinking would yield no benefit. Instead, she would speculate on how she might meet her demise this time, perhaps in the same manner as when she had first traveled here, slipping away into eternal rest without a hint of awareness. Or perhaps she would awaken to find herself back in her original life. Hoping her body had not yet succumbed completely, Su Wan suddenly sat up in bed, realizing she had stumbled into a misconception. When she traversed into this world, the original owner was running alone from Songjia village back to her maternal home. The journey to the county took at least a day's travel. It seemed rather peculiar that a young and beautiful woman, inexperienced in the ways of the world, managed to reach home so safely. It was implausible that she had crossed over without reason, taking over the original owner's body. Could it be posited that, according to the trajectory of history, the original owner was supposed to encounter misfortune on her way home? Yet that did not occur. Instead, it was in her dreams that calamity befell her, and upon awakening, she found herself in ancient times. In essence, the original owner had already perished according to historical events, and now it was she, a modern woman, who need not face death a second time. Su Wan quickly clasped her hands together, sincerely uttering, "May the Buddha bless me." If that were the case, what did it matter if she was the daughter of a noble family? She refused to believe that Song Ziheng would abandon her for another. However, after her prayer, Su Wan sighed deeply. All of this was merely speculation. Predicting the future based on the present was fraught with uncertainty. Perhaps she trusted Song Ziheng now, but the whims of fate were unpredictable, and human hearts were inscrutable. Who could say that Song Ziheng would not be blinded by wealth and luxury in the future? As Su Wan gradually squinted her eyes, a glimmer of determination flickered within her. After living in this place for a few months, she had become complacent, merely surviving without concern, akin to a parasite, perhaps even losing the confidence and fighting spirit inherent to a modern woman. This matter was not yet conclusive. After all, emotions were akin to gambling. Regardless of the outcome, she needed to take a chance. Even if she lost, it was merely a man. As long as she had a fallback plan, she had no reason to fear for her survival. Resolute, Su Wan heard the sound of water being drawn from the well, indicating that Sister Song was about to prepare lunch. She rose, tucked her book beneath her pillow, and tidied her clothes and hair before stepping outside. Upon seeing her, Sister Song smiled. "Sister-in-law, have you finished your book? Are you willing to emerge from your literary sanctuary?" Su Wan chuckled. "It's not as if I finished it so quickly. I still have responsibilities to attend to." With that, she carried a basin and vegetables from the kitchen. "You seem utterly entranced by your reading, akin to third brother. They say that not all family members belong under the same roof, and it appears to hold true." With a smile, Su Wan lowered her head to sort the vegetables, remaining silent. The Song family had spent around 10 days gathering enough firewood to last a year, and they also joined the villagers in collecting tea seeds. The tea trees were wild, so the more seeds they gathered, the better. The Song family lacked sufficient able-bodied workers, so even Sister Song brought along the older and younger girls, while the younger ones took their baskets and played with friends, returning home with half a basket each. It was a frenzy of activity, and Su Wan could no longer resist the urge. The next day, she donned one of Song Ziheng's old coats, wrapped a floral scarf around her head, and followed the crowd up the mountain. However, after half a morning of gathering, she only realized upon returning home to cook with Sister Song that her hands were covered in red scratches from branches. The wounds were not deep, but Su Wan's fair skin made even the slightest mark stand out prominently. As they walked home, Sister Song chattered incessantly. "Sister-in-law, I told you not to go, yet you insisted on following. Now look at your hands, all covered in red marks. When third brother returns in a few days, won't he blame us?" Only then did Su Wan feel the sting in her hands. Unlike Sister Song, she did not feel overly concerned. Such minor injuries would not leave scars. Instead, she reproached herself. "It's my own fault for being incapable and holding you back. You've never worked, and you won't need to in the future. Once my brother passes the examination, we'll hire some laborers. There is no need for you to toil in the fields," Sister Song replied bluntly. "Even if you learned, it will be of no use. Best to stay at home." Su Wan retorted, I rarely see you working in the fields. How come you're so adept at gathering in the mountains? We've been doing this since childhood. Although we don't farm, we still have chores at home. Our hands are rough and tough. It's not so easy to injure them. Upon entering the courtyard, Sister Song pushed Su Wan inside, insisting, you should rest. Your hands are injured and shouldn't touch water. I can manage here by myself. Su Wan understood that when she called Sister Song for assistance, it was merely to prevent her from being idle all day. Sister Song was skilled at cooking and could handle it alone. Nodding, Su Wan returned to her room. About a week later, there were no tea seeds left on the mountain. Everyone had gathered thoroughly. The Song family collected 4 large baskets, and after drying them for half a month, they weighed them to find an astonishing quantity of over 60 pounds. However, the extracted oil amounted to only around 20 pounds. Su Wan was astonished, yet the Song family was delighted, believing they had gathered more tea seeds this year than ever before, yielding a greater amount of tea oil. Such precious oil was too valuable for the Song family to consume themselves. They set aside 3 to 4 pounds and sold the remaining 20 pounds in town, only receiving 6 coins in return. Song Mu, holding the money, expressed disappointment. How come it's only 6 coins? Song Yujin replied. The shopkeeper at the grain and oil store said there was too much tea oil this year and feared it wouldn't sell, so he had to lower the price. He wouldn't pay a single coin more. With a sigh, Song Mu took the money and retreated indoors. Su Wan sat nearby, contemplating. Tea oil was precious. Most families would not dare consume their own, let alone purchase it. Thus, selling their oil at the market would yield only a pound or 2 a day. A time-consuming endeavor without profit, leaving them with no choice but to sell to the grain and oil store, where the shopkeeper relentlessly pressed down the price. Calculating the numbers, Su Wan felt her heart ache. Had she known they would earn so little, she would have purchased it all. This was truly pure and natural, without additives. Tea oil was not only nutritious, but also a beauty elixir, suitable for facial cleansing, masks, and moisturizing. There was no telling if the grain and oil store would mix in inferior products. Regardless, autumn had arrived, and Su Wan had longed for grapes, finally being informed that they were ready for picking. However, after tasting a few, she felt somewhat disappointed. Although the grapes had a hint of sweetness, the sourness was too pronounced. Some might enjoy the sweet and sour flavor, but she despised sourness. Even a little vinegar in her cooking felt overwhelmingly tart. After a few bites, her teeth felt uncomfortable, yet the younger ones were competing to shove grapes in her mouth, insisting, Annie, they're delicious. Have some. Su Wan felt a twinge of sadness. The greater the expectation, the deeper the disappointment. She found herself reminiscing about her life in the modern world. Looking up at the grapevines, she asked, will we be able to consume all these grapes? Of course not. Grapes spoil quickly after being picked, Sister Song replied. What do people usually do with them? Many families grow grapes, and if not, there are wild grapes on a mountain. No one would spend money on them. If they can't finish them, they simply dry them for snacks during the new year. Will dried grapes taste good? They're hard and not very sweet. I love them, the younger girl shouted, swallowing 2 grapes as Su Wan looked on in dismay. It seemed a waste. In her mind, she shook her head. If dried grapes were unappetizing, why not make wine or vinegar? Suddenly, an idea sparked within her, and she smiled brightly. Since no one wants to buy the grapes, transforming them into something else might be worthwhile. Sister Song's eyes brightened at her words, knowing that her sister-in-law was particularly meticulous about food. In matters of cuisine, Su Wan had already established herself as an authority in the Song family. The last time she had instructed Sister Song on making sour plum soup, the villagers had loved it. Now, Sister Song was full of trust in Su Wan's suggestions and quickly inquired, what can we make? Su Wan did not respond immediately, instead glancing up at the grapes overhead. What is the latest we can pick these grapes? The ripest ones need to be picked soon, otherwise they spoil. The others can wait another half month. This is my first attempt, and I'm about 70% confident, but we can't risk everything on this. You must trust me. Let us first pick the ones that must be harvested and process them. Su Wan gazed at Song Xiao Mei and said, let me give you a hint. If this works out, it will certainly be more profitable than the last venture with the tea oil. Upon hearing this, Song Xiao Mei hesitated for a moment, but Su Wan did not urge her, silently contemplating the grapes in her hands. After a brief pause, Song Xiao Mei gritted her teeth and declared, all right, I'll follow your lead. After all, these grapes are homegrown, and if we don't sell them, wasting them means we'll just eat a few less. Su Wan was somewhat surprised. She had anticipated that Song Xiaomei would deliberate for a long time. Instead, she made her decision with remarkable decisiveness. Though she appeared to be a lively and clever young girl, Su Wan realized she had underestimated her resolve. However, Song Xiaomei added, "Let's keep this from our parents for now. They might be fine, but I dread the incessant nagging from my second sister-in-law. It's truly bothersome. But with such a significant reduction in grapes, how could they not notice?" Currently, their parents and brothers were working in town, where meals were provided. By the time they returned at night, it was already dark, and they left early in the morning before dawn, so they wouldn't be paying attention to this. With a slight smile, Song Xiaomei expressed her eagerness. "Third sister-in-law, what do you suggest we do? Let us start now." Recently, the price of camellia oil had plummeted. In previous years, it could sell for 7 or 8 coins, but now it had drastically dropped. Song Mu was so distressed that her heart ached. The atmosphere in the Song household had been gloomy until they heard about job openings in town. A wealthy man returning from Hangzhou intended to build a grand residence and ancestral hall, mandating its completion within 2 months. Such a large project required many workers. Initially, only men were hired, but later, women were included as well, albeit at half the wage of men. Nevertheless, it was still better than other labor opportunities. The entire Song family mobilized to earn money, dispersing the recent oppressive atmosphere. Thus, when Su Wan mentioned the camellia oil, Song Xiaomei resolutely decided to team up with her. She thought that if they could indeed make money, their parents wouldn't have to toil so hard for others. Given her father's skills, he could earn some income doing carpentry at home. "Xiaomei," Su Wan instructed, "please boil a large pot of water. Once it reaches a boil, add the clay jar, its lid, and find a stick and a pair of chopsticks to boil for a while. We will need them shortly. I'll go call the Wa and Erwa to bring the ladder and pick the grapes." Song Xiaomei did not ask further, nodding in agreement. "All right." She turned and went inside to retrieve a large clay jar. Su Wan directed the Wa and Erwa to climb the ladder and pick the grapes, which were briefly soaked in water before being placed in a clean basket to dry, filling 2 large baskets to the brim. After Song Xiaomei brought out the boiled clay jar, Su Wan called for the older boys to wash their hands in hot water, drying off before crushing the dried grapes and placing them into the jar. With many hands at work, it was completed within a quarter of an hour. Su Wan then instructed Song Xiaomei to add a pound of white sugar, sealing it with the lid. Da Wa and Erwa carefully carried the jar into Su Wan's room, and she rewarded each with a coin as a sealing fee. The boys then took a chessboard to play under the shade of a tree, while the Nyo and Nyo went back inside to continue their needlework. Grandma Song, aware of the proceedings, merely shook her head with a smile as she observed the sisters. "You both are quite the troublemakers under your third aunt's influence." Nyo giggled. "Ever since third aunt came, it's been much more fun. We often get to enjoy snacks." Grandma Song chided playfully, "Enjoy it while you can. Once you step out, who will entertain you all day?" Song Xiaomei lingered in Su Wan's room, suddenly remembering, "Oh, I haven't asked you yet, third sister-in-law. Why are we doing it this way with the grapes? How long will it take before it's ready to use?" "It's similar to winemaking. About half a month should suffice," Su Wan replied. "Winemaking?" Song Xiaomei's eyes widened in surprise. She had never heard of grapes being used for wine, and besides, they hadn't added any yeast. How could it possibly ferment? "We shall see in half a month if it works," Su Wan reassured her. "If it turns out well, it will be suitable for everyone, young and old. For those who dislike rice wine, this grape wine is sweet and fragrant with a decent kick. A small sip before bed can enhance beauty, far more effective than any cosmetics." Song Xiaomei nodded repeatedly, realization dawning upon her. "No wonder you were so fixated on Mrs. Lu's son's wine shop when you last visited the town. You had this plan all along." Indeed, it was the wine shop that had inspired Su Wan to consider brewing something unique, though she initially thought only of the idea and not a profit. "But I've never heard of grape wine. How do you know how to make it?" "I once read a book in my parents' home that mentioned grape wine was invented by foreigners. Here, it's likely only the wealthy can afford it. I've long wanted to try making it, so I pondered for quite some time. Since it's wine, I decided to follow the winemaking methods. While glutinous rice must be steamed, how could I steam the grapes? Thus, I crushed them before placing them in the jar. As for the yeast used for rice wine, it might not be available from overseas, so I opted to try without it." Song Xiaomei nodded in agreement. "It sounds reasonable. You're quite clever to figure this out on your own. Do you remember the last time I asked you to fry hibiscus flowers? I had never tried it before. I just heard your brother recite a poem and thought of it. I guess I'm just naturally smart, Su Wan boasted without modesty. Song Xiaomei chuckled. I think third sister-in-law is probably just born with a greater love for food, which is why she can come up with such unique ideas. Though it was a playful jab, her underlying worries lessened significantly. She recalled how her third sister-in-law had simply seen hibiscus flowers and, upon her brother's suggestion, had an irresistible urge to pick and fry them. The result was indeed delicious, leaving even herself longing for more. Now, with the grape wine being something her third sister-in-law had pondered for quite some time before attempting, it was unlikely to go awry. Su Wan meditated smiled in silence, claiming she had a 60 to 70% certainty of success, though she knew it was merely an excuse. Deep down, she felt confident it would succeed. Although she had never personally brewed grape wine, she had a close friend who was a DIY enthusiast, adept at making everything from grape wine to apple vinegar and mulberry wine. In her impoverished days, she had lived with her friend for an entire year, observing her work tirelessly from spring to winter, making everything she could at home instead of purchasing it. Not just food, but also homemade face masks, cleansers, and soaps. Having witnessed it all and occasionally lending a hand, Su Wan had learned much. If not for the presence of so many eyes, she would have attempted to create her own skincare and cosmetics. Su Wan was now entirely focused on the grape wine, diligently sealing and pressing down the floating skins 2 or 3 times a day, as it was indeed a meticulous task that could not be neglected for even a single day. Meanwhile, the men of the Song family, working outside all day for others, truly seemed oblivious to the significant reduction of grapes on the vine, just as Song Xiaomei had said. Laboring to help build houses for others was far more exhausting than their own farming. Though the weather had cooled, working under the sun all day was still grueling, with minimal breaks at noon. After meals, they were quickly sent back to work, and within a few days, everyone had tanned considerably, rivaling even Africans in their complexion. At night, the Song family gathered in the courtyard to enjoy the cool air. Song Mu glanced at the moon and remarked, in a few days, "It will be the Mid-Autumn Festival. Ziheng should be returning soon." Back then, we were still working in town, Li Shi added, exhausted from her recent labors. Her energy for picking on Su Wan having dissipated. But when third brother comes home and finds out you've gone back to work in town without resting for 2 days, he will surely be upset. Song Xiaomei responded. Song Lao Pei replied sternly, Ziheng will be taking the entrance exam next year. If he passes, he will go to the capital to take the imperial exam. The travel expenses and lodging will all cost money. Su Wan felt it was time to express her intent. Even if the Song family refused her offer, given Song Lao Pei's business-minded nature, he would never remain indifferent. Just as she prepared to speak, an unfamiliar voice called from outside. Is there a woman named Jen? Song Mu quickly responded, I'm here in the courtyard. Please come in. Su Wan then saw an unfamiliar woman enter, heading straight for Song Mu. Jen, you're back, she exclaimed, relieved to catch her breath. The wealth of the rich is not easily earned. It is both exhausting and sweltering. If one drinks too much water, the need to relieve oneself may lead to a reprimand from the overseer. Indeed, making money is no simple task. With a sigh, Mother Song inquired, Has Dongsheng's daughter come to see me about something? She recalled that her daughter-in-law's brother worked at a tavern in the county. Today, he had brought something over and conveyed a message to their son, Ziheng. Her daughter-in-law was at home caring for several children and could not come herself. It was only upon her return that she asked her to deliver the letter. As Dongsheng's daughter spoke, she produced an envelope from her bosom and handed it to Mother Song. What is this letter about? Mother Song wondered, taking the letter and finding it somewhat strange. Her son usually sent verbal messages, and in the village, only the village chief could read a few characters. Why bother the village chief? Isn't Ziheng's wife literate? Dongsheng's daughter remarked, casting a playful gaze at Su Wan, showering her with compliments. Your daughter-in-law is remarkable, resembling a celestial being, both beautiful and poised. To use their words, she is indeed a lady of noble birth, and she can even read. Instantly, everyone in the courtyard turned their attention to Su Wan. Noticing their reaction, Dongsheng's daughter asked, Clearly, you all were unaware? Su Wan quickly explained. My parents believe that a woman's lack of talent is a virtue and fear my in-laws would disapprove, so they did not allow me to mention this. Besides, now that I am married, serving the elders is of utmost importance. Being literate seems irrelevant. Your in-laws are too cautious. Being literate is a splendid thing. We should be delighted, not displeased, Mother Song reproached. Sister Song chimed in. Third brother once wanted me to learn to read, but alas, I am too dull-witted to grasp it. If sister-in-law can learn, it shows her intelligence. When we have a nephew, if third brother is busy, sister-in-law can assist in teaching him. Upon hearing this, Mother Song gazed more gently at Su Wan. Sister said it well. It is said that dragons give birth to dragons and phoenixes to phoenixes. Their family of commoners has produced a naturally studious Ziheng, fearing to hinder him. Now that both Ziheng and his wife can read and have knowledge, their future children will not be neglected. Initially, marrying Ziheng to this wife seemed like a repayment of kindness, but it now appears their family has gained much. The daughter raised with care will certainly benefit them. After laughing for a moment, Dongsheng's daughter continued. Though she wrote a letter for Ziheng's wife, she also conveyed a few words from my daughter-in-law's brother. Firstly, the academy will be closed for 2 days for the Mid-Autumn Festival, but he estimates he will not be back because there are gatherings in Jiangzhou attended by scholars, and the teacher wishes to take Ziheng along. Secondly, Ziheng said that once the busy farming season is over, if there is no pressing matter, he would like his wife to teach the eldest and second children to read, as she has read many books and is more than capable of instructing them. Except for the 3 directly mentioned, everyone in the Song family burst into laughter, especially Song Yujin and his wife. In this era, the concept of social hierarchy is strict, and education is practically the sole pathway for the children of the impoverished. Both the government and the people place great importance on scholars. Now that Song Ziheng is away, he still urges Su Wan to teach the 2 children, indicating a genuine desire to nurture his brothers. Song Yujin and his wife, without complaint, support their brother's education, hoping that once they achieve success, they might assist their own son. Song Yujin felt a sense of pride, while Chancellor was overwhelmed with joy, tears brimming in her eyes as she looked at Su Wan. Then I must trouble you, sister-in-law. If they do not study diligently, do not hesitate to use the ruler on them. Entrusted with this significant responsibility, Su Wan, though wanting to decline, felt a pang of reluctance seeing Zhang Shi's earnest demeanor. She understood Zhang Shi's sentiments. With Song Ziheng busy with his studies and often away from home, he could hardly attend to his nephews. Moreover, the family's finances were already strained providing for Song Ziheng alone, leaving them unable to send the 2 children to private school. Zhang Shi must have felt disheartened, and now, with a glimmer of hope, she likely viewed Su Wan as a lifeline, for in ancient times, a son was a woman's lifelong support. As for Su Wan, teaching the 2 children to read posed no difficulty, so she had no reason to refuse. She nodded and said, "It is said that once a teacher, always a husband. Though they need not formally bow to me as their teacher, since you trust me, I shall do my utmost not to disappoint you. Once we establish a plan tomorrow, they will learn according to my guidelines. However, let me be clear, everyone knows that sporadic effort yields little learning. If we are to study, we shall adhere to the academy structure, determining when to attend class, review books, practice writing, and when to rest. I shall not speak, and they shall not step outside the compound without my permission." Zhang Shi nodded repeatedly. Sister-in-law is right. Studying must be done with discipline. You have the final say, and they will certainly obey. Song Yogin's eyes also reflected delight, though he suppressed it, glaring sternly at his 2 sons with a warning look. The eldest and second children gazed back, their eyes filled with disbelief and lament, unable to comprehend how their once blissful days had vanished. Su Wan, witnessing their expressions, could not help but chuckle and soften her tone. "After all, you both are my first batch of students. I declare here that although the rules may be strict, if you complete the tasks I assign, I shall grant you any reward you desire, as long as it is reasonable." The 2 brothers exchanged glances, a glimmer of happiness emerging in their eyes, and their reluctance towards studying began to wane. Li Shi, who had always been at odds with the Song family, now saw everyone praising Su Wan, which only fueled her resentment. "Quickly, sister-in-law, open the letter written by uncle and read it aloud for everyone to hear," she urged. Dongsheng's daughter had already taken her leave. The second child rose, muttering, "I will fetch the oil lamp," and vanished like smoke. Upon bringing back the oil lamp, under the faint glow of the lamp and moonlight, Su Wan opened the letter, revealing the words "to my beloved wife" inscribed on the back. She chuckled softly, unfolding the paper to find the first line addressed to his beloved, followed by the sentiment of separation and longing. Though it was spring, who could know the passage of 5 or 6 years? Su Wan was taken aback. In their daily interactions, Song Ziheng appeared quite shy. But here he was quoting poetry about love, expressing that one day apart felt like 3 autumns. While modern ears might find such expressions tiresome, in ancient times, such overt declarations were rare. In their conversations, Song Zi-hung often struggled to utter even slightly affectionate words, yet he found the courage to write this. Su Wan smiled as she read through the letter, only to realize everyone was staring at her. Sister Song, feeling anxious, quickly asked sister-in-law, "What did my brother write?" Su Wan glanced at her, then suddenly lowered her head. In the dim light, her lashes appeared longer, fluttering like butterfly wings against her eyelids. Slowly, she folded the letter back into its envelope, her fair cheeks tinged with a faint blush. Clutching the envelope tightly, she looked towards Father Song and Mother Song. "Father, Mother, I shall return to my room to rest." Mother Song nodded. "Go on. In the future, I trust you will help the eldest and second children." Even after Su Wan had left the room, Sister Song remained puzzled and turned to her mother, asking, "Why did sister-in-law not respond to me?" Li Shi Skufa, her tone laced with sarcasm. "That letter was written by her husband. Why should she share it with you?" Zhang Shi shot Li Shi a sidelong glance and said to Sister Song, "You are too young to understand." From the way sister-in-law acted, it was clearly a conversation between husband and wife. How could it be for us to see? Upon hearing this, Sister Song's face flushed crimson, and she hurriedly excused herself to return to her room. Father Song finished a pipe of tobacco, chuckling as he went back inside. Although his youngest son could not return in time for the Mid-Autumn Festival, he had specifically instructed his daughter-in-law to teach the 2 eldest grandsons to read. He was not greedy. He knew the 2 boys resembled their eldest brother, more simple than clever. He did not expect them to become top scholars, but if they could possess even half of their uncle's intelligence, he would have little to worry about. Thus, even in the absence of his precious son, Father Song felt a great sense of contentment. Mother Song, having risen after her husband, turned her gaze towards Li Shi, observing her intently until Li Shi, uncomfortable, shifted her gaze away. Finally, Mother Song spoke softly, "Let us retire early. There is work to be done tomorrow." Chapter 30. Su Wan had never taught children before. In her previous life, she could hardly be said to have a fondness for them. Her work kept her busy and lacking siblings. She had no nieces or nephews to interact with. Her best friend was determined to be child-free. And, while there were a couple of genuine friends in her circle who had married and had children, their rare gatherings left her with little time to engage with their offspring. When she did encounter children, they were always well-mannered, having been raised with care. Although Su Wan often saw complaints about unruly children on social media, her first real experience with such children came after her journey to this world. Upon arriving in this realm, her first interactions with children were striking. Compared to the adults of the Song family, she found herself more inclined to mingle with the youngsters. In her initial days, when she was cautious and anxious about concealing her identity, a pair of pure, bright eyes gazed at her unblinkingly, bringing her a sense of security she had not felt before. Now that she had gained some understanding and mastery of this world, she no longer felt the same trepidation. Yet, her affection for these children remained. Their innocent eyes held a special significance for her. Thus, Su Wan resolved to earnestly educate the unruly children. Lacking experience, she nevertheless believed that having seen children learn, she could manage. In a previous period drama, she had acted in the female lead used educational materials for children, and thus Su Wan found a book in Song Zi-hung's study containing over 1,000 characters. The 2 older boys had been neglecting their studies, barely retaining anything from their sporadic learning, so she decided to start from scratch, teaching them to read, recite, comprehend, and write. One book would suffice for their studies. With no particular techniques, she encouraged them to read, recite, and write more, rewarding those who were obedient and learned quickly with treats, while those who did not pay attention received a light smack on the palm. The 2 boys, now of a certain age, possessed a sense of shame. After hearing the younger children recite human nature is inherently good, they felt somewhat embarrassed, compelled to take their studies more seriously. The younger children's greatest delight lay in watching their older brothers occasionally reprimanded or punished, and they would clap and laugh heartily at their misfortune, refusing to join their friends even when invited to play. Su Wan decided to let them bring small stools into the room, allowing them to join the study as well, hoping to inspire the 2 indifferent students. "I'm not watching you now. You will recite for a quarter of an hour. When I return, I will check. If you cannot recite, you shall squat in the sun," she instructed. San Yo, with a cheerful grin, inquired, "Aunt San, What does squatting in the sun mean? You will find out shortly, Su Wan replied, placing the book down and exiting the main room. The Song family was now quite comfortable with Su Wan entering the study, though they were less assured of the children learning their characters inside. Feeling a bit stifled in the study, Su Wan decided to move the teaching location to the dining table, which would serve as a large desk for all four of them. Song Xiaomei, wearing a newly made dress, was in the kitchen, sleeves rolled up, mixing dry flour and baking soda with salt, while setting aside a small bowl of shell peanuts. Then, she poured a bowl of warm water into a basin containing white sugar, watching as the sugar dissolved. Unable to contain herself, she muttered, "Why do these multi-flavored peanuts require so much sugar? Who could afford to do this every day? We've bought sugar 3 times this month already, and thankfully, Mother doesn't know." Xiaomei, Su Wan gently patted her shoulder, causing Song Xiaomei to jump slightly. Turning around, her face flushed, she stammered, "Sister San." Su Wan affectionately wrapped her arm around her shoulder, saying, "You look lovely in that color. It's truly beautiful and eye-catching. You have a good eye for choosing. Sister San, there's so much fabric. I just picked a piece at random. Yours is nice. The color is beautiful. How could it not look good? But you've been praising me all day. Why don't you wear what you made?" Song Xiaomei nodded shyly, her initial awkwardness fading away. The Song family had produced Song Ziheng, but the other siblings were quite ordinary. Song Xiaomei had never heard anyone compliment her beauty growing up, and she rarely dressed up. Years ago, when she had to work outdoors, her skin tanned, but over the past few months, she had learned to avoid the sun and had been using the whitening mask her sister San recommended, made from just an egg white, which was quite resource-intensive. The results were indeed effective, and within months, she noticed her complexion had become much fairer. However, this seemed futile with the arrival of her stunning sister-in-law. In comparison, Song Xiaomei never considered herself attractive. Her sister-in-law was genuinely beautiful, with fair, delicate skin and clothing style she had never seen, adorned with numerous pieces of jewelry. Even without the ostentation of a wealthy lady, her every move captivated attention. Song Xiaomei thought to herself that it was fortunate her sister-in-law preferred staying home. Otherwise, her second sister-in-law's personality would have truly caused chaos at home. The family actually preferred she stayed indoors. Her sister-in-law had ventured outside only a handful of times. Yet everyone in the village, even neighboring ones, knew about the beautiful new bride. The last time she had accompanied her sister-in-law to town, she noticed many men and women glancing at her sister-in-law, their gazes lingering as if they had never seen someone so lovely before. Upon returning home, she heard tales of young men lingering around their courtyard, curious to catch a glimpse of her sister-in-law. A few days prior, she had visited the village chief, where her fourth sister revealed that those young men had come hoping for a chance to meet her sister-in-law. Seeing her fourth sister's expression, Song Xiaomei felt an urge to spit in her face, as it was clear those were merely superficial fellows. Her sister-in-law, who hardly ever left the courtyard, was the most proper person. It was not her sister-in-law's fault for being beautiful. Looking up, Song Xiaomei caught a glimpse of her sister-in-law's fair face. Realizing it was perhaps better that she did not wear anything, there were already people unable to contain themselves. If word got out that her sister-in-law was making new clothes, who knew how it would be embellished? However, she swallowed her thoughts, as her parents had instructed her to keep such matters secret, fearing her sister-in-law would feel uneasy if she knew. Su Wan pretended not to notice Song Xiaomei's hesitation and simply smiled. "I want to wear it until your brother returns. I wanted to see your craftsmanship and thank you properly. I'll be waiting," Song Xiaomei replied, her smile returning, feeling her earlier gloom was unfounded. Her sister-in-law truly adored her brother. Furthermore, anyone with eyes could see that when her brother was around, no one else captured attention. Hence, no matter how her fourth sister gossiped, no one paid it any heed. "By the way, Sister San, why are you out? Aren't you teaching them to recognize characters? I assigned them a task. They must recite on their own." Su Wan remembered and realized she needed to check on the wine. "I'll go too." Song Xiaomei hurriedly cleaned her hands and wiped them on her apron before following Su Wan. After fermenting for over 10 days, the moment she opened the lid, a rich aroma of wine wafted out. Previously, only half the grapes had been added, but now the water had risen to the brim. Song Xiaomei leaned in for a closer look and, catching a whiff, her face lit up with joy. "It's almost ready. We didn't even put in that many grapes, but now it looks like there is a full jar." "So what nadi?" pressing down the floating grape skins with a stick before sealing the jar again. Upon returning to the kitchen, Song Xiaomei's eyes sparkled with glee as she no longer complained about the sugar and spices used for the multi-flavored peanuts. The peanuts were homegrown and inexpensive. It was merely a few pounds of sugar and some spices. Once her sister-in-law finished brewing the wine, they could enjoy as much as they wished. The profitability of winemaking is well understood by her. Aunt Lu's two sons have not only acquired a large house and shop in town, but are now contemplating a move to the city. The wine they produce differs significantly from that of Aunt Lu, which requires glutinous rice, far more expensive than grapes. However, Sister San remarked that grapes are a rarity. Glutinous rice can be stored for several years, allowing for year-round production, whereas grape wine cannot. Sister San claims that grape wine boasts numerous benefits, surpassing even the finest perfumes, thus elevating its value considerably. Unlike Aunt Lu's sons, they do not aspire to purchase grand homes. They are content as long as they earn enough for Brother San to travel to the capital for his examinations. Su Wan observed from outside for a considerable time before stepping inside. The older boys had fallen silent, while the younger one continued to shake his head and recite fervently, his demeanor even more earnest than that of a formal student. Su Wan suppressed a smile, maintaining a stern expression befitting her role as a teacher. In just a few days, the older boys had learned to refrain from grinning at her. Clearing her throat, she inquired if they had memorized everything from the previous lessons. The brothers appeared taken aback, hesitant to respond, but Su Wan waved her hand dismissively, stating that they seemed confident and must have remembered everything. "Who will begin?" she prompted. The outcome was disheartening. Without hesitation, Su Wan directed them to the yard. It was nearing evening, the sun not overly strong, so they need not fear sunstroke. With a serious demeanor, she embodied the essence of a strict educator. "Begin now. Squat properly. No one is permitted to move for less than a quarter of an hour. Or there will be no snacks today." San Nyo tugged at Su Wan's sleeve, looking up to ask, "Aunt San, yesterday we had chestnut cake. What will today's snack be?" "Deliciously fragrant peanuts, far more delectable than yesterday's chestnut cake. Can you smell it?" The children nodded eagerly, saliva nearly escaping their mouths. Upon hearing of food, the two younger ones could hardly contain themselves, joining in on the punishment with enthusiasm. As Song Xiaomei emerged from the kitchen, she found the children squatting in a line, hands stretched straight, legs slightly bent, their positions appearing quite comical. Her sister-in-law sat beneath the grape trellis, fanning herself as she instructed, "Erwa, lower your squat a bit more. San Nyo and San Wan must remain still, squat properly." This scene seemed even more stringent than her brother's demeanor, prompting a chuckle from Song Xiaomei as she noted the stark contrast between the older boy's pained expressions and the younger one's eager enthusiasm. Has Sister Sin brought her teaching methods outside? They were unable to recite, thus facing punishment. Receiving her nephew's beseeching glances, Song Xiaomei pondered, "I've heard them recite quite well, just last night. They recited for hours before their parents, bringing them great joy. Indeed, their recitation had been commendable, and they could recognize characters, but as the new material was fresh, they had forgotten everything by today." Su Wan exhaled in frustration, reflecting on the hopelessness of her two inept students. Could she return them? Fortunately, Su Wan was not one to dwell on concerns. She believed in doing her best and letting fate take its course. Moreover, the older boys were not truly unruly. They could be mischievous at times, but were very obedient. When Su Wan instructed them to memorize, they did so diligently. When punished to copy characters, they complied earnestly. And even when squatting, they remained serious. Su Wan chose to say little, merely slowing the pace of their lessons and occasionally testing their knowledge of previously learned characters. The day before the Mid-Autumn Festival, the work in the town concluded for Song Laoda and his companions. They received their wages and returned, weary yet smiling. On the day of the festival, Song Ziheng indeed did not return, but Song's mother brought home a whole pound of meat. Su Wan observed the meat with a discerning eye, recognizing the tendency to favor fatty cuts, which were considered delicacies. There was hardly any lean meat visible among the pieces she brought. If it were cooked with oil, it might be palatable, but Su Wan heard her mother-in-law instructing Zhang, "Just stir-fry this meat. Everyone has worked hard this month and deserves a good meal." Su Wan pondered aloud, "If we wish to nourish ourselves, why not buy a few bones to make soup?" "Bones for soup? You must be joking. There is hardly any meat on bones, and the resulting broth would lack flavor. Only families that can't afford meat resort to that." amused by the notion of such comparisons existing even in ancient times. Su Wan wanted to laugh, but maintained a serious demeanor. They are merely seeking convenience, boiling water without extracting the essence of the bones. How could there be any flavor? It is just salted water, devoid of meat aroma. Song's mother hesitated. Are you saying that pork bones are more nourishing than pork itself? Mother, go buy some rib bones. Just a couple will suffice. Start simmering them on low heat, and by lunchtime, we can enjoy a delightful soup. Toss in a few chestnuts that the older boys collected. The broth will be fragrant without needing any seasoning. Just a pinch of salt will do. Although it would require some firewood and effort, it was a festive occasion. So why not indulge? After all, the bones were not expensive. After her mother-in-law left, she quickly returned with 2 rib bones. Su Wan had already resumed her lessons in the main room. Upon seeing her grandsons, neatly dressed and enthusiastically reciting from their books under Su Wan's guidance, Song's mother felt a rush of joy. Her youngest son was destined for greatness, and with a literate wife, it was enviable that all 3 grandsons were learning to read. With delight, Song's mother entered the kitchen, where Zhang and Li were busy preparing mooncakes, and Song Xiaomei was assisting. Although she was not needed, Song's mother insisted that her daughter was of age and should learn these skills. Song Xiaomei enjoyed cooking and had developed impressive culinary skills under her sister-in-law's tutelage. Thus, when she eventually married, her in-laws would certainly be pleased. As these thoughts crossed her mind, Song Xiaomei felt a flush of warmth. Spotting her mother, she approached Mother. But Zhang interrupted. Xiaomei, focus on making mooncakes. I will handle the pork bones. I heard what your sister-in-law said. Zhang, gentle yet efficient, wash the bones, chop them into small pieces, and place them in a newly acquired clay pot. This pot was purchased for a previous illness in the family, but had yet to be used. Hearing that the slow-simmered broth would be fragrant and nutritious, she promptly retrieved it. Soon, she added a small bowl of chestnuts, filled the pot with water, and set it on a small stove in the yard. When she saw her husband bringing the ox, she called out, "Dear, please keep an eye on the fire. Once it boils, lower the heat." Song Yu-jin initially paid little heed. What are you making? Bone soup, as your sister-in-law suggested. It seems she wants to eat it, so do keep a close watch. I hear it must simmer on low to bring out the flavor. Song Yogan's expression turned serious. Very well, I shall take care of it. The couple regarded Su Wan's words as gospel. She diligently taught their sons, and just the other night, the boys had shown them a paper with written characters, which they could not comprehend. Their son claimed it bore their father's name, and they could write it. Hearing this, Song Yu-jin felt a swell of emotion. While Zhang repeatedly examined the paper, folding it delicately to place in her jewelry box, cherishing it deeply. Never before had Zhang felt such gratitude towards Su Wan. She had thought her sons to be slow learners, unable to grasp what their uncle had taught them. Yet, she still hoped they would learn to read, not aspiring for them to achieve the same success as their uncle, but simply wanting them to speak differently, like those who had received an education. Later, the third sister-in-law indeed began to instruct her sons. Zhang harbored a flicker of hope in her heart, though she did not dare to expect too much. To her astonishment, they had truly learned to write. Zhang felt an overwhelming desire to kneel before Su Wan, begging her to teach them daily. Returning to the kitchen, she noticed Song's mother pouring water and wiping the stove with cloth. After a moment's reflection, she said, "Mother, my sister-in-law just mentioned a new way of cooking. She suggested we slice the meat, coat it in glutinous rice flour, and then fry it." Following the advice of her sister-in-law, who surely knew better than they did about culinary delights, Zhang smiled and said, "I shall prepare it that way." Li, however, huffed in disdain at Zhang's obsequiousness towards Su. Yet, remembering that her brother-in-law had initially not allowed her son to learn to read, she felt grateful that Su took a liking to her son and decided to educate him as well. Now, she dared not offend Su in the slightest. Song's younger sister, thinking of how her sister-in-law had brought some grape wine for their parents to taste today, felt a mix of joy and disappointment. What a pity that my brother is not home. He is so clever and would surely know how to sell this wine, and at what price. However, my sister-in-law mentioned that letting the wine sit for a few more days would improve its flavor, and this amount is hardly enough to sell. The remaining grapes in the house are not plentiful after all. We will need to forage for wild grapes in the mountains and inquire with others about any surplus. She realized that it might take until next month to ferment enough wine for sale. With that thought, she tucked her regrets away. As with the New Year's feast, the Mid-Autumn Festival was celebrated in the evening, with the moon hanging low and a table set up in the courtyard for a meal of mooncakes. The atmosphere was delightful until someone dampened the spirits. saying, "I heard that in the city, they have temple fairs during the Mid-Autumn Festival, with lanterns released into the sky. Jiangzhou must be even livelier. My brother-in-law is certainly enjoying himself." Li's words were not intentionally directed at Su Wan, but her habitual sarcasm seeped through, and everyone turned their cautious gazes towards Su. She remained silent, and Zhang, realizing the situation, quickly interjected, "Surely, my sister-in-law must have visited temple fairs while at her family home. Why don't you share your experiences with us?" Zhang's intentions were good, but Su Wan had no such stories to share. She could hardly recount tales from television dramas, so she chose to remain silent, her expression cold. The others interpreted her silence as annoyance at Li's lack of awareness. Song's younger sister, eager to alleviate the tension, recalled the grape wine they had prepared for their parents. "Sister-in-law, Haven Tea, we prepared something special for our parents to taste." Su Wan suddenly understood and sprang to her feet. Song's younger sister followed her into the kitchen, carrying a large bowl. The mischievous children attempted to follow, but were cruelly shut out. No peeking. The others at the table craned their necks in anticipation. Soon, Su Wan and Song's younger sister emerged, Su carrying an oil lamp and Song's younger sister holding the bowl. As they approached, a gust of wind wafted through, dispersing a rich aroma throughout the courtyard. Li sprang up in alarm. "What is this?" Su Wan instructed someone to bring a stack of clean bowls, pouring a small amount of wine into each. As the guests took their bowls, they beheld dark red liquid in the white porcelain, seemingly translucent under the moonlight. The earlier rich fragrance emanated from this very concoction. Once the wine was distributed, no one dared to drink immediately. Song's younger sister explained, "This is the grape wine my sister-in-law and I made. Just take a sip, it tastes delightful." As she spoke, she eagerly took a sip herself. This was her third time sampling it, having only tasted it before, but each time she found it increasingly delicious. Song's mother took a small sip as well, exclaiming, "Made from grapes? The taste is rather peculiar." Yet, unable to resist, she took another sip. It was indeed fragrant, and unlike typical wines, with a lighter flavor. To everyone's surprise, even the father, who claimed to dislike alcohol, could not stop after one sip, finishing it all and savoring the flavor. "This wine is exquisite, far superior to the store-bought kind. Indeed, my father has a discerning palate. This is no ordinary wine," Su Wan remarked with a smile. "However, it is not fully fermented yet. The longer it sits, the better it becomes. Today, I simply wanted you to sample it." Song's younger sister eagerly added, "Father, mother, wouldn't it be wise to produce several vats of this grape wine for sale?" Just as she began to elaborate, they were interrupted by commotion at the courtyard gate. Who was driving a bullock cart at this hour? Song's father wondered aloud. On a festive occasion, who would still be traveling? They heard the cart halt before their courtyard, followed by voices. Suddenly, Song's mother stood up. "Is that my son returning?" Su Wan followed everyone outside and, stepping beyond the confines of the Song family courtyard, she indeed saw a young man standing next to the bullock cart in the moonlight, handsome and tall, his luminous eyes fixed on her. The sudden return of Song Ziheng astonished the entire Song family. His mother, taken aback, asked, "Why are you back? Were you not supposed to be in Jiangzhou with your teacher?" Having just emerged from the mesmerizing gaze of his wife, he paused instinctively at his mother's question, his eyes flickering several times before he softly replied, "I went to Jiangzhou the day before yesterday, returning to the academy this afternoon. Our teacher, being considerate, granted us an extra day off. I had planned to return tomorrow after visiting my in-laws for the festival, but they insisted on sending me back immediately." As soon as Song Ziheng finished speaking, the family servant driving the bullock cart greeted everyone respectfully, presenting a package. "This is a token of celebration for my master and mistress for my in-laws. Please accept it graciously." Song's mother accepted the gift, noting the hour was late. She intended to invite the servant to stay the night, but he politely declined. She hurriedly sent her eldest daughter-in-law to fetch some mooncakes and pastries to serve as a return gift, watching as the servant departed with the cart. The family then returned to the courtyard, and Song's father, beaming, remarked, "Now this is a true reunion." After inquiring whether her son had eaten dinner, Song's mother promptly pushed some mooncakes and pastries towards him and entered the kitchen to prepare a meal herself, shooing away Zhang, who had offered to help. Song Ziheng savored a mooncake and took a few sips of water, then popped a round, unknown pastry into his mouth. As he chewed, a delightful blend of flavors filled his palate, sweet, salty, and slightly spicy, with a crunch of peanuts at the end, making it exceptionally delicious and leaving him wanting more. Without a doubt, this was another of his wife's ingenious creations. Unfazed, Song Ziheng took another and, tilting his head slightly, smiled at the person beside him, wondering how she had come up with such a unique way of preparing peanuts. Su Wan, wearing an enigmatic expression, replied, with the right intent and effort. Anything can be imagined. The glimmer in Song Ziheng's eyes intensified, and a charming smile graced his lips as he feigned seriousness, affirming, "Indeed, my dear wife, you speak wisely." Song's younger sister, eager to interject, exclaimed, "This multi-flavored peanut is not particularly difficult to make. With a little care, anyone can do it. Moreover, brother, you must acknowledge how remarkable sister-in-law is." Everyone understood what Song's younger sister meant and remained silent, allowing her to finish. There were still 2 portions of the wine left in the bowl used for serving earlier, and she hurriedly brought it to Song Ziheng, saying, "You must taste it and see that I speak the truth. Even father loves it." Song Ziheng held the bowl, examining it for a moment before inhaling its aroma. Raising an eyebrow, "Grape wine?" Song's younger sister, astonished, replied, "You know, I read about it in books, but I never expected you could make it," she added. "It is not us. It was entirely sister-in-law's idea," she clarified. Song Ziheng lowered his head to take a sip, savoring it before beaming, "Indeed. It lives up to its reputation. It surpasses any ordinary rice wine." Song's father nodded, smacking his lips in approval. "Indeed, your wife brews excellent wine." Song Ziheng had entirely consumed his drink, propping his head up with one hand, gazing intently at Su Wan. His clear, luminous eyes sparkled even more brilliantly than the liquid in the bowl. Under his unwavering gaze, Su Wan felt an unusual dryness in her mouth. Instinctively, she lifted the bowl before her and drank it all in one go. Only after setting it down did she realize her behavior was a bit out of the ordinary, prompting her to regain her composure. Turning her head, she found Song Ziheng still in the same pose, his expression unchanged, though the mirth in his eyes had deepened. Noticing something amiss, Su Wan raised an eyebrow and smiled. "It seems my husband is quite tipsy?" With this, her smile broadened, laced with a hint of playful mockery, her eyes shining brightly, although the wine had a lingering effect and was more potent than ordinary rice wine. He had only taken a few sips. Surely he could not be so quickly intoxicated. Song Ziheng, captivated by the playful glint in her eyes, found them shining even brighter than the moon above. He could hardly tear his gaze away, and if not for the presence of family around, he might have teased, claiming that the wine did not intoxicate him, but rather his heart was intoxicated by her. Yet, suppressing a tinge of regret, he chuckled, "I had a couple of drinks at father-in-law's, and now I feel a bit dizzy, but it seems my wife has noticed." At that moment, Song's mother entered with a freshly cooked meal, exclaiming upon hearing his words, "Then hurry and eat, and go rest afterward." Song Xiaomei had initially wanted to ask her brother if he had any opinions about the wine, but decided against it, thinking there was still tomorrow, and there was no need to rush. After finishing his meal, Song Ziheng rested for a moment and recounted some happenings in Jiangzhou. Li Shi, still thinking about the lively night market in town, sighed wistfully. Song Ziheng responded with a smile. "Last night in Jiangzhou, they also held a night market. I heard it will last for 3 days with various snacks for sale, riddles to guess, and even a place for throwing pots, if you hit one. You can choose a gift." Intrigued, Song Xiaomei eagerly asked, "Can the young ladies join in on the fun? Surely there are many masked women, including some unmarried girls." With envy sparkling in her eyes, Song Xiaomei exclaimed, "It must be incredibly enjoyable." Zhang Shi teased, "Once we find a suitable suitor for Xiaomei, she can go to the night market every day." While Su Wan did not entirely share this yearning, Song Ziheng's description inevitably stirred some memories within her. She had experienced far more than this liveliness. Although she was currently in the secluded Song family village, a paradise that felt detached from the world, those vibrant and bustling scenes were still a part of her past life. It was hard not to reminisce. Had she not crossed over, what would she be doing tonight? Perhaps traveling, dining with friends, watching a movie, shopping until she dropped, or enjoying drinks and games with a group of companions. Lost in thought, she was suddenly jolted as a warm, dry hand enveloped hers. The surrounding chatter and laughter, mingled with the children's occasional bursts of joy, created a lively atmosphere. Yet no one noticed the warmth that enveloped Su Wan. She felt a gentle breeze, warm yet not scorching, sending shivers of electricity through her. Amidst the commotion, she heard his soft voice, "From now on, I will accompany you to the night market. Looking at him, Su Wan realized he was unaware of her thoughts. His promise might not be something she desired, but the seriousness of his gaze and the warmth of his breath felt like a gentle current flowing into her heart. Why not trust him just this once? He said himself. The woman before him, with raised brows and a radiant smile, exuded a certain flamboyance. She was far from the gentle and demure beauty admired by society, yet Song Ziheng found her presence illuminating. He was about to nod in agreement when a small figure squeezed between them, exclaiming, "Are you two whispering secrets? I want to listen." San Yo's wide eyes caught sight of their hands quickly separating under the table, and she hurriedly extended her own little hand, declaring, "I want to hold hands. Third uncle and aunt, take me along." Startled, Song Ziheng stood up abruptly, nearly toppling San Yo, and quickly steadied her, saying, "It's late. I need to wash up." This remark was clearly not directed at San Yo. As Su Wan caught a glimpse of Song Ziheng hastily departing, a blush crept to her cheeks, and she chuckled silently. However, upon meeting the teasing gazes of others, she managed a shy smile, playfully echoing, "I'll go and tidy up my husband's clothes." Upon entering the room, she overheard Song Xiaomei excitedly confiding to Song's mother, "Mother, third brother has been holding third sister-in-law's hand the whole time. I saw it." Song's mother nodded with a smile. "Lower your voice. They are shy and cannot handle jokes." Su Wan remained silent, thinking it amusing that while urging others to be quiet, her own voice had not diminished at all. After washing up, Song Ziheng returned to find Su Wan holding two outfits from the cupboard. Seeing the colors illuminated by the moonlight, he realized they were for him. Recalling how she had eagerly taken up needlework during his last visit home, he felt a surge of joy. Had she completed them so soon? Su Wan cheerfully beckoned. "Why are you standing at the door? Come here and try on these clothes to see if they fit. The weather will turn cool after the Mid-Autumn Festival. I prepared 2 sets of autumn wear for you." As she spoke, she unfolded the first garment, a shade of blue. Song Ziheng, freshly bathed, simply donned the undergarment beneath it. He did not bother to dress himself and walked to Su Wan, extending his arms. Without a word, she helped him into the outfit, fastening the belt and adjusting the collar. After examining him in the moonlight, she nodded, "It fits quite well." Yet, as Song Ziheng felt the neat, meticulous stitches, he realized they were beyond the skill of a novice. A flicker of disappointment crossed his mind as he glanced at the other garment, suggesting, "Why not try that one as well?" The second outfit was a pale white, adorned with embroidered cloud patterns at the cuffs and edges, adding a touch of elegance. It was clear that such intricate work could not have been done by her. His initial joy began to wane. However, seeing her admiring the 2 outfits with satisfaction, he refrained from voicing his thoughts. After a moment, he removed his clothes. Su Wan carefully folded the garments on the bed, commenting, "I told you Xiaomei is skilled. She didn't even measure, and yet she made them fit so perfectly." As Song Ziheng watched her bend down to fold his clothes, her long hair cascading down, a stir of emotion welled within him. Unable to restrain himself, he tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and, before he realized it, his arms encircled her waist from behind. Su Wan stiffened slightly but remained silent, continuing to fold the clothes. Song Ziheng, attributing his actions to the effects of the wine, kept his hands in place, even leaning against her back, burying his face in her hair, casually asking, "How did your needlework practice go that day?" "I had intended to learn diligently, but I found it too challenging, so I had to give up," Su Wan replied, glancing back at Song Ziheng. "You won't laugh at me for quitting halfway, will you?" "Of course not." Although his tone remained habitually gentle, a hint of disappointment lingered in his heart. He fell silent, instead burying his face deeper into her neck. The weather was not overly warm, so their closeness was not uncomfortable. Su Wan decided to ignore his mood, continuing to fold the clothes, and finally turned her neck, saying, "Get up, I've finished folding the clothes." Yet Song Ziheng stubbornly mumbled, "I want tea." Su Wan nearly laughed, decisively prying his arms from her waist and unceremoniously placing the garments in his hands. "Fine, if you're not getting up, you can put the clothes away yourself." The tone was unmistakably one of deception. Even the 3 girls and 3 boys would not be easily fooled. Yet Song Ziheng obediently complied. He retrieved his clothing and opened the box, which contained only the garments frequently worn by Su Wan. He placed the clothes atop and closed the lid once more, feeling an inexplicable sense of joy wash over him. As he returned to the bedside, he found Su Wan already lying inside, having removed her shoes. Song Ziheng lowered the bed curtain and lay down beside her. Upon noticing this, Su Wan remarked with a teasing smile. Oh, scholar song, are you not studying diligently today? Planning to rest so early, are we? It seems you're simply being lazy. My dear, how can you be so domineering? I have been away from home for many days, and now that I wish to rest a bit earlier. You did not allow it? Seeing Song Ziheng feign a look of grievance, Su Wan raised an eyebrow and retorted with a cold laugh. You spend all day outside, indulging in your pleasures. Have you ever thought of me? I truly did not realize you could be so unreasonable. I have been in the academy, toiling away in my studies. How could I indulge in pleasures? Ah, what a fine excuse for your studies. Su Wan continued, her disdain evident. The one who toils day and night in study suddenly vanishes to Jiangzhou City. Is this your idea of diligent study? That is unjust. Before I left, I'd already sent word home, and besides, how could I defy the teacher's decree? Song Ziheng's tone grew more pitiful, and he leaned against Su Wan's shoulder, playing the part of a delicate flower, becoming ever more animated. The spot on Su Wan's shoulder where he rested grew warm, nearly causing her to perspire. Thus she lost interest in continuing their playful banter. She pushed him gently, but he did not budge, so she waved her hand to fan the air. Aren't you hot being so close? Song Ziheng remained unmoved, his face turned downwards. He had inadvertently pulled at her collar, revealing her delicate collarbone, curving gracefully like a slender jade hairpin, shimmering with a pearly sheen. He opened his mouth and gently bit down on that spot. Su Wan let out a sudden squeal. Though it was not loud, it carried an unmistakably intimate tone. Song Ziheng, unaware of the implications, merely felt his ears warm slightly. He could not comprehend why his behavior was so erratic today. Yet having done it, he could not acknowledge it directly, so he sought to maintain a facade of calm. My dear, do you still believe I am out there indulging in pleasures? Fearing that he might bite down again if she did not comply, Su Wan quickly adopted a repentant demeanor. I'm misunderstood. My husband is always diligent in his studies. Only then did Song Ziheng turn and lie flat on the bed, leaving a distance of an arm's length between them. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed her hand brushing against her collarbone, and a sudden rush of warmth surged through him, prompting him to fan the air once more. Aside from a slight dampness, there was no mark left on her skin, which relieved Su Wan, allowing her to close her eyes. However, she soon heard Song Ziheng returning to his usual tone, asking, Why not tell me how this wine is made? It is not fully made yet. It is merely a work in progress, though the flavor has already emerged. Su Wan recounted the story of how she and Song Xiaomei had begun the winemaking process. After listening intently, Song Ziheng pondered for a moment before asking, Do you intend to sell this wine? If it could help supplement our household expenses, why not? But what do you think, my husband? It would indeed be beneficial to sell. Yet if we were to simply take it to a tavern for money, or set up a stall in town, it would not suffice. Why is that? To sell to a tavern, one must first see if they will accept it. Seeking assistance means the price will be driven down. Moreover, making grape wine is not complicated. It was merely that no one thought of it before. If you can conceive it, surely the tavern owners who have long dealt with wine can figure out as well, and then they will have no need for our wine. Setting up our own stall is even less feasible. Those with the leisure to buy wine will hardly glance at a small stall. As for opening our own shop, that would make us merchants. Song Ziheng's analysis was astute, and Su Wan nodded in agreement, asking, Then what should we do? Yet Song Ziheng merely smiled. That is something you must ponder. Me? Su Wan rolled her eyes nonchalantly. I can certainly think of some food ideas, but earning money has never been my forte. Do not look to me. What would you do if I did not return today? I would consult my parents. Your parents and brothers only know farming. They would not comprehend such matters. Then I shall seek my father. Su Wan seemed to find this suggestion quite reasonable, flipping over to lie on her side. Facing Song Ziheng, her eyes sparkling. If your family cannot open a shop, then let my father take the lead. After all, he will just be hiring help. Who would know whose family is behind it? This is not permissible. Should it be exposed, one could face imprisonment. Su Wan appeared somewhat impatient and flipped on her back once more. Then what do you suggest? Song Ziheng reached out, pulling her into his embrace, his tone gentle. You have reminded me. We can indeed let my father-in-law take the lead in selling the wine. However, if the business thrives, we will need to brew more wine, requiring ever more grapes, which I believe your parents excel at growing. Su Wan doubted his claim of being reminded by her, suspecting he had that idea from the start. Testing her thoughts. Of course, she too was probing. Their thoughts aligned. Her father had wealth and connections, and once the wine penetrated the affluent circles of the county, The prospects would only grow. Earning money would not be an issue. Even Song Ziheng could benefit from it. He would undoubtedly achieve great success in the future. Introducing grape wine into scholarly circles, for people of the time, loved to indulge in refined tastes. Expanding into the capital would merely be a matter of time. It is often said that a married daughter is like spilled water. Even if the brewing method was devised by Su Wan, in the eyes of the world, it would have no connection to the Su family. She needed to ensure that the Song family proposed the idea first. Thus, she had danced around the conversation with Song Ziheng for several exchanges. After all, she had taken the body of their only daughter and must consider their interests. Moreover, while it may seem that the Su family benefits, the Song family has neither foundation nor capital, as the saying goes. Even a skilled cook cannot make a meal without rice. Holding the recipe would be futile. It was better to earn together. This is a fine idea. My husband has read extensively and possesses great insight. A smile spread across Su Wan's face. If the business flourishes, my parents could cultivate a vineyard, and we would never have to worry about a lack of grapes. Even if we cannot cultivate a vineyard, you will never lack for grapes. Song Ziheng could not help but smile, lowering his gaze to meet her eyes. If that day truly comes, my dear, you will be the greatest benefactor of the Song family. Although Song Ziheng smiled brightly, his gaze remained deep and inscrutable, as if it could draw one into its depths. This hint of inquiry did not alarm Su Wan. Her expression remained unchanged, and with a flick of her eyes, she exclaimed, had I known, I would have asked my father for help today and sent back some of that wine with Su Fu. Su Fu was the servant who had accompanied Song Ziheng back. Look at your startled demeanor. Song Ziheng chuckled, taking her hand. Since we are requesting assistance from your father, we ought to personally express our gratitude rather than just sending word with Su Fu. Besides, did you only think of asking your father for help when you remembered to send back wine? Su Fu came in such a hurry. How could I remember all that? Moreover, my parents do not mind these trivialities. Even if your father and mother do not mind, we should still fulfill our obligations, should we not? Fine. If you have time, accompany me back a couple of times. That would satisfy them. Song Ziheng found it amusing, pondering whose parents they were. It was clear that such a character could only arise from being spoiled by their parents. The flicker of doubt that had previously arisen in Song Ziheng's mind was entirely dispelled. He preferred to attribute matters to coincidence. His wife had been married into the family for nearly half a year now, utterly oblivious to household chores and needlework, although she had a penchant for certain dishes. Her culinary skills were rather dismal, yet her boundless enthusiasm for food occasionally led her to devise peculiar methods of preparation, demonstrating her specialization in an unconventional sense. It was not particularly surprising that she could ponder the process of making wine. Moreover, given that Ziheng did not entertain superstitions, how could he entertain such absurd speculations? As he reflected, he felt a twinge of guilt toward Su Wan, grasping her hand and refusing to let go. Even when she attempted to withdraw, his fingers intertwined with hers, forming a delicate clasp. With a radiant smile, Song Ziheng gazed at Su Wan and asked, My dear, do you know why I hastened back tonight? Did you not say you were sent back by my parents? He continued, I anticipated that my father-in-law and mother-in-law would be so eager to assist, which is why I went. Su Wan widened her eyes in confusion, inquiring, Why? Ziheng leaned closer, his lips brushing against hers in a fleeting caress, whispering softly in her ear because of longing. In truth, there was more to it. Had his distracted demeanor not been so evident, how would the teacher have shown concern for his newlywed sentiments? How could he have received permission for a day off tomorrow? How could he have paid a visit to his in-laws to offer festive greetings and subsequently be sent back home? As dawn approached, Su Wan awoke earlier than usual, without anyone calling her. Upon opening her eyes, she was greeted by a cascade of dark hair, certainly not her own. It seemed that last night, Song Ziheng had buried his face in her neck, his waist-length hair strewn all around, on the pillow on her neck and even across her face, making her feel as if she were being crushed by a mountain in her dreams. Su Wan's hand was tightly grasped in his, maintaining the position they had settled into before sleep, their fingers elegantly intertwined throughout the night. She felt her hand stiffening, instinctively moving her index finger, which tingled with numbness. The slightest movement startled Ziheng, who awoke as if from a nightmare, his eyes suddenly wide open, revealing a clarity that belied the fact he had just roused from slumber. Ziheng instinctively met Su Wan's gaze for a fleeting moment before springing away from her, lying flat on the bed. Noticing that dawn had broken, he instinctively raised his hand to his forehead, only to realize he was still holding her delicate hand, the softness of her skin sending electric sensations coursing through him. For a brief moment, he was entranced by the exquisite sensation, but then the realization struck him. He had hurried home last night, and he was not alone in bed today. Suddenly turning his head, he followed the line of her hand to see his wife gazing at him with a smile in her beautiful eyes, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on him and their joined hands. While Su Wan was skilled in her craft, Ziheng, who shared a bed with her, was acutely aware of her peculiarities, including the playful mischief she often concealed beneath her serious demeanor, particularly when it came to seeing him in awkward situations. Thus, he knew her smile was not merely a reflection of joy. Understanding her inclinations, he feigned a state of indecision, unable to release her hand, though he was not accustomed to such intimacy. As Su Wan's smile became even more pronounced, reminiscent of a mischievous cat that had pilfered a treat, he discreetly smirked, maintaining an air of calm and composure while continuing to hold her hand. "My dear, you rise so early today, with the sun yet to rise. Shall I accompany you to explore the village?" Su Wan, in high spirits and well-rested, was unbothered by the early hour and replied with a smile. "Having been here for some time, we have yet to properly explore the surroundings. My parents are usually busy with work, so they rarely have time to show you around. When it cools down, I can take you fishing." "That sounds splendid. We can catch fish and enjoy grilled delicacies," Ziheng replied, amused. "You seem to think only of food. Fishing is, after all, an activity for self-cultivation. One must be well-fed to cultivate oneself, no?" He countered playfully, not wishing to dampen her enthusiasm. He stood up and bowed ceremoniously. "Your words ring true." Ziheng then sought his clothes, retrieving his own and opening Su Wan's trunk to inquire, "Which outfit shall you wear today? I shall bring it to you. Just pick any. The one on top will do," she replied. As Su Wan sat at the vanity, brushing her hair, she considered herself a radiant starlet, adept at makeup and fashion. Yet in this ancient setting, her skills were rendered nearly useless. Despite the array of cosmetics at her disposal, few were actually effective, and in this remote village, should she attempt to adorn herself, the locals would surely gossip. After all, the villagers of Songjia village merely scraped by, their faces often smeared with dirt from labor. Her mere presence already drew attention. Should she flaunt her beauty further, it would surely evoke envy. However, Su Wan was unwilling to compromise her appearance entirely. She could forego makeup, but she would not neglect her attire. Thus, she devoted considerable effort to her clothing and hairstyle. Having always relied on stylists, she had never styled her hair herself, making her a novice in this regard. Yet, after observing others on set, she attempted a simple updo, though her lack of experience had led to a somewhat haphazard result. Months had passed, and each time she styled her hair, it remained a laborious task. With her thick, long hair, she twisted and pinned it up, leaving the remaining strands cascading over her shoulders. Ziheng, holding her clothes nearby, watched as she opened her jewelry box. He approached her, placing his hands on her shoulders. Smiling as he asked, "Do you need my assistance?" Su Wan, feeling no hesitation, selected a few hairpins and directed him on where to place them. Ziheng, however, did not comply. Instead, he examined her makeup box, retrieving a delicate silver hairpiece adorned with butterflies. "Why have I never seen you wear this?" Ziheng's discerning eye caught the beauty of the piece. Though made of silver, its craftsmanship rivaled that of gold or jade ornaments, featuring intricately crafted butterflies that elegantly adorned the branch. Su Wan had been enamored with it at first sight. However, in Songjia village, while ordinary gold and silver items were familiar, such exquisite adornments would draw unwanted attention. Su Wan, though not one to shy away from beauty, preferred to remain understated. Without elaborating further, she smiled and said, "Since you like it, let it be." As he adorned his wife with the hairpiece, Ziheng was enveloped in a sense of pride, taking time to admire her from various angles, though he could not shake a sense of inexplicable melancholy. "Is this truly sufficient for my beloved?" "Indeed," she replied. Ziheng felt a poetic sorrow akin to the joys of painting a delicate brow. He wished to experience the same pleasure himself. However, Su Wan, ever observant, did not perceive Ziheng's artistic inclinations, remaining unaware of his unspoken sadness. Rising from her seat, she turned to find a new outfit laid out on the bed. Raising an eyebrow in surprise, "Is this the outfit you selected? I have never seen you wear this." Su Wan remarked, This was made by my younger sister along with your 2 outfits some days ago. It is commendable that she has continually crafted garments for you. I contemplated retrieving a piece of fabric from the chest to have her tailor an outfit for herself, yet I feared she might decline. Thus, I asked her to create one for me as well. However, I possess enough attire, so I did not intend to wear it so soon. Song Ziheng replied, having made the garments, why leave them unworn? If my wife enjoys creating more outfits, what harm is there? I, being of limited means, can certainly afford a few pieces of fabric. Su Wan held up the garment and glanced back at Song Ziheng, saying, given your words today, I cannot be blamed for being extravagant in the future. Song Ziheng felt a stirring in his heart, stepped forward, and embraced her from behind, whispering. Emperor Wu of Han once said, if one were to have a beloved as a jiao, they ought to be housed in a golden chamber. Though I am far from a great emperor, I vow to devote my utmost efforts to ensure you can indulge in your desires. Su Wan did not resist his embrace. Remaining silent, Song Ziheng pressed his cheek against hers, gently caressing it. But alas, it is you who must endure grievances now. Although she was uncertain how the conversation shifted from new clothing to promises of future indulgence, Su Wan felt a sense of sincerity in his words at that moment. The future remained unpredictable, contingent not solely upon Song Ziheng, but also on her own actions. Nevertheless, his willingness to promise was reassuring. In this era, a gentleman's word is invaluable. Su Wan smiled and unexpectedly turned, her nose brushing against Song Ziheng's cheek, creating a ticklish sensation. Before he could react, her lips softly pressed against his cheek, a fleeting kiss that vanished as swiftly as it came. It was as though his mind erupted in a display of fireworks, dazzling like shooting stars across the sky. Her lips moved to his ear, nearly grazing it as she softly spoke. I hope you remember, my husband, that my marriage to you was never for the sake of wealth or power. I only wish for our hearts to align, to share this life together, and that would suffice to render my existence complete. After her words, Su Wan gazed unwaveringly at Song Ziheng. He, lost in reverie, suddenly awakened to the realization that the notion of a life shared together sounded exquisitely beautiful, something he had never contemplated before. A man with true ambitions does not dwell solely on romantic pursuits. He has many responsibilities to fulfill, aspirations to achieve, and not only the desire to provide a good life for his family, but also to contribute meaningfully to the world. Though he had considered marriage, his utmost expectation of a wife was mutual respect and harmony. It was only at this moment that he understood that true fulfillment lies in a profound emotional connection. Awakening to this realization left Song Ziheng startled and slightly disconcerted. Unsure of how to amend the moment, he chose silence. Su Wan, undeterred, gently urged him, aren't you going to put on your outer garments? Who is it that wanted to take me for a stroll before the sun rises? If we don't set off soon, the sun will be up. Only then did Song Ziheng hastily don his clothes. After fastening his belt, he noticed that Su Wan had not yet changed. He inquired, why have you not put on your outfit yet? Su Wan shot him a playful glare, her eyes sparkling with mild reproach as she guided him out of the room. Still perplexed, Song Ziheng contemplated knocking on the door when Su Wan's voice chimed in from within. You fool, why are you just standing there? Hurry and wash up. I need a change. Before he could respond, his mother called out, Ziheng, why are you standing at the doorway in a daze? Not wishing to confess that he had been pushed out by his wife, which would be quite embarrassing, he simply brushed his clothes and replied nonchalantly, I had a bit to drink yesterday, and it seems I overslept today. His mother quickly asked, by the way, are you feeling well? Is your head hurting? No serious issues. I will go wash up now. You should get back to your tasks. Wait a moment. His mother stopped him, a hint of concern in her voice. Why is your hair unkempt, hanging down to your waist? Surprised, Song Ziheng reached up to touch his hair, realizing it indeed cascaded down. A flicker of embarrassment crossed his face, but he merely smiled. I must have forgotten. I will comb it after washing up. Still unconvinced, his mother scrutinized him. Are you sure you feel fine? Of course, I would never jest about my health. You should attend to your duties. Only then did his mother reluctantly depart, reminding him once more to speak up if he felt unwell. After exerting considerable effort to send her away, Song Ziheng exhaled deeply, glancing around to ensure no one had witnessed the exchange, feeling relieved. Had Su Wan or his admiring nieces and nephews seen him in such a state, it would surely tarnish his image of wisdom and strength. Inside, Su Wan leaned against the door, chuckling for a while before returning to the bedside to change into her skirt. In the early morning countryside, while not particularly picturesque, it was nonetheless refreshing to the spirit. A gentle breeze carried a coolness that invigorated the senses, uplifting her mood and rendering the surroundings more pleasing to the eye. The rice fields had been harvested, leaving neatly stacked bundles of golden straw, while the remaining stubble stood only as high as a palm. From a distance, the fields appeared unified, the straw resembling orderly soldiers standing at attention. This sight was somewhat astonishing. Su Wan had never witnessed such a scene before. Perhaps captivated by the view, she stumbled slightly on the uneven path, nearly losing her balance, but Song Ziheng quickly caught her, advising, "Be careful not to fall." Post-harvest, villagers were either working elsewhere or busy at home, leaving the fields relatively deserted. Even those tending to livestock had moved to the hillside pastures, allowing Song Ziheng to keep his hand resting on Su Wan's shoulder without hesitation. As they strolled along the path, Su Wan inquired, "What will happen to those straw piles in the fields? In a few days, the village will burn them collectively." Su Wan gasped, "Will they burn them right here in the fields?" "Naturally. Once the straw is reduced to ash, it will enrich the soil, serving as fertilizer. Therefore, continuously cultivated fields yield better harvests than newly reclaimed lands." Standing amidst the expansive fields, it felt as though the earth met the sky. The sun began its ascent, casting a warm glow over the horizon, while the clouds blushed a rosy hue, heralding yet another splendid day. Immersed in the breathtaking colors, Su Wan was momentarily lost in reverie until she heard Song Ziheng's voice. "Let us head back. The sun is nearly up." Reluctantly, she allowed him to guide her back, glancing over her shoulder from time to time, enchanted by the beauty of it all. "Be mindful of where you're walking. You might trip," Song Ziheng cautioned, gently directing her gaze forward. Without a second thought, Su Wan replied, "But you're here with me." A smile crept onto Song Ziheng's lips, which he attempted to suppress in a show of seriousness. He had intended to impart a lesson about relying on oneself. Yet what came out was, "It's not far from home. You can come anytime you wish. But you cannot always accompany me to enjoy the sunrise." Song Ziheng tightened his embrace around her shoulder. "As long as I am free, I will accompany you whenever you wish." Su Wan pouted in dissatisfaction. "Always in the future. You never speak of the present." Song Ziheng chuckled softly. "In my heart, I yearn to be by your side at all times. I wouldn't want that. If we were always together, you would bore me." As they playfully bantered, they continued toward home, observing wisps of smoke rising from each household, indicating that breakfast preparations were underway. Some early rising children had already begun to frolic in the yards. Under the ample sleeves of Song Ziheng, his hand discreetly clasped Su Wan's as they walked side by side. Both wore wide sleeves, rendering their intimate gesture unnoticed. In her previous life, Su Wan had been bold enough to kiss in public. Yet now the simple act of holding hands sparked a thrill akin to mischief. "Ziheng-gu," a girl's voice called from behind. Startled, Song Ziheng quickly released Su Wan's hand, his movements subtle, and as he turned, a smile adorned his face, perfectly concealing the moment. The girl beamed at him. "When did you return, Ziheng-gu?" "Last night," he replied warmly. "What brings you out so early?" "Little Bao from my third uncle's family is ill. My grandmother asked me to deliver some eggs for nourishment." Nodding, Song Ziheng then introduced Su Wan. "This is my wife, though you may not recognize her. This is the fourth sister of the village chief, who has always been kind to our family, treating her as a sister." Su Wan recalled meeting the girl previously while foraging for mushrooms with Song Xiaomei. Her outgoing nature had struck a chord with Su Wan. She found it refreshing, having grown accustomed to the more reserved demeanor of ancient maidens. It would be even better if the girl's gaze were kinder and her words less insinuating. The fourth sister, indeed, was quite amiable. Before Su Wan could speak, she smiled and said, "I've seen sister-in-law before. When you visited the lotus pond, you were reluctant to leave and insisted on taking lotus leaves back to make lotus leaf chicken. I wonder if you remember me?" "Of course I do," Su Wan replied with a smile, turning to Song Ziheng. "I recall that lotus leaf chicken vividly. It was delightful, though unfortunately, the leaves are now past their prime." The regret on Su Wan's face was unmistakable, prompting Song Ziheng to chuckle. "Next year, when the lotus leaves are fresh, I shall ensure my wife has her fill. I'm lamenting on your behalf, and you mock me instead," she retorted playfully. "Forgive me, dear wife. I shall earn your forgiveness by treating you to plenty of lotus leaf chicken next year." As they jested, the fourth sister was momentarily forgotten. She bit her lip but soon regained her smile, addressing Su Wan, sister-in-law. You look truly lovely today, even more so than when you last visited the town. If only you had worn this outfit then, there would have been more suitors at your door. Having finished cooking, Song Xiaomei noticed her brother and sister-in-law had not yet returned and decided to call for them. As she stepped out, she spotted the fourth sister conversing with them. She dashed over just in time to hear the exchange, and before either Su Wan or Song Ziheng could react, her temper flared, and she shoved the girl. Song Simei, what nonsense are you spouting? Fuming, Song Xiaomei's face flushed red. I overheard you gossiping about my sister-in-law in the village. My mother thought no one believed you, and since you're soon to be of age, she let it pass. Yet here you are, spreading lies again in front of my brother. You're talking nonsense. Am I? Have I said anything incorrect? Since your return from town, haven't there been more young men frequenting your doorstep? Many aren't, even from our village. It's plain for anyone to see. What rumors have I spread? Su Wan and Song Ziheng exchanged curious glances as Song Xiaomei's eyes turned red from anger. Those men are nothing but frivolous. What does that have to do with my sister-in-law? She rarely steps outside the courtyard, and she knows nothing of this. You speak as if it's her doing. I never said that, the fourth sister stated calmly. But my mother said a good woman should stay home, raising children and not dressing up for others to see. Fourth sister, Song Ziheng's tone turned serious. Thank you for your reminder about my wife, but I must not hinder you from your business. The fourth sister misinterpreted his seriousness as displeasure and flashed a bright smile. Ziheng, you should have a good talk with sister-in-law. You've been away, yet she still dresses up. The villagers can't help but notice. Song Ziheng frowned. You're a young lady. Don't speak such words. It's clear you're the one with the problem. Finally, unable to contain herself, Song Xiaomei burst out. You want to marry my brother, don't you? That is why you keep slandering my sister-in-law. Xiaomei, Song Ziheng interrupted. The cheerful demeanor of the fourth sister darkened, clouds gathering on her face. Yet no one's expression changed as much as Su Wan's. Internally relieved that she wouldn't have to face a confrontation, she felt her countenance darken, her eyes narrowing at Song Ziheng in suppressed fury before she turned sharply and strode back towards the Song family courtyard. Song Xiaomei hurried after her, while Song Ziheng, quickening his pace, felt a tug on his sleeve. The fourth sister's bright eyes were now glistening with tears. Feeling a headache brewing, Song Ziheng wasn't sure how to handle his wife's anger and had no desire to console the instigator. He merely said, I know Xiaomei was just speaking without thinking. I will certainly reprimand her later, before shaking off her grasp and departing. It had been a while since Su Wan had unleashed her acting skills, and now she stormed into the courtyard, ignoring the greetings from others, and headed straight into her room. The members of the Song family exchanged glances, perplexed, until Song Xiaomei burst in, followed closely by a visibly anxious Song Ziheng. Ziheng, what happened with your wife? She seemed fine when she left. Let Xiaomei explain. Where did she go? Just stormed into her room. We called for her several times, but she ignored us. She is really upset. Lisha rolled her eyes, while Song Ziheng paid no attention to her complaints. Upon hearing the first line, he stepped into the house. The others pulled Song Xiaomei aside to inquire about the situation. It's that fourth sister again, sowing discord in front of my brother. Before she could finish, a voice echoed from inside. I wear my own clothes and adorn myself as I please. What concern is it of hers? If she can't afford to dress nicely, why blame me? To say I'm all dressed up is to insinuate I'm not a good woman. Does that make her one? Indeed, my dear wife speaks the truth. She is simply envious. We need not stoop to their level, Song Ziheng murmured. I wonder why she targets me, blaming me for everything. Is she your little green plum? How sweetly she called your name. Ziheng, was it music to your ears? As she spoke, Su Wan's fury intensified, and with a cold laugh, she added, Song Ziheng, if you do not clarify this today, we are far from finished. Spitting contemptuously on the ground, I scoffed, can she dare to covet my uncle? She ought to take a good look in the mirror. A young lady who is yet to marry should learn proper decorum. Yet she merely mimics her mother, flaunting the facade of a village chief's wife. How can an unmarried girl incessantly criticize this and that, and even dare to lecture me? Her father is the village chief, but ultimately, he is just a farmer. Such audacity from a mere child. Li's sharp tongue never finds peace within the family. Yet when it comes to disparaging outsiders, it brings a certain satisfaction. For the first time, Song Xiaomei found herself in silent agreement with her sister-in-law, but refrained from speaking. Song's mother shot Li a disapproving glance and furrowed her brow. Regardless of how the fourth sister feels, it is a one-sided affection. But what of Ziheng and his wife? This quarrel cannot continue. Who will mediate? Zhang eagerly volunteered, but Li interrupted. Mother, you know well my sister-in-law's temperament. Once angered, she is unyielding. If we end it now, we might be thrown out, and even you may not be able to pacify her. Perhaps my uncle's words might carry weight. After a moment's contemplation, Song's mother reluctantly conceded that Li was right. She had never adopted a mother-in-law's demeanor in front of Su Wan, and whenever Su Wan was enraged, even she felt uneasy. She recalled the first time Li had quarreled, storming back to her maternal home in a huff, leaving no one daring to stop her. Now, it seemed futile for anyone to intervene. She hoped Ziheng could persuade her to calm down. With a sigh, she looked heavenward and muttered a prayer, feeling a twinge of resentment towards her fourth sister. It was no surprise that Ziheng was admired by the young ladies, not only in Songjia village, but throughout Songlin town. He was regarded as the most eligible bachelor. Over the years, many families had sent matchmakers, even the daughter of a landlord, but they had all been turned away. Yet, this fourth sister was entirely reckless, causing a ruckus before the third sister-in-law. Little did she know, the third sister-in-law's temperament left no room for negotiation. Truly a source of chaos. Furthermore, how could her parents remain indifferent to such slander? She resolved to have a serious discussion with the village chief and his wife. Disappointment loomed over Song Ziheng, who had failed to live up to expectations. Lacking the experience to soothe others, he managed a few sweet nothings when a mood was right. For every one of his words, Su Wan countered with 4 or 5, and reasoning with her during her fury was futile. Even his attempts at taking the blame fell short of her satisfaction, leaving him in a precarious position. Choosing silence, he watched as Su Wan gathered her clothes, preparing to leave. Panicked, he reached for her, but she shrugged him off, haphazardly tossing a couple of garments over her shoulder, her demeanor growing fierce as she pushed past him towards the door. Ziheng held on his Su Wan, cautious not to grip too tightly, yet unwilling to release her, trailing behind her into the courtyard while attempting to placate her. Upon witnessing this scene, Song's mother was taken aback, hastily stepping forward to intervene. Ziheng's wife. Please do not misunderstand. That girl harbors one-sided affections. Even I failed to perceive it. Ziheng has never treated her as anything but a sister, oblivious to her infatuation. How could she intrude upon us, causing such unrest? Song Xiaomei, struck with a sudden idea, chimed in. Indeed, third sister-in-law, do not give her the satisfaction. If you leave now, she will have plenty to gossip about tomorrow. Su Wan post, hesitating momentarily. Ziheng saw a glimmer of hope and signaled his mother and sister to continue. However, Song's mother and Xiaomei were at a loss for words, while Zhang, wishing to assist, opened her mouth only to find herself speechless, lamenting her lack of eloquence. Li, merely a spectator, crossed her arms in silence. Su Wan successfully exited the Song household, drawing attention from onlookers who had heard the commotion. Some, unclear about the situation, joined in trying to persuade her, and as the crowd grew, she finally halted, raising her voice. Mother, it's not that I wish to make a scene. It's simply that they have gone too far. What is wrong with my attire? Before joining your family, I adorned myself with gold and jewels. Did anyone raise an eyebrow? Now, merely donning a new outfit and wearing a few accessories renders me a disreputable woman? Aunt Saifu, who had previously supported Song's mother, interjected, Who dares to say such things? That is utterly unreasonable. Ziheng's wife comes from wealth, having lived in the city, and her style naturally differs from ours. Yet, her demeanor is graceful and dignified, unmistakably that of a refined lady. How can anyone label her as improper? Others echoed her sentiments, insisting, Indeed, she is wealthy. How she chooses to dress is her own business, and none should interfere. Amidst the crowd, someone remarked bitterly, as if unable to bear the sight of another's happiness. Su Wan retorted, I appreciate the support of my aunts, but that is a trivial matter. There is something far graver that I cannot accept. I rarely leave the house, and now I am being accused of promiscuity. If this continues, who knows what rumors will be spun. If you truly care for me, please step aside and allow me to return home, where I need not fear being unjustly labeled as an adulteress. The crowd exchanged glances, astonished. Is this truly happening? I have heard whispers of it, but given that Ziheng's wife seldom leaves the courtyard and possesses a gentle nature, it is evident to all. I had thought it merely a misunderstanding, yet it seems the gossip has spread even to her ears. Could it be intentional? Among the curious onlookers, someone remarked, "To fabricate such tales is to tarnish Ziheng's wife's reputation. It is truly malicious. Who would dare to speak such slander? Ziheng's wife should summon that person here. We shall stand by her side." In truth, Songjia village was small, and those present were well informed. Everyone knew the happenings of the day. Moreover, many had witnessed the encounter between Su Wan and Ziheng before the fourth sister interrupted. With a slight twist of events, it became clear that the righteous indignation was merely an excuse for entertainment. Su Wan, unyielding, scoffed, "I walk with integrity and refuse to become a gossip monger. That would make me no better than her. If she possesses the courage to concoct such tales, let her come forward and apologize publicly. I would gladly regard her with newfound respect. But should she choose to hide like a coward, I shall consider this matter closed." Her words left those eager to fan the flames momentarily speechless, each of them awkwardly chuckling in agreement. Su Wan then shifted her tone. "Of course, I am grateful for the support of my aunts, and I thank you for not believing the rumors." The crowd, relieved, responded with a chorus of reassurances, their voices filled with righteous indignation. Just then, a voice rang out from outside the throng. "What is everyone gathered here for?" Recognizing the voice of Old Man Song, the crowd parted to let him through. Upon seeing Su Wan packing to leave, with his wife and son holding her back, he furrowed his brow. Without inquiring about the situation, a well-meaning bystander eagerly recounted how his daughter-in-law had been wronged and slandered, adding, "Old Song, you must not blame Ziheng's wife. She has truly suffered, and her reputation was nearly destroyed. How could she not be angry?" Hearing this, Old Man Song's face darkened with fury. He had just returned from the fields with his two elder sons, who still carried their tools, and his brow furrowed in preparation for confrontation. Who is so malicious as to do this? I shall have their skin. The crowd feigned ignorance, while one echoed Su Wan's earlier sentiment. Indeed, Ziheng's wife is far too magnanimous. Old Man Song pondered for a moment before addressing Su Wan. "My dear, I know you are upset, yet such a grave matter cannot be resolved by your departure. Come inside and rest for a while. By noon, I shall summon the village chief to seek justice for you, and that person shall be made to answer." Su Wan hesitated for a moment before reluctantly replying. "Then for my father's sake, I shall acquiesce." As she spoke, she broke free from Song Ziheng's grasp and stepped into the courtyard first. Song Ziheng hurriedly greeted everyone and followed her inside. Once he entered the house behind Su Wan, he felt a sense of relief. There was nothing inherently wrong with his wife visiting her parents, but given the protective nature of his in-laws, the situation was unlikely to end well. While he did not particularly favor the fourth sister, she was the village chief's daughter, and the village chief had helped their family immensely. Addressing the matter could easily come across as ungrateful, and although his family was in the right, his wife would inevitably gain a reputation for being unyielding despite having the upper hand. However, his wife was currently in a foul mood. Even when she was calm, Song Ziheng dared not broach the subject too openly, fearing that she would accuse him of making excuses to aid the fourth sister. Thankfully, his father returned just in time to intervene. "Dear wife," Song Ziheng gently called, reaching out to her. But Su Wan brusquely shrugged him off and sat down on the bed. "Don't think that I have forgiven you. We must have a serious talk about your fourth sister." "What fourth sister?" "You're being excessively jealous," Song Ziheng replied, both amused and exasperated. He sat beside Su Wan, who shot him a disdainful glance. Though her expression showed some annoyance, she remained seated, willing to listen to him. As the crowd of onlookers dispersed, the commotion subsided. Old Man Song entered the courtyard and asked Song Mother, "Is it true that there have been many young men lingering around our yard recently? Were we not keeping this from Ziheng's wife? How did it escalate to this point?" Song Mother nodded, and Song Xiaomei handed her father a bowl of sweet potato porridge, saying, "It's all because of that fourth sister. She has been spreading rumors about this issue everywhere. And while the villagers know about Sansaw's situation and do not believe her, she remains undeterred and has even gone to Sango to fabricate stories." Old Man Song took a big gulp from the bowl before turning to Song Mother, asking, "So you all knew about the fourth sister's antics? Why did no one speak up?" "I figured no one in the village would believe her," Song Mother replied. "Besides, as a nearly marriageable young lady, this is a crucial time for her to find a match. If she gets entangled in this mess, the village chief's wife will surely hold a grudge against our family. So we didn't pursue the matter." "Ridiculous. Old man Song exclaimed, sitting on the doorstep with a grim expression. You should have addressed it privately with the village chief, urging him to silence his daughter. What harm could it have done to her finding a husband? Now, she has come to stir trouble in front of Ziheng and his wife. This affects not just her, but even your son. Song mother appeared somewhat embarrassed, clasping her hands together. Ba. Thankfully, your father returned quickly. Song Yujin hastily consumed 2 bowls of porridge and declared, This is intolerable. Father, I shall go to the village chief to confront him. His daughter cannot treat us this way. I'll join you, brother. Song Yofu chimed in. Before the brothers could leave the courtyard, the door opened, and Song Ziheng stepped out. Third brother, I'll accompany you, an elder brother, to the village chief's house. Your eloquence would be an asset. Wait. Song Ziheng had exerted considerable effort to convince Su Wan that he had no connection to the fourth sister. And after signing a series of unequal agreements, he now emerged with a somber demeanor, devoid of his usual cheerfulness. He pondered, given the uproar today, the village chief must be aware. We should stay home and see how he responds. Behind Song Ziheng, Su Wan quickly added, If he doesn't bring his daughter to apologize, he should not expect my forgiveness. Old man Song nodded in agreement, stating, Ziheng is right. They must come to apologize. Indeed, as Song Ziheng had anticipated, Su Wan had just finished her breakfast when the village chief arrived, bringing the fourth sister to seek forgiveness. Accompanying him was a woman in a somewhat new cloth dress, her demeanor exuding a sense of authority. The village chief was quite sincere, bowing as he entered. I truly apologize, Brother Song. Our fourth sister has behaved terribly. Thankfully, no serious trouble has arisen. Otherwise, I would have been unable to live with myself. Old man Song personally helped the village chief to his feet, saying, It truly is fortunate that no major disaster occurred. Otherwise, I would have been at a loss for what to do. The village chief nodded repeatedly, affirming, Indeed, it's a blessing. Otherwise, I would be too ashamed to face anyone. He then turned sharply, scolding, You unruly child. Hurry and apologize to Ziheng's wife. The fourth sister glared at Su Wan with red-rimmed eyes, her expression filled with resentment, yet she remained silent, her hands covering half of her face, indicating she had likely been struck by her father. Song Xiaomei whispered to Su Wan. The village chief actually dared to hit the fourth sister this time. Even her mother couldn't stop him. It seems he is genuinely furious. Although the fourth sister ranked fourth among her cousins, she was the village chief's youngest and only daughter, possessing beauty and charm. Her mother doted on her to an excessive degree, rarely scolding her. Yet today, she received a slap from her father, and rather than harboring anger towards him, she directed all her resentment towards Su Wan, blaming her for the humiliation of appearing before Ziheng in such a disheveled state. Su Wan couldn't help but sigh. To her, the incident seemed trivial, almost laughable in hindsight, a testament to her allure. When the fourth sister made her remarks in front of her, Su Wan had remained unfazed, but as the situation escalated, she began to realize its gravity. This was an era where a woman's reputation could lead to dire consequences. Had she not found the outside world uninteresting, devoid of companions to visit, she might have ventured out. In the eyes of the villagers, she had become a paragon of virtue, a model daughter-in-law, and not someone who would deliberately flirt with young men. Had she exhibited any liveliness or sociability, it would have been impossible for her to clear her name. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, Su Wan reflected on how she had previously underestimated the fourth sister, who, though young, was of an age suitable for marriage in this era. She was no longer a child. The village chief's wife had previously endured her anger, hoping that, with a step down, Su Wan would recognize the situation and come to her senses. However, to her dismay, Su Wan did not even glance at her daughter, and her attitude was truly infuriating. Unable to contain herself, she arched an eyebrow and remarked, Oh, it's merely a child who doesn't understand, and she hasn't caused any real trouble. Look at you all, as if the sky is falling. You foolish, insufferable woman. The village chief exclaimed, pointing at his wife, rendered speechless by his fury. He raised his hand and slapped her, adding, How dare you say that? If it weren't for your failure to educate the fourth sister properly, she wouldn't have such a sharp tongue at such a young age, and today, she wouldn't have nearly caused trouble for Ziheng's wife. Before he could finish, his wife interrupted, her brows furrowed, covering her face and gritting her teeth. You hit me? It seems you're ready to pounce and retaliate. Fortunately, Song's mother and Zhang held her back. Out of respect for the village chief, I will address you as aunt, she said. Su Wan, who had been cautiously observed by several people, was not furious but bore a face that clearly indicated her anger. At last, she cast a serious glance at the fourth sister and declared, "If you think this is not a big deal, I shall ring gongs and drums and parade around the village, informing everyone that it was your fourth sister who spoke ill of me in front of them. Of course, I will remember to relay your exact words, that the fourth sister is merely a child who doesn't he understand, and they need not act as if the sky is falling." The village chief's wife was inclined to have the fourth sister come and apologize because Su Wan had not mentioned the girl's name today. This way, the two families could resolve the matter privately, for while the villagers might gossip, they would not dare to do so openly out of respect for the village chief. Su Wan's statement had seized the village chief's wife's throat, and disregarding her husband's slap, she quickly smiled and apologized to Su Wan, subtly pinching the fourth sister twice to signal her to admit her mistake. The fourth sister complied, and Su Wan chose to ignore them. Stepping into the main hall and pulling the ear of the eldest boy, "Why aren't you paying attention to your studies? Where are your eyes wandering?" The eldest boy cried out, "Third, aunt, be gentle." The village chief, watching Su Wan depart, asked Song's mother with a hint of anxiety, "Old sister, what does this mean for Ziheng's wife?" Before she could respond, Song Ziheng revealed a smile, feeling relieved. "If my wife behaves this way, it means she has forgiven the fourth sister. However, the fourth sister must not act this way again." Having delayed for quite some time, the village chief urged, "Uncle, you should return to your duties." The village chief's wife, still in disbelief, remarked, "Ziheng's wife didn't say a word and truly forgave our fourth sister? Rest assured, my wife means what she says." She previously stated that as long as the fourth sister sincerely apologizes, she would not pursue the matter further. Upon hearing this, the village chief's family left, feeling anxious. Once they returned to their yard, the village chief's wife commented, "Ziheng's wife has such a magnanimous temperament. She seems to have managed to keep the Song family in line. That Li's wife is usually quite sharp-tongued, yet she dared not speak up today, surprisingly subdued." The village chief frowned. "What exactly are you trying to say?" "I fear that while she claims not to hold a grudge, she might very well cause a scene and draw the entire village's attention to our fourth sister's folly, especially since she still needs to consider marriage." After a long silence, the village chief's wife gritted her teeth and said, "We should send over that basket of eggs. Having taken our family's things, she surely won't speak ill of us. I had already suggested taking them to apologize to Old Song's family, but you insisted on causing a scene. Now, you take them over yourself. If you can't articulate your thoughts, then remain silent. Don't open your mouth and offend them again." Unexpectedly, Song's mother received a basket of eggs from the stingy village chief's wife, and amidst her shock, she felt a degree of joy, promptly instructing her eldest daughter-in-law to fry extra eggs for lunch. Su Wan appeared unaffected, continuing her small class instruction. Song Ziheng, listening from outside, couldn't he help but smile, realizing that he had initially asked his wife to teach their nephews merely to keep her occupied. But she had surpassed his expectations by teaching them to write and understand various concepts quite well. However, his joy was short-lived as he recalled another matter that troubled him. According to his sister, after their visit to the town, several young men had been seen loitering around their gate in the following days. Eventually, realizing they could not see his wife, they dispersed. Yet, Song Ziheng had other concerns, while the villagers were generally simple-minded. He feared that some ill-intentioned individuals might wait for his father and brother to be away and intrude when only his wife and grandmother were at home, leaving them defenseless. How could he prepare for such a possibility? As he pondered this, a day slipped by, and after dinner, the family sat in the yard to cool off. Song Ziheng finally broached the subject. "Last night, I discussed with my wife that our grape wine has a rich flavor and lingering aftertaste. Even my father, who does not usually enjoy alcohol, has taken a liking to it. I think we should consider selling it. Surely, more people would appreciate it." "Sell wine? That would make us merchants." "Absolutely not." Song's father waved his hand dismissively. "We are not suggesting that we sell it ourselves. We are utterly inexperienced in business and would likely fail. However, if it proves profitable, we could discuss it with your father-in-law, who owns a shop and is skilled in business. He would certainly be able to sell the wine. As we cultivate grapes and produce wine, the more he sells, the greater the demand for our grapes, which is also a consideration." Song's father's eyes lit up, but he hesitated. "But isn't that too much trouble for our in-laws?" Su Wan replied with a smile. If it can earn us money, what trouble could there be? Song's mother was intrigued. Her third daughter-in-law had enjoyed a life of luxury at her family home and was quite discerning. Though she had often prepared unfamiliar delicacies that left everyone at the table practically swallowing their tongues, she never seemed particularly pleased. Now, her fondness for the wine indicated it was indeed something special. Moreover, even her son appreciated it. This must surely be a good product with potential for profit. She eagerly added, "This is a splendid idea. Ziheng will be taking his provincial exams next year, and, if he passes, he will go to the capital to take the imperial examination, which will require a significant amount of money. It would be wise to earn as much as we can now to ease his financial burden later. I've heard that in the capital, officials and wealthy families abound. And to perform well, one must be prepared to spend money on connections. Otherwise, one risks failing altogether." Normally, Song Ziheng would find his mother's remarks amusing, but today he remained silent. Song's father took a couple of puffs from his pipe and said, "Under normal circumstances, I would certainly agree with you. But we must be cautious when involving our in-laws. If we cannot sell the wine, it would be of little consequence to us, a few bunches of grapes wasted at most. However, it is their hard-earned money at stake. The rental prices for shops in the county are exorbitant, and a single month's rent could sustain our family for half a year." Song Ziheng nodded, and his father continued, "You all should discuss your plans. We cannot simply assume that because we find this wine appealing, others will too. What if no one else likes it? While it is unlikely that the average person would purchase our wine, the wealthy would not mind the price. The more exclusive, the better, whether for personal enjoyment or as a gift to friends." Of course, his father's concerns were valid. Therefore, once the wine is fully brewed, I will choose a time to visit my father-in-law and seek his opinion on the matter. Su Wan replied thoughtfully, "I am well aware of my father's tastes, and I assure you, this will be a success. Instead of wasting time, we should take advantage of the fact that the grapes are still on the vine and negotiate to gather them all for brewing. During the holidays, my father's business associates will come to visit, and once they taste the wine, I have no doubt they will be impressed. Moreover, this wine is suitable for women. My mother often socializes with those ladies, inviting them to drink on several occasions. When we open our shop in the future, who will worry about a lack of customers?" Song Ziheng spoke in a veiled manner, but Su Wan, feeling no hesitation being with her own parents, was much more straightforward. Their meanings were similar, yet it was Su Wan's words that altered the expressions of those present, stirring genuine excitement, albeit with one concern that was first raised by Song's mother. While there was no issue collecting grapes from everyone's homes, what if they failed to sell? Would it not mean wasting both money and effort? Li Shi echoed, "Indeed, we have invested money and labor into brewing this wine. The previous batch yielded no profit, leaving it all for our in-laws to consume. The principle of you reap what you sow was one that the second sister-in-law was clearly unaware of." Ahem. Song Ziheng could not help but interrupt Su Wan's words. Although she had valid points, it was inappropriate to liken their parents to sheep. "Father and mother, allow me to present a calculation before you decide whether to proceed." Song Ziheng cleared his throat, stating 5 pounds of grapes combined with 1.5 pounds of sugar can yield approximately 3 pounds of wine, which is priced at no less than 1 tael of silver per pound. The surrounding crowd gasped in astonishment, and the Song brothers, who typically adhered to their parents' plans, could not help but exclaim, "Even if we sell just 10 pounds a month, that would suffice. Sharing half with our in-laws, we would still net 5 taels of silver." Song Xiaomei added, "The grapes we grow ourselves incur no cost. Even if we find ourselves short on grapes, purchasing from villagers will not cost much. Everyone has grapes they cannot finish, and they would be pleased to sell them." Zhang Shi inquired, "Are there wild grapes on the mountain? I wonder if we could use them to brew wine." "Certainly," Su Wan nodded, contemplating that this revelation had piqued interest. She refrained from disclosing her own pricing thoughts, then added, "There's also the hope that father and mother understand that wine, like rice wine, becomes more fragrant and mellow with age." With Su Wan's words, Song Lauda no longer hesitated. He decisively declared, "Let us proceed. There is little work to attend to in the fields recently. Tomorrow, I will send your mother to inform everyone that any uneaten grapes should be left for us. Eldest, second, and I will go to the mountains to pick wild grapes, while the others stay home to brew wine." After a moment as thought, he added, "Ziheng's wife can continue teaching the children. These tasks can be assigned to your sisters-in-law." Li Shi's eyes flickered as she suggested, "Father, my sisters-in-law's family only sells wine and can share half the profits. My maternal brothers may not be skilled in business, but they are strong. We could invite them to help with the brewing." Song's mother retorted, for such small tasks, Xiaomei and Ziheng's wife can manage. You wish to shirk responsibility. Li Shi quickly replied, I did not mean now, but in the future, when business expands, we will undoubtedly be overwhelmed. It would be better to involve my maternal brothers. She glanced at Zhang Shi, adding, surely, father and mother cannot be so biased. They are all your daughters-in-law. Allowing my sisters-in-law's family to profit without including mine seems unfair. Zhang Shi, initially ready to speak, fell silent, for her own family was not as well off as Li Shi's. Her youngest brother was still unmarried due to their family's poverty. Though she had previously felt helpless, the prospect of hope made her want to assist her family. The method of brewing wine is my idea, so I will state my claim, Su Wan declared without hesitation. This wine shall henceforth be called red wine, and we shall only say it is brewed from several special ingredients, ensuring no one easily deduces that it is made solely from grapes. Song Ziheng raised an eyebrow, smiling. That is indeed a splendid idea. Brewing grape wine is not particularly difficult. It is merely that no one had thought of it before. If we follow your suggestion, others will have no means to uncover the secret. Li Shi believed Su Wan's comment was directed at her, feeling somewhat disgruntled. However, with Song Ziheng's explanation, she refrained from further protest, realizing that if she continued to argue, it would only reveal her desire for outsiders to know the method of brewing grape wine. She was no fool. Wealth should rightfully belong to oneself, and who would wish to let others meddle? After Su Wan finished her bath and returned to her room, Song Ziheng soon followed suit. The others remained outside, chatting intermittently. Song Ziheng quietly embraced Su Wan from behind, whispering tenderly in her ear, my dear. Su Wan raised an eyebrow, turning to look at him. Seeing no displeasure on her face, Song Ziheng leaned in closer, affectionately rubbing his nose against hers, chuckling, my dear, you are quite generous today. Upon hearing this, Su Wan's expression shifted to one of cold amusement. She retorted, you claim she is of the same clan as you, and that clans should not intermarry. You have always treated her as a sister and kept your distance. I'll let her off this time, but should I discover you are deceiving me, you shall see. Song Ziheng chuckled softly, my dear, you are quite imposing. How could I dare to deceive you? Besides, the truth is as such. Although there were exceptions in the past, those families have since moved away, and the villagers seldom speak of them. I have never harbored any thoughts about that girl. Had she not come to our home frequently, I might not even recall her appearance. Very well. I shall trust you this once, Su Wan replied, raising an eyebrow. The moonlight illuminated her eyes, shimmering with allure as she mimicked her younger sister's sweet tone, calling out, Ziheng, brother, her voice filled with a myriad of emotions. Song Ziheng had never witnessed such a display of charm and felt his heart melt, leaning against Su Wan, drawing her into his embrace, half teasing, half anticipating, my dear, call me once more. The tension in the air was palpable, and Su Wan wickedly retracted her expression, pushing Song Ziheng away and turning towards the bed. Just as she lifted the curtain and had not yet settled in, she was suddenly embraced from behind, her weight pressing down onto her. My dear, call me once more, Song Ziheng persisted, breathing softly in her ear. Su Wan lifted her face from the bedding. No. Song Ziheng lowered his head, gazing at her delicate ear, and impulsively extended his tongue to lightly lick it. Su Wan reacted as if a switch had been flipped, her body shuddering, and with a forceful motion, she unexpectedly toppled Song Ziheng off her. Suppressing a laugh, Su Wan propped herself up, turning to meet Song Ziheng's gaze. Their eyes locked in a moment of disbelief. Song Ziheng felt he had experienced the most humiliating moments of his life today, culminating in an unforgettable night. Su Wan struggled to contain her laughter. Her previous reaction had been purely instinctual, but now, witnessing Song Ziheng's incredulity masked by feigned composure, she felt a genuine urge to laugh, holding back only out of kindness. Are you all right? I am merely sensitive to tickling, so my reaction was exaggerated. It was not intentional. Her sparkling eyes, paired with a look of guilt, only deepened Song Ziheng's embarrassment. He was also prideful, having lost face in front of his wife, and the moment had indeed dampened his spirits. Any lingering thoughts he had were swiftly quashed. I was indeed abrupt, he said, hastily pulling the thin blanket over himself as he lay down. It is getting late. You should rest now, dear. Feeling awkward and wishing to put the incident behind them, Song Ziheng was relieved when Su Wan chose not to mention it either. They both settled down, Su Wan closing her eyes in preparation for sleep. After a while, Song Ziheng's mood began to calm, and he shifted closer to Su Wan, gently resting his hand on her waist. Su Wan remained with her eyes closed, subtly curling her lips as her breathing gradually became even and serene. In a dreamless night, Su Wan awoke to find herself alone in bed. As was customary, Song Ziheng had set off for the county before dawn, while the other members of the Song family had already begun their morning tasks. Little sister Song had already assisted Su Wan once, adeptly leading Zhang and Li in moving all the earthen jars suitable for storing wine out of the house. They first rinsed them with well water, then boiled each one for a quarter of an hour in bubbling water, finally placing the boiled jars in the courtyard to dry. Zhang, while adding kindling to the stove, inquired, "Little sister, what is the purpose of boiling these jars?" Little sister Song replied, "I'm not entirely sure, but I assume it is to ensure they are thoroughly cleaned." Zhang retorted, "It seems rather excessive. I've never seen such fuss over cleanliness. Even the Liu family does not boil their jars when brewing wine." Li glanced towards Su Wan's room, noting how she lay in bed until late, indulging without lifting a finger, while the in-laws did not utter a single word. This only fueled her resentment, as if they expected her to stand idly by while others worked. Little sister Song shot Li an annoyed glance, reminding her that the wine brewed at the Liu family couldn't even fetch a single tael of silver per pound. Indeed, Zhang interjected, "Little sister and third sister-in-law succeeded in brewing last time, so following this method should yield good results." Su Wan, having dressed, emerged from her room. In the courtyard, Dawa and Erwa were busy, one supporting the ladder while the other climbed to pick grapes. They were quite skilled at this task, and soon little sister Song's basket was filled to the brim. Zhang fetched water from the well, rinsing the grapes before placing them on the clean well cover to dry, while Li, having washed her hands, began to crush the dried grapes and pack them into clean jars. The division of labor was clear and their cooperation seamless. Even little sister Song struggled to keep up with Zhang and Li, while Su Wan could only observe. As Li filled half a jar with grapes, Su Wan quickly intervened. "We need to add sugar to this jar and seal it before moving it indoors." "But it's not full yet," protested little sister Song, bringing over another basket of freshly picked grapes. With a laugh, she added, "I forgot to mention, in a few days, once the wine is ready, it will fill to the brim." Li's eyes sparkled with delight. "Can we really brew that much wine?" After finishing breakfast, Su Wan noticed that most of the grapes in the Song family's yard had been harvested. Dawa descended from the ladder, dripping with sweat, yet still eager. Looked at his brother with bright eyes. "Shall we help Grandma in the next yard with her grapes?" Grapes were in high demand, and the villagers were eagerly awaiting the harvest. Naturally, the first place Song's mother went was to the home of her close friend, wealthy aunt, next door. They had not planted many trees, and their yard was filled with grapevines, yielding far more than the Song family, which often left half of their harvest uneaten. Eva, feeling tempted, wanted to sneak out of their mother's sight, but Su Wan, ever watchful, caught him. She settled on a stool by the front door, raising an eyebrow at the two brothers. "Once you're finished, return to your studies." Dawa's face fell in despair. He hadn't even had a chance to secure his own reward before Zhang, eager for her son's success, ushered him into the main room. Soon, the sound of their reading filled the house, and Zhang's previous fatigue vanished, replaced by a smile as she remarked, "If this wine sells well, reaching a tael of silver per pound, not only could your uncle go to the capital for exams, but we could also build a few more rooms. Dawa is already 12. In a few years, he will need a proper house for marriage." She then glanced at little sister Song, adding, "Even little sister's dowry could be more substantial, giving her a stronger standing in her new home." The light summer clothing had become insufficient, and people began to transition to autumn garments. The house was filled with jars of wine, their lids unable to contain the rich aroma. The children studying in the main room were enveloped in the fragrant air, and those with keen noses could detect the scent wafting from the Song family's yard, prompting them to jest about what delicacies Su Wan was concocting. Her reputation as a culinary enthusiast was well known in the village. No one dared to skimp on their own contributions, even if we occasionally grumbled about Su Wan's excessive fussiness. They diligently followed the procedures established during her first brewing attempt, ensuring a success rate of 100%. As the wine neared completion, the atmosphere in the Song family was a mix of excitement and apprehension. For them, rolling up their sleeves and working was essential for sustenance. With the first vat of wine successfully brewed, their confidence grew. Yet the true challenge lay ahead: how to sell it. After all, the entire family had poured considerable effort into this endeavor. Initially worried that they might not have enough grapes, they soon realized that the untouched harvest on the shelves was safe from the children's hands, allowing each family to gather dozens of pounds. In total, the Song family village, with over 100 households, managed to harvest around 500 pounds of grapes, priced modestly at 2 per pound, amounting to a significant expenditure of a full won. Song Lauda and his brothers had also gathered wild grapes from the mountains, exceeding their expectations with over 100 pounds. The earthen jars were insufficient, prompting Song Yujin to make 2 trips to town with the ox cart to fetch jars, which cost several hundred won. The greater expense came from the sugar, which amounted to 5 or 6 taels of silver. When Song's mother produced the money, it pained her to part with it. Having invested so much capital, if they failed to sell the wine, especially Song's mother, it would be a heartbreak. Noticing the mounting pressure in the eyes of the Song family, Su Wan continued her daily activities, seemingly unaffected. Her air of confidence, however, provided them with much-needed reassurance. Su Wan was not merely resilient. She was filled with conviction. In her previous life, she had encountered numerous wealthy individuals, and her own hard-earned fortune could barely place her among the affluent. Though this was an ancient setting, the mindset of the rich remained largely unchanged. The demand for wine was plentiful, and with proper marketing, it could easily become a fashionable drink among the elite. Regrettably, she lacked connections, relying solely on the Song family's network. Thus, the positioning of the wine, whether high-end or mid-tier, depended entirely on Song Lauda's social circle. Nevertheless, it was certain that even if the initial positioning was upscale, with diligent management, success was merely a matter of time. Su Wan's expectations for the wine were no less than those of the Song family. While they sought merely to fill their bellies and earn a bit of extra income, she envisioned it as a flourishing venture. Should the course of history remain unchanged, she could indeed become a wealthy woman, living happily even after parting with Song Ziheng. Amid the Song family's anxious yet hopeful sentiments, Su Wan began her preparations. She sequestered herself in the room designated for storing the wine, laboring for half a day. When the Song family finally entered, they beheld a jar filled with a crystal-clear liquid reminiscent of celestial nectar. Its vibrant hue and rich fragrance were irresistible, leaving them reluctant to consume it. This was the clarified red wine, and Su Wan sealed the jar, stating, "This batch is complete. Just seal it and set it aside. The longer it sits, the richer the flavor." Song's mother nodded eagerly. "Is this truly how the wine turns out? It's quite remarkable. I can hardly bear to drink it." Su Wan smiled. "If it weren't something special, who would be willing to spend silver on it?" Zhang quickly added, "Third sister-in-law, you truly have acquired knowledge. Your insight is unmatched." Su Wan, wishing to avoid excessive pleasantries, directly shared, "You've seen the final product. Now I will explain the last step, which is quite simple. We beat egg whites, stir them in, and after a while, impurities will settle at the bottom. We will pour out the wine from the top and repeat this process 2 or 3 times to achieve a clear and beautiful red wine. This task proves somewhat troublesome. One must ensure that the murky wine at the bottom does not spill out during the pouring. Yet it is not too cumbersome." Song Xiaomei rolled up her sleeves, eager to embark on the task with a palpable determination. "Rest assured, third sister-in-law, we shall execute this splendidly." It was Zhang who noticed a bowl filled with liquid on the ground and inquired, "Is this the wine that was just poured from the jar? Is it unusable now?" "Of course not," replied Li, clicking her tongue. "To waste an entire bowl from just one jar. Imagine how much wine that amounts to." Her words echoed the sentiments of those present. Song's mother despised the thought of wasting even a drop of wine. Su Wan, feigning ignorance of their pained expressions, remarked lightly, "As I always say, one must not lose sight of the bigger picture. The clarified red wine is clear and radiant, captivating to behold. Even if it costs more, there are those willing to purchase it. However, observe the other jars. While they contain the same wine, their appearance lacks the distinction. Whether they can fetch 1 or 2 silver coins per pound remains uncertain." Outside, Erwa poked his head in, grinning as he declared, "I understand what third ant means. We must not let small losses lead to great ones." After 2 days of diligent work, all the wine had been filtered and clarified. Song Yujin later ventured to town to procure 2 earthen jars slightly smaller than water tanks, which he meticulously cleaned and sterilized. The clarified wine was then poured into the jars, sealed, and left undisturbed. A remaining portion of several large jars, approximately 40 to 50 pounds, was reserved for personal consumption, while the rest would eventually be sent to the Su family. Su Wan knew that the Song family would be reluctant to indulge. Yet she resolved to take a jar back to her quarters, intending to enjoy a cup nightly for its benefits to circulation, complexion, and sleep, as well as to use it for facial masks. Her initial ambition in brewing the wine was solely for personal use. All other benefits were secondary. By the end of September, the Song Ziheng Academy had closed for a break. During the autumn harvest, instead of sending word back, he rented an ox cart and returned to Song family village. He departed early, arriving home around the hour of the snake, and upon entering the house, found it eerily quiet. He checked his own quarters, only to find them devoid of life. He set down his belongings, changed into old clothes, and stepped outside just as Song Xiaomei returned, muddy and triumphantly carrying a lively grass fish. As the fish flailed its tail, mud splashed across her face. Song Xiaomei fetched a bucket and filled it with water from the well, placing the fish inside while keeping the bucket 2 meters away to prevent it from jumping back into the well. Upon noticing her third brother, she exclaimed in delight, "Brother, you're back already. How long is the academy on break this time?" 2 weeks, as usual. Has the family started harvesting rice? Not yet. We still need to wait a couple of days. We were digging sweet potatoes recently, and there's still more to be unearthed. Uncle mentioned that the fish in the pond need to be caught soon. The fishmonger in town has been notified and will come and collect as much as we have. Father thought it would be less hassle to dig up the lotus roots as well, since the person who harvested them last year said they wanted them again this year. Thus, everyone is busy in the pond today before starting on the rice. Song Ziheng nodded and asked, "Is there no one at home? Have they all gone to the lotus pond?" Understanding who he inquired about, Song Xiaomei replied without hesitation, "Indeed. Everyone has gone to watch the commotion." Third sister-in-law seems even more excited than San Yo and San Hua, as if she has never seen anything like it before. Usually, she lights up at the mention of food, but today, she wouldn't even come to help with the cooking, saying I should figure out myself. Song Ziheng couldn't help but smile. She is indeed unaccustomed to such things. However, without her guidance, how would I know what to prepare? After several days of fish steamed, braised, and pickled, I am quite weary of it. As she spoke, a spark ignited in her eyes. How about I make some spicy fish slices? You haven't had that yet. It's absolutely delightful, albeit a tad spicy. Song Ziheng, preoccupied with other thoughts, simply smiled and replied, "You decide. I'll go see if I can lend a hand by the pond." "Go on then." Song Xiaomei waved him off. Third sister-in-law will be shocked. She didn't know you would return so soon, thinking you wouldn't be back until the end of the year. However, when Song Ziheng finally laid eyes on Su Wan, she did not appear particularly surprised. Her attention was captivated by the pond, where a large-scale fish-catching and lotus-digging operation was underway. Half the pond's water had been drained, exposing the muddy bottom, where plump fish leapt about, splashing mud unexpectedly. Aside from San Yo, San Hua, and Grandma Song, the rest had descended into the pond to catch fish and dig lotus roots. Those accustomed to hard labor moved swiftly, with buckets of fish and lotus roots being brought up in succession. Dawa, fortunate in his endeavor, caught a large fish weighing around 10 pounds and proudly called out to Su Wan, "Third aunt, look at me." But as he raised the fish, its tail swung toward his face, and with a graceful plop, the fish splashed back into the pond, sending Dawa stumbling backward, his foot stuck in the mud, nearly falling flat on his back. Laughter erupted all around, and Su Wan joined in, her mirth infectious. She felt an urge to join in the fun, having never witnessed such lively scenes before. The thought of catching a few fish and digging up some lotus roots excited her. The experience promised to be delightful. Compared to this, those modern-day agritourism ventures seemed mere childish play. As she pondered, she couldn't help but feel disdain for the owners of those ventures, who charge patrons for a mere handful of fish in a small pond, claiming to offer an ecological experience. They ought to witness the true essence of ecology here in Song Family Village. As Song Ziheng approached, he spotted a throng of villagers gathered by the lotus pond, drawn by the commotion. Amidst the crowd dressed in dark and worn garments, Su Wan stood out in her elegant yellow dress, a striking contrast that left him breathless. Much like a flower blooming atop a precipice, he found himself momentarily entranced, gazing at her radiant smile, which he had never seen before, not on her face nor anyone else's. The brilliance of her smile was beyond description, for he had no reference point, yet he felt as if he were seeing the genuine her for the first time. After a brief contemplation, a shadow crossed his eyes, yet his expression softened back to its usual warmth as he stepped forward. The keen eyes of the children caught sight of their uncle approaching. Senyo turned and squealed, "Third uncle is back." Song Ziheng bent down and scooped her up, wiping her muddy face clean. "Look at all this mud. You're a little mess." He carried her over to Su Wan, who finally turned to acknowledge him with a casual, "You're back." It was merely a greeting. Her gaze quickly returned to the pond, where a fish leapt at her feet as if showing off. Su Wan's palms tingled with the desire to catch it. Song Ziheng had opened his mouth to speak, but, noticing her intense focus, opted for silence. He set Senyo down, removed his shoes, rolled up his sleeves, and prepared to wade into the pond. Su Wan's attention finally shifted to him, her gaze tinged with envy. After greeting his parents, he stepped into the lotus pond and caught Su Wan's eye, suddenly reaching out to her. Taken aback, she was about to speak when Grandma Song interjected, "The water is cold. Your wife hasn't born children yet. She shouldn't go in. What if something were to happen?" Grandma Song felt a pang of urgency, having longed to hold her great-grandchild. Yet Su Wan showed no signs of pregnancy. However, she could not entirely blame the daughter-in-law, as her son was often away, returning only every month or two. Yet, Grandma's thoughts nagged her. Her son was robust, so it must be that Su Wan had been coddled by her family, rendering her weaker than the village girls. But Song Ziheng countered, "Little sister can also wade in. She works hard and is quite sturdy. Your wife cannot compare." Song Ziheng, understanding that life and nurturing had nothing to do with Su Wan's physical state, cast a glance her way. Noticing a flicker of emotion in her eyes, he remarked, "It's nothing. It's nearly noon, and the water isn't cold." Unable to resist her grandson, Grandma Song directed her gaze towards Su Wan. Su Wan hesitated to enter the water, concerned about dirtying her clothes. "It's fine. Even if they get dirty, it's merely one outfit," she decided, bending down to remove her shoes. However, Song Ziheng interjected, "My dear, there are hard objects and insects at the bottom of the pond. Going barefoot may lead to injury. Perhaps you should keep your socks on." Thus, Su Wan took off her shoes and, holding on to Song Ziheng's hand, carefully extended her leg into the water. Suddenly, he placed his right hand on her waist, and in an instant, she found herself standing in the pond. The soft, yielding ground beneath her feet felt entirely different from solid earth, and as she sank deeper into the mud, a sense of insecurity overtook her, causing her to instinctively grip Song Ziheng's arm. He shifted slightly, firmly supporting her with his left arm while bending down to skillfully dig for lotus roots with his other hand. Initially, Su Wan struggled to acclimate to the sensation of sinking into the mire, but after a moment, her fear dissipated. She released her grip on Song Ziheng and attempted to mimic his actions, soon discovering something beneath the mud. Her face broke into a radiant smile as she pulled with all her might, but the object remained stubbornly unmoved. Determined, she employed both hands, gritting her teeth in effort. Just as Song Ziheng turned to assist her, Su Wan successfully extracted the object, splattering mud onto his face in the process. The momentum caused her to lean back unexpectedly, landing squarely in the mud, her weight causing her to sink further. In a panic, she discarded her prize and exclaimed, "Song Ziheng." He rushed over, grasping her shoulder and, like pulling a radish from the soil, extricated her from the mud. Though safe, Su Wan was far from elated. The weight of her image weighed heavily on her. Even after transcending time and space, the burden of maintaining her dignity remained. She recalled how her earlier composure had been shattered, and her vision darkened as she noticed two mischievous children on the bank, doubled over with laughter. She overheard Senyo imitating Grandma's song, saying, "Third aunt, shame on you. She taught us to get up by ourselves when we fall and not to ask for help, even if she yells for third uncle to pull her up." Su Wan's eyes darted toward the mischievous Sanhua, who boldly made faces at her, taunting, "Third aunt, shame on you. Shame on you." She shot him a sharp look, assuming the role of a stern teacher. "No laughing. Anyone who dares to laugh will face a punishment of copying lines 10 times this afternoon." Just as she turned, her gaze met Song Ziheng's mud-splattered face, and her stern demeanor crumbled, nearly causing her to burst into laughter. Despite her efforts to contain it, she erupted, breathlessly exclaiming, "Husband, your face truly is handsome and charming, so striking." The words were nothing short of poetic. Instinctively, Song Ziheng wiped his face, forgetting that his hands were also covered in mud, which only smeared his face further into a comical mess. Su Wan's laughter intensified, and he lamented, "This is all you're doing. Your transformation into a mud-smeared visage is hardly my handiwork. she replied, still chuckling. In a swift motion, Song Ziheng playfully smeared mud across her face as well, resulting in a mutual transformation into muddy figures. Undeterred, Su Wan quickly retaliated, and soon, aside from their eyes and mouths, both were thoroughly coated in mud. While she initially disdained the pond's dirtiness, she now reveled in the playful exchange, engaging in a childlike game of mudslinging, oblivious to the onlookers. Erwa, emulating the antics, flung mud at Dawa, declaring, "Brother, let me clean your face." Caught off guard, Dawa was soon covered in mud, and a full-fledged battle ensued between the two mischievous children. Noticing the attention they attracted, Song Ziheng decided to end the playful skirmish, clearing his throat and stating, "My dear, do you have a handkerchief?" Su Wan paused her antics, replying, "Ido." She bent to wash the mud from her hands in the murky water before retrieving a handkerchief from her sleeve. Song Ziheng washed his hands too, then naturally began to clean Su Wan's face first. The atmosphere shifted, and the more reserved onlookers could hardly maintain their composure. As a proper couple, their playful interaction felt slightly too intimate, especially after Song Ziheng's return from the academy. The crowd, initially captivated, began to avert their gazes and resume their tasks, pretending as if nothing had transpired. In this harmonious moment, Su Wan discerned a disdainful snort nearby. Looking up, she spotted Si Mei glaring at her with evident contempt, perhaps still holding a grudge. Su Wan averted her gaze back to Song Ziheng, whose full attention was on her. They were so close that she could discern every pore on his skin. Her fair complexion, marred by streaks of mud, appeared even more luminous, and the sight of those unsightly marks became increasingly intolerable. Song Ziheng focused intently on cleaning her face, fully aware of its delicate texture, and he treated it with utmost gentleness. Oblivious to the reactions of those around them, he finally succeeded in restoring her face to its pristine state. A subtle smile graced his lips, a hint of pride evident in his eyes. Su Wan reciprocated the smile, taking the handkerchief from him and lamenting, "Alas, it is now soiled. It matters not. We shall wash it upon our return," he reassured her. However, Su Wan folded the handkerchief to expose the cleaner side and remarked, "As long as you do not mind." Before Song Ziheng could grasp the implication of her words, her delicate hand, as pristine as jade, reached toward him, using the very cloth he had just employed to wipe her face to clean his. The cleanliness of the act was irrelevant. In the light of day, Song Ziheng pressed his lips together, feeling a slight flush creep up his neck. He finally recognized that such public displays of affection might be frowned upon. Yet he stood his ground, accommodating her as he lowered his head to ease her efforts. Si Mei, seething with indignation, shot Su Wan several daggers with her eyes. Feeling mocked by the playful exchange, she stomped her foot in frustration, muttering a harsh insult under her breath before turning away. Ultimately, Si Mei refrained from provoking further trouble, as her father often forbade her from venturing out, concerned about her reputation. Today, however, she had been granted a brief reprieve to summon her parents for a meal. Yet, even this fleeting moment outside was precious to her, as her family's fields lay adjacent to Song Ziheng's, and with the harvest approaching, she anticipated catching glimpses of him daily. Su Wan, less meticulous than Song Ziheng, quickly finished cleaning her face. As she followed his gaze, she spotted Si Mei walking away. Realizing the implications, Song Ziheng thought to himself that trouble was brewing, just as he heard his wife's cold remark, "She just called me shameless." After gathering a modest harvest of lotus roots and fish, Su Wan, feeling damp and uncomfortable, bid farewell to Old Man Song and his companions. They had not expected her assistance, so they nodded in acknowledgement. She climbed ashore, her feet caked in mud and unable to wear her shoes. Instead, she decided to carry them back. Before she could take more than a few steps, Song Ziheng unexpectedly followed her. Glancing back at him, she asked, "Are you returning as well?" Song Ziheng lagged a step behind, conveniently shielding Su Wan from the view of her dress, which clung to her form after her fall into the pond. With an air of nonchalance, he remarked, "I'm thirsty. Let us return for some water." Su Wan raised an eyebrow. "Didn't you bring water with you? I'm not accustomed to sharing." She attributed his reluctance to a penchant for cleanliness and thought nothing more of it. However, upon reaching home, she realized that having him around was quite convenient. Song Xiaomei was busy cooking in the kitchen, and there was another stove available for bathing water. Yet Su Wan was at a loss. having learned little beyond the basics of survival since her arrival. Thus, Song Ziheng took it upon himself to heat the bathing water and carry it to the bathing area. After bathing himself, he noticed Su Wan seated in the courtyard, struggling to dry her hair. Without a word, he approached and took the cloth from her, offering to assist. Song Xiaomei, who had inadvertently witnessed this scene while fetching water, was taken aback. She had never seen her third brother go to such lengths for his wife. He had not only prepared water, but was now drying her hair. In this era, women were capable of carrying water with ease. Even her second sister-in-law, known for her assertiveness, had to prepare bathing water for her husband upon returning home. This thought made Song Xiaomei ponder how her second sister-in-law would react if she witnessed this display of affection, especially considering how her third brother had grumbled for half a month after merely bringing a bucket of water for his wife. Yet, seeing her third brother act so tenderly was indeed surprising. Su Wan appeared utterly at ease with his attentions, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Song Xiaomei recalled a conversation from months prior, where her sister-in-law had advised her to seek a husband like her third brother. A flush crept on her cheeks, and she hastily retreated to the kitchen. As midday approached, the autumn sun cast a warm glow, and with someone gently tending to her hair, Su Wan felt a wave of drowsiness wash over her. She closed her eyes, resting her forehead against Song Ziheng. He stiffened for a moment, but remained silent, until eventually she shifted, turning her face to nestle against him and wrapping her arms around his waist. "Dear," he began, feeling somewhat awkward. "Please continue. Your hair is still damp." Clearing his throat, he added, it's not quite right." Su Wan, half asleep, drawled her words lazily. "Your fourth sister not only glared at me today, but also called me shameless." "What do you say to that?" Song Ziheng realized the moment had arrived. Yet he found himself inexperienced in handling such familial relations, his mind racing for a suitable response. He heard her voice again. "This sister is truly ungrateful. I spared her once out of kindness, and instead of gratitude, she bears a grudge against me." Realizing her intent, he asked, "Are you referring to not mentioning her name in front of others?" What significance did it hold? Even if he hadn't spoken, everyone in Songjia village was well aware of her identity. Perhaps feeling too comfortable, Su Wan continued, "I didn't make a point of her animosity towards me. That was mercy on my part, lest word spread and ruin her reputation. How could a young lady hope to marry under such circumstances?" Song Ziheng paused, then chuckled. "Pray tell, why are you so lenient toward her?" "Why wouldn't I be?" she replied, lifting her gaze to meet his. "If her reputation is tarnished, and she fails to marry, the blame would fall upon us. Moreover, her father has always been quite supportive of your family. Should she become reckless and seek you without formal ties, would you accept her?" Su Wan's tone shifted, and she arched an eyebrow, as though teasing him about a missed opportunity. Leaning back against him, she gazed up with sparkling eyes, prompting Song Ziheng to feel a tickle in his throat. With a hint of charm, he replied, "No beauty could rival my dear wife. Even if I were to drown in 1,000 rivers, I would only draw from the one cup that is you. The rest are but fleeting illusions." "Your words are more melodious than any song," Su Wan scoffed, feigning indifference. Song Ziheng adored her fiery spirit. Her eyes sparkled like flames, drawing him into their depths. He found himself leaning down, locking eyes with her, and softly professing, "My heart is true to you, dear wife, the heavens bear witness." "Very well, I shall trust you this once," she replied, then unexpectedly leaned in to kiss him. Their mutual attraction was palpable. In that moment, Song Ziheng was struck by her fiery gaze, and she found his lips to be exquisitely beautiful. In instinctive response, he reached to cradle her head, preparing to return the kiss, when suddenly, footsteps approached. They had just enough time to register the intrusion. As the onlookers stepped into the courtyard, their eyes capturing the scene of intimacy. What had begun as laughter abruptly ceased, leaving the family in an awkward silence. Their gazes locked in a tense stillness. It was young Sanwa who broke the silence, exclaiming, "What are you two doing? Playing a game? I want to join." His innocent inquiry shattered the pretense, forcing everyone to confront the situation. Song Ziheng, feeling as though he had been struck by lightning, released Su Wan. Realizing this was the most embarrassing moment he had ever encountered. He opened his mouth to ease the tension, but his father spoke first, clearing his throat. "Ahem. Let us head inside for a meal. We still have to go out to harvest lotus this afternoon." With that, he stepped into the house, and the rest followed suit. Jolted back to reality, Song Yujin and his brother hurried to unload baskets of fish and lotus from the cart, and despite his pristine attire, Song Ziheng joined in, wishing to avoid the strange looks from his family. At noon, Song Xiaomei indeed prepared boiled fish slices. As the family, weary from a morning of labor, gathered around the table, the aroma of the dish made their mouths water. Su Wan, a true foodie, was open to cuisines from all regions, relishing both light and bold flavors alike. In the Jiangnan region, though they occasionally enjoyed spicy dishes, their usual fare leaned toward the milder side. Today, however, with her spirits lifted, she found herself indulging more than usual, finishing nearly an extra half bowl of rice. The others were equally hungry. After the meal, content, Su Wan set her bowl down, and the children eagerly praised Song Xiaomei's culinary skills. Young Dawa chimed in, "Little aunt, you caught so many fish. Can you make this dish again for dinner? Every day, eating fish. Don't you get tired of it?" Song Xiaomei remained silent. Yet Su Wan interjected, "Dawa, it's not boring when it's prepared like this. I wouldn't mind eating it daily," he replied earnestly. Perhaps, Su Wan suggested, Xiaomei could make spicy lotus slices. They'd be great with rice or as a snack. Song's mother added, "If the lotus slices are delicious, we should make plenty. It's just a bit of lotus. And we have plenty at home." When Dawa and Erwa returned from studying, they often find little to eat. Old Man Song inquired about how long Song Ziheng had off, to which he replied, "As usual, half a month." The teacher advised that we should finish the farming before returning to the academy. After a moment of contemplation, Old Man Song remarked, "Our household has many members and can manage the harvest even in your absence. However, what are your intentions regarding a visit to your in-laws?" Sensing the underlying meaning in his father's words, Song Ziheng expressed his surprise, saying, "I was thinking of completing our chores first, then taking a day to visit my father-in-law. But it seems you have other plans?" "It's not so much a matter of other plans. Your thoughts are thorough. It's just that with so much wine stacked at home, if we don't promptly see confirmation from your in-laws, I cannot help but feel anxious." Upon glancing into the small wine storage room, Song Ziheng understood his father's unease. His wife explained that the 2 large jars in the center were filled with grape wine, alongside several smaller jars, totaling several hundred pounds. Song Ziheng was genuinely astonished. He knew his parents well. They were prudent and frugal, having lived a life of poverty. Even a single coin was cherished, and despite their excitement over the prospects of winemaking, they would only harvest their grapes and perhaps buy a few more for neighbors, producing a modest quantity. The unexpected bounty surprised Song Ziheng, filling him with both delight and curiosity. Returning to the room, he asked Su Wan, "How did you convince my parents to produce so much wine? How do you know it was I who persuaded them?" "Perhaps it was their own idea," she replied. Song Ziheng adjusted the chair to face Su Wan's sofa and, with a gentle smile, said, "Given their nature, they would never take such risks. My siblings have always obeyed their commands. Only you could have swayed their decision." "You overestimate me," she teased. "What do you mean by overestimating?" He countered, "You act with such boldness, possessing a spirit that rivals any man. I fear I may be holding you back, confining you to this small village. Indeed, I am aware of your lofty ambitions, but the time may not yet be ripe. Though I cannot say if this opportunity counts as fate. I do not wish to let it slip away, do you?" Suddenly standing, Su Wan approached Song Ziheng, sitting on his lap without a hint of hesitation. She wrapped her arms around his neck, their noses almost touching, her gaze unwavering. "As your wife, I may lack other talents, but I am willing to assist you wholeheartedly. If this is an opportunity, it should be seized. Why waste precious time?" Song Ziheng felt a wave of tension, despite having shared a bed for nearly a month. Their intimacy had not reached this level, especially not in broad daylight. His hands, initially resting on his thighs, were now caught in a dilemma as Su Wan's soft form brushed against them. He found it difficult to focus on her words, distracted by her warm breath. His ears flushed crimson, betraying his discomfort. Yet, Su Wan seemed relentless, shifting against him and teasingly stating, "Your hand is pressing against me," unable to feign ignorance any longer. Song Ziheng quickly withdrew his hand, but the sensation lingered, sending shivers through him. Unfazed, Su Wan adjusted herself, sliding her hand down his shoulder to grasp his wrist, guiding it to her waist. As he instinctively encircled her waist, she playfully asked, "How should I be rewarded for my efforts?" With a slightly husky voice, he responded, "Didn't you say you were willingly assisting me? Why then should I express gratitude?" Su Wan leaned closer, her lips nearly brushing against his ear, whispering like lovers, When will you no longer doubt me and simply call me to assist you without expecting anything in return? Caught off guard, Song Ziheng began to explain that he did not doubt her intentions. But his words were silenced as Su Wan kissed him fervently, her tongue dancing within his mouth, leaving him defenseless against her passionate advance. After a moment, panting heavily, he managed to pull away. I am not doubting you, but I am curious about why you behaved so deliberately upon our initial meeting. Her gaze turned sultry, and as she smiled, her eyes sparkled with allure. It is because you are so charming that I find it impossible to resist. I only wish for us to promise a lifetime together. If one of us should pass at 97, let us wait 3 years at the bridge of helplessness. Song Ziheng was momentarily stunned, his mind clearing slightly as he tried to respond. However, Su Wan was already on him again, her fervor intensified, igniting a spark within him that he could no longer contain. He embraced her tightly, his hands exploring her figure, and as they neared the bed, a fleeting moment of clarity struck him. This was all happening in broad daylight as the tension lingered. Footsteps approached from outside, growing ever closer. Alas, in the countryside, doors were seldom locked during the day, and the locals had little sense of privacy, accustomed as they were to simply pushing the door open to enter. Realizing this, Su Wan felt a wave of anxiety wash over her, her entire being tensing in response. Song Ziheng couldn't help but emit a low groan. Su Wan had never experienced such exhilaration before. Although their circumstances were more legitimate than ever, as they were legally wed, the thrill of the moment was overwhelming. Her heart raced with an intensity she hadn't felt in ages, and she dared not breathe too deeply. Opening her eyes to meet Song Ziheng's gaze, she saw a reflection of her own astonishment mirrored in his. Little sister, what are you doing? Song Mu's voice halted Song Xiaomei in her tracks. It's time to work. Why hasn't third brother come out yet? I'll go call for them. Withdrawing her hand that was poised to push the door open, Song Xiaomei turned to Song Mu. Don't call for him. Ziheng must be tired. Let him rest. Oh, Song Xiaomei nodded, then added, then I'll call third sister-in-law. She mentioned wanting to join us this afternoon. If Ziheng's wife hasn't risen, it's best not to disturb her. She looks quite frail. Song Nai once again restrained Song Xiaomei, shaking her head. Young wives just don't understand. They ought to take better care of themselves. Song Xiaomei obediently nodded. Very well then. The footsteps pressed against the door once more, only to gradually fade away. However, the chatter and movement of the Song family preparing to leave could be heard clearly from within their room, though they remained unseen. A sense of exposure and embarrassment enveloped them, leaving Song Ziheng still tense despite the relief that came with the apparent retreat of danger. His earlier impulsiveness had diminished significantly, giving way to a clarity that made him almost unable to face himself. What had he just been doing? It was utterly absurd. Su Wan, on the other hand, watched Song Ziheng with a sense of amusement, taking in how he transitioned from being utterly tense to visibly relieved once Song Xiaomei was called away, only to revert to a state of discomfort as he grappled with the reality of their situation. She couldn't help but think. Her nominal husband was not only handsome, but also remarkably expressive. The poise he had when they first met seemed a distant memory now. Suddenly, a saying from her past life came to mind. Images are meant to be destroyed, and she stifled a laugh. Song Ziheng glanced down at her, his usual demeanor returning, a smile gracing his lips as he murmured in her ear, My dear wife, do you think your husband is lacking in effort? The warm red silk drapery enveloped them, and Su Wan felt utterly languid, like a puddle of mud sprawled on the bed, her cheeks still flushed. The damp strands of hair clung to her face, and when Song Ziheng reached out to sweep them away, she gently pushed his hand aside. My dear, please fetch some water. I'm sticky with sweat. Of course, Song Ziheng replied, his tone softer than usual, causing him to recall their earlier predicament, his face tinged with a faint blush. He quickly donned an outer garment and exited the room. Though it was midday, the well water was not too cold. He filled half a bucket and started toward their room, but midway stopped, turning to carry the water to the kitchen instead. He poured it into a clean pot and gathered some firewood to kindle a flame. Su Wan heard him calling her to wait a moment, as the water was heating, and she responded while suppressing the aches in her body. She propped herself up, gently wiped herself down with a cloth, then lay back on the pillow, closing her eyes. Carrying the water back inside, Song Ziheng noticed Su Wan hadn't moved and quieted his movements, placing the bucket beside the bed. My dear, he called softly. Though Su Wan was asleep, she wasn't in a deep slumber. Instinctively, she mumbled in reply. Song Ziheng sat at the edge of the bed and noticed a handkerchief lying nearby. As he picked it up to place it elsewhere, a vivid red stain caught his eye. Realization dawned upon him, and his expression stiffened. Uncertain of what to do with the handkerchief, he glanced at the still sleeping Su Wan, and without warning, folded the cloth and tucked it into his sleeve, his ears slightly flushed but maintaining an air of nonchalance. He gently turned Su Wan from her prone position to lie on her back, then cleaned the handkerchief, tenderly wiping her body. Su Wan slept through the afternoon, waking to the sounds of commotion outside, likely indicating that the fish and lotus roots from the pond had been harvested. Alone in the room, she sat up, relieved to find her clothing intact and her body feeling fresh, realizing that Song Ziheng must have taken care of her. Though she had felt someone turn her over in her sleep, she had been unsure if it was merely a dream. Now, her resentment towards Song Ziheng had lessened, yet her body still felt unwell. With a sigh, Su Wan acknowledged that she had no aversion to the idea of being intimate with Song Ziheng, a man so handsome, destined to be a powerful chancellor, one who would stand above thousands. To share a bed with such a man seemed a stroke of fortune. However, learning that the original owner of this body had never consummated her marriage with Song Ziheng before her arrival filled her with dread. As a woman who feared pain, the prospect of experiencing a second first night was nearly unbearable. Though she possessed some experience, it felt futile considering that her partner was likely a novice who had never even studied the subject. The thought made her vision blur, wishing for the day to stretch out indefinitely. Thankfully, Song Ziheng was also a novice, maintaining a serious demeanor that rarely veered into such thoughts. Su Wan found solace in this, though occasionally she felt a certain dryness when gazing at him. However, the notion of the pain associated with being torn apart, or the possibility of an unexpected reward, quickly extinguished any lingering desire. Yet today had already broken the seal. In the future, any refusal would lack justification. She had calculated that these days fell within the safe period, yet safety was never guaranteed. And Song Ziheng could not be expected to return every time during her safe days. Frowning, Su Wan realized she needed to find an excuse to return to the Su family home. Just as she began to doze off, someone approached her with a pillow. At dinner, Song Lao father asked Song Ziheng, "Ziheng, regarding what I spoke of at noon, have you given any thought? How about accompanying your wife to visit your in-laws tomorrow? Tomorrow works, but we need to use the cattle at home, so we'll need to go and return on the same day. Besides, my dear wife is unwell today. I fear the jostling would be too much for her. Your wife is ill." Song Mu turned to Su Wan. "Should we call a doctor?" Song Xiaomei chimed in. "I noticed third aunt looked unwell today. When I returned in the afternoon, you were still sleeping inside. It seems you are indeed sick." Song Nainai shook her head in reproach. It must be that she caught a chill from the water. As the old saying goes, heed the words of the elderly or suffer the consequences. Now, look where you are. Feeling their concern, Su Wan felt somewhat embarrassed. The difference in Song Ziheng's demeanor in front of others and behind closed doors was stark. He naturally took over the conversation. "Nainai speaks wisely. I regret allowing her to act so recklessly." The women present, all seasoned in such matters, turned their attention toward Su Wan. Fearing they might discern her unease, she feigned a delicate cough. Song Mu quickly suggested, "Let us have Ziheng fetch a doctor. Though he may be a wandering physician, his skills are quite good. Calling a doctor means I'll have to drink medicine. It's just a minor ailment. It doesn't warrant such fuss." Su Wan exclaimed, her expression one of distaste, recalling how dreadful the medicine could be. Song Ziheng agreed. "Let us wait until tomorrow. If there is no improvement, we can consult the doctor then." The others had no objections. As the ailing Su Wan finished her meal, she was soon ushered back to her room to rest. Though she still felt some discomfort, she complied, and everyone assumed her ailment was due to a chill. Unable to bathe, she was thankful that Song Ziheng had brought her water to cleanse herself. The weather was not too warm, so a day without bathing was bearable. With summer now behind them, the Song family returned to their usual routines. After dinner, they did not linger long, and unless there was work to be done, they washed up early and retired to their rooms. Song Ziheng discussed matters with his father and two older brothers before returning to his room, carrying a basin of warm water. Upon entering, he asked, "Has my dear wife fallen asleep? Is your body feeling any better?" Su Wan did not respond, but simply said, "I haven't rinsed my mouth yet. I apologize for the inconvenience, dear husband." Song Ziheng chuckled. My dear wife, it is only natural for you to command me. As your husband, why should we stand on ceremony? He had never considered serving his wife tea or fetching water as a loss of masculinity. However, upon realizing that she was unwell today, he thought to himself that a real man should not be perturbed by such trifles. After all, he had done even more menial tasks before. Thus, he remained silent, set down the water, and stepped outside again. After Su Wan finished her washing, she indulged in a soothing foot soak before drying her feet and rolling into bed. Ziheng, attentive as ever, took the water outside to dispose of it. Feeling fortunate that the family had returned to their respective rooms, it would have been inappropriate if anyone had caught him fetching foot-soaking water for his wife. Your attentiveness today has truly taken me by surprise, Su Wan remarked. As Ziheng sat on the edge of the bed, Su Wan nestled against him, playfully resting her head on his back. When he turned to look, he found her eyes sparkling like a mischievous cat, which made him chuckle. Yet, he couldn't help but ponder that if one desires marital bliss, sometimes one must set aside pride and embrace a gentler demeanor with one's spouse. By the way, I woke up late this afternoon and saw that the clothes I changed out of had already been washed and hung up. Who could have done that? Ziheng cleared his throat and replied, Since you were unwell today, I took the liberty of seeing to it. So it was you, my husband, Su Wan exclaimed. I thought it was my sister helping out. Thankfully, I didn't have a chance to thank her. Ziheng merely hummed in response, remaining silent. Su Wan pressed her forehead against his and teasingly said, You are truly considerate, my dear husband. I am fortunate beyond measure. With his thoughts elevated, Ziheng smiled and replied, As long as you are happy, my dear, is your body feeling any better? It hurts, Su Wan pouted. You have a cruel heart. Ziheng felt an ache in his heart, fearing that she might have genuinely hurt herself. He swiftly turned and pulled Su Wan into his embrace, gently stroking her back, suggesting, Shall we invite the doctor to take a look? You silly, Su Wan chuckled, burying her face in his chest. What would we say if the doctor inquired? Ziheng's face flushed at her words as he stammered, You speak true. Dear husband, Su Wan's tone softened. With the harvest season upon us, I am unable to contribute much at home. The older children need to work the fields. May I return to my family home for a couple of days? Upon hearing this, the earlier scene from the afternoon flashed through Ziheng's mind, and he found himself responding with little resistance. Of course, that is quite acceptable. Then will you accompany me tomorrow? Once the busy days have passed, you can come to fetch me again? You are unwell. Let it be in a couple of days. He replied. The day after tomorrow marks Su Wan's risky period, and she adamantly protested, twisting her body playfully, then it must be the day after tomorrow. You must accompany me back then. If I feel better, let it be the day after tomorrow. You truly understand me, Su Wan said, planting a kiss on his cheek before drifting off to sleep. In ancient times, without telephones, timely communication was challenging. Mr. and Mrs. Su were both social people, often away from home, making it easy to miss each other. Fortunately, the Su family had servants, and one dutifully brought a card into the courtyard. Su Wan where have my parents gone? The servant replied, Miss, it is unfortunate, but the master has gone to the shop to check the accounts, and the madam has been invited to visit Mrs. Wu. I will send someone to fetch them back. No need. Do not interrupt their affairs, Su Wan replied. As for my mother, that is understandable, but I intend to stay for a few nights. Please bring my father back, stating that we have important matters to discuss. The servant complied, and Su Wan added, Move these jars of wine to the hall. You can manage the rest. Yes, ma'am. As Ziheng and Su Wan settled in the hall, Ziheng remarked, My dear wife, if your father is occupied with important matters, that is fine. I shall return in a couple of days. I'm not in a hurry. My parents are concerned. It would ease their minds if my father returned. Upon hearing that his daughter and son-in-law had returned, Mr. Su quickly set aside his work and made his way home. Despite Su Wan being merely in her teens, Mr. Su was several years older than Mr. Song, having welcomed a daughter later in life. Now nearing 50, he had long since lost the vigor of youth. He had no sons to carry on the family legacy, and his only daughter chose her own path in marriage, leaving him to live a more relaxed life. Overseeing his profitable shops with hire managers and clerks, enjoying gatherings with friends. Thus, upon hearing of Su Wan and Ziheng's return, he abandoned his tasks. The Su family shops were located in the busiest street of the county, not far from their home, and within a short while, Mr. Su entered the courtyard, his hearty laughter echoing into the hall. Su Wan and Ziheng rose simultaneously to greet him as he stepped inside, beaming, If I had known you were returning today, your mother and I would not have gone out. It seems I forgot to inform you beforehand, which has delayed your important matters, Ziheng said. Such matters are of no consequence. What could be more important than the return of my daughter and son-in-law? Mr. Su replied, surveying Su Wan and noticing her rosy complexion, which seemed even more vibrant than when she lived at home. This brought him great comfort. Is your mother not back yet? He inquired. She will be home for a few days, so there is no rush to call her back, Su Wan answered. Is your husband staying as well? Ziheng replied with a smile. The household has been quite busy of late, so I fear I cannot stay. I shall rely on my wife to express my filial piety to you and my mother. Indeed, your in-laws cannot be left idle, Mr. Su remarked. Turning to Su Wan with a serious tone, a married daughter is like water thrown out. How can you come back so often? Now that your in-laws are busy, it would not be proper for you to want her back here. I have only just returned, and you want to send me away? How ungrateful. Su Wan protestive. Mister. Su shot her a stern look. If your husband were to stay, it would be different. I know your in-laws are good people, but there must be limits. Ziheng interjected. It is my intention as well. Please forgive me, esteemed father-in-law. My own parents often say that you have only one daughter. Now that she is married, it is natural for you to feel a sense of emptiness. I have regrettably been busy, and thus, I have not had the opportunity to accompany my wife back. I feel quite guilty about that. Furthermore, given the busy season, I wish to send my wife back while ensuring you and my mother keep an eye on her. Ziheng's eloquence brought comfort to Mr. Su, who smiled in response. Yet, Su Wan's interruption disrupted the harmonious atmosphere. You think I'm a burden? That is why you are sending me back, she teased. Mr. Su's smile faded, and he glared at her. How can you say that? You have been here long enough and have learned nothing. No wonder your in-laws are dissatisfied. Ziheng hurriedly said, My dear wife is merely jesting. Please do not take it to heart. You need not defend her. I know her well enough, Mr. Su said, waving his hand dismissively. Let her stay here. You can return with ease. If it is inconvenient for you to come back, I will send someone to escort her home in a few days. It is my failure as a father that has caused inconvenience to my esteemed in-laws. The father-in-law's words left Ziheng quite perturbed. His wife was indeed wonderful, dutifully caring for her parents and cherishing their children. Were it not for her presence beside her parents, Ziheng would not have felt so at ease in the academy. After exchanging pleasantries, they finally delved into the matter at hand. Old Master Su glanced at the several jars nearby, a flicker of understanding crossing his eyes as he chuckled. Ziheng claims there's an important matter to discuss with me. Could it be related to these jars? Song Ziheng nodded, just as a young maid approached and said, Master, Miss, today the madam is not at home. Should we prepare the meals, as usual? Hearing this, Su Wan perked up. I shall go see what ingredients the kitchen has procured today. Old Master Su playfully scolded. You cannot cook. Stop this nonsense. Whether I am being foolish or not. You shall see, father. The young girl was quite mischievous, often causing her father-in-law some trouble. After Su Wan left, Old Master Su turned to Song Ziheng and remarked, Though my daughter may not be adept at cooking, she often experiments with new dishes. Perhaps you have never tasted her creations. While Old Master Su shook his head skeptically, a hint of pride welled within him as he spoke. He prided himself on his keen judgment. Since the marriage, his son-in-law had visited thrice, and he had observed his demeanor closely. As the couple spent more time together, he noted that his son-in-law's feelings had deepened. The first two visits had been somewhat formal, but now, the way he looked at his daughter was unmistakable. After all, she was his daughter, and it was clear that such a remarkable young man had truly won her heart. Despite his son-in-law's usual charm, he was merely a young man. Once he fell in love, his eyes and heart could discern no flaws. As expected, Song Ziheng smiled and replied, Do not doubt me, father-in-law. These jars of wine were indeed crafted by my wife. After you taste them, you shall understand. In the Su household kitchen, the array of vegetables was limited, yet the market was not far. A swift servant could fetch fresh ingredients in no time. Su Wan compiled a list and instructed the servant to hurry. She loved meat. As did most people in antiquity, those who could not afford it often craved it more. Su Wan remembered that Old Master Su was also a meat lover, and thus the majority of her list consisted of various meats, pork ribs, pig trotters, and chicken. There was no need to purchase vegetables, as there were still some in the kitchen. Additionally, she reminded the servant to buy a few spices. The cook chimed in, We need not buy chicken. Just a few days ago, the madam ordered one that remains uneaten. I shall prepare it. What style would you like it in, miss? The cook's skills were unmatched by Miss Song, who directed the preparations while salivating. After half an hour, all the dishes were ready, and the cook and maid brought them to the hall. Old Master Su, inhaling the delightful aroma, smiled at Song Zi-hung. It appears you were not mistaken. She has indeed concocted something remarkable. The trio enjoyed a meal of hand-pulled chicken, braised pig trotters, garlic-flavored ribs, and a few vegetables, which was quite a feast. Su Wan also had them serve a small bowl of spicy lotus slices for Old Master Su to enjoy with his wine. Although pairing red wine with such dishes was rather rustic, Old Master Su eagerly called for cups. Let us share a few drinks first, son-in-law. This wine smells exquisite. I have never encountered such a rich brew. Su Wan interjected, prepare one for me as well. What wine will you drink? I fear my son-in-law may disapprove. Old Master Su chided, my mother-in-law and sisters drink as well. Why should I not partake? Song Zi-hung added, if my wife wishes to enjoy a couple of cups, it is of no concern as long as she does not become inebriated. With me here, she can drink to her heart's content. Su Wan remarked, however, my husband must return to work later. Father, please do not overindulge him. Having been forewarned, Old Master Su refrained from insisting that Song Zi-hung drink excessively. The wine was precious. Although the Su family had brewed several hundred pounds, they intended to sell most of it, making Old Master Su reluctant to consume it as he usually would. The three sampled the wine lightly while discussing the opening of the wine shop, enjoying their meal thoroughly. Su Wan remained silent, listening intently. For any ideas she had, she would share privately with her parents. After the meal, the plans for the shop were nearly finalized. Old Master Su had great faith in the wine business. As a businessman, he understood that dealings with wealthy individuals were the most lucrative. He was also keen to support his daughters and son-in-law's endeavors, intending to offer one of his most prestigious shops as their storefront. However, while the business was set, the division of profits remained uncertain. Old Master Su merely wished to assist his daughter and son-in-law. As he had no sons, everything would eventually belong to his daughter. Presenting a shop and hiring trustworthy managers and staff were trivial matters. Song Zi-hung was reluctant to accept any share of the profits, feeling that he had only achieved this opportunity due to his father-in-law's generosity. Even though he and Su Wan shared a deep affection, he could not take advantage of the Su family's goodwill, resulting in a bit of stalemate. Su Wan chuckled, the business has yet to commence. We can settle the profit sharing later. After all, we are family, and none shall be at a disadvantage. Both parties agreed, and Song Zi-hung planned to rest a while before leaving. However, Old Master Su warmly suggested, Zi-hung, why not rest in Wan's chamber for a moment? It will not be late to leave once your mother-in-law returns. Though it was indeed appropriate to wait for her return, the household was busy, making it inconvenient to delay excessively. It will not be long. Your mother-in-law will return in no more than half an hour, he reassured. Upon hearing this, Su Wan took Song Zi-hung's hand. Even though you have work to return to, you ought to rest for a while. If you travel 2 hours back home, feeling weary and fatigued, what can you accomplish? Song Zi-hung felt a gentle tug from Su Wan's little finger as it slid across his palm, causing a slight tickle in his heart. Hesitating, he replied, then I shall heed father-in-law's suggestion. The original chamber of the bride was just as it had been when they departed months ago. The room was regularly cleaned, and the bedding was often washed and aired, as if awaiting her return. It seemed Old Master and Old Madam Su often missed their daughter. Song Zi-hung stood by the bed, surveying the surroundings. Su Wan busied herself with the bedding, saying, I shall spend these days accompanying them. My dear husband, do not feel sentimental. Rest for a moment, for we still have a journey ahead. Instinctively, Song Zi-hung touched his shoulder, smiling briefly, but Su Wan's keen eyes caught his action and she inquired loudly, what is wrong with your shoulder? It is nothing, Song Zi-hung replied. Let us rest. However, Su Wan sat cross-legged on the bed and beckoned him, come here. Let me have a look. Following her request, Song Zi-hung sat at the edge of the bed, and Su Wan directly lifted his collar to reveal several red marks on his shoulder. Realization dawned on her. It must be from carrying sweet potatoes into the cellar yesterday. After another 2 hours on the bullock cart today, your shoulders and arms must be aching. It is merely fatigue from not working for a long time. A brief rest will suffice. Song Zi-hung had not anticipated her boldness in lifting his collar, quickly pulling it back down and feeling somewhat uncomfortable. I shall give your shoulders a massage. You will need to leave promptly in the afternoon, so if you tire, rest a while. With so many people at home, we can manage without you, Su Wan insisted. Thus, she began to knead his shoulders. Song Zi-hung, though slender and possessing a scholar's delicate demeanor. Had a robust physique with firm muscles. Su Wan's strength was limited, making it somewhat laborious for her. Initially, he merely acquiesced to her ministrations, but after a few moments, he began to find it somewhat pleasurable, realizing her concern for him. Though comforted, he still felt a bit awkward, stating, "It is my inadequacy that causes you worry." Knowing you are inadequate, yet you still wish to show off, Su Wan scolded gently, exerting more pressure. "I told you long ago to send a message to my parents and have a servant fetch you. Why did you insist on driving the cart yourself, seeking hardship? You, a mere scholar, should focus on your studies and writing, not compete in labor with others." Song Ziheng could only chuckle bitterly in response. "You speak truthfully, my dear wife. It was indeed my overestimation of my capabilities, always attempting to do more, only to misjudge my own strength." Su Wan's movements suddenly halted as she placed her hands on Song Ziheng's cheeks, pinching the flesh without reservation and tugging it to the sides. "This is what you get for showing off in the future. As Confucius said, every profession has its own specialization. You are not a deity. Do you truly believe you are omnipotent?" Initially, Song Ziheng felt a tinge of disappointment, but Su Wan's antics made him laugh. As she tugged, he leaned back, causing her to lose her balance and tumble onto the bed. He rolled over, lying atop her, rubbing his reddened cheeks, and said, "My dear wife, you speak in jest. That quote is not from Confucius. It is clearly attributed to Hanyu. Have I erred? Will you mock me for it? How could I? You have aspirations beyond this. It is already commendable that you recognize such wisdom," she replied. "Indeed, I am no match for your knowledge. However, if it comes to needlework, I would undoubtedly triumph." Song Ziheng chuckled. "What need have I to compete with you in needlework?" Su Wan merely smiled and chose not to pursue the topic further. She gently urged him, "Lie down. Allow me to give you a back massage." "You are so considerate," Song Ziheng remarked playfully. Su Wan smiled subtly, appreciating his understanding of her intentions. It is worth noting that success is seldom achieved without effort. In history, Song Ziheng is celebrated as a brilliant scholar, a symbol of the grassroots rising against the odds, inspiring countless impoverished students with his achievements. Yet, Su Wan perceives the truth. His extraordinary talent is accompanied by relentless dedication and hard work, equal to that of anyone else. She recalled the moment she first learned of Song Ziheng's future identity. It was as if reality had struck her like a thunderbolt, leaving her chilled to the bone. Fear was a rare sentiment for her, but even in her new life, once she grasped her identity and circumstances, she faced them with composure. Life is shaped by one's actions. Even if she had changed worlds and identities, she remained confident that her existence would not be dismal. At that time, she knew nothing of her nominal husband, thinking that if he were a decent man, they could share a good life together. If he were unpleasant, she could simply avoid him. In any case, she would not allow herself to be wronged. Before learning of Song Ziheng's identity, she was undoubtedly pleased with him. To forge a bond with such a man would not render her journey through time in vain. However, reality dealt her a heavy blow. The man she wished to be with was historically linked to another woman. Su Wan felt as though her journey through time had become a farce. She considered observing from the sidelines, watching how this man, destined for greatness, would evolve and what he would sacrifice in his pursuit of power and fame. Yet, there was a sense of unwillingness. Her reluctance stemmed from her growing affection for Song Ziheng, or perhaps it was her heart that had begun to waver. If he were indifferent, she would not feel regret, but his gradual affection was unlike the Song Ziheng she had envisioned. Somewhat naive, a bit awkward, occasionally cautious, not quite himself. Yet, for a woman who had experienced much, such qualities were rare and precious. Su Wan did not deny that her feelings were intertwined with Song Ziheng's identity. The man who would one day be immortalized in history was now infatuated with her, and the thought of this filled her with a sense of accomplishment. If she were timid and passive, waiting to be discarded, she would inevitably feel a pang of regret. She desired to be by his side, to witness his growth firsthand, and to walk together, crafting a unique narrative. Thus, she cast aside her original intentions, abandoning the notion of merely spectating, yearning to genuinely enter his life, to rewrite the predetermined ending. This endeavor was not merely a challenge. It was a grand gamble, one where she wagered against fate itself, betting that Song Ziheng's feelings for her would triumph over the allure of a glorious future. Today, Su Wan felt a sense of confidence in Song Ziheng. not in the unwavering depth of his affection, but in his character. He harbored lofty ambitions, yet possessed an unwavering integrity. He pushed himself relentlessly, but remained grounded, eschewing any underhanded means. She only hoped he would remain steadfast, regardless of his future status, adhering to his original convictions. With a quiet sigh, Su Wan felt a mixture of confusion and longing. She held onto the belief that one must do their part and leave the rest to fate. Song Zi-hung, however, took her hand gently. "My dear wife, you have labored long enough. Please lie down and rest." Following his suggestion, she settled into the space he vacated and inquired, "Is your body feeling better?" "Much relieved. Yet I regret that you have worn yourself out. I only wish for your well-being. It grieves me that there is so much I cannot do for you. If I can bring you some comfort today, I would gladly endure fatigue. I understand your intentions. I will act within reason in the future, so as not to burden you," Song Zi-hung assured her, pulling her close and whispering, "I feared my nights would be lonely in your absence." Mrs. Su returned from a visit to a friend, and, upon hearing from a maid that her daughter and son-in-law had come by, she became agitated. "When did they arrive? Why was no one sent to inform me?" Su Wan and Song Zi-hung had already risen, and before they reached the main hall, they could hear Mrs. Su's booming voice. Su Wan called out, "Mother, do not blame Xiao Lu. It was my husband who advised her not to delay your important matters. Has your father returned?" Su Wan nodded, and Mrs. Su turned to Song Zi-hung. "Why do you not rest a while longer? It must have been tiring to travel this morning. I am unfilial and was just about to greet you before heading home. Why the rush? You have only just arrived. You should stay for the night, Mrs. Su insisted warmly, pulling Song Zi-hung to stay. He explained his need to return home and that Su Wan should spend time with her parents. Reluctantly emerese, so aquí saying, "Once you have completed your tasks at home, you must come and stay for a few days." Song Zi-hung bowed repeatedly, assuring her he would abide by her wishes. Mrs. Su reluctantly let him go, instructing the servants to prepare a cart and pack a sizable bundle of provisions for him, far less than before, yet he could not refuse and accepted it, resolving that in the future, he would ensure his wife's family would not suffer. Mr. Su had been called away by the shopkeeper for urgent matters. Naturally, as his son-in-law departed, he would not wait by the door to bid farewell. After offering polite apologies to Mrs. Su on behalf of Mr. Su, Song Zi-hung took his leave, and Su Wan and Mrs. Su watched his figure fade before entering the house. Mrs. Su scrutinized Su Wan for a moment, then smiled with satisfaction. "You seem to have gained a bit of weight. It appears you are living well in your husband's household. Perhaps it is the recent feasting." "I have been eating well," Su Wan replied with a smile, though tears flowed within her heart. After just a few months of happiness, must the matter of weight loss come to the forefront again? Mrs. Su nodded, leading Su Wan back to her room, and asked, "Have you and your husband consummated the marriage?" Although Su Wan was open about her feelings, being directly questioned made her slightly bashful. She nodded without speaking, prompting Mrs. Su to smile in satisfaction and exclaim, "That is wonderful. A great weight has been lifted from my heart. From now on, you and your husband should live well together and have several children. Then there will be nothing to worry about." After a pause, she continued, "Have you any news regarding your condition?" Su Wan shook her head, and Mrs. Su was not surprised, saying, "I have been gathering remedies and consulting with doctors, selecting the most nourishing one. Tomorrow, I will send Xiao Lu to the pharmacy to fetch it. Have you heard of the term treating the symptoms? Each person's constitution differs, and so do the effects of the medicine. I believe it would be better for me to see the doctor in person tomorrow, have my pulse examined, and request the most suitable prescription for my condition." Madame Su contemplated for a moment and nodded, saying, "My son speaks the truth. The physician at Schwankingtang is exceptionally skilled in treating women's ailments. The ladies in our county all prefer to consult him for their health. I shall send a servant to invite him tomorrow." It was not until mealtime that old Master Su returned. "You came back late, and you did not even send someone to call for me," Madame Su chided upon seeing her husband. "You returned only when it was dark, and your son-in-law has already gone home." Old Master Su waved his hand dismissively, eager to avoid her complaints, and asked a nearby maid, "Is the meal ready? Hurry and serve it. Also, prepare some lotus root slices for lunch. They are quite delightful." As Su Wan entered the hall, she heard Old Master Su's booming voice. "Pour me a glass of wine. I shall start drinking." Upon seeing Su Wan, he beckoned her over. "With your son-in-law present during lunch, I could not indulge you. But now let us enjoy a few drinks together." Su Wan's lips twitched, She finally understood why the original character had such a stubborn demeanor, unable to disguise her feelings. It was as if she had been raised as a son by old Master Su. His antics were amusing. In front of Song Ziheng, he scolded her as if he were upholding justice, but behind closed doors, he displayed a completely different demeanor. Su Wan was in awe of his natural talent for acting. Not forgetting to pour wine for Madame Su, Su Wan watched as her mother raised a glass to her nose, surprised by the aromatic liquid. "Is this the red wine you mentioned? The fragrance is rich. It hardly resembles wine at all." Old Master Su cautioned, "Take it easy. This wine is potent." Learning that the original character had been trained by Old Master Su to build her tolerance, Su Wan felt assured in drinking with him. After several rounds, Old Master Su remarked, "Opening a wine shop is indeed a good idea. Now that you are married, the brewing method is yours, and it has little to do with the Su family. As we are all family, do not utter those phrases about married daughters being like spilled water," Su Wan added, filling his glass. "Mother has a low tolerance, so let her drink less. This wine is made from grapes and is good for the skin. Perhaps a small glass before bed would be beneficial. Regardless of whether there are outsiders present, I stand by this. You are married now and belong to the Song family. You have no ties to the Su family." Old Master Su glared at Su Wan before changing his tone. "This method is your own creation. The cultivation of grapes and brewing of wine will be managed by your in-laws. I need not concern myself with every detail, but I shall take half of the profits. If outsiders learn of this, they will surely think of me, Su Dafu, as a leech. Father, you underestimate yourself. Without your support, even with the recipe, how could the Song family afford to open a shop?" "The Song family? That is your in-laws' family." Madame Su interjected. Did Wan not misspeak? "There are no outsiders here. Why glare at her so?" Su Wan chose to ignore their bickering and continued. That day, the whole family worked tirelessly for days, collecting camellia seeds to produce over 20 pounds of tea oil. Do you know how much it sold for? My brother took it to town and sold it to a grain shop for only 6 guan. If you ask me, this paltry sum hardly seems worth the effort. My mother-in-law has been in distress for days. Nevertheless, she continued, without my father supporting the establishment of a respectable shop in the city, the exquisite wine we brew would hardly fetch the price of tea seed oil. Do you believe that? My son speaks wisely. Madame Su nodded eagerly. Without a supporting family, one cannot conduct business alone. Those unscrupulous shopkeepers would certainly exploit you. Old Master Su pondered for a moment before saying, I understand. Your son-in-law seeks my assistance not just for the shop, but primarily to ensure he has a respectable standing as he prepares for the imperial examination. He cannot be seen as merely a merchant. I must have my share of the profits, but half is out of the question. I do not need to regard your business as significant. I shall take a modest portion as my due and leave the rest for you and your husband. My parents often say that all you will have in the future is mine. Taking a larger share now merely serves as a form of stewardship, not a rejection. You do not comprehend. Old Master Su shook his head. Your son-in-law appears to have potential and likely harbors such intentions. There will be many expenses ahead. Preparing for the examination is but the tip of the iceberg. If he were to succeed and become an official, he would need to manage further expenses to achieve results. Without funds, it will be challenging to make an impact. Even selling wine would hardly suffice, especially as this is a family business. No one person can claim all the profits. I will not allow unrelated parties to share in our success. Upon hearing Su Wan's words, both Old Master Su and Madame Su grew solemn. Madame Su nodded in agreement. Indeed, your sister's-in-law's family has no connection to us. We must not forsake our own interests to benefit outsiders. Seeing Old Master Su deep in thought, Su Wan added with a smile, thus, father and mother should take what is rightfully theirs. In the event of financial shortfalls, would it not be better to approach you than my in-laws? Moreover, your son-in-law possesses a strong sense of integrity. He merely wishes to alleviate burdens for the family. My in-laws are unlikely to consider such matters. A flicker of contemplation passed through Old Master Su's eyes as he nodded. I shall reconsider this matter. Madame Su, uninterested in business, urged Su Wan to rest after dinner. Her mind preoccupied with the task of summoning the physician. She resolved to send someone to Chuankingtang early the next morning to bring him over. The physician from Chuankingtang was an elderly man with white hair and a cheerful demeanor, accompanied by an agile young apprentice. Su Wan mused that it was no wonder Madame Su spoke highly of Dr. Liu. He frequently visited the homes of women, and his reputation remained untarnished. Dr. Liu examined patients without hesitation, even when faced with female clients. Su Wan rolled up her sleeves, and Dr. Lu calmly took her pulse, then instructed her to open her eyes and mouth while inspecting her nose and tongue and inquiring about her general health. Impatiently, Madame Su asked, "Doctor, how is my daughter's health? It has been over half a year since her marriage, and there has been no sign of a pregnancy. I'm truly anxious. You must examine her thoroughly." Dr. Lu chuckled. "Your daughter is in good health. She is still young, so there is no need to rush. She will certainly give birth." Suddenly, Su Wan spoke up. "Mother, do you still have the prescription you found the other day? Bring it to Dr. Lu for his assessment. If there are no issues, I will follow that prescription to prepare the medicine." Madame Su was taken aback. "Did you not previously express reluctance to take those medicines?" "I was merely concerned about taking the wrong medicine. I feel reassured once a doctor has examined it." Upon hearing this, Dr. Lu nodded. "What the young lady says is quite correct. One must not take medicine indiscriminately." Madame Su hurriedly said, "I locked it in the cabinet. I will fetch it right away." With that, she hurriedly left the room. Su Wan cast another glance at the maid. "Xiao Lu, I am coughing. Please prepare some osmanthus honey water." "Yes, miss," Xiao Lu replied and left. Only Su Wan, Dr. Lu, and the young apothecary remained in the room. Su Wan then addressed Dr. Lu to speak candidly. "I am currently unable to conceive, but my parents are pressing me. Could you kindly prescribe a tonic, along with some non-harmful contraceptive pills? I know the contraceptive pills from the Huichun Hall are the most effective." As she spoke, she discreetly handed over a few coins, which Dr. Lu accepted with a smile, tucking them into his sleeve without uttering a word. Madame Su swiftly brought back the prescription, and upon seeing Xiao Lu, her expression darkened. "Why are you not attending to the miss in the room?" "Madam, the miss requested the osmanthus honey water I prepared," Xiao Lu replied. "Madame Sunadith." A flicker of doubt crossing her eyes, but she did not dwell on it. "Hurry back then," she urged. Dr. Lu, a true friend to women, examined the prescription Madame Su brought and pondered. "This prescription is for body conditioning, yet it has some side effects. Madam, as I mentioned earlier, your daughter possesses a robust constitution and is youthful. Gentle conditioning is all that is required. There is truly no need for this prescription with potential side effects." Madame Su quickly inquired, "Then what do you suggest for her conditioning?" "I will prescribe some nourishing medicine focused on body conditioning. The effects will not be too strong. Moreover, your daughter is somewhat deficient in vital energy and blood, so I will also prepare some pills for her to take first." "That would be much trouble for you, doctor." Madame Su personally escorted Dr. Lu out and called for a servant to accompany him to Huichun Hall for the medicine. She not only paid for the medicine, but also slipped Dr. Lu a few extra coins as a token of gratitude. Dr. Lu, feeling pleased, left with a smile, having relieved a burden from Su Wan's heart. She savored the honey water contentedly, and when Madame Su returned, she admonished, "You must not complain about this medicine. It cost me quite a bit." Su Wan nodded, feigning obedience. "I will take the medicine diligently and strive to give mother a healthy grandson. When your husband comes to fetch you, I shall remind him to keep a close watch on you. Do not think of discarding the medicine." Su Wan shook her head. "If my in-laws see me taking this medicine, would they not think I am barren?" "Indeed," Madame Su considered, then suggested, "You could say you caught a cold and call for the doctor who diagnosed you as having been weak in blood since childhood, thus prescribing medicine for your conditioning. I believe your in-laws would not suspect anything beyond that." Su Wan nodded, ceasing her resistance. After all, taking the medicine was inevitable. Su Wan stayed at her maternal home for nearly 10 days. Aside from Madame Su ensuring she took her medication thrice daily, her life was quite pleasant. Since Su's father prospered and moved to the county, Madame Su had lived there for decades, learning to navigate social interactions as the wife of a businessman. Now she had her own circle of friends, predominantly the wives of wealthy merchants and landlords, who were all nouveau riche. The true elite consisted of the wives of officials, who seldom mingled with merchant families. However, during her outings with Madame Su, Su Wan found herself quite enamored with the company of these elegant ladies. The wealthy wives often looked down upon the copper smell of merchants, and their gatherings were filled with gossip or displays of lavish lifestyles, which Su Wan found rather distasteful. Yet, she enjoyed mingling with them, as she was curious about the world beyond her limited experiences. Unfortunately, the Song family had a narrow perspective. Even Grandma Song could only recount tales limited to Songlin Town. What Su Wan sought to learn extended beyond Jiangzhou City, reaching to the capital and the entire era. While the Song family could not provide such insights, these ladies had shared experiences with Su's father, having all risen from humble beginnings. Their conversations were lively and informative, as they exchanged stories of their journeys, with even those who had not accompanied their husbands gaining more knowledge than the average woman. As they conversed, Su Wan found herself resonating with their discussions, as her mental age was merely a few years younger than the youngest wives in the circle. She easily connected with them. Of course, she owed this to her predecessor. Being an unmarried girl, she had little prior interaction with these ladies. Now, on her first foray into socializing, the initial impressions were favorable, and her likability soared. Xionyang, we have known each other for years, yet whenever you mention your Wan, you always seem so exasperated. I think your husband is quite exceptional. How could he possibly raise an unworthy daughter? The speaker was a round-faced lady named Mrs. Sun, whose small eyes squinted into slits when she smiled, projecting an aura of warmth. Her family owned the largest restaurant in the county, rumored to have connections with the county magistrate, making her a leading figure among the ladies and a great admirer of Su Wan. At that moment, she clung to Su Wan, throwing a sidelong glance at Madame Su. Had I known your Wan was such a cherished person, I would have fought to reserve her for my eldest son. Madame Su playfully rebuked, you silly thing. Why did you not mention this before my son was engaged? You are merely a latecomer, utterly untrustworthy. Is it not your fault for keeping such a tight grip? Raising a daughter in seclusion. How could anyone know her? You should have introduced her to us sooner. Otherwise, we would be scrambling to win her over. Mrs. Wu, covering her mouth, laughed in that case. Xionyang is looking out for us, fearing we might disturb the peace. You truly have good intentions. Everyone laughed, recalling how, had they known Su Wan was to be introduced, they might have fled faster than rabbits. Out of respect for your daughter, you should not speak so lightly. Madame Su said. This light-hearted banter did not cause Su Wan a blush. Upon realizing these ladies enjoyed her straightforwardness, she no longer pretended to be shy. Boldly, she declared, let mother also experience the feeling of being sought after by many families. Such unabashed words made the ladies laugh heartily, with Mrs. Sun unable to contain herself, laughing until tears streamed down her face. You are a true gem, she exclaimed. Madame Su, also chuckling, said, you have the audacity to say this. You should not let me experience it only after you are married. Indeed, it may be a bit late, Su Wan agreed, nodding. But even so, it is better than nothing. Mother should not complain. Mrs. Wu, nearly choking on her tea from laughter, remarked, what a delightful sentiment, better than nothing. After being married for over half a year, you have learned nothing but to wield your tongue. Madame Su took a moment to regain her composure before stating, in a few days, Wan will return home. If there is nothing pressing tomorrow, please come to our house for a meal. This girl has been idle and is eager to showcase her culinary skills. Mrs. Sun readily agreed. Even if I have something to attend to, I will postpone it. It is rare for Wan to have such a heart. The other ladies chimed in, affirming their availability, and thus a gathering for lunch the following day was arranged. As they left Mrs. Lu's residence and made their way to the Su family home, Su Wan took Madame Su's arm, smiling, the day is still young. Let us stroll leisurely back. This area could be likened to a residential district in modern times, where affluent individuals resided amidst a pleasant environment. The surroundings featured grand houses with gray bricks and tiles, the roads paved with flagstones, wide and clean, with few pedestrians, creating a tranquil atmosphere reminiscent of ancient Jiangnan towns. After traversing the long alley, they reached a bustling street filled with people. Noticing her family shop not far ahead, Madame Su suggested, since you wish to explore, let us visit the shop. Your father mentioned he was expecting a new batch of jewelry and fabrics. If you fancy anything, choose a couple of pieces to take home. Su Wan contemplated the opulence of the dowry, filled with an array of exquisite jewelry, fine fabrics, and spices that dazzled the eyes. Initially perplexed by the wealth of the Su family, she wondered if the old master and his wife had depleted their fortune to furnish the original owner's dowry. It dawned on her that the old master himself was the source of such wealth. Gifting his daughter a few valuable trinkets was hardly surprising. The Su family shop occupied a prime location, specializing in high-end jewelry amidst other upscale establishments, which elevated their status significantly. As Su Wan and Madame Su entered, an attendant approached. Madam, Miss, the manager is currently. Madame Su waved her hand dismissively, saying, no need to call the manager. We shall browse ourselves. Su Wan remained silent, her gaze fixed on an array of fabrics, marveling at the intricate embroidery. Yet, it was the cloud satin gown adorned with golden butterflies that captivated her. The butterflies danced among a sea of flowers, their vibrant colors harmoniously arranged, and the craftsmanship was nothing short of breathtaking. Having been in this ancient world for some time, she had never encountered such exquisite embroidery, which would fetch an astronomical price in modern times. Following her gaze, Madame Su quickly interjected, "You may admire other pieces, but this gown is absolutely off-limits. It is our shop's pièce d'argent." Su Wan refrained from critiquing the antiquated notion of a pièce d'argent, but chuckled instead, questioning, "Is a mere gown, however exquisite, truly worthy of such a title?" "Ah, you see, this gown features double-sided embroidery, a rarity indeed, valued in the hundreds or even thousands of taels. Wouldn't you agree it qualifies as a pièce d'argent?" Su Wan felt a surge of respect. Double-sided embroidery was indeed a work of art. Noticing the apprehension in Madame Su's eyes, fearing Su Wan might persist in wanting the gown, she quickly suggested, "Let us ascend to the second floor, where the jewelry is displayed." The Su family shop was incomparable to the modest establishments Su Wan had encountered in Songlin Town. She felt as though she were wandering through a museum, surrounded by exquisite jewelry that left her in awe. Although tempted, she had no intention of acquiring any. The shop belonged to the old master, and the jewelry was not without cost. Besides, her collection was already extensive, and it would be wiser to let them fetch a good price. Moreover, with her days spent in Songjia village, she had little opportunity for socializing, and flaunting wealth would only incite envy. Madame Su, hearing her daughter's reasoning, felt a pang of sorrow. If only we had heeded our elder's advice and welcomed a son-in-law. Then, wearing jewelry wouldn't invite judgment. Before Su Wan could respond, Madame Su continued, "However, your father believes our son-in-law to be promising, with discerning insight. Be patient. Once he passes the provincial examination next year, he will be a scholar. I will persuade your father to relocate you to the county, where you can pursue your desires without the burden of others' opinions." Su Wan's eyes brightened at the prospect, smiling. "You truly care for me, mother. To speak candidly, my in-laws and 2 uncles are exceedingly kind, yet prolonged cohabitation inevitably breeds friction. Moreover, Songjia village lacks resources. Acquiring necessities is quite inconvenient. Moving to the county would make visiting you and father much simpler. What you say is true. The move is primarily for your son-in-law's education in the county, allowing you to care for him. To hear you speak, it seems this is all for your benefit." Madame Su replied, tapping Su Wan on the forehead. "You must conceal that expression. If your father sees it, he may refuse outright. Mother, please do convince father. After hearing him last night, I fear my days with you will be numbered." Madame Su is gaze flickered. She had spoken out of concern for her daughter, but lacked confidence in the matter. After all, with both the son-in-law's parents present, it seemed unlikely they would permit the young couple to relocate to the county. Yet, as Su Wan's words resonated, she contemplated the future. If the son-in-law successfully passed the examinations and then proceeded to the capital for further studies, achieving success would undoubtedly lead to a promising career. In that case, her daughter would accompany him, returning home only for visits. Was this not indicative of limited time together? Madame Su's expression turned serious as she began to ponder the matter earnestly, reminding Su Wan, "This will not be an easy task. You must gain your in-law's approval. Your future behavior must reflect your ability to care for your son-in-law. Otherwise, how can they trust you? Do not worry, mother. Once I return, I shall be dutiful and attentive to my in-laws and husband." The next day, the Su household bustled with activity. Cooking and preparation were left to the kitchen staff, relieving Su Wan of any worries. Early in the morning, Madame Su instructed Xiao Lu to adorn Su Wan, ensuring her jewelry complemented her attire and makeup. "You must wear the newly crafted gown with flowing sleeves. It will pair beautifully with your floral crown," Madame Su directed. Su Wan chuckled. "Xiao Lu is more than sufficient. You may attend to your own matters. Let Xiao Lu assist you with your grooming. Do not attempt it alone," Madame Su cautioned, lingering a moment longer before finally departing. With her mother preoccupied, Su Wan felt an urge to indulge herself. Since her arrival in this era, she had not had the opportunity to present herself beautifully. Today, she was determined to achieve perfection. Xiao Lu expertly styled her hair, placing the floral crown adorned with delicate silk flowers atop her head, and draped a necklace and coral earrings around her neck. With a wave of her hand, Su Wan indicated, "I can manage the rest." After applying her makeup, Su Wan admired her reflection, her spirits lifted. As she stepped outside, her head held high, she encountered Madame Su, who, upon a cursory glance, shook her head. "Why is your makeup so pale? Have you not applied any rouge?" "I did use rouge, did you not notice?" Su Wan replied. Madame Su scrutinized her for a moment before remarking, "Strange as it may seem, though subtle, it does not detract from your beauty. Your eyes appear exceptionally dark today, and they seem larger." Su Wan smiled and added, "I was just contemplating what types of wine glasses we possess. Just the usual ones. Do you expect to find something extraordinary?" Madame Su responded, "The red wine's brilliant hue is best showcased in a fine glass." Hearing this, Madame Su fell silent. Today's gathering was intended to promote their red wine. She pondered aloud, "For us women, any glass will suffice. We simply need a vessel. Coincidentally, your father has collected many over the past few years. You may choose a few." Due to his limited financial means, Su Laodai could not afford the luxury of fine wine glasses. Su Wan initially held little hope, but managed to find a set of clear baize cups, made from an unknown material. Though they did not compare to elegant goblets, they nevertheless enhanced the appearance of the red wine. By the hour of the snake, guests began to arrive, filling the Su family's flower hall to capacity. When mealtime arrived, everyone migrated to the living room, where an abundant spread of food instantly ignited the atmosphere. After the meal, the dishes were cleared, and a selection of snacks was served alongside more red wine. The convivial spirit persisted until the guests began to depart. As the hour of the monkey approached, around 4 in the afternoon, the guests gradually took their leave, satisfied and well-fed, each taking a small bottle of red wine home. The gathering concluded splendidly, with Mrs. Su and Su Wan personally seeing the guests off until their figures vanished from sight. Turning back, Mrs. Su remarked, "Let us return. You must be tired after today. Take a moment to rest." Su Wan nodded, and, just as she turned, she inexplicably glanced back and saw Song Ziheng arriving with an ox cart. Su Wan was momentarily taken aback, unable to react. Noticing her hesitation at the door, Mrs. Su called out, "Why are you standing there dazed?" Before Su Wan could respond, Mrs. Su sensed something and quickly approached, her face instantly brightening with a smile upon seeing Song Ziheng. "Ah, it is Ziheng. How fortunate that Wan spotted you." Song Ziheng arrived looking weathered, yet his eyes sparkled with vitality. He gazed deeply at Su Wan before smiling, "Mother-in-law, my dear wife. Come inside quickly. You look sun-kissed and worn out. You must be exhausted from your travels." Mrs. Su, filled with concern, urged him inside and called for a servant to tend to the ox cart. She glanced at the cart and playfully scolded, "You needn't have brought so much. It's all from our own farm. The late-season rice is particularly fragrant, and I thought to bring some for my parents-in-law to savor. Additionally, we have sweet potatoes that can be steamed or dried for convenience. I recall how much my father-in-law enjoyed the spicy lotus slices. We have plenty of fresh lotus at home, so my mother prepared extra for you to taste. It is all homegrown, merely a small gift for you to enjoy." Mrs. Su replied, "Even if it's from your own farm, it represents your hard work." Song Ziheng smiled, dismounting from the cart and handing the reins to a nearby servant. Mrs. Su added, "It seems this year's harvest has been bountiful, not in vain for your family's labor over the year. Thanks to the blessings of my parents-in-law." Song Ziheng replied with a grin. The trio conversed as they walked, with Mrs. Su leading the way and Su Wan and Song Ziheng falling half a step behind. Seizing the moment while Mrs. Su was distracted, Su Wan quietly linked her arm with Song Ziheng's sleeve and raised her handkerchief to wipe the sweat from his forehead. Instantly, Song Ziheng's ears flushed crimson, and he coughed awkwardly. Su Wan quickly withdrew her hand, just as Mrs. Su turned back to glance at them. Song Ziheng pressed his lips together, avoiding Mrs. Su's gaze, clearly appearing flustered. Su Wan stifled a laugh and calmly inquired, "Did you manage to have lunch after your journey, husband?" Mrs. Su then realized, "How forgetful of me. I did not even inquire if my son-in-law had eaten." She called for a maid to fetch something from the kitchen. But Song Ziheng quickly interjected, "Please, mother-in-law, I had lunch at home before coming." Su Wan added, "Even if he has dined, after such a long journey, he must be weary. With dinner still an hour or two away, why not ask the cook to prepare some light noodles to tide him over? After all, it is customary to have an afternoon meal at home." Recalling that she had leftover chicken soup from lunch, she suggested, "I can supervise the kitchen." Mrs. Su, typically decisive, paused as if struck by a thought, then turned and headed toward the kitchen instead of entering the living room. Su Wan, not following her mother-in-law, tugged at Song Ziheng's sleeve, proposing, "You must be covered in sweat from your travels. Would it not be better to freshen up in the bathing room? We also have 2 newly tailored outfits to try on. With a smile, Song Ziheng replied, "As you wish, my dear." He discreetly grasped her hand, and Su Wan playfully curled her fingers, hiding their gesture with her flowing sleeves. A maid acknowledged their request and went on her way. Once in her room, Song Ziheng closed the door behind them, stepping forward to embrace Su Wan's waist, leaning down to gently touch the floral adornment atop her head, and teased, "You are particularly adorned today. Did you know I would be coming?" "Indeed, my heart is attuned to yours," Su Wan replied with a playful smile. Song Ziheng chuckled softly, resting his forehead against hers, gazing deeply into her eyes, his gaze lingering on her lips, which appeared even more enticing than usual. His throat involuntarily tightened as he instinctively brushed his finger against her lips. Su Wan tilted her head back, playfully chastising, "But you have yet to wash your hands." "My apologies," Song Ziheng murmured, his lips pressing together. "But why are your lips so alluring?" Su Wan raised an eyebrow. "What do you think?" As Song Ziheng prepared to shake his head, Su Wan leaned in, standing on her toes to encircle his neck with her arms, her luscious lips meeting his. Song Ziheng instinctively tightened his hold around her waist, leaning down closer, but she playfully retreated, her eyes sparkling as she teased, "What flavor do you taste?" "What flavor?" Song Ziheng licked his lips, realizing he had not fully indulged in the moment before she pulled away. "Never mind if I cannot guess." Su Wan attempted to push past him toward the bed, eager to try on the new garments and see if they fit. Yet, Song Ziheng held her shoulder firmly, saying, "How can you abandon this endeavor midway? Moreover, I never indicated I would give up. What do you intend?" Su Wan's inquiry was swallowed by Song Ziheng as he captured her lips in a fervent kiss, mirroring her actions as he withdrew, grinning, "Now I can taste the rose." Su Wan's smile deepened. "Would you like to taste more?" His gaze turned profoundly intense, and without a word, he conveyed his answer through action. Their breaths mingled as their lips met, the intensity of the moment enveloping them. They were so caught up in each other that they did not hear the footsteps approaching until the door suddenly swung open, causing them to hastily separate. Su Wan sighed in frustration, lamenting why, in this ancient setting, she was always caught in compromising situations, having managed to evade the prying eyes of fans and paparazzi in her past life. A maid named Xiao Lu stood at the threshold, her face flushed with embarrassment, stammering an apology. "I am so sorry. I didn't mean to intrude." Unbeknownst to them, Mrs. Su had also appeared at the door, clearing her throat and maintaining an even demeanor as she said, "The water is ready. Ziheng, go wash up before dinner." Song Ziheng nodded awkwardly, feeling more embarrassed than the last time he had been caught. After Song Ziheng finished his bath, Mrs. Su had not reappeared, and the noodles from the kitchen were promptly delivered to Su Wan's room. Dressed in a new long gown, Song Ziheng entered, the aroma of the noodle soup wafting through the air, yet his attention was solely on Su Wan. "My dear, you look splendid today. Why did you remove your makeup?" Su Wan sat before her vanity, having just washed her face, her hair cascading down like ink as she removed her hairpins. Turning her head, she shot him a playful glance, raising an eyebrow with a smile. "How beautiful do you think I am?" Song Ziheng's eyes flickered, and he instinctively reached out to touch the silken strands before him, murmuring, "A single smile can captivate 100 charms." He realized he would never forget that enchanting afternoon, the first time he tasted the sweetness of losing control, her sudden glance at him imprinted in his memory forever. As Su Wan took off her earrings, she stood up and pulled the still-dazed Song Ziheng to the table, chiding, "You let your hair remain wet. It's dripping. Be careful, or you might catch a headache later." As she spoke, she had already fetched a cloth to wipe his forehead. "You enjoy your meal while it's hot. Let me attend to you." When her son-in-law visited, Mrs. Su could not possibly send him off with just a bowl of noodles. Coincidentally, they were hosting a gathering today, and the kitchen still had plenty of prepared ingredients. She summoned the cook to prepare a few dishes to accompany the meal. The noodles were not merely plain. They were adorned with finely shredded chicken and diced meat, generously topped with a sprinkling of chopped green onions, creating a delightful visual feast. The rich aroma wafted through the air, awakening a genuine hunger in Song Ziheng. Yet, he did not focus solely on his own meal. Instead, he beckoned Su Wan. "No need to rush with the cloth. Come sit beside me and share a bite." Su Wan complied and settled beside him. Having mentioned earlier that she would not eat, no utensils had been prepared for her, leaving only a pair in Song Ziheng's hands. She remained silent, tilting her head with a gentle smile as she watched him. Song Ziheng initially contemplated fetching another set of utensils from the kitchen, but upon seeing her gaze, a tacit understanding blossomed between them. He paused, and, using his chopsticks, brought a piece of chicken to her lips. Feeding someone was not unfamiliar to Song Ziheng. He adored children and possessed ample patience. Among his nephews, the eldest had been particularly mischievous, often refusing to eat. He recalled how his elder brother would raise a hand and reprimand, only for him to intervene. The eldest nephew had always clung to him, only behaving somewhat when fed by his hand. However, feeding a nephew was an entirely different notion from feeding a wife. Yet, Song Ziheng had grown considerably bolder over time. What once seemed unimaginable to him had become a simple act. After all, one's capacity for acceptance expands gradually. Once a first time is crossed, the subsequent instances follow suit without hesitation. He had even washed his wife's clothes. Thus, feeding her felt like a trivial task. Moreover, such private moments were theirs alone, unnoticed by the world, adding a layer of intimacy to their marital bond. With a carefree spirit, Song Ziheng found no struggle in the meal that unfolded. They took turns feeding each other, savoring every bite of the broth until the bowl was left spotless. When the young maid entered to clear the dishes, she couldn't hide her astonishment at Song Ziheng, pondering how someone who appeared so refined could possess such an appetite. Truly, one should not judge by appearances. Su Wan continued to wipe Song Ziheng's hair, inquiring, "During my stay at my family home, has everything been well?" "Very well," he replied. "However, my younger sister often asks when you will return. I suppose she feels a bit bored without you around." Thinking of her younger sister, Su Wan's smile widened. "Yesterday, I visited our shop with Mother and selected a beautiful set of hair accessories for her. She will surely adore them. I also brought back a bracelet from Mother and some silk flower for the older girls." Song Ziheng held Su Wan's hand gently. "My dear, you are too generous. Your family is naturally mine as well. There is no need for such modesty." Su Wan smiled, recalling how her parents and sister had always been considerate and understanding towards her. "I see your heart is pure and kind. Do not speak so highly of me. I'm not so benevolent. I only remember those who treat me well, and should anyone betray my trust, they will see how I deal with them." Su Wan placed the cloth aside, declaring, "I think I'm nearly done." Song Ziheng then pulled her onto his lap, wrapping his arms around her. "With a wife so assertive, how can I maintain my dignity? Leave the tidying to me." Su Wan's face lit up with joy, and she leaned in to plant a kiss on his cheek. "You must strive hard. Once you pass your exams and become an official, who would dare to look down on me? My husband shall command respect." Song Ziheng playfully nibbled her cheek. "Such words make me feel uncomfortable. Not only might I not pass the exams, but even if I were to become an official, my duty would be to benefit the people, not to engage in such bullying." "You shall undoubtedly be a great official who benefits the people," Su Wan affirmed. Yet Song Ziheng added, "It is also a man's duty to protect his wife and children. Rest assured, I will not allow you to suffer any grievances." Su Wan chuckled before asking, "During my extended stay at my family's home, have there been any rumors? With everyone busy harvesting, who has the leisure to gossip?" Song Ziheng replied with a smile, "But you, my dear, are dressed so splendidly today. Have I missed something? You are quite fortunate. Today, I am hosting a gathering for some ladies acquainted with my mother, and they have all been singing praises of our homemade red wine." Song Ziheng chuckled, gently caressing her silky hair. "In the future, when we earn money, you may indulge in whatever you wish, and no one will dare to whisper. I pay no mind to the opinions of others. What matters is my happiness. I only fear that you might think I am extravagant. Do you not trust me?" Song Ziheng gazed into Su Wan's eyes, then sighed softly. "Today, when you smiled back at me, I nearly fell from my cart. Since you married into my family, I have seldom seen you so carefree. It makes sense, though. When you were your family home, you had maids to attend to you. After marriage, you must tend to everything yourself, washing, cleaning, organizing the home, and even the meals, while wearing whatever you can manage. It is laughable that I, Song Ziheng, have always been overly confident, yet I could not even provide you with the freedom to live as you wish. Seeing you today, I could truly understand the life you have led at your family home, and I realize how much I have burdened you since your arrival at the Song household. During our engagement, my parents spoke of all this in detail. I was prepared and accepted it willingly. As long as I can be with you, these challenges are not insurmountable. Thus, I do not feel overly wronged. Life is a balance of gains and losses. Your deep affection weighs heavily on my heart." Song Ziheng's gaze was resolute, sparkling like stars. "The grievances you have suffered today, I shall repay tenfold in the future. Tender moments always pass swiftly, and as the couple exchanged soft words, darkness enveloped the sky. A faint light glimmered through the window as Su Wan prepared to rise and light the lamp. At that moment, a voice from outside called, "Miss, young master. The master has returned. Madam invites you both to the dining room." Mr. Su greeted Song Ziheng with his usual warmth and enthusiasm, clapping him on the shoulder and laughing heartily. "Ziheng, you surprised me by coming today. When did your family finish harvesting?" Feeling a bit embarrassed to admit that he had rushed over right after his meal earlier in the day, Song Ziheng awkwardly replied, "A couple of days ago." "That is splendid. With just 2 or 3 days left before you return to school, you should stay here with us a little longer," Mr. Su suggested. Initially hesitant to accept, Song Ziheng glanced at Su Wan, hesitating before finally saying, "Then I shall defer to your kindness." "It should be so, Mr. Su replied with increasing delight, turning to Mrs. Su. "Bring out that red wine. I want to share a few glasses with my son-in-law." Mrs. Su summoned a maid to fetch the wine. Song Ziheng personally poured 2 glasses for Mr. and Mrs. Su, another for Su Wan, and filled his own before raising a glass. "I propose a toast to my esteemed parents-in-law, thanking you for taking care of my wife, and wishing you both happiness and longevity." After a few rounds of drinks and pleasantries exchanged, they gradually transitioned to more serious matters. Mr. Su remarked, "In recent days, I have often gathered with a few old friends for drinks. Many have inquired about how to purchase this wine, and despite my claims of limited supply, they insist on acquiring some. Their eagerness is evident." Mrs. Su added, "Today, I hosted a gathering with some ladies who are quite fond of this red wine. Thus, I believe it is prudent not to wait until next year. The sooner we open the wine shop, the better. With so many festivities during the new year, it would be quite beneficial." Mr. Su looked at Song Ziheng and continued, "Furthermore, I heard from Wan that you have brewed several hundred pounds this time, which shows great foresight. It should not be difficult to last until next year when we can brew new wine. The more scarce and sought-after something is, the more people desire it. Your insights are indeed profound, father-in-law." Song Ziheng held a deep admiration for his parents, recognizing that their ability to brew such an abundance of wine was largely due to his wife's influence. They typically refrained from taking such risks, but his wife, having been influenced by her father, had acquired a measure of his foresight. Old Su, flattered by Song Ziheng's indirect praise, felt pleased internally, yet he feigned modesty, insisting, "I know my own daughter well. Do not speak so highly of her. She lacks the discernment, merely being spoiled to the point of ignorance. This time, she merely stumbled upon success by chance. However, upon your return, you must have a serious discussion with your in-laws, ensuring they comprehend how ungrounded my daughter truly is, and that they should not heed her every word." Mrs. Su interjected, "Wan's contributions cannot be overlooked. Without her, would you be able to enjoy a glass of red wine each day? I have never seen you so dismissive of your own daughter." Song Ziheng added, "I understand that you have high expectations for your daughter, yet her accomplishments are indeed commendable." "Enough." Old Su waved his hand, interrupting Song Ziheng. "I can hardly criticize my own daughter. You are correct. She has done well. If not for her audacity in encouraging her father to brew this much wine, we would not be contemplating opening a shop so soon. We would likely have to wait another year. Moreover, the sooner we establish the shop, the better. If it thrives, come spring, let your parents invest in a vineyard, allowing for greater ambitions without constraint." Upon returning home, Song Ziheng relayed this to his parents. They remarked that his father-in-law was wise and experienced, and they would defer to his arrangements. However, they insisted on one point. Song Ziheng chuckled, "Before we proceed, we must first clarify how the profits will be divided. When I conveyed your father-in-law's proposal, I received quite the reprimand from my parents. My father insisted that even among family, one must not take undue advantage. If it meant causing your father-in-law to suffer, it would be better not to engage in this business. Your father is indeed quite rigid. What loss could I possibly incur?" Old Su waved dismissively. "I know your father-in-law does not concern himself with such matters, yet my father has lived honorably for half a lifetime, confident in never having wronged anyone. Your father-in-law's previous suggestion was one he could not accept." After a moment's reflection, Old Su asked Song Ziheng, "What does your father-in-law desire? Has he discussed this with you?" "Regarding the initial investment, whether for the shop or labor, it is all to be covered by your father-in-law. You will also need to oversee the business. To suggest a 50-50 split would already be a generous compromise, And if your father-in-law were to decline further, not only would my parents object, but I would also feel considerable shame. Ah, Ziheng, old Su began, perhaps influenced by the wine. His demeanor shifted to a more earnest tone. I do not fear your mockery. My thoughts are not primarily on business. I am aging and lack ambition. My only daughter has wed, and, thankfully, she has married into a family such as yours, leaving me with few worries. Your mother and I look forward to the day when you bless us with grandchildren, allowing us to enjoy our twilight years. He continued, your visit was indeed opportune. I cannot refuse to assist you, especially when the business requires my involvement. It is only fair that I receive a portion of the profits. Once you have established yourself, you can find someone suitable to take over. And I will consider this share a token of your filial devotion to me, a gift to my grandchildren, which no one could contest. Since your father-in-law deems it a gesture of filial piety, this share seems rather meager, Song Ziheng began, but old Su interrupted him. First, allow me to finish. As for why I am willing to assist you in this venture, I have discussed this with Wan. You have yet to reach that stage, but it is wise to prepare early. You come from a modest background, yet I know you are ambitious. Education is not merely a means to wealth. With some financial stability, you can contribute to society. Upon hearing this, Song Ziheng fell silent, contemplating, before finally responding, your words resonate deeply, father-in-law. I am indeed grateful for your guidance. Old Su continued, it is often said that experience is the best teacher. In my youth, I traveled extensively and heard many tales of idealistic scholars who, despite their noble intentions, found themselves powerless. Thus, relying solely on talent is insufficient to fulfill your aspirations. Old Su wiped his brow and added, let us return to the business discussion and renegotiate the profit-sharing arrangement. Noticing Old Su's change of heart, Song Ziheng smiled. It is indeed fortuitous that you have reconsidered, father-in-law. I am truly relieved. Old Su smiled. I find this red wine remarkably appealing. It seems to captivate everyone, regardless of their usual preferences. I am genuinely surprised and anticipate that once we open the shop, the demand will exceed my expectations. Therefore, we should not aim for mediocrity. We must aspire to greatness. Everything hinges on your father-in-law's guidance. If he takes less than he deserves, it would trouble me greatly. I do not mean to boast, but this endeavor truly requires my input. If it flourishes, finding a trustworthy successor will be challenging unless your brothers can prove themselves. However, I have heard from Wan that you have been teaching your nephews to read, indicating they too aspire for success, making it unlikely they will take over the business. Most likely, the responsibility will fall upon me. Your insight is invaluable, for my elder brothers are primarily farmers. Even with the desire to alleviate your burdens, they cannot rival your experience, Song Ziheng remarked. Old Su basked in the flattery, laughing as he and Song Ziheng shared another round of drinks. Eventually, he said, I have a suggestion to share, but it is up to you to heed it. Eagerly, Song Ziheng replied, I am all ears, father-in-law. The two conversed merrily, their camaraderie brightening the atmosphere as they dined until the moon hung high in the sky. Both men, having indulged in drink, were escorted to their rooms by the servants and collapsed into deep slumber. Song Ziheng, maintaining his usual decorum, had bathed earlier that afternoon, and thus Su Wan only needed to wipe his face and neck and change his undergarments. The scent of alcohol not too overpowering. Once finished with these tasks, she began to feel drowsy. Once a night owl, she had now cultivated a habit of retiring early and rising with the dawn. After instructing a maid to prepare a warm bath, she lay down and fell into a deep sleep. Having spent 2 nights with Su Wan, Song Ziheng departed the next day after lunch, taking her back home. As they bid farewell, Mrs. Su felt a mix of joy and reluctance. She was delighted that the young couple's bond was strong and affectionate, and given the current circumstances, it would not be long before they were blessed with grandchildren, alleviating her future worries. While the Song family was commendable in many respects, the distance posed an inconvenience. However, since they resided in the county, visiting occasionally was manageable. She had interacted with her in-laws during their initial meetings, finding them amiable. Yet, she wondered about her daughter's life among the older sisters-in-law, unsure of their temperaments. When the servant returned from escorting her son-in-law, Mrs. Su inquired closely. The servant had only caught a glimpse of the household and could not provide much insight. However, he reported that Mrs. Li had been particularly talkative, and upon reflection, Mrs. Su grew concerned that Mrs. Li might not be very agreeable. After Su Wan returned and spent a considerable time at home, Mrs. Su, though unvoiced, sensed that her daughter's temperament had improved significantly compared to her younger days, when she would not tolerate any slight. Now, she appeared to have learned restraint, earning compliment from her peers for her graciousness and poise. With a tinge of bittersweetness, Mrs. Su put aside her feelings and asked her husband, regarding the matter we discussed a few days ago, what are your thoughts? Old Su, in good spirits, replied with a smile, let me ponder it a bit more. What hast there to deliberate? It's merely a few words. Given your son-in-law's regard for Wan, he surely would not oppose it. Why not broach the subject with him first? I have heard that your in-laws generally defer to your son-in-law as opinions. Did Wan speak to you about this? Mrs. Su nodded in response. You women truly possess long hair, yet short-sightedness. With a flick of his sleeve, old Master Su stepped into the parlor. No matter how esteemed the in-laws may regard their son-in-law, they would not comply with every request. Furthermore, how do you perceive your son-in-law? When he initially agreed to marry Wan, it was evident that he was deeply filial towards his in-laws. Even if his affection for Wan remained steadfast, he would never abandon his in-laws in Songjia village and proactively suggest that Wan come to the county. Upon hearing this, Mrs. Su nodded repeatedly and inquired, what do you propose then? If the son-in-law does not bring it up, the in-laws certainly would not. Should we suggest it ourselves? After a pause, she added, though it is not entirely out of the question, I fear that the in-laws might consider us overly meddlesome and disagree even more. Do not fret about this matter. I have my own methods, old Master Su replied. The shop will open next month, and after the new year, we shall see a profit distribution. Witnessing the influx of money will surely bring joy to the in-laws, and at that time, broaching the subject will likely meet with greater approval. Furthermore, by next year, they will have been married for a year. Should Wan conceive, she would naturally be unable to serve her in-laws, and they would then need to care for her. Given Wan's pampered upbringing, should she experience the trials of pregnancy, the in-laws would likely prefer for her to return to her maternal home for comfort. If she is not pregnant, it is simply due to the couple's infrequent companionship. For the sake of a grandchild, the in-laws would be even more inclined to agree. One thing remains. You must maintain composure and not reveal our intentions to the in-laws or the son-in-law too early. If they discover that we are scheming so soon, it may foster ill feelings. Mrs. Su, unfazed by her husband's earnest tone, smiled brightly and said, I will not hinder your endeavors. As long as you can accomplish this, I will do whatever you ask. As Song Ziheng calculated the time for his return, the weather was pleasantly warm, with the sun shining down gently. The breeze neither too hot nor too cold. The crisp autumn air made the journey light and enjoyable. After passing Songlin town, the sun began its descent, painting the clouds in the western sky with hues of crimson. Su Wan leaned against Song Ziheng, admiring the sunset in its entirety as the sun gradually disappeared from view, leaving a radiant afterglow that was breathtakingly beautiful. Upon their arrival home, Su Wan greeted third uncle, third aunt. As the ox cart came to a halt, several children rushed over, with Sanwa enthusiastically hugging Su Wan's leg. Third aunt, you're back. You miss me that much? Or is it that you're hoping I brought back some treats? Sanwa replied with innocent glee, I miss you both. Su Wan chuckled, ruffling his hair and casting a glance at Dawa and Erwa. Dawa quickly added, Third aunt, I hope you don't think me so superficial. Song Ziheng laughed. Then how do you think of third aunt? Erwa grinned mischievously. Yesterday, I heard Dage reciting something like, Day apart feels like 3 seasons. Just then, Song Ziheng playfully flicked the reins he held against them. Instead of studying properly, you waste time on such nonsense. Dawa, with a simple-minded expression, was utterly bewildered by Erwa's words. Third brother, third sister-in-law, Song Xiaomei emerged from the commotion, her face beaming with joy. Yesterday, I heard father mention that you two would be returning today. These children wouldn't leave the courtyard all day, waiting for your arrival. As Song Ziheng drove the ox cart into the yard amidst the excited children, Su Wan engaged in light-hearted conversation with Song Xiaomei. It has been quite a while since we last met. Xiaomei, you have grown even more charming. Look at that lovely, fair face. Third sister-in-law, stop teasing me. Song Xiaomei, who had grown accustomed to Su Wan's compliments, now accepted them with grace rather than embarrassment. After unloading the cart and leading the ox into the barn, Song Ziheng returned to the main room and inquired, Xiaomei, where are father and mother? Father, along with eldest brother and second brother, has gone to the fields. Mother is in the back, gathering grain. As soon as Song Xiaomei finished speaking, sound from the courtyard drew their attention. Zhang and Li were each carrying small baskets of grain inside, while Mother Song trailed behind, chatting with someone, moving at a slower pace. Upon entering, Zhang and Li noticed the cart resting under the eaves, immediately realizing that Song Ziheng had returned with Su Wan. Zhang called out, "Sister-in-law, you are back. How could you call my name right when you return? It shows you missed me." Su Wan responded, stepping out to inquire, "Is this all the harvest?" "Not all." Zhang chuckled. "These are just the first batch that has dried. We brought them back. The rest still needs to be dried, so they remain there." Su Wan nodded. "Eldest sister-in-law and second sister-in-law must be tired. Do put down your burdens and take a rest." Zhang and Li placed their loads down and went to the well to wash their faces. Upon returning to the house, Li, noticing Su Wan's increasingly delicate and fair complexion, remarked with a mix of envy and dissatisfaction, "Sister-in-law, you must have been living quite comfortably at your maternal home, right? It is fortunate that your parents are so open-minded. Had it been another set of in-laws, a married woman would hardly be able to return home for 10 days at a time." "Indeed," Su Wan replied mildly, handing over a small box she had selected from her father's shop some time ago. "Though it is not particularly precious, I found it quite exquisite and thought you might appreciate it." Since Su Wan had directed the box toward Zhang, she accepted it first, while Li's eyes gleamed with anticipation. Upon opening it to reveal two identical pairs of earrings, her eyes lit up. Zhang quickly closed the box, attempting to return it. "We cannot accept this, sister-in-law. It is far too extravagant." "Are you rejecting it because it is too small?" Zhang said, half amused. "How could I reject it for being small? These earrings appear to be pure silver. They must not be inexpensive. If you'd offered me some cloth or food, I would have shamelessly accepted. But these silver earrings are utterly out of the question." Li, internally longing for the earrings, remained silent. Her family had never been affluent. Many years ago, her mother struggled to bear a son and ended up with a string of daughters, eventually giving birth to 2 brothers. With so many mouths to feed, relying solely on her parents' labor merely ensured they had enough to eat. Marrying into a family meant she no longer had to worry about hunger. But her husband's family was not wealthy either. They had set a precedent, and her in-laws did not mind her lack of dowry. The sisters-in-law were treated equally, and although there were initial concerns about her not bearing a son, her husband had never taken steps to divorce her. He treated her well, and after they had a chubby son, Li felt that her life had taken a turn for the better. Later, when her younger brother became a scholar, it seemed he was on the path to greatness. Initially, those who had been reluctant to let their daughter marry into their family out of fear of financial strain were now filled with regret upon seeing her sisters-in-law as envy. However, Li had yet to consider how to enjoy the benefits of her brother-in-law's success. She had never been particularly discerning, having once thought that merely eating well was a form of prosperity. After her brother-in-law took a wife, their family began to feast regularly, and she found herself envious of her brother-in-law's wife. Yet, despite lacking brothers from her maternal side, she held her head high, having a father who earned well and was doting. Her in-laws rarely scolded her, and she had a strong will, unwilling to accept any slight. In the past, she would make snide remarks, but now, as her son learned to read alongside Dawa and Erwa, she had begun to shift her perspective, realizing that relying on her brother-in-law was not as beneficial as supporting her own son. Dawa and Erwa were already of age, and if Dawa could entertain such thoughts, then her own son, being younger, held even greater potential. Li was not foolish. She understood that for her son's sake, she should treat Su Wan well. For should she offend her and she refused to teach Sanhua, it would surely jeopardize her son's future. However, she has never been adept at flattery, though she excels at being assertive and competitive. Moreover, whenever she sees Su Wan's face, her heart cannot help but sour. Ultimately, it is jealousy that gnaws at her. She has already lost her temper with Su Wan before, and it is now too difficult to lower herself to ingratiate. Yet, it must be said that her mother-in-law was not entirely wrong. Despite Su Wan's somewhat domineering nature, she is far preferable to those who are relentless in their pursuits. If she is offended, she may vent her anger momentarily, but she will soon let it pass, as long as she is not subjected to significant loss. Li's past grievances have never spilled over on Sanhua. Now, Li has resolved to learn some measure of restraint, as long as she does not seriously offend Su Wan. She will not hold grudges. Thus, even though she yearns to claim the pair of earrings, she fears that Su Wan might merely be pretending to offer them without genuine intent. If her sister-in-law were to retract them, it would only serve to displease her further. Thus, while her eyes linger on the box, she remains composed and silent. Surprisingly, Su Wan notices Li's silence, though she refrains from expressing her astonishment. With a casual wave of her hand, she dismisses the matter, stating that if her sister-in-law likes them, that alone defines their worth. Although they may appear light, the shopkeeper claims they are in vogue in the capital, with few in the county wearing such styles. Curious, Song Xiaomei picks one up, weighing it in her hand, and remarks that it is curious that people in the capital favor such light earrings, which seem more ornamental than functional. The appeal lies precisely in their lightness, as Zhang does not quite appreciate the aesthetic tastes of the capital. However, upon realizing the earring's delicate nature, she reflects that the two pairs they have do not even compare to half a bracelet worth. Observing Su Wan's demeanor, she accepts the earrings. The sisters-in-law don their new adornments and admire each other, both feeling a sense of delight. Li exclaims that the popular styles from the capital truly are beautiful, remarking that she has never seen such exquisite earrings before. Not only are they comfortable to wear, but they will also elicit envy from the villagers. Li, who often envies Su Wan, relishes this opportunity to seek balance. After a busy spell in the fields, she had worn a garment made from fabric gifted by Su Wan, and even months later, other women still admire her generous sister-in-law, who provides such rare materials. Now, wearing these earrings will suffice for a year of boasting. Upon returning home, Song's mother immediately notices the earrings adorning her daughters-in-law and inquires whether Zi Heng and his wife have returned, wondering what they have brought for them. As she approaches for a closer look, she gasps in astonishment, exclaiming that they are indeed silver earrings, and each has a pair. She muses on how reckless it is to spend money so freely when it could be better managed. After a moment's pause, she glances at her daughters-in-law and adds that it is simply their nature to be so generous, especially as family, being open-hearted with everyone. She advises them to remember the kindness shown to them. Zhang and Li both nod in agreement. Su Wan, emerging from the kitchen, overhears Song's mother and smiles, quipping that perhaps she feels a twinge of envy seeing her daughters-in-law adorned while she is none. Song's mother playfully scolds, expressing that she is merely looking out for them. Even if she feels envious, it matters not. As their mother, she is not one to begrudge her daughters-in-law anything. Song Xiaomei, unable to resist, steps forward to take Song's mother's other hand, saying that Sansaw's tongue is quite sharp, making one wonder if she is truly her daughter. Zhang chimes in teasingly, suggesting that Xiaomei is afraid their mother will favor Sansaw more, feeling a pang of jealousy. It seems their mother's heart has already shifted toward Sansaw. Has anyone failed to notice that since Sansaw's return, their mother's smile has never faltered? Xiaomei's observation, while humorous, carries an undertone of sincerity. In daily interactions, she had not noticed, but now, following Sansaw's visit to her maternal home, the dynamics appear so clear. Although Sansaw has been part of their family for less than a year, she holds no less weight in their mother's heart than the elder sister-in-law. The elder sister-in-law is dutiful but lacks the warmth required to forge a close bond. The second sister-in-law is fiercely competitive and lacks charm. In contrast, Sansaw, while not easily approached, is genuinely open-hearted, caring deeply for her family and treating them with respect. Her ability to engage with her in-laws is markedly different from the others. Su Wan, aligning with her mother's preferences, gives her a substantial silver bracelet that exudes an undeniable weight. As she helps her mother put on, Song's mother feels the weight on her wrist and beams, although she playfully protests that it is too cumbersome for daily chores. Yet, Su Wan insists that it brings joy to her mother, dismissing any notion of it being an extravagant expense. She reassures her that once they are financially secure, they can hire help to manage the household, allowing her mother to enjoy her golden years without worry. An elderly matron adorned in gold and silver? Do you take me for a landowner? Song's mother laughs heartily. Su Wan elongates her tone, insisting that she is no mere landowner. As she speaks, she suggests that once her husband achieves success and gains a high position, they will be able to bestow titles upon their mother, elevating her status beyond that of a mere landowner. For a moment, Song's mother is struck speechless, her finger trembling as she points at Su Wan, utterly amused. Finally, after a long pause, she remarks on how audacious it is to dismiss the status of a landowner. Everyone assumes she is merely jesting to amuse her mother. Yet Su Wan feels a sense of poignant anticipation, wondering if everything she has envisioned for the future will come to fruition, and whether she might be regarded as a seer. as laughter echoes from outside, with her mother's voice ringing the loudest. Even Song Zi-hung, who had been absorbed in his studies, cannot help but smile, recognizing that while his wife's methods may be simple, they are remarkably effective. No one at home seems to concern themselves with her prolonged absence, nor do outsiders have much to say, especially when compared to how they regard her. At the same time, he finds himself in agreement with his father-in-law's earlier remarks. Indeed, having wealth simplifies many matters. If they were in his elder sister-in-law's or second sister-in-law's shoes, outsiders would likely fail to comprehend their family's empathy for their sole daughter, and they would be drowned in a sea of gossip. Song Mu-dao remarked, "All of this is your merit. The method of brewing wine was conceived by you, and I remember all that you have done for our family." Su Wan was about to express modesty, but Song Zi-hung interjected with a smile. "The opening of the wine shop last year is merely one aspect. We must discuss this carefully with our parents. My father-in-law holds great optimism for this business. He aspires to expand not only within our county, but also into Jiangzhou City and beyond, seizing any opportunity that arises. If the business flourishes come spring, he wishes to ask whether our parents would consider leasing the back mountain to cultivate grapevines. He believes that if we aim for growth, our family alone cannot manage it all. Rather than exhausting ourselves, it would be prudent to hire additional help. Our parents would only need to oversee operations, ensuring that the brewing process is conducted discreetly." After a pause, Song Zi-hung continued, "After all, business ventures carry risks. My father-in-law has also mentioned that if our parents are unwilling, he has alternative plans. Our family can continue brewing as much as we can, sending all the wine to his shop as a consignment. He would pay us for whatever is sold, while he would find others to cultivate the grapes and brew the wine." Upon hearing this, the Song family fell silent. All eyes turned towards Old Song, awaiting his decision. The night was dark, obscuring Old Song's expression as he puffed on his dry tobacco, brought back by Zi-hang's wife, who mentioned that her family also enjoyed it for its quality and mildness. He had eagerly sampled it before dinner and found it more invigorating, which prompted him to indulge more than usual. The supply was ample enough to last him until after the new year. Enveloped in smoke, Old Song finally spoke. "This is merely a fleeting thought of my father. Whether it is viable depends on the success of the shop. I believe we should assess how much we can earn after the new year before deciding on the scale of our operations." Song Zi-hung turned to Su Wan with a smile, his eyes shimmering with excitement. Song Mu echoed, "What you say is indeed reasonable." After a long sigh, Old Song shared, "My father-in-law is a man of vision. In his youth, his family was not as prosperous as ours. An orphan and a widow, their lands were seized by unscrupulous relatives. Undeterred, he ventured into commerce, facing hardship as he traveled far and wide. But now he has built this family business through his fearless spirit and keen insight." Upon hearing this topic, Grandma Song perked up. "I have also heard of my father-in-law's struggles. It was no easy feat. His brothers took advantage of his father's illness to seize their property, and his mother passed away early, possibly from the stress of it all. Truly a tragedy." "Indeed," Old Song added, "it is understandable that he harbors resentment. Thus he would rather not adopt a child from the clan." Grandma Song, encouraged by her daughter-in-law's agreement, became even more indignant. "It is absurd. When he was cornered, where were his relatives to support him? Now that he has achieved success, they come crawling back, forgetting the past. Given his temperament, he has shown remarkable restraint by not severing ties with the clan." The formal discussion had inadvertently transformed into gossip about Old Song's hardships. Su Wan, hearing this for the first time, reflected on why her father had never adopted a son from the clan, given the weight placed on lineage during that era. While not biologically related, one could still adopt within 5 degrees of kinship, making it comparable to a biological child. Furthermore, Su Wan occasionally heard her mother mention her maternal family, yet she had never heard of Old Song's relatives, leading her to believe he had none. Intrigued, Su Wan listened intently, but Old Song coughed, interrupting the gossip to steer the conversation back on track. "I believe that if my father-in-law had been as hesitant as we were, he might have starved long ago, and we would not have today as prosperity. Indeed, my father is a man of great ambition. No one dares to undermine him now." Su Wan responded swiftly, her pride evident. Song Zi-hung chuckled softly, seizing the moment to discreetly hold Su Wan's hand, his demeanor calm as he remarked, "What you say holds true. My father-in-law possesses great insight and courage. Although I may not match his stature, I understand this. Following his lead is undoubtedly wise. Let us finalize this arrangement." Please inform my father-in-law that we will brew as much red wine as he desires. Old Song nodded thoughtfully. However, while we settle this, the matter of profits requires careful negotiation. My father-in-law should receive no less than 50%, and perhaps more, but it cannot be less. I agree, Song Ziheng replied. Our family will put in the effort, which may take time. If we lease the mountain and hire help, although the expenses will be considerable, it may not exceed the losses from my father-in-law's 2 shops. He rents them out for at least 100 taels every 6 months. Does that not mean he invests a comparable amount to ours? Li Shi gasped. Such expensive rent. How large must those shops be? Su Wan smiled. They are indeed spacious, but primarily well located. The street is filled with shops selling valuable goods, and ours would be just a few doors down from my father's jewelry shop, making it easier to manage. Given how much my father-in-law values this business, we must not let him down, Old Song said seriously. Is there any room for negotiation regarding the profits? Song Ziheng nodded. Yet my father-in-law insists on not taking more than 30%, as he believes the brewing concept originated with my wife. Additionally, he feels I will have many expenses in the future, so he plans to allocate the remaining 2% to us. However, I am curious how you both view this arrangement. We are all part of the Song family. My father-in-law's offer of 2% for you is hardly different from him not taking any. Old Song initially shook his head, unwilling to let his father-in-law bear such a loss. However, contemplating the expenses mentioned by his son, he frowned and said after a moment, "Still, my father-in-law is considerate." Song Ziheng recognized that his father had reached an understanding and simply smiled in silence. After a moment's contemplation, Old Song continued, "Your father-in-law has considered this thoroughly. However, since you have a share of the profits, the eldest and second sons cannot be left out. I will not dispute what your father-in-law gives you, but I will take 3% for my share, distributing 1% to each of you 3 brothers." Before Old Song could finish, Song Yujin hastily interrupted, "Father, I do not want it. The 3rd brother will need funds to travel to the capital for the imperial examinations. Giving him 1% is sufficient. I am content to stay at home with you and mother, so it would not be right for me to take a share." Song Yufu chimed in. "Eldest brother is correct. Let father give the 3rd brother his portion. I understand completely. I would never feel slighted over this matter. However, if father insists on giving me and eldest brother our shares, would that not imply a division of the family? Both eldest brother and I would never agree to that." Li Shi was exasperated, glaring at Song Yufu. A tael of silver for every pound of wine, even a 1% share amounted to a significant sum. She had never dared to dream of such profits, and now that the proposal came from her father-in-law, it would be foolish to refuse. Even Zhang Shi looked at her husband with anticipation, but the 2 brothers, being dutiful sons, assumed their father intended to divide the family, causing them great distress and leading them to ignore their wives' reactions. Fortunately, they were oblivious to their wives' responses. Li Shi remained composed. While Song Yufu had long given up hope in her, Zhang Shi, usually gentle and compliant, earned Song Yujin's trust. Had he noticed her demeanor, it might have caused a rift. Just as Song Ziheng was about to voice his opinion, Old Song cut him off. "Divide the family? Your father is still alive. How dare you even think of such a thing?" Old Master Song tapped his smoking pipe and said, "I have always treated you 3 brothers equally, eldest and second. I know you do not mind these matters, but today's actions are merely precautionary. Let me be clear. Even among brothers, accounts must be settled. We shall first establish the profits, so that there will be no confusion in the future. You, too, will have no ulterior motives. A family should not let money come between us. Harmony is paramount. As for the remaining 20% I hold, it shall be directly passed down to our grandchildren when we grow old, with each receiving their share. Ziheng, please include this in your written agreement." Old Master Song pondered for a moment before adding, "As for the 30% belonging to Ziheng and his wife, you all heard correctly. That was a generous gift from our in-laws. Originally, if they had separated, Ziheng's wife would have been entitled to an equal share. Thus, they have not fared as well as they might have." Su Wan thought to herself that this arrangement was not truly less than an equal split. Moreover, she genuinely did not mind this small loss, provided it did not lead to future conflicts. Old Master Song did not intend for his words to reach his sons. He understood their characters well enough to know they would not be concerned with such matters. His remarks were aimed at his daughters-in-law, who were equally aware and quickly expressed their agreement. They felt fortunate to receive even a mere 10%, and were solely focused on keeping their husband content, fearing they might throw a tantrum and push away the money. In fact, old Master Song held considerable authority in the household. Having made such a decision, his sons dared not protest further. Ziheng understood well that financial disagreements often led to familial discord. Thus, his father's actions were not unfounded worries, but rather prudent foresight. Although Song's mother was perplexed, she chose not to oppose her husband, and so the matter was settled. Old Master Song stated, "Tomorrow, the eldest and second will accompany Ziheng to the academy and also deliver the remaining wine to our in-laws. Make sure to convey my sentiments. Ziheng, remember to draft an agreement today. If our in-laws have no objections, we shall formalize it." The following morning, the three Song brothers set off, with the entire family eagerly awaiting their return bearing good news. However, by lunchtime, there was still no sign of Song Yu-jin and Song Yofu. Typically, the Song family dined at noon, but as the hour approached and no one had begun to eat, old Master Song remarked, "Since those two have yet to return, let's eat first. The food is getting cold." Song's mother added, "Perhaps our in-laws were overly hospitable and insisted on keeping them for lunch." Su Wan laughed, saying, "My parents adore lively gatherings. It would be improper for my uncles to leave without sharing a meal." Sure enough, after their meal, they still did not see the two brothers. It was not until the late afternoon that they finally returned. Song's mother was at home, and as soon as the brothers arrived, she went out to greet them, noticing they were carrying bags. She inquired, "What do you have there?" Song Yofu replied, "Our in-laws were exceedingly hospitable. Not only did they insist my elder brother and I stay for lunch, but they also insisted we take home some eggs and a piece of beef." Stepping out into the yard, Su Wan laughed, "My mother's just like that. Today, my uncles have certainly experienced it firsthand." Song's mother chuckled at her daughter's teasing. "Is it proper to speak of your own mother in such a way?" Su Wan called for Song Xiaomei to help take the beef to the kitchen, already contemplating what dishes to prepare for the following day. If it were not for the time travel, she would have instinctively thought of steak. Alas, that was not an option now. Perhaps braised beef would suffice. Suddenly she smiled. "Now that your third brother has left, beef has arrived. It seems he has no fortune in food." Song Xiaomei, seeing the beef, was delighted. Although pork was expensive, even the poorest families could enjoy it by the year's end. Beef, however, was a rare delicacy. It was the primary labor force and was well cared for until it could no longer work, at which point it would be sold. Thus, upon hearing Su Wan's remark, Song Xiaomei nodded in agreement. Under normal circumstances, their mother would surely hesitate to part with such a precious item, saving it for the new year. However, since it was a gift from her sister-in-law's family, their mother would surely indulge her, and it might very well be prepared the next day. As Song Xiaomei lamented her brother's misfortune of missing out on such a rare treat, she was nearly caught off guard by Su Wan's serious declaration. Su Wan said, "In that case, I have the obligation to eat a few more pieces for your brother. When he returns, I shall share the details with him." Song Xiaomei replied, "Your third brother will surely thank you." In the courtyard, Song's mother eagerly asked her two sons, "What did our in-laws say?" Naturally, it was as Song's third brother had described. In the morning, their in-law had taken them to see the shop, which was truly impressive. The establishment spanned 2 floors and belonged entirely to their in-laws, who would sell the red wine there. Song Yu-jin spoke, while Song Yofu nodded in agreement, adding, "Not only us, but even I had no idea such a grand street existed in our county. There were even people carrying sedan chairs passing by. Our in-law mentioned that was the daughter of the county magistrate. That street is certainly a place for prominent figures." Upon hearing this, Song's mother nodded, feeling relieved. "When your father returns, be sure to discuss the shop in detail with him. Though he seemed assured yesterday, he was restless throughout the night. It will help ease his mind." After a moment, Song Yu-jin managed to express, "Initially, I was quite anxious, but after meeting our in-law and visiting the shop, I felt reassured." The eldest brother commented, as the third brother said, "Working alongside our in-law will not lead to our loss." That evening, old Master Song indeed questioned the two brothers in detail, and upon receiving their report, he clapped his thighs and laughed. "I always knew our in-law was capable. Following his lead, we shall not go wrong." He then inquired, "What are our in-law's thoughts on the profit sharing?" Song Yu-jin replied, "None at all. Our in-law believes father possesses great foresight and respects him greatly. When the third brother has his next break, we will draft the contract together, adhering to this arrangement." Hearing that their in-law admired him, old Master Song could not help but smile, his face folding into a myriad of creases. However, upon further reflection, he furrowed his brow. To wait for Ziheng's break will mean waiting until the end of the year. Song Yofu remarked, that is no trouble. It coincides perfectly with the opening of our shop. Our in-law suggested that we all go to the county at that time to boost the shop's popularity. On the first day of the 12th month, Song Yofu arranged for an ox cart to fetch Song Ziheng from the county, as it was said that Ziheng would not return to the academy until after the new year. Su Wan found the concept of a winter break quite novel, only to learn that it was a holiday for the teachers, with students merely benefiting as an afterthought. In ancient times, scholars held a revered status, and there was no reason for teachers to conduct classes during the winter months. This understanding brought clarity to Su Wan. When Song Ziheng returned, he was laden with various gifts for his family, having prepared snacks and small toys for the children. After reuniting with Song Yofu, the two brothers ventured into town to purchase a multitude of New Year's goods. Song Yofu's mother had advised that the county offered better quality and lower prices than the town, instructing him to bring back as much as he could carry. Thus, the two brothers filled a cart to the brim. Su Wan, unaware of Song's mother's instructions, watched in wide-eyed amazement, momentarily thinking that Song Ziheng was moving house. Only later did she realize it was merely a collection of New Year's goods, and she could not help but marvel at how resourceful the ancients were, wasting nothing. The children, delighted with their small trinkets, dashed off to play. Song Yofu returned with the same amount of money he had taken, handing it back to their mother unaltered. Surprised, she exclaimed, "Why did you not spend any money?" Song Yofu explained, "All these items were purchased with the third brother's funds." Before she could inquire further, Song Ziheng interjected, "During my free time, I copied a few books for the shop, earning a little money. Why trouble yourself with that when our family is not in need? What if it interferes with your studies?" His mother replied, concerned, "Rest assured, mother, I only transcribed books that I needed to read regularly. This act of copying is far more beneficial than merely reading them several times, and it has greatly aided me." Upon hearing this, Song's mother felt a sense of relief, though she still harbored some concern. There is truly no need to copy books for others. You already work hard on your writing. What if you overexert yourself? My son is not so inept. You have your own plans, and I shall not say much more. You are capable of managing your own affairs. The goods I acquired this year exceeded my expectations, likely enough for the new year. How much did it cost? 2 strings of coins. Although Song's mother was somewhat prepared, she gasped, "How many books have you copied in the past 2 months?" "Not many, as the shopkeeper is quite familiar with me, offering a price much higher than others." Song Ziheng smiled leisurely, yet his hand, concealed in his sleeve, hesitated as he touched his pocket, contemplating whether to disclose that he still had some extra coins after purchasing the New Year's goods. He had never hidden any private funds, and a twinge of guilt towards his parents surfaced in his heart. Song's younger sister and Zhang came to assist with moving items and happened to overhear this conversation. She exclaimed, "Brother, you only occasionally copy books, yet in just 2 months you have earned 2 strings of coins. It is often said that education leads to success, and today I truly understand." Zhang's eyes sparkled with excitement as she often praised her children's intelligence. The eldest and second child may not follow in their uncle's footsteps to take the civil service examination, but merely copying books earns more than farming, ensuring they will not worry about food and clothing. They are still scholars, which is quite respectable. Zhang felt she had found a broad avenue for her son's future. When Song Ziheng returned, the family began discussing when to visit the county. He mentioned, "I will take the time to visit my father-in-law. According to the calendar, the store may have opened recently. However, today I have been busy preparing for the New Year's goods, so I have not had the chance to pay a visit." Old Song nodded. "Indeed, last month your in-laws sent word that they planned to open by the end of the month and invited us to visit. I thought to wait for you before going, which caused a few days' delay." Song Ziheng suggested, "Then let us go tomorrow. Newly opened businesses are usually busy, and we can also lend a hand to my father-in-law." Thus, they began to determine who would go to the county. Originally, it was a matter for the men, but Su Wan was an exception. As everyone was going to her maternal home, it would be unreasonable to leave her behind. However, the carriage was filled with men, and though they were family, it was still awkward for Su Wan to be the only woman. After some thought, Song's mother said, "The fortune-telling woman has invited me to her home tomorrow to fry peanuts, so I cannot go. Why not invite your mother along? She hasn't visited the county in many years and would find it quite interesting." Grandmother Song said, "I will not go. It is cold, and my old bones cannot withstand it. Let your younger sister go. She is grown up and should broaden her horizons." Zhang, already aware that it had nothing to do with her, was merely concerned that her husband would return from the county with good news. Although he also wished to go, she knew it was not her turn. If her mother-in-law had specifically chosen her elder sister-in-law, she might have contested for it, since they were both wives. Why should she be excluded? But since the elder sister-in-law was not chosen, she had no choice but to feel disheartened. Consequently, Song's younger sister unexpectedly received an opportunity to go to the city, feeling elated and unable to sleep the entire night. After concluding their discussions, everyone returned to their respective homes to prepare for bed. Song Ziheng returned in the afternoon. Winter nights arrive early. He was first engaged in conversation with his mother for a while. Before long, his father and elder brother returned from outside, and after exchanging pleasantries, he hurriedly took his clothes to wash and bathe. Once refreshed, he sat down at dinner. Only then did he find a moment to share a few private words with Su Wan. As they entered the room, he closed the door behind them and, reaching into his bosom, produced a pair of raindrop-shaped earrings. In the dim light, the material was indiscernible, but they felt cool to the touch and possessed a certain quality. Song Ziheng remarked, "I happen to see my uncle selling miscellaneous items, and though these earrings may not be valuable, their shape is quite lovely and the color suits you. I only wonder if you will like them." Su Wan examined them carefully and asked, "Were they made of stone perhaps? Perhaps polished stones?" Su Wan expressed her disappointment. "They feel quite smooth and round, and even my husband thinks they are beautiful. It seems they are rare, but alas, it is too dark to see clearly." Seeing her reaction, Song Ziheng felt content and playfully draped his arm around her shoulders, smiling. "They are already yours, and come morning, you can admire them to your heart's content." Su Wan nodded, sitting at her vanity and placing the earrings in a box, declaring, "I shall wear these tomorrow." As Song Ziheng approached, he noticed Su Wan undoing her hair, and he took the comb from her hands, slowly and gently detangling her hair. Her dark tresses cascaded over her shoulders like ink, and as he grasped her hair lightly, he was momentarily spellbound by the delicate sensation of strands slipping through his fingers. Su Wan, having removed her outer garments, had just settled onto the bed when Song Ziheng returned with yet another item, a purse. Su Wan did not open it, but, upon touching it, understood its contents. She looked up at Song Ziheng, who said, "After purchasing the New Year's goods for the family, I still have half a string of coins left. Tomorrow, when we go to the county, you should buy something you like as well." Su Wan pinched the purse. Half a string of coins is neither too much nor too little. They had spent 2 strings today on all the items for the carriage. Yet this was the first time her husband had given her pocket money. In her past relationships, she had never had a legitimate husband, and her previous boyfriends had not earned as much as she did, nor had their affections been particularly strong, so they never offered her money. The half string of coins Song Ziheng gave her may not have seemed significant, yet it represented all his personal savings. This gesture alone was enough to astonish her. Su Wan had never experienced the feeling of wholly dedicating everything she possessed to another. The thought that this was all of Song Ziheng's made her heart race. He may not express his love overtly, but his actions spoke volumes, and it was a sincerity she could not resist. Noticing Su Wan remained silent while holding the purse, Song Ziheng felt a twinge of anxiety. What was initially a spontaneous gesture now seemed uncertain. Lowering his head, he gently pressed his forehead against hers and softly said, "My dear." Coming to her senses, Su Wan tucked the purse beneath her pillow, raised her arms, and playfully wrapped them around his neck, grinning. "While our parents are alive, there should be no secrets. How can my husband possibly keep private funds? It is all for you." Song Ziheng feigned annoyance and playfully nipped at her nose, not with force, and Su Wan, undeterred, continued with a smug smile. "It is an undeniable fact that my husband is hiding his private funds. Do not return it to me. I shall give it to my mother." Song Ziheng pushed Su Wan away and pretended to search beneath the pillow. She quickly grasped his hand. "It is in my possession now, so it belongs to me. How can it be taken back? You said you did not want it." "Who said I didn't want it?" Su Wan playfully leaped onto him, cheekily asserting that while they should not keep secrets from their parents, it was perfectly natural for a husband to spend on his wife. "Is it not?" Song Ziheng, feeling helpless, supported her waist with both hands and gently laid her back onto the bed, saying, "You have the final say." Su Wan raised an eyebrow. "Are you perhaps pondering the words of Confucius? Is it truly that only women and petty individuals are difficult to nurture? My dear, you have become increasingly domineering. Do you intend to dictate my thoughts as well? I cannot control that." Su Wan laughed, and just as her back touched the bed, she hooked her legs around Song Ziheng's waist. He was momentarily caught off guard and, as a result, was pulled down onto her. His eyes sparked with intensity, and she seemed to be hinting at something. Before Su Wan could complete her sentence, her lips were silenced, and the sound of their shared breaths gradually filled the room's corners. That night, Su Wan learned upon rising on the second day. Su Wan's severe lack of sleep rendered her dark circles particularly pronounced against her fair complexion, making her health visibly apparent. Zhang, who had risen early to prepare breakfast in the kitchen, cast her a knowing smile and remarked, "Sister-in-law is not in the best of health. She must take the opportunity of a new year to recuperate properly." When Song Xiaomei entered and overheard Zhang's words, she glanced at Su Wan and commented, "Third sister-in-law does indeed appear unwell. Rising earlier than usual today has taken its toll on her." Su Wan reflected on her restless night of movement. Having barely accumulated 4 hours of sleep, the fact that she had managed to rise at all was a testament to her remarkable determination. Had it not been for the return to her maternal home, she would have preferred to sleep indefinitely. Remaining silent, Su Wan did not respond, prompting Zhang to assume her reticence stemmed from modesty and to inquire, "What brings you here, Xiaomei?" "Oh, I couldn't decide which silk flower to wear and wished to seek third sister-in-law's opinion." It was understandable that Song Xiaomei, being a first-time visitor to the county, desired to present herself attractively. After breakfast, the group set off. Initially, Su Wan felt little discomfort, but as time passed, the increasingly bitter cold of the southern winter wind seeped through her layers of clothing and blankets. This chill was bone-deep, rendering her previous intention to catch some sleep during the journey utterly futile. She believed that even if her eyes could not remain open, Song Ziheng would ensure they stayed alert. It was well known that one was most susceptible to catching a cold while sleeping, and in this weather, such an affliction could prove dire. While Su Wan had initially sat beside Song Xiaomei, engaging in lively conversation about the county's streets and the finest shops for delicacies and adornments, it wasn't long before the cold sapped her energy. As she leaned against Song Ziheng for warmth, she found herself yearning for the comforts of modern automobiles and heating systems. Song Ziheng, who had been conversing with his elder brother, felt a sudden warmth on his back. Turning around, he discovered Su Wan had nestled against him, her face pale from the cold. A pang of concern gripped him, rendering him speechless. Setting aside any reservations about propriety, he turned fully, enveloping Su Wan in his embrace. Blankets and all, his body radiated warmth akin to a furnace, and as Su Wan felt the heat, she smiled and burrowed deeper into his arms. Given their marital status, Song Ziheng's actions, though somewhat audacious, were not inappropriate. Observing Su Wan's pallor, old man Song merely sighed inwardly, resigned to the indulgence of his son's frail wife. Aware of the potential ramifications should she fall ill, Song Youfu remained silent, exchanging knowing looks with his elder brother, Song Yuzhen, who, upon noticing his brother's expression, realized the latter was somewhat smug about their younger brother marrying such a delicate wife. It amused him that a scholar like Song Ziheng would be so patient, a quality he doubted would be shared by others in their family despite knowing the familial ties involved. Meanwhile, Song Xiaomei discreetly observed the scene, witnessing her sister-in-law fall asleep in her brother's embrace and feeling a mix of envy and confusion. She pondered if her future husband would treat her with the same tenderness that Song Ziheng bestowed upon Su Wan. The group made their way to the Su family home, where they found old man Su was indeed absent. Mrs. Su greeted them and mentioned he had gone to the shop. She had intended to invite everyone inside for some refreshments to warm themselves, but old man Song, eager to see the shop for himself, was unable to sit still. Mrs. Su did not deter him, promptly sending a servant to escort him to the store, which was conveniently nearby, eliminating the need for a carriage. Mrs. Su then took Su Wan and Song Xiaomei aside, saying, "Let them go ahead. We can warm ourselves with some hot water before joining them." Having heard Su Wan speak of Song Xiaomei before, she had developed a fondness for her and lavished her with compliments. Although she had not emerged promptly, a servant had informed her that the young master had been protective of the young lady during their journey, concerned for her comfort against the cold. This news delighted Mrs. Su, further elevating her opinion of Song Ziheng. As the compliments flowed, Song Xiaomei's cheeks flushed. "Aunt, you tease me, but truly, your complexion is radiant, unlike your sister-in-law, who can barely endure a carriage ride. She is indeed a sight to behold, but not particularly robust," Mrs. Su remarked, casting a glance at Su Wan. Though she feigned reproach, there was an underlying tenderness in her words. It was customary for her, an old man, Su, to lament Su Wan's shortcomings in front of her in-laws, inviting rebuttals. Song Xiaomei quickly offered praises for Su Wan, which pleased Mrs. Su. She then inquired, "Why didn't your mother come, or your grandmother? I assumed your family would fill the carriage, and I instructed Ziheng to send word beforehand. I had intended for a servant to fetch them, believing they would be waiting at home for news, only to find you all instead." Song Xiaomei explained, "Grandmother is unable to travel, and a round trip would be too taxing for her. Mother had arranged to cook peanuts with Aunt Kaifeng, so she couldn't come. My elder and second sisters also couldn't make it. They have children to tend to and much to prepare with the new year approaching." Mrs. Su nodded in understanding. "You are right. I had not considered that aspect. The timing was indeed improper. However, after the new year, your family must come to stay with us for a few days." As she spoke, a maid brought in steaming honey water, which Mrs. Su personally served to Song Xiaomei. The latter thanked her shyly and took a delicate sip, her eyes instantly brightening with delight. After they had eaten and conversed for a while, they finally set off. The journey from the Song residence to the shop required traversing 2 streets. As the year drew to a close, the county buzzed with activity, rivaling even Songlin town. However, the atmosphere of the newly opened tavern along the street was slightly less vibrant than the bustling streets they had passed through, reflecting Song Youfu's earlier observations. Song Xiaomei was captivated by the sights. The Su family tavern was the most bustling establishment on the street, having just opened with the aid of old man Su's connections, attracting a steady stream of patrons, even some of the ladies who were friends of Mrs. Su would pause to glance at the nearby jewelry shop and occasionally purchase a bottle or 2 of wine. To them, the wine was costly, but it served as a gesture of goodwill. Unbeknownst to the Song family, the lively ambience brought smiles to their faces. Upon arrival, Mrs. Su instructed the maid to prepare hot tea and snacks for the guests. There was a room at the back of the shop provided for the manager's rest, furnished with tables and chairs, and the group retreated there to catch their breath. As soon as Su Wan sat down, she teased old man Su, "Father, remember when I suggested you order some uniquely beautiful wine bottles so that anyone who saw them would know they were from our shop? You scolded me for my fanciful ideas, yet here we are today, and you followed through." Before old man Su could respond, Mrs. Su burst into laughter, giving her a sidelong glance. "Now that you've had a moment to collect yourself, you're quite spirited, even daring to jest with your father." She recalled how Su Wan had appeared somewhat unwell upon disembarking, having just awakened from sleep. Old man Su, however, was unperturbed, waving his hand with a smile. "Good suggestions ought to be embraced. I discussed this with Ziheng, and not only ordered the wine bottles, but also commissioned a set of cups. Once we have established a loyal customer base, we can gift a set to them. Though they may not hold great value, it is the thought that counts." After observing the tavern's bustling business, the group returned to the Su residence for lunch. Following their meal, they prepared to head back. Despite the frigid weather, the Song family's spirits remained high. The tavern had only recently opened, yet business was thriving, and with such momentum, it promised a bright future. During lunch, old man Su explained that most of the recent customers were familiar faces, which reassured the family. He had set the price for the wine at 1.5 taels per bottle and 1 tael per jean, a steep price that drew gasps. He justified it by stating that the cost of the bottles and cups had to be factored in, thus necessitating a higher selling price. Thus, they observed that the patrons purchasing wine did not blink an eye, nor did they engage in any haggling, indicating that they could not only afford it, but perhaps were not overly concerned about the price. The Song family calculated in their minds that even if they sold just 1 or 2 bottles a day, they would not fear incurring losses. Fortunately, while everyone was in the shop, Su Wan took Song Xiaomei to a nearby jewelry store to browse. Song Xiaomei's eyes sparkled with excitement, yet she did not purchase anything, merely stating that she brought her own money to buy some reasonably priced but novel embroidery patterns. The Su family shop offered only high-end goods, and although the embroidery was exquisite, it was several times more expensive. It wasn't that they couldn't give things away, but as soon as Song Xiaomei arrived, she insisted on paying. Thus, Su Wan decided to have the maid take them to another street, where Song Xiaomei selected a few embroidery patterns, and Su Wan also bought a pair of reasonably looking pendants. However, the netting was too coarse for Su Wan's liking. Hearing that Song Xiaomei had learned to make more delicate netting from Song Grandma, she purchased plenty of silk thread and asked Song Xiaomei for assistance. In this way, the two of them considered it a fruitful outing, especially for Song Xiaomei, who could recount the events of their trip to the county to the girls she usually mingled with, ensuring she would not return feeling disheartened. On the contrary, Mrs. Su was rather reluctant to let them leave, insisting repeatedly that they stay a bit longer. Ultimately, however, they could not remain past midday. Winter nights fell quickly, and due to the cold weather, the carriage would not travel fast. Departing at midday, men arriving at Songjia village just in time for dinner, when darkness would have already set in, so the Song family did not linger too long. Mrs. Su held back her feelings, nearly urging Su Wan and Song Ziheng to stay a few nights. She contemplated that the wine shop had indeed opened successfully, and though everyone came out of affection, they would not return if the goods were subpar. No one was foolish enough to spend money on useless items. The in-laws had witnessed the bustling atmosphere in the shop, and at this moment, inviting their daughter and son-in-law to stay was justifiable for business reasons. Mrs. Su had made up her mind, yet before she could voice it, Mr. Su shot her a stern glance and interjected, "It's getting late. You all must be on your way. I want to insist on keeping you, but I hope we can gather again during the new year." Mr. Song, with a document tucked in his chest, felt a warmth in his heart, unable to suppress the smile on his face. "Of course, we should keep in touch. It's just that we will trouble our in-laws again when family visits." "How can it be called trouble? If you're overly polite, I might take offense," Mr. Su replied. Mrs. Su, chastised by her husband's gaze, felt discontent yet remained concerned for her daughter, saying, "I noticed Wan looked unwell when she arrived. I fear she caught a chill. The wind is quite strong today. Perhaps we should bring along a fire pot for warmth." Su Wan, hearing this term for the first time, widened her eyes when the maid presented the fire pot. It was woven from bamboo into a floral shape, complete with a handle and a round iron lid. Touching it felt warm. Upon opening it, she discovered a small earthenware basin filled with kindling, covered with a layer of burnt wood ash, possibly to prolong the burn. Su Wan marveled at it, noting its resemblance to a modern hot water bag, and immediately embraced it, refusing to let go. Song Xiaomei remarked from the side, "Our father can make such fire pots. It just takes some time. However, the iron basin inside is expensive. Besides, with so many people in our family, we could use a large basin for firewood to keep everyone warm. There's no need for this." Once they departed, Mrs. Su didn't question her husband's restraint. But Mr. Su shot her a look. "If you wish for Wan to move back to the county next year, then you must hold your tongue and not create chaos. She is enduring hardships now, and the in-laws are observing." At once, Mrs. Su fell silent. With the fire pot, Su Wan's journey back was not as arduous. Although she felt warm in Song Ziheng's embrace earlier, she was relieved not to display affection openly on the return journey. In this era, such displays could lead to significant trouble, and she wished to avoid the stares of every passerby. Song Ziheng, glancing at his empty hands, felt an inexplicable sense of loss, thinking that his mother-in-law didn't always act benevolently. Su Wan sat in the back of the carriage with Song Xiaomei, sheltered from the wind. The morning had been sunless, but now the sun shone brightly, warming them. Song Xiaomei took out some silk threads to teach Su Wan how to weave nets. Inspired, Su Wan willingly moved her hands from the fire pot to learn earnestly. While her sewing skills were lacking, she was adept at weaving nets. She recalled crafting various beautiful ropes with the boys in school, and though this netting was much more complex, the principles were fundamentally similar. Lost in her work, she was fully absorbed, while Song Ziheng, who had been chatting with his brothers in front, occasionally glanced back, feeling a twinge of sorrow as his wife was enchanted by this little trinket, neglecting him entirely. Before reaching home, Su Wan successfully completed 2 nets. Though they could not compare to the delicate one made by Song Xiaomei, she was quite pleased with her efforts. As they disembarked, her face was adorned with a brighter smile. The women waiting at home, seeing their joyous expressions, instantly knew good news awaited. After dinner, darkness indeed fell, and Mr. Song unprecedentedly instructed Mrs. Song to light the oil lamp. He took out the contract, and despite being illiterate, ran his wrinkled hands over the paper, smiling as he examined it for a long time before handing it to Song Ziheng. Ziheng read aloud what is written on this paper for your mother and grandmother. In truth, he simply wanted to hear it again. Back in the room, while Song Ziheng was outside washing up, Su Wan took out the pendants she had bought that afternoon. Just as she threaded the nets, Song Ziheng returned and glanced at her. "What are you doing, my dear?" Su Wan proudly displayed the items in her hands. Unable to see clearly, Song Ziheng lit the oil lamp and placed it on the bedside table. Upon seeing the pendants, he noticed a strikingly red stone, not just any stone, but one shaped like a red bean, albeit much larger. Under the lamp's glow, the vivid red appeared almost blood-like. Su Wan, noticing his earnest gaze, raised her hand and exclaimed with excitement, "I saw these on the street this morning with Xiaomei. They looked quite special. The vendor assured me that there was no other like it, so I bought them, though they cost me half a tael of silver for the 2 stones. So, did you spend all the money I gave you yesterday?" Su Wan blinked innocently. "Are you unhappy, dear? Or do you think I'm being wasteful?" "Of course not, since I gave you the money. How you spend it is entirely up to you." Song Ziheng chuckled, sitting beside her and taking both pendants into his hands. Besides, only a man incapable of supporting a woman would criticize his wife for being extravagant. Just as Su Wan was about to respond, Song Ziheng tenderly stroked the netting and suddenly remarked, "I saw you weaving something this afternoon. Was it this? Do you like it, my dear?" Song Ziheng nodded, saying, "This is the first token of affection you've crafted for me. It holds great value." He then offered it back to Su Wan, asking her to put on him. Su Wan sighed. "If I put it on now, I'll need to remove my outer clothing. Let us wait until tomorrow morning." "No, it must be done now." Su Wan had no choice but to comply, and after adorning him, he insisted on putting one on her as well. However, as soon as Su Wan entered the room, she removed her outer attire, intending to sleep. Song Ziheng insisted she put it back on before he could properly adorn her with the pendant. Satisfied with the matching red adornments at their waists, he remarked, "Only when it's visible to others can it be considered a true token of affection." Su Wan found his childishness endearing, feeling both amused and perplexed. She had thought she would not be fond of childish men, yet she felt no aversion to Song Ziheng's occasional displays of innocence, even finding that their bond was growing closer. Once Song Ziheng had finished admiring the pendants, Su Wan suggested, "Having traveled all day, you should rest early." But Song Ziheng called out to her, "My dear, what is it?" Su Wan was originally turning her back to Song Ziheng as she undressed. Upon hearing his words, she turned around to see him pressing his lips together and extending a thin piece of paper toward her. Curiosity piqued, Su Wan accepted it, only to find 2 simple lines of text inscribed in clear handwriting. The dim yellow light illuminated the words distinctly, yet she doubted her own eyes. Was this really? Song Ziheng, however, spoke awkwardly, urging, "My dear, once you have read it, please keep it well." Although he believed this contract to be reasonable and justified, he knew that if his family discovered it, it would lead to complications. No amount of explanation would suffice, as his parents would surely harbor misgivings toward her. His intention was solely to treat her well, not to burden her. Su Wan could hardly fathom the surprise Song Ziheng had in store for her. This revelation overshadowed the previous night's mere half a guan of silver. Yet, she could not overlook the fact that Song Ziheng was a man of antiquity, and their ideologies diverged significantly. Indeed, he had entrusted the remaining money to his mother, who would likely refuse it. As a liberal-minded mother, she would not confiscate the son's private earnings, allowing them to keep any leftover coins from their errands as pocket money. She understood that with Song Yujin and Song Yofu's nature, the money would ultimately be stored away for their wives to manage. Now, with Song Ziheng earning his own money, most of it had been spent on purchasing goods for the new year, leaving only a small remainder that his mother would certainly not request. However, the disparity between what she did not take and what Song Ziheng chose to withhold from her was vast. For instance, if Zhang or Li received money from their husbands, their expenditures were known to Song Mu. Should they frivolously spend it on unnecessary trinkets, she would scold them mercilessly and confiscate the remaining funds. Yet, with Su Wan quietly given half a guan, she could toss the coins into water merely to watch the splashes, and Song Mu could only reproach her for her folly, but confiscation would be out of the question. Thus, Song Ziheng had fulfilled part of his promise to Su Wan, granting her undeniable freedom within his capabilities. This freedom, though seemingly small, was everything he could offer at present. Su Wan sensed that perhaps this was the most audacious act of his life, while it didn't weigh heavily on his conscience. It did bring some psychological pressure. Unexpectedly, he could give her far more than she anticipated. After contemplating for a while, instead of following Song Ziheng's instructions to put it away, she looked up at him and asked, "Why give me this? It is only right for my dear to receive this. Not to mention this 30% profit. Without your ideas, how could we have succeeded in this venture?" Seeing Su Wan's lips move, Song Ziheng gently placed his finger against them, smiling. I know you devised this plan for our family's benefit. So the profits from my parents and elder brothers should also be shared with you. Yet, I have no means to repay you, so I can only offer myself in return. Su Wan raised an eyebrow and replied, but my husband already belongs to me. What sincerity is there in pledging oneself? All that I possess belongs to you, Song Zi-hung said, leaning down to whisper in her ear. His previous jesting now held a hint of deeper emotion. Su Wan, unperturbed, countered, if that is the case, then this contract is written incorrectly. Shouldn't all of your belongings belong to me? Song Zi-hung anticipated that his wife might not respond as he had envisioned, overwhelmed with emotion. Yet her reaction caught him off guard. Su Wan was a masterful actress, and for a moment, he could not discern whether she was jesting or serious. Yet, the only woman capable of perplexing him in such a manner was indeed his wife. Unable to resist, he leaned down and kissed the corner of her eye, discovering that he increasingly adored her proud demeanor before him. Her appetite for affection was certainly vast, but he conceded, very well, I shall draft another document. He feigned a motion toward the table, where there were books, paper, and ink readily available. However, Su Wan stopped him, having already placed the paper beneath her pillow. Wrapping her arms around his, she smiled brightly, as long as it's in black and white. With such a talented husband, how could I possibly doubt you? Song Zi-hung refrained from writing it out, believing he was being considerate by asking Su Wan to hide the contract, fearing that others might misconstrue her intentions, which would reflect poorly on her reputation. Yet, if he were to rewrite it, as she suggested, it would further solidify the notion that he was henpecked in the eyes of outsiders. Nevertheless, her words resonated deeply with him. With a firm embrace, he lifted Su Wan and carried her back to bed, saying, even if you do not believe, it matters not. I will do what I must, and you will see. Su Wan buried her head against his chest, remaining silent as a storm of emotions swirled within her. Moments later, she was laid on the bed, her eyes closed as Song Zi-hung extinguished the lamp, plunging them into darkness. Despite her closed eyes, she sighed softly, the name Song Zi-hung lingering on her tongue. Su Wan was a woman of adaptability, possessing an instinct for avoiding disaster and seeking fortune. Joining hands with Song Zi-hung to forge a future was a decision she had carefully evaluated based on the character of both him and his family, leading her to choose the path most beneficial for herself. If Song Zi-hung were to prosper and remain devoted to her, why would she wish to harden his heart for the sake of her own retreat? She had indeed contemplated that should he ever pursue the daughter of the esteemed Lu Taifu, she would gracefully withdraw. Invoking the gratitude of her father to ensure her departure from the Song family was without reproach. If Lu Taifu were to be domineering, protecting Song Zi-hung's reputation as a bachelor, as long as the Song family was willing to shield her, she could easily vanish into obscurity, awaiting a fresh start. Yet, one must possess ideals and aspirations, mustn't one? With Song Zi-hung currently enamored with her, she too was not entirely indifferent. She merely feared the potential repercussions of growing closer. However, to forsake the promising future of becoming a respected wife of a high-ranking official, only to retreat into anonymity as an ordinary citizen, perhaps even losing the ability to recognize her own parents, would indeed be a foolish choice, wouldn't it? Undoubtedly, the latter option was far safer, presenting minimal risk and difficulty. To aspire to be a prominent official's wife, one must possess the fortune to enjoy such a life. Yet, in this world, is any choice not a gamble? Coming from the modern era, Su Wan possessed a resilience that rivaled any man. Having navigated the entertainment industry for over a decade, she had transformed from an invisible figure into a notable presence in a flourishing field. Now, to live a life of mediocrity, to abandon the man she desired, to relinquish her identity and the opportunity to honor her original father and mother. How could she tolerate such indignation? Su Wan was no fool, blindly unaware of the world's complexities. Her willingness to strive for the grandest of aspirations stemmed from Song Zi-hung's attitude, which instilled confidence in her future. However, at this moment, Song Zi-hung brought her not only confidence, but also complications. She found herself undeniably stirred. There was no way for Su Wan to remain unmoved. Though her heart was somewhat colder than others, her exterior appeared delicate, yet within lay a spirit as formidable as any man's. In her earlier years, she had endured countless hardships, suffering through every trial alone, without support from anyone. She had grown accustomed to relying solely on herself. Now, without needing to speak or scheme, A seemingly foolish man willingly offered her everything he possessed, without questioning her needs, providing whatever he could. How could she not be touched? No, Song Zi-hung could not possibly be foolish. If he were, there would be no intelligent individuals left in this world. He saw clearly, more than anyone else, how to deal with her, so she never intended to relinquish her heart to anyone. Gradually, it no longer belonged to her. The more Su Wan contemplated this, the more unwilling she felt. The gamble had only just begun. How could she be the first to lose her heart? With her heart not even in her possession, what future could there be? Her very existence seemed to hinge upon him. With such thoughts swirling in her mind, Su Wan felt a surge of defiance. Seizing the arm that Song Zi-hung extended towards her and biting down. Caught off guard, he let out a surprised gasp, the sound bright and clear, echoing in the night, stirring the imagination. Had there been anyone in the Song family courtyard, they would have noticed that the moment the sound escaped, the surroundings fell eerily silent, the murmured voices from several rooms muted as if a button had been pressed to silence them. Su Wan recalled the dismal lack of soundproofing in their quarters and hastily released her bite, casting a fierce glare at Song Zi-hung. Unfortunately, the darkness concealed the fire in her eyes, just as it masked the blush that crept up his ears. What Su Wan could conceive, Song Zi-hung could surely deduce as well. Yet, seeing her silent gaze fixed upon him, he felt the intensity of her stare even in the obscurity, prompting him to momentarily falter before hesitantly asking, "Is my dear wife contemplating?" Before Su Wan could respond, his heated lips descended upon hers, his breath chaotic and fervent, kissing her with an ardor that transformed the previously calm man into someone almost feverish. Su Wan felt the world around her darken. It dawned on her that her earlier bite had not only failed to intimidate him, but had instead acted like an aphrodisiac. Had she known, she would have bitten down harder, inciting his fervor. With malicious intent, she opened her mouth and greedily pulled him in, her tongue brushing teasingly against his. Song Zi-hung shuddered, feeling a mix of pain and pleasure radiate through him, triggering a response from him that pressed firmly against her. He had always perceived his wife as delicate, easily pained, recalling their first night when she scratched, clawed, and bit, crying out until her voice nearly gave out. He had never truly understood the depth of her fear of pain until now, realizing that strength could bring an exhilarating sense of freedom. Thus, Song Zi-hung momentarily disregarded gentility, and with Su Wan's fervent reciprocation, their passions collided. It was the first time he wished to lose himself completely in her embrace. The intricately carved bed rocked until dawn, their entangled forms finally quieting as the first light of day broke. Su Wan longed to sleep through the day, waking only when the sun was high, only to feel a fiery ache beneath her. It seemed she had been quite thoroughly ravaged. Despite the discomfort, her body felt strangely refreshed. Even though Song Zi-hung had tended to her, she remained ungrateful. Inwardly scolding herself, she gazed at the man, who appeared as gentle as jade, now transformed into a wolf donning sheepskin. No wonder he would rise so high in the world. As the man at the table by the window heard the commotion, he set aside his book and turned, raising an eyebrow, his voice smooth and gentle. "Has my wife awakened?" He feigned seriousness. Su Wan had no desire to engage with him, offering not a single glance. Song Zi-hung, feeling guilty, reflected that although they had both been lost in the moment, had he shown more restraint, she wouldn't have suffered in such a way. He rubbed his nose, deciding to stand and approach the bed, retrieving Su Wan's outer garments, gently coaxing, "I prepared some congee, still warming on the stove. Do rise and partake." In the past, Su Wan would have been indifferent to breakfast, but over the past few months, her routine had become remarkably disciplined, sleeping and eating at regular intervals, making it impossible to skip a meal. Strangely, upon his suggestion, she felt a genuine pang of hunger, and she set aside her anger, extending her hand from beneath the covers, shivering as the cold air brushed against her. Song Zi-hung, ever perceptive, noticed her discomfort as she sat up and quickly draped her outer garment over her shoulders. "It's chilly, please wear this." After she donned her clothing, he added, "I brought back a fire pit from your father's house, knowing you would appreciate it. This morning, I've already prepared the fire for you, placed beside the stove for your convenience." Such thoughtful attentiveness melted away any remaining irritation Su Wan harbored, and she rewarded him with a smile. Attempting to rise and approach the vanity, only to find her legs heavy and sore as if leaden. A sharp pain shot through her thighs, causing her to wince. Noticing her expression, Song Zi-hung hurriedly asked, "Are you unwell? Or perhaps, have you strained something?" Su Wan shot a glare, and he instantly understood, his ears turning red. After a moment's hesitation, he suggested, "Perhaps you should rest indoors. I will fetch water for you to wash up." The prospect of being waited on thrilled Su Wan, yet she hesitated. Though they had closed the door and spent their days together, no one knew what transpired within. While it was merely a matter of marital intimacy, should it be revealed, her mother-in-law would certainly disapprove. After a moment's reflection, she declined, "Your kind intentions are appreciated, but with so many eyes watching, it would be misinterpreted." Song Zi-hung, not wishing to appear overly lenient towards her, hesitated before suggesting to assist her. However, Su Wan's refusal only solidified his resolve, and with a smile, he reassured her, "Do not worry, my parents have gone out to tend to the fields, and my sister at home will remain discreet." With this assurance, Su Wan no longer hesitated, replying, "Then I shall leave that to you." Not needing to leave, Su Wan felt disinclined to groom herself, choosing instead to sit on the bed and wait, soon reclining against the pillows. After Song Zi-hung returned with water for her to wash up, he brought in a bowl of congee, a golden mass of sweet potato with scarcely a few grains of rice. Having grown accustomed to it, she enjoyed it alongside a small plate of lotus slices. As he carried the basin out, the raucous children outside inquired, "Third uncle, what's the matter? Why hasn't third aunt risen yet?" "Your third aunt is unwell today and will not be giving lessons. You all can write 100 characters for me to review, and then you may play." The children cheered with delight, while Su Wan felt a wave of relaxation wash over her. After breakfast, she found sleep elusive, opting instead to lie on the bed with a book. Song Zi-hung remained at the table, engrossed in his reading and writing. Outside, the cold winds howled, but within, the atmosphere was warm and tranquil. Occasionally glancing up, Su Wan noticed the man by the window, his back straight, engrossed in his studies without shifting positions, his focus and determination hinting at a remarkable future. Though Su Wan struggled to rise from the floor that morning, such discomfort did not prevent the women of the Song family from casting knowing glances at her during lunch. Song Mu, upon hearing Song Xiao Mei mention that her third brother and sister-in-law had spent the entire morning in their quarters, felt her last trace of worry dissipate. She thought to herself that Zi-hung was a man of restraint, unlike the impetuous youths who, once married, forsook their studies. He continued diligently reading and writing, and with that, her concerns melted away. Having received no news from the couple in some time, she could not fault them. After all, they had the rare opportunity to spend over a month together during the new year. If she insisted they practice restraint, that would be foolish. Song Mu wished nothing more than for them to continue this way, hoping to hear joyful news during the New Year festivities and added delight to their celebration. As these thoughts filled her mind, excitement bubbled within her. During the meal, she continually encouraged Su Wan to eat more, insisting she needed to nourish her body. Time slipped away like the tail of a swallow, leaving no trace behind, and before long, the new year approached. At this time of year, every family had finished slaughtering their pigs. Mother Song raised 3 pigs, all plump and well-fed, earning a considerable sum of money, which she tucked away beneath the bed. Since they were her own pigs, she was generous, reserving plenty of pig trotters and spare ribs for Su Wan. Despite her musings that Su Wan would not indulge in such delicacies, preferring the tough and flavorless lean meat instead. She even set aside a special portion for her. This year, the Song family found the New Year goods they purchased in the county to be quite inexpensive. After some discussion among the villagers, those with sufficient resources requested to borrow the Song family's cart to make the trip to the county, as it was a worthwhile expense even considering the rental fee. More importantly, the fresh goods from the city would delight their wives and children, providing joy that would last until after the new year. Families took turns borrowing the cart, and by the eve of the new year, the hustle and bustle finally quieted down. Whenever someone went to the county, Mother Song did not hesitate to ask them to bring back some meat for her in-laws. Mrs. Su, in turn, did not take advantage of the situation, returning 2 pieces of cotton cloth, claiming they were unsellable items from her own shop, which would likely be infested with pests if left any longer. She suggested that each family should use it to make themselves a new outfit for the new year. Thus, apart from preparing for the new year by curing meat and making sausages, they also needed to conduct a thorough cleaning. This cleaning was not merely sweeping and washing. It extended to scrubbing the doors and windows until they sparkled, a tradition known as sweeping away the old to welcome the new. Once these chores were completed, they took up needles and threads to sew continuously. Had it not been for the reluctance to waste a bit of oil for the lamps, they might have worked in the dark. With a flurry of activity, they finally completed the garments for the family just before the eve of the new year. Even little sister Song was busy at her mother's side, while Su Wan found herself unburdened by these tasks. It dawned on her that teaching unruly children was, in fact, a rather fulfilling endeavor. Originally, Song Ziheng had only asked her to pass the time, but she had never anticipated how proficiently she could handle the teaching role. After returning home, she tested the children and discovered that even the most impatient learner had memorized the three-character classic entirely, and when asked to explain its meaning, he articulated it quite well. Though his writing was somewhat lacking, having only studied for 4 months, it was commendable that he could write it all. Even more impressively, the second child's handwriting was remarkably neat. This revelation earned Su Wan newfound respect from Song Ziheng, who entrusted her with the complete responsibility of their education, stepping back entirely. Seeing her grandchildren, even the youngest, the third child, sitting attentively and reciting their lessons, Mother Song encouraged Su Wan to focus solely on teaching the children, dismissing any concerns regarding Zhang and Li families. Li often made snide remarks, but dared not voice them in Su Wan's presence, instead complaining to Zhang in private, who paid her no mind and moved on. As the days leading up to the eve passed, the tranquil days of Song Ziheng's reading were abruptly interrupted. The reason was simple. The villagers had brought red paper, requesting him to write spring festival couplets. This was an annual occurrence, and the people of Song family village held Song Ziheng in high esteem, which fostered a close bond with his family. It is needless to say how well-liked the Song family was in the village. Writing the couplets was merely a trifling task for Song Ziheng, though the volume was substantial. He could not refuse. He had no intention of accepting any compensation, yet the villagers, being conscious, insisted on offering some form of gratitude. If they were to purchase the pre-written couplets, it would cost several times more than the paper itself. As Song Ziheng refused their money, each villager brought either a few eggs or a pig's foot, the latter being of little value, but it was known that Ziheng's wife had a fondness for it. In any case, they would not come empty-handed. Even Mother Song, who often grumbled, was delighted, feeling reassured that they saved a good amount of money while not underappreciating Song Ziheng's labor. Consequently, everyone was pleased. However, this left Song Ziheng with a heavy burden. With over 100 households in the village, each family required at least 2 pairs of couplets, one for the courtyard gate and another for the front door. Some families who could afford the red paper even insisted on placing a pair on the main wall of their home, while others adorned their doors, walls, trees, and kitchens with various festive decorations. Moreover, the couplets had to be written correctly. Strokes needed to be precise and symmetrical. In Su Wan's eyes, even writing for a single household was a daunting task, let alone completing the couplets for over 100 families within 2 days. She felt compelled to offer Song Ziheng her support. Despite Su Wan's significant progress in calligraphy, she could not assist him openly. If the villagers discovered that a woman was writing the couplets, she would surely be subjected to ridicule. Nevertheless, the older boys, being male descendants of the Song family, would earn praise if they managed to write a few characters. Thus, Su Wan instructed them to practice writing the character for blessing throughout the morning, and then helped Song Ziheng write the blessing couplets, which were the simplest task and not considered obligatory labor. The brothers could earn red envelopes for every couplet they wrote, but if they ruined even one, there would be no reward. The boys, now motivated by the lure of money, rolled up their sleeves and got to work. Thanks to Su Wan, their most proficient skill would eventually be writing the character for blessing, but that was a tale for another time. The 2 brothers took on the bulk of the blessing characters, significantly relieving Song Ziheng's burden. The blessing couplets displayed in the Song household were all penned by their hands. As for the promised red envelopes, Mother Song was overjoyed and insisted on providing them herself, refusing to let Su Wan contribute. She prepared thick red envelopes to distribute to the brothers, and even the third child, who merely observed, received a red envelope that was twice as thick as in previous years. The entire family was filled with joy, and the festive atmosphere of the new year was truly harmonious. On the morning of the eve of the new year, the women of the Song family busied themselves in the kitchen. Not only Mother Song, but also Grandmother Song joined in. Su Wan had ceased lessons for the unruly children the previous day, and the moment they were released, they vanished in an instant, venturing off to play with their friends throughout the village. The weather was splendid. After a heavy snowfall in mid-December, the skies had remained clear until now. With the eve of the new year blessed with bright sunshine, the festive spirit was palpable, with everyone, young and old, radiating joy, even if they were unaware of the reasons behind their happiness. This infectious atmosphere captivated Su Wan. Having grown up with her grandparents due to her parents' divorce, she was never able to experience the New Year celebrations herself. Her father, busy with work in Beijing, only returned every couple of years. And after remarrying and having more children, it became increasingly inconvenient for him to return to his hometown for the New Year. Her memories of the New Year were limited to her time spent with her grandparents, who, while they provided her with new clothes and red envelopes, lacked the spirit that the Song family embodied in their celebrations. Su Wan delighted in this vibrant atmosphere, finding it lively and refreshing. To her, the preparations for the New Year were novel and exciting. For instance, she witnessed Mother Song catching chickens in the yard with a knife in hand, while the girls, Dinyo and Ernyo, hung their handmade paper cuttings on the windows. Song Zihang and his brothers set up a ladder at the entrance to paste the couplets and hang lanterns, with a bowl of thick paste nearby, which Su Wan had observed Zhang preparing that morning, as glue was not yet available, making the paste a perfect alternative. Lunch was not a grand affair. Though it included chicken, duck, fish, and meat, the children had grown weary of it after several days of similar meals, hastily finishing their food. After the cooking was done, the fire in the stove remained alight, heating a large pot of water, which awaited the children who lined up eagerly for their baths and fresh clothes. This was the holiday they looked forward to the most. In previous years, their so-called new clothes had mostly been hand-me-downs from the older siblings to the younger ones. While the latter regarded them as new, they were, after all, previously worn. The adults merely bathed and changed into clean garments. However, this year everyone had new cotton clothes, thanks to the cotton they had cultivated themselves, saving them the expense of purchasing more. After the entire family had bathed, which took a full hour, they began washing the clothes. The Zhang family finished first and had already taken a bucket of clothes to the river. Su Wan had accompanied them on one occasion, but refused to go again, for the river water was frigid, numbing her hands, making it impossible to wash clothes. Fortunately, she only had to wash garments for 2 people at home using well water, which was far more bearable than the icy river water. If Song Mu and the others were not present, Song Zihong would secretly boil some hot water for her, but today, being New Year's, he generously prepared a small pot of hot water for her. Song Mu was well aware that her son was adept at subtlety, his thoughts often eluding others. But nothing escaped her notice, not even her irritation at his behavior. Yet, considering her daughter-in-law's health, she dared not send her to the river to wash clothes, especially since there had been no news of her condition. Should she catch a chill, it would be disastrous. Once the family had completed their tasks, they gathered around the fire pit to chat and enjoy peanuts, which Song Mu had roasted herself. She poured a small basin of sand into a large iron pot and slowly roasted the peanuts, resulting in some blackened shells that appeared rather dirty. Yet the peanuts within were exceptionally fragrant and crisp. If left to her own devices, Su Wan could easily consume half a basin. But Song Zihong cautioned her against overindulgence, as it could lead to discomfort. In addition to peanuts, there were golden brown pumpkin seeds, whose small kernels lacked flavor at first, but grew increasingly aromatic with each bite. The children delighted in the fried snacks, twisted dough, sweet potato balls, and tofu balls, their mouths greasy from the feast. As dusk settled, the women began preparing the New Year's Eve dinner, as it was customary in Jiangzhou to stay awake all night. Unlike modern celebrations that allow for sleep after the Spring Festival Gala and fireworks, here, dinner was prepared slowly, savored until the stroke of midnight. Song Mu was generous, lighting 2 oil lamps, one for the main room and the other for the kitchen. At that moment, visitors arrived, surprising them with the arrival of Song Zihong's uncle and his family. His uncle had only 2 sons and 2 daughters, with the sons married and the youngest daughter still single. They arrived with pots, pans, and a bounty of meat and vegetables, filling the room to capacity. Sensing Su Wan's curiosity, Song Zihong leaned in to whisper, explaining that their home was ancestral property, and it was customary to invite the ancestors for New Year's Eve dinner, with a ritual of worship to follow the next morning. Su Wan was not surprised, as Song Nai Nai was still alive, and though Song Lao Pei and his brothers had separated, their bonds remained strong. His uncle often brought game, and whenever he had a catch, he would invariably share some with Song Lao Pei. Likewise, Song Lao Pei would send offerings to his younger brother, and they even shared the duties of raising fish and lotus. The bonds of brotherhood in ancient times were far closer than in modernity, extending beyond mere familial visits during the new year. With so many additional mouths to feed, they did not come empty-handed. They brought ample meat and vegetables, as well as snacks that the Song family had not prepared, such as lotus balls, chive pockets, and glutinous rice cakes. With such provisions, there would be no worry of hunger, even if dinner was delayed. The old aunt, feeling at home, quickly began helping in the kitchen with her daughters-in-law and youngest daughter. As if it were her own household, Su Wan followed suit, sneaking bites of the lotus balls that Song Ziheng had discreetly given her, knowing they would vanish once she left the kitchen, a testament to the children's voracious appetites. After an hour or two of bustling activity, around the hour of Su, the New Year's Eve feast was finally served, filling the table to overflowing with dishes that filled the room with enticing aromas. The courtyard door opened, and firecrackers erupted outside. From the beginning of Su hour, homes in the area began lighting firecrackers in a rhythmic cacophony, signaling that nearly everyone was partaking in their New Year's Eve dinners at that time. At the front wall of the main hall, candles were lit and wine poured, as the family took turns bowing in reverence. When it was Su Wan's turn, Song Lao Pei spoke a few words, explaining that women do not enter the family genealogy, hence introducing her to the ancestors at this moment was paramount, particularly to seek their blessings. Su Wan listened attentively, though the archaic language was dense and intricate, conveying sentiments of wishing for many descendants. She remained silent, dutifully kneeling alongside Song Ziheng. Once the ancestral homage was completed, the feast commenced. The family, filled with joy, shared laughter and warmth. Song Mu, in a rare display of generosity, summoned Zhang Shi to bring out a jar of grape wine, pouring half a cup for each of the children, a clear sign of her delight on this festive occasion. Although the New Year's Eve dinner did not extend until dawn, it was still quite late, and with wine flowing, Song Lao Pei and his brothers began engaging in spirited conversations. Song Ziheng and his brothers, along with their cousins, joined in merriment, encouraging one another to drink. The atmosphere grew lively, and after the first jar of grape wine was emptied, another jar of clear liquor was brought forth. Fortunately, the alcohol content in ancient wines was lower, allowing them to mix without becoming overly inebriated, resulting in a thoroughly enjoyable evening. The cleanup of the table was handled by the daughters-in-law, without needing assistance from Song Mu or the old aunt. Some boiled water, some washed dishes, and others wiped down the table, while the elders distributed red envelopes as New Year's gifts. The Song brothers had not divided their households, so the red envelopes given by Song Mu sufficed for everyone. However, for Su Wan, as a newly married daughter-in-law, it was her first time giving out red envelopes to her nieces and nephews. She had underestimated the number of children her cousins might bring along that night. While washing dishes, she made an excuse to return to her room and discreetly retrieved several more envelopes. Not knowing the exact number of children among Song Ziheng's relatives, Mrs. Su had prepared an ample supply, reasoning that excess would not be a problem, as it could be saved for future occasions. Red envelopes typically contained a few copper coins wrapped in red paper. Initially, she had given her nephews 8 coins each, as it sounded auspicious. However, with the arrival of her uncle's grandchildren, she did not mind giving them the same amount. She feared giving too much might incite jealousy, and since she could not offer different amounts, she decided to give each child 6 coins, symbolizing good fortune. Despite reducing the amount, her generosity still astonished those around her. She had not been aware that red envelopes were not distributed to every child. Usually, only the children of a family's son received them. The eldest child would typically collect the envelopes, while families with many children would give the smallest one the envelope. Generally, each family would only have one child receiving an envelope. Su Wan had no qualms about giving her own nephews and nieces the same amount, as her happiness was paramount. Each of Song Ziheng's cousins' children received one as well. Initially, they did not pay much attention, assuming the envelopes contained only a few copper coins. Song Aunt even remarked to Song Mu that they had found a good daughter-in-law in Su Wan, who was generous and capable, and that it had not cost much, thus bringing joy to the children. To their surprise, Su Wan's generosity exceeded their expectations. Upon opening the envelopes, each child found 6 copper coins inside. which was far more than they anticipated. The two wives of Song Lao Shu exchanged glances, recognizing that while they accepted the envelopes, they would eventually need to reciprocate when they had children of their own. This was indeed excessive. If different amounts were given to the children, it would likely cause trouble. However, they soon reassured themselves, recognizing that Zi Heng's wife was indeed as generous as the others had claimed, suggesting that they should foster closer ties in the future. Unbeknownst to Su Wan, her brief experience as a benevolent figure akin to the child of wealth resulted in her two sisters-in-law, as well as her two cousins, treating her with newfound enthusiasm, frequently visiting the Song family's courtyard to engage her in conversation. The children, exhilarated, scampered into the yard with their red envelopes, playing hide and seek, oblivious to the cold as they ran, their bodies glistening with sweat. The adults gathered around the brazier indoors, listening to the laughter outside, their faces adorned with smiles. As the night wore on, Su Wan began to feel weary. The chatter around her dwindled, and she inadvertently leaned against Song Zi Heng's shoulder, drifting into slumber. A sudden burst of firecrackers jolted her awake, nearly causing her to leap from her seat in fright. Fortunately, Song Zi Heng caught her shoulder just in time, and the rest of the Song family had risen to join in the festivities outside, oblivious to her startled reaction. Noticing the dawn's early light seeping in, Su Wan murmured, "What time is it?" It was around the 5th watch, approximately 4 o'clock in the morning. Stretching her limbs, she felt a sense of accomplishment having endured the night's revelries. After the firecrackers ceased, the men and children ventured outside, as it was customary to visit the ancestral hall on the first day of the new year, a privilege denied to women, who instead sought the joy of the occasion. Li urged her sisters-in-law to accompany her, while Su Wan, struggling to keep her eyes open, settled by the brazier for a brief moment of rest. Soon after, Zhang began preparing breakfast, prompting Su Wan to join her in the kitchen. The first breakfast of the new year was indeed significant, featuring a dish of glutinous rice cakes. The preparation of these cakes was quite the spectacle. On the afternoon of New Year's Eve, Song's mother had steamed the glutinous rice and taken it next door to the home of Kai Funyang, where a stone mortar was used specifically for pounding the cakes. Su Wan had never witnessed this before and found it fascinating. A group gathered to watch as the steaming rice was poured into the mortar, where Song Zi Heng and his brothers took turns vigorously pounding it, ensuring it was thoroughly mashed into a paste. The Song family did not pay for this service, instead gifting a portion of the freshly made cakes to Kai Funyang. The warm cakes, dipped in sugar, were a delightful treat, while the remainder was left to dry into a large block. Having never seen the process of making rice cakes before, Su Wan found it captivating. Neighbors also brought their rice to be pounded, as it was a festive season, and every family contributed to the joyous atmosphere. Each household would present a piece of their cakes to Kai Funyang, ensuring there was enough for everyone to enjoy throughout the New Year celebrations. The cakes made the previous day had dried and were subsequently cut into neat squares, arranged meticulously in a bamboo basket. Zhang took a small basin, preparing various dishes, a savory soup with lean meat, fried pieces sprinkled with sugar, and steamed portions, allowing everyone to indulge according to their preferences. After breakfast, the children returned to their rooms for a nap. Su Wan, noticing the tranquility, retreated to her own quarters, shedding her clothes and drifting off to sleep. She slept soundly until noon, only to be roused by Song Zi Heng, who called her for lunch. Rubbing her eyes, she changed her attire while observing his slightly weary countenance and the faint redness around his eyes. Concerned, she inquired, "Did you not rest this morning?" Immersed in her deep slumber, she was unaware of his presence beside her. He shook his head, smiling. "I played a few rounds of Pai Gao with the others and did not sleep." Su Wan had little interest in the game. Having witnessed it before, she found it unappealing. However, given the scarcity of entertainment during winter, the villagers were quite engrossed in it. Alas, such amusements were largely inaccessible to women, who were preoccupied with preparing for the new year until the very last moment. Had it not been for the tradition of refraining from needlework on the first day, she suspected Zhang and the others would be diligently mending clothes. Therefore, Su Wan eagerly anticipated Song Zi Heng's success in the imperial examinations, envisioning a time when she could cultivate friendships with local matrons, engaging in games of mahjong and dodiju rather than languishing in idleness. Yet, she found herself puzzled by the courtyard's desolation, an open structure, devoid of doors or windows, exposed to the biting wind. What fun could possibly be had in such a place? Sensing her curiosity, Song Zihong explained, "My dear, you may not know, but every year a fire is lit in the courtyard, and everyone gathers around to warm themselves. It's quite enjoyable. Are women allowed to join?" she asked. Of course. During the new year, such distinctions are overlooked. Even younger sisters occasionally come to sew and converse with friends. Visualizing the vibrant scene of 100 households converging in the spacious courtyard, Su Wan felt a spark of excitement. "This afternoon, I shall accompany you to witness it," she declared. Although Song Zihong had intended to rest and study, he readily agreed upon seeing her enthusiasm. "After lunch, my dear, let's go together." After their meal, the children, dressed and brimming with energy, happily ran out under the watchful eyes of Zhang and Li, who had given them their customary reminders. Shortly thereafter, a throng of children flocked to the Song courtyard, reciting auspicious phrases. Song's mother distributed a generous handful of peanuts and melon seeds, tucking them into the children's pockets. Su Wan watched with delight and then turned to Song's younger sister, saying, "Sister, would you like to join us in the courtyard?" After pondering for a moment, Song's younger sister nodded. "Since I have nothing else to do, I shall go with you." Ultimately, they were not the only ones heading to the courtyard. Apart from Song's grandmother, who preferred to stay indoors, the rest of the family joined in. The courtyard, though modestly constructed with a few tiles and walls, served as the heart of the village's New Year celebrations. Su Wan had previously thought it a derelict place, unaware that it was a vibrant hub for villagers without relatives to visit, who spent the days from the New Year to the Lantern Festival there, basking in the warmth of the fire that burned from dawn until dusk. That morning, after the customary greetings, the village head had gathered a few of his sons to ignite a fire in the courtyard. Lacking a large brazier, they arranged stones in a circle, and villagers spontaneously contributed firewood, bringing their own stools to gather around for warmth and conversation. The men engaged in pai gao, while the women roasted glutinous rice cakes over the flames, and sweet potatoes sizzled, filling the air with a tantalizing aroma. Exhausted from playing outside, the children eagerly rushed in, nestling into the women's arms, asking if the food was ready. Upon receiving a negative reply, they wiped the sweat from their brows and dashed back outside. This lively scene was so vivid that Su Wan, initially reluctant about her arrival in this era, had often viewed the locals with pity, unaware of their own joy, just as she marveled at the vibrancy of the moment. She stepped into the crowd and was immediately enveloped by their warmth. Although she had seldom ventured out, tales of her had circulated throughout the village. The older women, driven by curiosity, ventured to the Song household, while young women like Song's sister, having heard stories, were finally able to see Su Wan in person, their eyes sparkling with excitement. Surrounded by a throng of inquisitive relatives, Su Wan felt a sense of balance restored, as even Song Zihang's sisters were similarly besieged by attention. The three Song brothers were drawn away by enthusiastic men eager to engage them in a game of cards, thus dividing the gathering into two lively groups. The enthusiasm of the crowd for Su Wan and Song Xiao Mei lasted but a fleeting moment before it dissipated. Su Wan quietly sat to the side, listening to their gossip. Although the topics were trivial, they held a certain charm, and Su Wan was both curious and astonished by the remarkable information shared by the older women. Several new brides, much like Su Wan, had arrived, and upon learning their hometowns and fathers' names, the women were able to recount various details about their families. The conversation flowed seamlessly into discussions about the new bride's sisters' marriages. One woman, upon hearing that a certain bride had a sister still unbetrothed, eagerly exclaimed that she had a nephew who was handsome and prosperous, promising to mention him when she returned home. This flattery continued, with the new bride nodding in agreement, indicating she would inform her parents. Was this the essence of matchmaking? Could it not be approached with a bit more seriousness? Su Wan listened in astonishment, for the first time appreciating the original owner's choice of husband. She had always known that marriages in ancient times were often arranged without personal acquaintance, but she had not anticipated that even matchmakers could be so unreliable. The lively festivities of the new year passed, and, on the second day, the newlywed brides returned to their parental homes. In the Jiangzhou region, it was customary to visit one's family on the second and fourth days of the new year. Typically, on the second day, the brothers of Song Yujin would take turns bringing their married sisters back home, while the Zhang and Li families would return on the fourth day. However, this year, as Su Wan was newly married, she was given precedence, and her sister-in-law would return on the fourth day instead. The Zhang and Li families decided to return on the second day as well. Their families were not far from Songjia village, requiring only about an hour and a half to walk. The ox cart was reserved for Song Ziheng and Su Wan since it followed the same route to the county where the Zhang and Li families lived. Before their departure, the ox cart was loaded with over 10 people, along with the gifts prepared for the new year, making it a full load. Of course, there was an advantage to having so many people. It kept them warm. However, as Song Yujin and Song Yofu disembarked midway, Su Wan felt a chill despite the blanket covering her, understanding the loneliness of his in-laws with only one daughter. Old Man Song kindly suggested they stay the night before returning home the following day. However, Mrs. Song was reluctant to let them leave, wishing for them to stay a few more nights. Her eyes were red from emotion as she remarked, "Ziheng, please don't take offense. Normally, our family of 3 enjoys a quiet new year, but this year with Wan absent, it feels terribly empty, as if something is missing." Song Ziheng repeatedly bowed, saying, "I fully comprehend my mother-in-law's feelings. I regret not being able to bring my wife back to visit you more often. However, we only have this one ox cart, and we must fetch my elder sister tomorrow. I hope my mother-in-law understands. After visiting relatives, I promised to bring my wife back for a few days before the Lantern Festival." Old Man Song inquired, "Ziheng, will you return to the academy after the Lantern Festival?" "Indeed," came the reply. "That is wonderful. Do not mind your mother-in-law. It is getting late, so you should be on your way," Old Man Song said, waving his hand dismissively. Mrs. Song had been waiting since early morning. The 2 eldest sons had returned the previous afternoon, while the youngest, Song Xiaofan, had come to accompany her sister, as she usually did on the second day, staying the night before departing. Mrs. Song had waited until sunset when Song Ziheng finally returned, driving the ox cart slowly into the yard. Before he could even bring the ox into the barn, Mrs. Song grasped his arm, her voice tinged with urgency as she asked, "Why are you so late? Was it the business that delayed you?" "It has nothing to do with business," he replied. "Father said the red wine sold far better than expected. Since partnering with the best tavern in the county, they now purchase over 10 pounds of wine daily. The shop's business is also thriving. Father pondered that at this rate, the wine would not last until the new batch is ready, so they put out a limited sale, allowing only 5 pounds per day. Anyone wishing to buy more must pay double the price." "Double the price?" Mrs. Song's voice rose in disbelief. "Does anyone actually buy it?" Song Ziheng nodded helplessly, confirming that not only were there buyers, but the red wine's reputation was also growing, and it seemed unlikely that their stock would last until the end of June. Mrs. Song, upon hearing this, felt a mix of joy and regret. "Had I known, we should have made more wine earlier. I heard that your father and mother gathered all the grapes available in the village. They truly did their best. We ought to plant more grapes, as there is more demand for this wine than we could supply in our county, let alone in Jiangzhou City." As Song Ziheng spoke, he entered the main room, where Old Man Song and his 2 brothers were gathered. Upon hearing his words, Old Man Song tapped his smoking pipe, exclaiming, "Your father-in-law wishes to venture into business in Jiangzhou City? With his capabilities, it should not pose a problem." Mrs. Li's cheeks flushed with excitement as she hurriedly inquired, "How much has the red wine sold for?" The shop had been open for over a month and had sold around 150 pounds of red wine, of which 50 pounds were sold to the tavern, yielding an 80% return, amounting to 60 taels. Additionally, 25 pounds were sold at double the price, bringing in 75 taels. Altogether, this amounted to over 150 taels, totaling nearly 300 taels. The room fell silent as everyone gasped in astonishment. Mrs. Li's voice trembled as she exclaimed, "This is so much." The reactions of the others were equally as stunned. Among the families in Songjia village, theirs was relatively prosperous, at least sufficient to support a scholar. This alone commanded respect, as Old Man Song and Mrs. Song remained vigorous, while the brothers Song Yujin and Song Yofu were diligent workers. During busy farming seasons, Song Ziheng could also lend a hand, allowing them to save a significant amount throughout the year after covering family expenses, including Song Ziheng's schooling and supplies. They had never anticipated earning so much in a month. It felt almost surreal. Indeed, Song Ziheng confirmed, "My father-in-law intended for me to bring back the profits, but I thought our family did not require the money at the moment. Instead, I propose we visit the county during the Lantern Festival. Since we own the mountain and grow grapes, we should consult with father and my father-in-law before making any decisions." Old Man Song rubbed his hands together, his expression a mix of excitement and disbelief. to earn over 300 taels in a month. Even if you brothers divide it equally, that's 30 taels each. Adding that to what you receive from your father-in-law, you would have nearly 100 taels this month. Wouldn't that cover your examination expenses? Mrs. Lee, being perceptive, interjected, even if we only consider this profit, it is more than enough to cover my younger brother's examination costs. No need for them to contribute. Upon hearing this, Song Ziheng paused, casting an apologetic glance at Su Wan, realizing that he could not allow his wife to enjoy herself freely just yet. He needed to work harder to succeed in his examinations. Nonetheless, he continued, "Sister-in-law, rest assured, this will not happen again." His words were abruptly cut off by Song Yofu, who glared at Mrs. Lee and exclaimed, "We are brothers, bound by blood. Now that we have the means to support our younger brother's education, how can we stand idly by?" Song Yujin added, "What my second brother says is true. We owe this income to our sister-in-law. In the future, let our parents enjoy their rest, and we shall take responsibility for our younger brother's education." Once the brothers had finished speaking, Old Man Song remarked, "It is not my intention to ask you brothers to contribute your earnings. But since we have not yet divided our household, sharing our resources is only logical. Thus, the expenses for Ziheng should rightfully be covered by me." Mrs. Lee, considering the 2 portions of profit her father-in-law had mentioned, felt her expression shift. With only one son, she felt at a disadvantage. Now that her father-in-law was allocating funds to her brother-in-law, she worried about how much would ultimately remain for her son. Lee was eager to voice her objections. Yet the darkening expression on her husband's face and his fierce glare rendered her speechless. After a moment's contemplation, she decided against it. After all, it was imperative to safeguard their share of profits. No penny could be relinquished. Unbeknownst to her, the brothers Song Yu-jin and Song Yofu were nearly on their knees imploring their father to reconsider his stance. How could they hold the money themselves while their father bore the entire burden? Song Ziheng joined in their pleas. Ultimately, seeing his sons united in purpose brought comfort to the old man, and he resolved to contribute the lion's share himself, with the remaining funds to be pooled by the 3 brothers. Only then did everyone feel satisfied. As they returned indoors, Song Yofu berated Lee sharply. Today was a splendid occasion, yet you had to stir the pot. Without the support of the 3rd brother and his wife, you wouldn't see a single coin, let alone 30 taels. Do you think that money belongs to you? Lee, her eyes wide with indignation, was about to retort when Song Yofu, sitting heavily on the bed, struck the mattress with a fist and declared vehemently, "Our brotherhood has been harmonious. Why do you insist on creating discord? Do you wish to tear this family apart? Thankfully, the 3rd brother and his wife do not hold it against you. Had I known this would transpire, I would have refrained from bringing you back yesterday." Lee shrank back, recalling her visit to her natal home where she had brought back leftover cotton fabric to have her sister-in-law make clothes for her nephew. The fine cotton had been a gift from her in-laws, and her family had never experienced such luxury. Initially, she had been envious of their new garments, but upon seeing the fabric, her sister-in-law's eyes glimmered with avarice. The latter, usually disdainful over minor matters, insisted on hosting them for the night, despite her husband's reluctance. Her sister-in-law even kept the eldest and 2nd daughters at home, hoping to retain all 3 children. However, the youngest was eager to return to his aunt, refusing to stay. This was the first time in years that Lee had experienced such treatment in her family, and her sisters were envious of her newfound status. If her husband were to send her back to her family, how would she cope? The thought frightened her, and she stayed silent. Meanwhile, Song Yofu continued, "Forget about that money. I have decided to let our mother manage it. It is unreasonable to hold on to money before we have even divided our household." This had been a decision made by the brothers themselves. They had never intended to take this route, but circumstances had changed. His father was right. Having money was a blessing, yet it could not buy peace at home. Under normal circumstances, Lee might have used Su Wan as a point of reference, but today, seeing her husband's determination, she dared not speak further. She certainly could not afford to be sent back to her family again, especially after having confided in her mother about their potential for wealth. Song Yu-jin, unlike his brothers, had a good relationship with Zhang, and he addressed her in a conciliatory tone. "We have not divided our household. Thus holding on to money serves no purpose and looks improper. It is better to let our mother safeguard it. If we need to spend, we can consult her. Besides, you know our mother is frugal. Having her manage the money will prevent us from squandering it. Wouldn't you agree?" With her husband's mind already made up, Zhang could not object. Though her heart felt heavy, She knew her brother-in-law was in the same boat, yet the situation with the younger brother was different. Unable to contain herself, Zhang interjected. May I ask, what about the third brother's wife? Song Yujin patted his wife's shoulder reassuringly. Thanks to the third brother's wife, we have this opportunity. However, the share our father gave to him will also be entrusted to our mother. The remaining 2 shares shall serve as a wedding dowry for the third brother's wife. Our parents have lived honorably all their lives. They should not have to extend their hands to ask for gifts for their daughter-in-law. Zhang sighed upon hearing this and asked, Is this the intention of our uncle? Song Yujin nodded, adding, I believe our parents would agree. Zhang smiled faintly. Indeed, this is a splendid idea. However, her heart was tinged with envy. After all, the third brother's wife had been pampered by her parents, and now her in-laws and husband were doting on her as well. The originally promised 2 shares of profit, intended for the couple, had now become her dowry in name. Since it was a dowry, her in-laws had no right to claim it. Naturally, her brother-in-law was pleased, and her in-laws had no objections either. This arrangement effectively silenced any potential complaints. Song Ziheng had yet to discuss this with Su Wan, as his parents were preoccupied with long discussions regarding business. After addressing those matters, his mother casually inquired, You're back late today. Was it due to business? Song Ziheng replied, My mother-in-law was kind enough to allow my wife to return. Traditionally, it was just the 3 of us, but now that my wife is married, it's just my in-laws during the new year, which feels rather lonely and is an adjustment for them. Song's mother sighed. It is indeed a challenge for our in-laws. When your sister was married, I found it difficult to adjust, let alone your in-laws who only have 1 child. Unfortunately, we live far apart. Otherwise, we could encourage your wife to visit more often. While it is uncommon for a wife to frequently return to her family, as fellow parents, we can empathize with the feelings of our in-laws. After a moment of reflection, Song's father suggested, Why not visit relatives and have you take your wife to stay for a few days? You can come back for us by the Lantern Festival. Song Ziheng agreed. That is indeed a good idea. I'll discuss this with my wife. There is one more thing, though. While father has given us our share, my brothers, and I believe it would be best not to keep it for ourselves. It would be wiser to let mother manage it, though it may be a burden on her. His mother's eyes brightened at this, and she smiled with pride. You boys have good judgment. I'm not boasting, but who can manage money better than me? Even your grandmother has said to entrust the family wealth to me. There is nothing to worry about, and I won't let you lose a single coin. Indeed, handing the money to their mother felt secure. Following his mother's lead, Song Ziheng added, However, I must mention that I will not take the 2 shares that father allocated to us. They should rightfully belong to my in-laws. I feel it would be inappropriate to accept them, especially since without my wife, our family would not have earned this profit. Therefore, I propose that those 2 shares be considered part of my wife's dowry, honoring my in-laws' intentions. What do you think, father and mother? Although the dowry was technically her own property, Zhang pondered that as a woman, how much could she truly spend? Ultimately, it would return to her own children. This thought made her feel that they had already benefited from their in-laws, leaving her with little to argue against. She quickly nodded. That sounds wonderful. It's a fitting way to honor our in-laws. Upon returning home, Song Ziheng shared these plans with Su Wan, who was not displeased. Although he had signed a note for himself, it was not entirely transparent. Relinquishing 1 share while designating the remaining 2 as dowry meant she had still profited. Moreover, Song Ziheng added, Once I complete my studies, and if I cannot serve my parents well, managing our affairs will still rely on you. This was a promise that the funds would ultimately return to her, remaining hers. Su Wan embraced Song Ziheng, kissing him tenderly. I am deeply grateful for your intentions. After a long day of travel, you should rest early. The following morning, the 3 Song brothers set off together in an ox cart to fetch Song Xiaofan, her in-laws residing quite far from Songjia village. Departing early ensured they would arrive home by sunset. Given the cold weather, even robust men like Song Yujin found the journey challenging. But fortunately, the small family of Song Xiaofan and her 2 children did not mind the cramped space. Thus, the brothers were able to take turns driving along the route. In the 61st chapter, the Song family is filled with relatives, while Su Wan lacks maternal brothers to visit her during the New Year celebrations. The brothers from the Zhang and Li families have all arrived, along with the daughters of the elder uncle and their brothers, who also come to pay their respects to the elder family. Despite being there due to Grandma Song's presence, they are still considered close relatives. Thus, when visiting the elder uncle's daughter-in-law's family for New Year greetings, Song Ziheng and his two brothers accompanied Su Wan, a new bride. To meet these relatives, they visited the homes of Song Ziheng's aunts and uncles, as if attending a bustling market. Given the inconvenient transportation, they spent most of their days on ox carts, and Su Wan finally realized that celebrating the new year was not as easy as it appeared. Moreover, Grandma Song was still alive, commanding a high status, and her nephews and grandchildren would also come to pay their respects. In short, the visiting continued until mid-January. And even when all the relatives had been received, Su Wan did not have a moment to relax before returning to her parents' home. After enduring a particularly chaotic new year, upon arriving at her family home, Mrs. Su playfully chided Su Wan, saying she could not enjoy her blessings, for while others grew plump during the festive season, she had grown thinner, evoking sympathy. Su Wan, in good spirits, remarked that her natural beauty prevented her from gaining weight. Song Ziheng felt guilty, acknowledging the many relatives they had visited during the new year and the toll it had taken on his wife. Mrs. Song smiled, but said nothing. As they entered the house, Song Ziheng mentioned that for the Lantern Festival, the whole family would likely come together. Mr. Su joyfully agreed, saying it was indeed fitting, as the Lantern Festival would be lively during the day and even more so at night, filled with lanterns and temple fairs. He invited the in-laws to stay for the night, assuring them there was enough space. Mrs. Su added that the weather had been good, and she had washed and dried the bedding, eagerly awaiting the arrival of her in-laws. However, Song Ziheng shook his head, expressing concern that not just his parents, but also his brothers and several nieces and nephews would come along, making it inconvenient for his parents-in-law. Mrs. Su, however, insisted that having children around would be delightful, as she adored children and had heard that Su Wan's nephews and nieces were lovely. She vowed to keep them for several days if they were not shy. Though Song Ziheng wanted to decline, his father-in-law interjected, humorously stating that if he continued to refuse, it would seem as if he looked down on his in-laws. Thus, despite Song Ziheng's eloquence, he found himself unable to argue against this point. Early on the morning of the Lantern Festival, the Su family servants set off with 2 carts to Songjia village. Although Song Ziheng had intended to drive one himself, his mother-in-law had already arranged for the carts to leave before dawn, fearing they might miss the festivities. He had slept through it all and could only accept her thoughtful consideration with a smile. After breakfast, Mr. Su called for Song Ziheng to accompany him to the shop while Su Wan and Mrs. Su remained at home. By noon, around 11:30, the Song family arrived in full force. Even Grandma Song had been invited. After a lively lunch, they did not linger long at home, but rather headed out to the street for the Lantern Festival, a celebration for the entire nation. Even in this small county, the festivities were vibrant, with drum and gong performances echoing through the streets. The theatrical troupes, adorned in elaborate costumes, sang and danced, reminiscent of the performances Su Wan had seen on television in her past life. She delighted in the lively atmosphere, tossing coins at the performers, who were quick to reward her with a fan used in their acts. Beyond the entertainment, the streets were lined with food stalls. The culinary delights included candied hawthorn, sugar figurines, various buns and pastries, and many local snacks that had likely faded into obscurity over time. Regrettably, having eaten too much at lunch, she longed to sample everything she had never tasted before. Song Xiaomei, equally enchanted, marveled at the array of jewelry and trinkets. The Lantern Festival was perhaps the most popular occasion for women to go out, rivaling the Qixi Festival and the Mid-Autumn Festival. Savvy vendors seized the opportunity to sell silk flowers, hairpins, and cosmetics, while some ingeniously offered freshly picked plum blossoms, delicately trimmed and sold for a mere coin. Su Wan purchased a branch, and seeing how lovely it looked on her, Song Xiaomei followed suit. Soon, the Zhang and Li families also bought flowers, with Zhang gifting one to Song Xiaomei, while he pondered whether it was worth it for such a young girl, ultimately deciding to buy each of his daughters a blossom. Considering the family's future prospects, Su Wan, feeling generous, bought flowers for Mrs. Su, Grandma Song, and Mrs. Song. While Mrs. Su and Mrs. Song were pleased, Grandma Song, caught off guard, found herself adorned with a flower, exclaiming in bemusement that at her age, she was too close to the grave to wear flowers. What a waste. Su Wan, with playful seriousness, insisted that it was said that one could still be charming in old age. Grandma Song playfully jabbed her forehead, laughingly scolding her for such nonsense. Yet she could not bring herself to remove the flower. Not far ahead was their shop. and Grandma Song suggested buying larger flowers to display in a vase at the entrance, hoping to attract more customers. This idea was well received, and Mrs. Su called for a maid to select a large bouquet, which they purchased before meandering towards the Su family shop. During the Lantern Festival, it was customary to eat tang yuan, also known as yuan xiao, which are sweet rice dumplings. In Jiangzhou, the preferred filling was black sesame, with every household making their own. Su Wan joined in the preparation, though her dumplings were not perfectly round. Upon tasting her creation, she discovered a coin hidden inside, prompting envy from the others. Mrs. Su remarked that Su Wan had found a coin after only placing 6 inside, suggesting that her in-laws must have good fortune, as she had never had such luck at her own family home. This delighted the Song family, as they considered Su Wan a bringer of prosperity, noting that in less than a year since her marriage, she had already contributed significantly to their household, unlike the prior years when no such fortune had graced them. As Su Wan bit into her third coin-filled dumpling, astonishment washed over the table, with even Mrs. Su exclaiming that it seemed they were destined to be in-laws. As Su Wan's past misfortunes paled in comparison to her current luck, Grandma Song, smiling, recounted how fortune-tellers had predicted that all 3 daughters-in-law would bring prosperity to their husbands. Su Wan eagerly nodded in agreement, acknowledging that indeed she had helped Song Ziheng ascend to a position of power, etching their names into history. The evening meal was served early, consisting solely of glutinous rice balls, for the family planned to visit the temple fair later, where delectable treats awaited. Even more than during the day, Mr. Song and several of his sons had spent a considerable time at the tavern in the afternoon, and upon returning, he instructed Mrs. Song to distribute several copper coins to each daughter-in-law, ensuring the children could revel in the festivities of the Lantern Festival. Mrs. Song was pleased and had no reservations, so each received their share. Although Su Wan had no children, she played with the exuberance of a child herself. Mrs. Song bestowed upon her an equal amount as she did to Zhang and Li, and seeing her younger sister join in the merriment alongside, Su Wan added to the lively atmosphere, prompting Mrs. Song to gift the younger sister a string of coins as well. It had been a long time since Mrs. Song had been so generous. Her frugality stemmed from past hardships when the family struggled financially. In those days, every grain of rice was meticulously weighed, leaving no room for savings. However, with improved earnings, Mrs. Song spent freely, deriving satisfaction from the happiness of her grandchildren. It was said that the street stalls would remain open until late at night. But as the hour grew late, the crowd began to dwindle. With both the elderly and young in the family, and Mr. Su no longer youthful, they chose to return home early. They had already enjoyed an afternoon and part of the evening, which was ample entertainment for Su Wan and her companions. Upon returning to the Su residence, the younger generation went to wash up and prepare for bed, while the younger sister assisted Mrs. Song back to her room. As night deepened, the two families found it a suitable time to discuss matters. The following morning, after breakfast, the group prepared to return to Song Village. In a couple of days, Song Ziheng was to return to the academy, initially planning to stay a few more days with Su Wan at her home. However, that morning, as they gathered their belongings, Mr. Song paused in silence before advising Song Ziheng to travel back with his wife that day. With this statement, Mr. Song refused to elaborate further, leaving Su Wan and Song Ziheng exchanging puzzled glances, wondering what had transpired between the two fathers the previous night. Despite their uncertainty, Song Ziheng quickly acquiesced, affirming his father's wishes. Typically reluctant to part with her daughter, Mrs. Su today was particularly agreeable, clapping her hands and exclaiming how insightful her in-laws' words were, admitting she had not noticed this. She hastily summoned the young maidservants, Xiao Hong and Xiao Lu, instructing them to gather the luggage of the young lady and her husband. The maidservants worked swiftly, and just as the family's ox cart arrived at the entrance, Mrs. Su personally took the bundles, handing them over to Su Wan with a radiant smile. She advised her to serve her in-laws well, to follow their arrangements without overstepping, and asked if she understood. Su Wan's eyes flickered with understanding of Mr. Song's intent for their return, and she nodded in agreement, assuring her mother not to worry as they departed. Mr. Su did not glance at Su Wan, engrossed instead in pleasantries with Mr. Song, his smile as broad as Mrs. Su's. Mr. Song, concealing several hundred taels of silver in his breast, bore a faint blush on his darkened face, unnoticed by anyone. He and his wife had hardly slept the previous night, not due to discomfort, as their host had prepared the room with fresh bedding. far more inviting than the straw mats at their own home. Lying on the bed, he dared not close his eyes, fearing the silver would vanish. Only when morning arrived and he and his wife touched the warm silver did they begin to believe it truly belonged to them. Having never seen such wealth before, nor imagined it possible, he felt a sense of assurance brought by his in-laws, who genuinely cared for their family. Resolved, Mr. Song instructed his youngest daughter to take the children to the kitchen to prepare meals, while he called the others into his room. From his breast, he retrieved a pouch, spilling its contents onto the table, illuminating the room with the sight of silver. So much silver! Mrs. Lee exclaimed, her hands trembling with excitement, realizing it belonged to their family. Mr. Song nodded, his earlier exuberance having settled into calmness in front of his sons and daughters-in-law, explaining that it consisted of 2 ingots of 100 taels, 1 ingot of 50 taels, and the remainder in smaller coins. Since the brothers had entrusted him with their wealth, he had exchanged it for larger denominations for easier storage. Song Yujin, astonished, asked, Father, how much is this? 300 taels in total. Each of you brothers receives 60 taels, while the remaining 120 taels belong to your mother and me, Mr. Song clarified, before signaling Mrs. Song to store the silver. He instructed Su Wan and the other daughters-in-law to return to the kitchen while keeping the brothers behind. While Su Wan remained composed, Zhang and Li appeared lightheaded with joy as they floated out. Mr. Song gathered his sons to discuss serious matters. Our shop has netted several hundred taels in less than 2 months since opening. There is no better business than this. You have seen for yourselves how much the townsfolk desire our goods and are willing to pay. Moreover, my in-law has grand aspirations. I believe that working alongside him will only bring greater fortune in the future. The brothers nodded in agreement. Following their in-law seemed a wise choice. Mr. Song continued, It is fitting that our family has this opportunity. Fortune has smiled upon us. Last night, my in-law and I discussed this. We should proceed. With the money we have now, we can purchase that plot of land behind the shop. Even if business were to falter, we would still have land to sustain us. 300 taels was indeed sufficient for land acquisition, and the brothers had no objections. Song Ziheng thoughtfully remarked, While it is indeed feasible to use all the money for land, we may lack the necessary manpower and will need to hire workers. Additionally, we cultivate a grapevine, and such extensive planting requires experience. We should at least hire a few seasoned vineyard workers. After some contemplation, Song Yofu added, What third brother says holds merit. Grape seedlings are inexpensive, and we can afford to lose some, but missing the wine-making window would be a significant loss. Mrs. Song furrowed her brow, holding the silver. Your father intends to purchase dozens, if not hundreds, of acres. This may stretch our finances thin, especially with the added expense of hiring experienced fruit farmers. Song Ziheng chuckled lightly. Mother, do not forget, the shop is still operational. By the end of February, we will be preparing to plant grapevines, and we will have at least several dozen taels in income. Mrs. Song's expression softened as she smiled. What Ziheng says is true. I nearly overlooked that detail. In that case, we need not worry about money being tight before our new wine is ready. If there are no objections, I shall speak with the village head tomorrow about purchasing the land, and we can begin preparing it. We shall toil for a bit to save on labor costs. Expenses will only increase from here on out, Mr. Song declared. The brothers shook their heads in unison. Whatever father decides is best. Mr. Song nodded. Very well. Eldest and second, you may step out now. Your mother has something to discuss with Ziheng. The brothers exchanged glances before Song Yujin and Song Yofu exited, allowing Mrs. Song to address Song Ziheng. Ziheng, your mother-in-law mentioned something to me yesterday that resonated with me. When I married your father, I was pregnant with your elder brother within 3 months. Your elder and second sisters-in-law were also with child shortly after. Yet your wife has been with us for nearly a year, and there has been no news. I suspect her health is more delicate than ours, making conception difficult, especially with you often away at the academy. This situation cannot persist. As she spoke, Mother Song paused momentarily before continuing. Why not have your wife accompany you to town this year? There are many students from your school who have rented lodgings near the academy, whether their wives or their parents are nearby to care for them, since they are family members of your classmates. It stands to reason that the residents nearby are of good character. Furthermore, I have heard that your academy is close to the county office, so there shouldn't be any ruffians lurking in the vicinity. Your wife would be quite safe living there, and it would also be convenient for her to look after you. Old Man Song added, Additionally, this year our family will be quite busy and your wife won't be able to help with the work. If she stays at home all day, it will invite gossip. Even if your sisters-in-law don't say anything. Letting her go to the county to take care of you would also uphold her reputation. However, you must return home every day when you are free. Song Ziheng had never considered having his wife accompany him to the county, although he occasionally saw his married classmates, some of whom lived in the county and had their wives renting nearby lodgings. Enjoying the company of a beloved wife and warm meals made him envious. Yet, he had never dared to think of such a thing, as all the elders in his family were present. Now, hearing his parents' suggestion, he instinctively pondered it. It was indeed a splendid idea. Not only would he see his wife daily, but they would also have fewer reservations about their time together. However, after a brief moment of contemplation, he quickly shook his head and said, "Absolutely not. Both parents are at home. How can my wife not serve them? With your two older sisters at home, we have no shortage of servants. Besides, your father and I are still in good health. We only hope to see you succeed in your studies and have more children," Mother Song added. Song Ziheng continued to shake his head, insisting, "No, that is out of the question. Even if my wife is not particularly skilled, she cannot abandon her parents to run off to the county." What Song Ziheng said pleased both Old Man Song and Mother Song immensely, solidifying their resolve to have Su Wan accompany him to the county. Old Man Song's expression turned serious as he stated, "There's a saying that the greatest unfilial act is to have no descendants. If you have more children, it will be a way of showing filial piety to me." Mother Song nodded in agreement and added, "Moreover, last year your wife went out only once, and those ruffians from the back mountains of other villages lingered near our doorstep for several days. At that time, we often had company, so we were not overly concerned. But this year, they will likely be guarding the mountains, and I fear it may not be safe for your wife to stay at home alone. This matter should not be spoken of outside. If word gets out, it could harm her reputation. It would be better for your wife to take this opportunity to avoid any trouble." With no further objections, Song Ziheng returned to his room that evening and discussed the matter with Su Wan. She had anticipated this development, and, although she initially intended to feign surprise, upon meeting Song Ziheng's gaze, she sighed and confessed, "I have something I have not told you, my lord. Earlier, my mother wanted me to go to the county as well. On the day you finished your chores to come fetch me. My mother wanted to speak with you, but was scolded by my father. I thought my father was unwilling, but it seems my mother has now persuaded him." Song Ziheng's eyes flickered, a glimmer passing through his gaze as he inquired, "And what about your mother?" Su Wan smiled and, being completely honest, replied, "I am indeed very willing to go. If I could be with you every day, who would wish to be a weaver girl separated from her lover? However, I also know you would never agree, so I kept silent to avoid any misunderstandings between us. Even if you had been straightforward, I would not have felt any resentment." Song Ziheng said, pausing before smiling again, "However, I sincerely appreciate your honesty, and I suspect my mother was so cheerful when she sent us off today because she had already discussed this with you. You must have known in your heart." Su Wan felt a bead of sweat forming. His perceptiveness was quite alarming. Thankfully, she had spoken candidly. Had she concealed the truth, it might have planted a seed of doubt in Song Ziheng's heart. She remained composed, saying, "You are the one who truly has an understanding of the situation." Song Ziheng embraced her, saying, "Even so, did I not also share my thoughts with you? Your intention is to convey to me that if I speak to you with sincerity, you will do the same in return, is it not?" Su Wan paused, not waiting for a response before continuing, "I believe that you and I are quite alike. As long as there is no deceit between us, we can share our thoughts freely." Thus, Song Ziheng found himself at a loss for words, fully agreeing with Su Wan's sentiment. To Su Wan, this was good news, but to Zhang and Li, it struck like thunder. The typically composed Zhang was left dizzy by the revelation. The third sister-in-law is going to the county with the third uncle? Mother Song nodded, stating, "This matter has been carefully considered by your father and me. In a few months, Ziheng will need to go to the provincial exam, and we cannot afford to be careless. This spring, we will be busy clearing land and planting trees, so I cannot leave. It is most suitable for Ziheng's wife to go to the county and provide some assistance." Li retorted sharply, "Mother, I do not mean to disparage the third sister-in-law, but she knows nothing. What could she possibly do in the county? She would only be a burden to Ziheng. It would be better for her to stay at home and teach the older children to read. After all, we have no other tasks for her." Old Man Song's expression darkened. She may not know anything now, but she cannot remain ignorant forever. Once she is in the outside world, she will learn properly. Old Man Song's words were not directed at Su Wan, but his stern demeanor silenced Li and the others. After a long hesitation, Zhang finally voiced her concerns, saying, "It is fine for the sister-in-law to go to the county, but what about the older children? They have only just begun to learn to read. It would be a shame to interrupt their studies." Both Old Man Song and Mother Song were taken aback. This year, the household was busy, and the older children were half laborers during the farming season. They had assumed this year would be no different. However, upon reflection, Zhang's concerns held some merit. Education should not be intermittent. Ziheng had mentioned that several of the children were doing well in their studies, and the prospect of grandchildren succeeding brought them joy. Yet, if they sent Ziheng's wife to the county, it would disrupt their plans. Before the elders could respond, Su Wan interjected with a smile, "Eldest sister-in-law, you raise a valid point. I had intended to discuss this with you. The older children show some aptitude for reading, but I, as a mere woman, have limited knowledge. I can teach them a few characters, but it would be no more than that. They already know many characters, and continuing under my instruction would only delay their progress. It would be better to send them to a school. They have a foundation and should not have trouble understanding the lessons taught by the scholars." Zhang felt as if she had grasped a lifeline and looked gratefully at Su Wan before turning her earnest gaze to her in-laws. Old Man Song pondered aloud. Is it suitable for these children to attend school at this age? This question was directed at Song Ziheng, who nodded, filled with guilt. They should have been sent to school earlier, but we delayed it to support my education due to our limited resources. Do not blame yourself. Our family circumstances have made it difficult to support even one of you, let alone the others. I believe the eldest and second children can understand this, given that the older children are not as clever. Besides, you are ambitious, and we can expect great things from you in the coming years. As for the older children, we cannot say when they will see results." Old Man Song sighed. They say education is important, but it is an endless pursuit. Song Yujin added, "Father speaks true. The third brother is about to succeed, and the older children are still quite young. Waiting another 2 years is not a problem. If they truly possess talent, it is never too late to begin their studies. Your insightful perspective is commendable. However, as your wife rightly pointed out, education should not be pursued intermittently. Once begun, it is essential to continue diligently. With the family's current income, there is no need to impose any hardships on them. This year, let us send them to school, especially since I need to accompany the village head to town to handle the land deed. I shall inquire about when Master Lu's school opens and whether they are still accepting students." Mother Song remarked that in the past, Ziheng greatly impressed Master Lu while studying under him, and if Ziheng were to visit, it would likely not be a problem for Master Lu to accept the older boys. However, Song Ziheng hesitated, expressing that although Master Lu's school is excellent, he had discussed with his wife that this year, given their parents' busyness, it might not be feasible to manage the daily commute for the boys to and from town. It would be more convenient to send them to the county school, where his wife could also look after them. Furthermore, the eldest boy is rather mischievous and lacks motivation to study without supervision. With his wife nearby, if the boys do not apply themselves, their lack of diligence would soon become apparent. Though the county school is appealing, Master Lu's tuition is considerably more expensive than that in town, and living expenses in the city would also be significant. Mother Song contemplated refusing the offer. At this moment, Su Wan interjected, stating that she herself had received 120 taels from the recent profit sharing. She had initially intended to let her in-laws manage it, but they declined. Now, with the family's financial needs, even though this amount may not be substantial, it could alleviate some burden, covering the tuition for the boys and their associated expenses, relieving her in-laws of worry. Upon hearing this, Zhang was filled with surprise, yet she also felt conflicted, unsure whether to accept or decline. Mother Song was similarly hesitant, although her daughter-in-law possessed the funds and had proposed the idea herself. Their family seemed to have several hundred taels, which would soon not belong to them. This money might not suffice. And while her daughter-in-law's gesture undoubtedly relieved them of considerable pressure, they had previously agreed that the profits would serve as her dowry. How could they now allow her to use her dowry to support her nephews? Old Master Song firmly declined without a second thought, insisting that neither Song Yujin nor Song Youfu should accept, and urged Song Ziheng to counsel his wife against using her dowry to support her nephews. However, Su Wan was not simply a frivolous spender. The cost of living in the county was quite high, and the two boys would require as much sustenance as Song Ziheng. This would significantly increase their expenses, but she deemed the expenditure worthwhile. By using her dowry to support her nephew's education and living expenses, she would earn commendation, Moreover, it would lend her a rightful position in the county, allowing her to look after her husband and nephew's daily needs. As for Zhang and Li, they could only envy her for not having to impose rules before her in-laws, silently admiring her generosity. There was no need for old Master Song and Mother Song to worry about her. With successful children, what need was there to concern themselves about their daughter-in-law? This was indeed a win-win situation. Su Wan insisted, as an aunt, "It is my duty to care for my nephews." Who could possibly object? If our parents and uncles truly care for the children, they should cease their objections. The most important thing is for the children to succeed. Upon hearing Su Wan's words, Mother Song hesitated. Ziheng's wife, are you suggesting that Sam should also attend? Su Wan nodded. Since they will be studying together, it would not be appropriate for the elder brothers to attend school while the younger brother stays at home. Song Ziheng added, Sanhua is bright. Attending school now would only benefit him. Mother Song fell silent. No one could argue against Su Wan. Song Ziheng not only refrained from dissuading her, but also joined her in persuading their parents and brothers. Old Master Song and the others soon capitulated. This matter was settled. Initially, Mother Song had only agreed to appease her in-laws, but now she could hardly wait for them to move to the county to rent a house. The decision was final. In the future, who would not envy her? Her son would attend school in the county, and now 3 grandsons would join him. She eagerly anticipated the day when her children would thrive, allowing her to enjoy the fruits of her labor. After the family concluded their discussions, on that very day at noon, after lunch, old Master Song, accompanied by his 3 sons and the village head, set off for the town. They returned home quite late in the evening, and the heavy silver he had taken with him had transformed into thin land deeds. The village head chose to stay for dinner after their journey. The family had just celebrated the new year, and the table was still laden with abundant dishes. The eldest boy went ahead to invite his uncle and 2 cousins to join the meal. The second boy took some money to purchase wine from Lu Dinyang's house. Old Master Song was delighted and indulged in drink, becoming pleasantly tipsy, while the village head, too, was somewhat inebriated, patting old Master Song on the shoulder and saying, Brother, the future of the village depends on you. The village head had spoken highly of the Song family at the government office that day. The local officials, who had a good rapport with the village head, offered a price much more favorable than they had anticipated, saving them over 20 taels. On the way back, old Master Song considered giving the village head 10 taels as a token of gratitude, but the village head refused, growing somewhat irritable at the gesture. Instead, he made a request. Noticing that old Master Song was acquiring so much land and had hinted at plans for planting trees, he realized that old Master Song and his 2 eldest sons alone would be overwhelmed with the work. There were many able-bodied men in their village, and henceforth, whenever the Song family needed help, he would arrange for villagers to assist them, as they lived nearby and it would not interfere with their farming. In this manner, every household could earn a little while ensuring the Song family's agricultural yield remained intact. Over time, how could the Song family village not prosper? The next morning, Su Wan rose early and hurriedly had breakfast. Song Ziheng and his brothers loaded a considerable amount of luggage onto the ox cart. Song Yujin asked, Are you sure you don't want me to accompany you and the second brother? I'm most familiar with the area near the academy. Your presence would only delay us, replied Song Ziheng, calling for Su Wan to join him on the cart as he drove the oxen towards the county. Upon reaching the entrance of the county, Song Ziheng noticed a familiar ox cart ahead. As he approached, he recognized it to be one of the family servants, who remained on the cart and bowed to them, saying, Young master, young mistress, the master instructed me to wait for you here as he anticipated your arrival today. The lady has already scouted several houses for you. I shall take you to see them. The actions of the bride's parents were indeed thoughtful, sparing both him and his wife considerable effort. The residences near the academy were akin to a family district, as accommodations within the academy were not as spacious as those outside. Consequently, many tutors with families rented houses nearby, where the environment was serene, albeit the alleys were narrow and winding, exuding a unique charm. Madame Su had previously visited to inspect the properties and, being discerning, would not allow her daughter to reside in cramped, poorly lit rooms. Regardless of whether her daughter had money or not, she would not let them economize on living arrangements. Consequently, the houses Madame Su favored could comfortably accommodate the raucous children of the Song family. Given the damp climate of the South, Su Wan had experience living in the Song household. She disregarded other options and selected a sunlit house with a courtyard on all sides, fully furnished. The landlord jovially remarked that the house was a new one, perfect for newlyweds. Although the courtyard was not as spacious as those in the countryside, and the rooms were somewhat cramped, there was a front room for guests and a kitchen, along with a back toilet and bathhouse, making life quite convenient. Even if the rent was steep, it was inconsequential, and Su Wan made her decision. Song Ziheng had no objections, as it was his wife's choice that mattered. They signed the lease and paid a year's rent. By then, it was already late afternoon, and feeling famished, Su Wan was reminded by the servant that the lady had instructed him to invite the young mistress and master to return for lunch after their work. They were likely waiting for them at home, so they proceeded there. Song Ziheng called the servant to help carry their luggage into the house, locking both the house and courtyard before heading to the Su residence. Madame Su had indeed prepared a lavish meal, eagerly waiting in the hall for their return. After finishing their meal, the table was cleared and the maid brought tea. Song Ziheng slowly responded to Madame Su's inquiries, which revolved around his satisfaction with the courtyard, the choice of rooms, and any necessary additions to their furnishings. Once he had appeased his mother-in-law's curiosity and concerns, he leisurely said, "Father-in-law, mother-in-law, there's a matter I wish to discuss." Old Master Su waved his hand dismissively and replied cheerfully, "Son-in-law, you need not be so formal. It displeases me. Just speak plainly about what you need." After offering his apologies, Song Ziheng continued, "My 3 nephews are growing older. Previously, their education was overseen by my wife. Now that she has accompanied me to the county, I propose bringing them along to attend school here. As you know, my father purchased nearly 100 acres of land yesterday, which we plan to cultivate with grapes come spring. This year is bound to be quite busy for our family, so it would be more convenient for my nephews to study here in the county rather than commuting to the town, a decision my parents have also agreed upon." Old Master Su nodded in approval. "That sounds splendid. Those children are bright. The sooner they begin their studies, the better for their futures. Unfortunately, while I attended school in the county, our academy does not accept beginners. I am unsure which scholars in the county would be willing to take them in. I intended to inquire on their behalf today, but after tidying the house this afternoon, my wife and I must return home. We truly lack the time, which is why I hoped you could ask your parents to make some inquiries." "Naturally, I can assist with that," Madame Su readily agreed, but then questioned, "Why must you return today? Aren't you supposed to be back at the academy tomorrow?" Song Ziheng confirmed, "Indeed. I plan to bring my nephews along first thing in the morning. The ox cart was sent for me, and if we do not hurry back today, we will not be able to set off in the morning. It would be quite a hassle otherwise." He smiled. "I appreciate you taking the time to inquire on our behalf." Old Master Su reassured him, "You need not worry. I have lived in the county for decades. Although I do not often mingle with scholars, I can discern who possesses genuine talent and will ensure your nephews are placed with a competent teacher." Song Ziheng rose to bow, expressing his gratitude. "I rely entirely on your guidance." Old Master Su waved his hand. "I had hoped to invite you to stay the night, but since you must return today, it would be best to prepare your things. I suspect just the 2 of you will not suffice. Have your mother bring a few maids to assist. It is imperative you do not delay your journey home." Song Ziheng quickly shook his head. "How could I trouble my mother? If you would lend me a hand, I would be most grateful." Madame Su, however, smiled and said, "It is no trouble at all. I have some free time and can take a look at how you have arranged the house. If anything seems amiss, I can offer some advice." Thus, Madame Su, accompanied by 2 maids and a servant, made her way to the newly rented residence of her daughter and son-in-law. Upon inspecting the courtyard, she nodded in approval and then toured the interior. Upon exiting, she was pleased with the pleasant surroundings and the new furnishings, but noted, "The courtyard is lovely. Though a tad small, with your nephews here, it may feel a bit cramped." Before Song Ziheng could respond, Su Wan interjected with a smile, "My husband has come to study diligently. My presence is not for enjoyment. Any shortcomings can be overcome." Hearing this, Madame Su was momentarily taken aback, while Song Ziheng could not help but chuckle. Glancing at her, "You have articulated the sentiment of diligent study quite well." Seeing her son-in-law teasing her daughter brought additional joy to Madame Su, who promptly instructed the maids and servant, Xiao Hong and Xiao LV, tidy up the house. "Done you. Go to the kitchen and bring a pot of boiling water. Do not grumble. This new house must be cleaned with hot water to ensure it is truly fresh." Madame Su did not lift a finger, allowing only Su Wan and the others to clean, while she observed and noted items needed for the home. She contemplated which household items could be sent over from her own residence, and planned to send a servant to purchase anything they lacked the following day. as it was crucial for the young couple to have these essentials. With many hands at work, the house was soon spotless, every corner attended to. However, the bedding and boxes had yet to dry, leaving no room for their belongings to be organized. Observing the fine weather, Madame Su remarked, "It appears tomorrow's sunlight will not be inferior to today's. We might as well wash and air the bedding now, allowing it to dry fully for a cozy night as sleep." Yet, Song Ziheng countered, "That sounds excellent, but as night falls early, my wife and I ought to be on our way. If we delay further, we risk returning home after dark." "Then you should return," Madame Su insisted. "I will keep an eye on things here, and I shall ensure the bedding is brought inside tonight. I will lock the doors securely and have Nyo deliver it to you in the morning." "That would indeed trouble you too much," Song Ziheng replied. "Family should not speak in such formalities," Madame Su said, her expression changing slightly. "However, I do have something to discuss with you, Ziheng. While your father-in-law was present, I dared not mention it, for he believes a woman's role is to support her husband and manage the household. But as a mother, I know my daughter well. Your wife is like a beautiful flower, pleasing to the eye but lacking in practical skills. While she may care for you, it is only fair that she does not bear the burden alone, especially now that your nephews are coming. I feel guilty towards my in-laws, having placed such a burden on their son, and now also on their grandsons. This cannot continue. My maid Xiao LV has been with Wan since she was young. She's quick and clever. If you do not mind, I would like her to assist you. When Wan has learned enough to manage the household, then Xiao LV can return." Song Ziheng was not at all surprised by this suggestion. He had anticipated it. It was clear that his parents-in-law wished for his wife to come to the county, not to suffer, but to assist. He had been waiting for this conversation and felt a sense of gratitude for his mother-in-law's kindness. "Your arrangement is most appreciated, mother-in-law. How could I possibly refuse? However, I do worry that you might find it challenging to manage without someone dependable by your side." Madame Su smiled broadly. "Not at all. Xiao LV has always been by Wan's side, and it is of little concern to me as long as Ziheng does not mind." With a deep bow, Song Ziheng expressed, "I am immensely grateful for your generosity. I am at a loss for words. Gratitude is unnecessary. As long as you and my daughter live harmoniously, I shall be content," Madame Su replied, waving her hand. "It is getting late. You should set out soon, lest your in-laws grow anxious waiting for you." As she watched Song Ziheng and Su Wan depart, Madame Su felt even more cheerful. Not only did she instruct Xiao Hong and Xiao LV to wash the bedding, but she also took it upon herself to hang their clothes on a bamboo pole to dry, while everyone busily moved about the courtyard. On the ox cart, Su Wan nudged Song Ziheng's back. "Husband." Song Ziheng did not turn, but said, "What is on your mind, my dear? Did you not suspect what my mother just said?" Song Ziheng chuckled lightly. "I am not a clairvoyant. How could I possibly know my mother-in-law's thoughts? Please do not belittle me. You may not say it, but I can see it written plainly on their faces. How could you, a man of great perception, not notice?" Her words left Song Ziheng bemused. "Your tone seems to praise me, yet the words suggest you are chiding me for being too perceptive. My husband misinterprets my intentions. I meant nothing but admiration. How could you twist it to such an extent? My heart aches at this misunderstanding." Su Wan intended to place a hand over her heart for dramatic effect, but then realized that those in front could not see her performance, so she refrained from wasting her energy. Song Ziheng was well aware that his wife could sometimes be quite the trickster, blurring the lines between reality and illusion. He merely chuckled softly and moved on. After a bout of playful banter, Su Wan stifled a yawn, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, and rested her head against Song Ziheng's back, saying, "I shall take a nap. Dear husband, do drive the cart well." "My dear, you have worked hard today. Rest well," he replied. The following morning, while the dawn was still dim, Song Yujin set off to drive Song Ziheng, Su Wan, and a few rambunctious children into the city. The children were unusually animated, chattering incessantly from the moment they boarded the cart, pulling at Su Wan and Song Ziheng with endless questions. The cacophony was sheer torment for the drowsy Su Wan, prompting Song Ziheng to finally interject, "Why don't you all take a moment to rest while on the road? Once we enter the city, your third aunt will take you to meet the scholar. Should you fail to behave well, it would dissuade the scholar from accepting you, and then you shall truly suffer." Song Yu-jin added sternly, "If that were to happen, I would not hesitate to skin you alive." The children shivered at the thought, their fear of their father's wrath far outweighing their curiosity about life in the county town. At last, Su Wan found a moment of peace. Upon entering the county, Song Ziheng took over the reins, while Song Yujin, though familiar with the main road, was uncertain about the narrow alleys leading to their rented house. As Song Ziheng sought to give his elder brother a respite, he proposed a switch in positions. After a gentle ride through the winding streets, they halted in front of a courtyard with its gate wide open. Song Yujin pondered whether this was indeed the abode rented by his younger brother and sister-in-law. As they disembarked, two familiar figures emerged from the courtyard, a man and a woman, calling out son-in-law, miss brother-in-law. It was none other than the servants of the Su family. Curiosity mingled with surprise in Song Yujin's heart, and before he could inquire, Song Ziheng explained, "We hurried back home yesterday, and there remained much to organize. My mother-in-law sent help to assist us, and they have washed the bedding as well. I took the liberty of entrusting the key to her for the sake of convenience in the evening." Song Yujin nodded appreciatively. "How considerate of you, in-laws." Upon entering the courtyard, they found bedding, clothing, floorboards, and various movable furniture spread out for drying, filling the space to the brim. Song Yujin scanned the house and felt a twinge of guilt. Renting this place in the county must not come cheap, he mused. Before Su Wan and Song Ziheng could respond, he remarked with an expression of regret, had it not been for the commotion caused by the children. A smaller dwelling would have sufficed for just you and your sister-in-law, saving a considerable sum. Uncle, Su Wan interjected bluffily. It seems you imply that I only rented this courtyard due to the arrival of the children. But regardless, I would have rented a place regardless of their presence. Besides, they call me aunt for a reason. If I invest some money and effort now, they shall surely honor me in the future when they succeed. Song Yujin, taking her words to heart, nodded earnestly. Indeed, this is the truth. You all must remember this lesson. Regardless of your future success, your aunt has expended effort, so you must honor her accordingly. Su Wan, amused yet exasperated, replied, "I was merely jesting, but uncle has taken it to heart. As for their filial piety, that is a matter for you and aunt to endure, and has little to do with me. I merely hope they truly succeed, so our efforts are not in vain. This is a serious matter. It cannot be dismissed lightly," Song Yujin insisted, still solemn. "You must heed your third Aunt's words, or I shall have her take a stick to you." The children, though not his biological offspring, trembled at the thought of their uncle's reprimands, which were often more fearsome than those of their own fathers. Satisfied that the children were sufficiently cowed, Song Yujin reiterated his counsel to his brother and sister-in-law, particularly emphasizing to his sister-in-law, "These children can be quite mischievous. Do not hesitate to discipline them as needed. They are resilient." After a lengthy exchange, Song Ziheng prepared to return to the academy, while Song Yujin set off home to work, still concerned about those left behind. A perceptive servant from the Su family approached. "Yesterday, our master sought out the most stringent scholar in the entire county. Although Master Zeng had ceased accepting students, he made an exception due to his acquaintance with our master. Once the house is organized and after lunch, the young masters can accompany the young lady to pay their respects to Master Zeng. The madam will likely accompany them." Upon hearing this, both Song Yujin and Song Ziheng felt a wave of relief. However, Song Ziheng had another question. "But does Master Zeng not require an examination before accepting students?" The servant chuckled. "Indeed, he does. However, upon hearing your esteemed name from our master, he readily agreed to accept your nephews without further ado." Thus, not only did their in-laws lend a hand, but Song Ziheng's reputation also facilitated their acceptance. Both men felt a mixture of joy and pride. Even a renowned scholar in the county acknowledged their family as status. Su Wan regarded Song Ziheng with admiration, who caught her gaze and smiled back, unable to suppress a grin. "Now, my dear, since you're taking the nephews to Master Zeng today, do convey my apologies. I shall visit personally when I have the opportunity," she instructed. "Rest assured, I shall relay your message." After addressing these matters, Song Yujin took Song Ziheng to the academy, where a main road led directly out of the city. As they walked, Su Tai approached with a maid carrying a food box. As she stepped into the courtyard, her voice rang out, "I know you all rose before dawn, and you must be hungry. I brought some food along the way, so eat and fill your bellies." Upon hearing the word food, the children's eyes sparkled with excitement. Yet having just been reprimanded, they dared not misbehave, casting hopeful glances at Su Wan. As Su Tai entered the house, she embraced the youngest, saying, "Oh, you poor dear, you look so thin. Grandmother has brought you steamed buns and fried dough sticks. Do you like them?" The children nodded eagerly, and Su Tai instructed the maid to open the food box. releasing an enticing aroma that made their eyes shine even brighter. Having never borne sons herself, Su delighted in the company of her daughter's little boys, wishing to embrace each one and shower them with affection. Among them, the youngest stood out with his fair complexion, reminiscent of his uncle, her very own son-in-law. As she held the youngest close, she regarded her daughter. Not to boast, she thought her daughter exceedingly beautiful, and her son-in-law quite handsome. Their future offspring would surely surpass the charm of the youngest child. Lost in thought, she envisioned a little boy in a red vest, resembling the golden child from paintings. His delicate hands outstretched, calling for a hug from grandmother, filling her heart with joy. After finishing breakfast, Su Wan inquired, "Mother, how much should we prepare as a token of respect from Master Zeng?" "I have inquired about the customary practice here. It is customary to present a gift of 6 items when first visiting a scholar. However, we must also pay 100 coins monthly to Master Zeng's wife for daily meals and writing supplies, in addition to the cost of books. Master Zeng's fees are likely in line with those of others." Su Wan nodded in understanding. Due to the regulations of the current dynasty, scholars were not permitted to accept overly extravagant gifts. However, it was essential for the scholar's family to be sustained. Thus, the monthly fee for meals and supplies constituted the true tuition, as students typically only dined with the scholar once a day, and the writing supplies were the responsibility of each student. However, even if we consider the tuition fees, they are quite reasonable. For the 3 children, it amounts to merely 300 won per month, an expense she can easily afford. As previously arranged, after lunch, Su Wan took the children to visit Master Zeng. Accompanied by Mrs. Su, the residence of Master Zeng was not particularly close. Reaching there required nearly circumventing half the county. Nonetheless, it was somewhat nearer to the house they were renting. Presumably, Master Zeng had many students, as the main hall was neatly arranged with long tables, serving as classrooms. His wife bypassed the main hall and received Su Wan and Mrs. Su in a side room before personally escorting the eldest child and his siblings to the study in the back courtyard. Meanwhile, Su Wan and Mrs. Su remained seated in the side hall. After a quarter of an hour, Master Zeng's wife returned with the children, who were not empty-handed. In gratitude for the gifts they brought, Master Zeng gifted each child a calligraphy book, which appeared rather light, but was no less valuable than the various bundles they had brought. On this occasion of their first formal apprenticeship, it was uncertain what Master Zeng had imparted to them, but it was likely the usual motivational rhetoric about enduring hardships in study to achieve future success and bring glory to the nation. The 3rd child was still somewhat bewildered, while the eldest and 2nd child displayed palpable excitement. They returned to the courtyard and, without needing any prompting from Su Wan, eagerly took their calligraphy books to practice by the window. As evening approached and the sunlight faded from the courtyard, Su Wan and Xiao Lu busied themselves organizing their belongings indoors, making the bed, and properly placing the sun-dried clothes. The heavy furniture had been moved into the house by the servants before their departure, leaving only a few tables and chairs, which the 2 could manage. While moving items, Su Wan discussed dinner options with Xiao Lu. Initially, Su Wan had some concerns, having heard that Xiao Lu had been raised by Mrs. Su since her purchase and had never set foot in a kitchen, leading her to believe Xiao Lu's culinary skills would be lacking. However, to her delight, Xiao Lu had been assisting in the kitchen ever since the original owner married, effectively acquiring some genuine culinary skills from the family cook. As they began their new life together, Su Wan refrained from micromanaging, allowing Xiao Lu to showcase her talents. For their first meal in this house, it was essential that it be a sumptuous affair. Earlier, Mrs. Su, worried about Su Wan's inexperience and having considered her needs, sent a significant supply of rice, flour, oil, salt, eggs, fish, meat, and vegetables to the kitchen. Coincidentally, on the morning of their departure, Mother Song had also loaded the carriage with plenty of food, including leftover cured meats, rich sausages, fragrant salted fish, and stored sweet potatoes, and cabbages from a cellar. With such an abundance of ingredients, Su Wan and her companions would not need to purchase groceries for over half a month. Xiao Lu rolled up her sleeves in the kitchen, preparing for a grand culinary endeavor, while Su Wan checked on the children's calligraphy practice before joining her in the kitchen. Although she was not skilled in cooking, she was capable of lending a hand. After steaming the rice, a commotion from the courtyard caught her attention. Wiping her hands on a cloth, she stepped outside, calling out, "Husband, you're back." Before she could finish her sentence, her words caught in her throat, and she hesitated, confronted by Song Ziheng and several unfamiliar men. Neither advancing nor retreating was an option, and a moment of awkward silence ensued. Noticing Su Wan's embarrassment, Song Ziheng called out, "My dear," and offered a somewhat apologetic explanation. "These are my classmates from school. We have always shared a close bond. Upon hearing we had settled here, they graciously came to congratulate us on our new home. I should have informed you beforehand. That was my oversight." Su Wan, not being a native of this world, initially felt awkward, primarily because she realized her appearance seemed rather rustic. After returning from Master Zheng's house, she had changed into a dark color garment and tied a blue floral scarf around her head, presenting a rather unrefined country look. A stark contrast to her previous life, where she meticulously curated her appearance. In her current state, she felt a strong desire to restart her day entirely. Little did she know that her rustic appearance struck Song Ziheng's classmates as refreshing. While gentlemen ought not to gaze at a friend's wife, they politely averted their eyes. However, the initial glance lingered in their memories. They mused among themselves, having previously heard that Ziheng's family were merchants, with his father-in-law being a well-known nouveau riche in the county. They had worried for their friend, lamenting that a daughter of such a family would surely be reeking of commercialism. Yet upon meeting her, they found her nothing like their preconceived notions of a wealthy merchant's daughter, adorned with gold and silver, but rather simple and unpretentious, which only enhanced her natural beauty. Even in her humble attire, she bore no trace of vulgarity, presenting an air of grace that belied her origins. Regardless, she complimented Ziheng perfectly, embodying the quintessential pairing of talent and beauty, a delightful narrative in itself. They realized their earlier assumptions had been misguided. Though their first meeting was somewhat awkward, Song Ziheng's classmates enjoyed a delightful meal at their home. Xiao Lu's culinary skills had not been honed in vain over the past year, as she prepared an array of delicious dishes. Su Wan reflected on the camaraderie that naturally arose during such gatherings, reminiscent of her past adventures with friends indulging in barbecues and fine spirits. Understanding the joy of such moments, she sent the eldest and second children to fetch some wine from a nearby shop, knowing that in a literary quarter, while other stalls might be scarce, establishments selling alcohol were abundant. The children swiftly returned with several jars of wine, and Su Wan prepared some spicy lotus root slices from the ingredients brought from the Song household. She also instructed them to shell a large bowl of peanuts, which, simply fried and mixed with sugar, Sichuan pepper, chili powder, and dried red peppers, made for a delightful accompaniment. Once served at the table, it allowed for merriment and conversation. While the children were tasked with attending to Song Ziheng, Su Wan and Xiao Lu retreated to the inner room to enjoy their meal, subsequently bathing and drying their hair by the window. It was unclear how long the group in the main hall indulged in their revelry, but by the time Su Wan had dried her hair and checked in on the children, who had already climbed into bed after their baths, she realized her earlier assessment of them as little rascals was indeed accurate. Having never ventured far from home without their parents, they adapted remarkably well, enjoying delicious food and completing their writing assignments without any constraints from Su Wan. Boys will be boys, after all, and they preferred to think of their explorations as adventures. The youngest, the third child, was no exception. They had already explored the neighboring courtyards, and Su Wan believed it would not be long before the entire county would be theirs to roam. With ample food and an abundance of new experiences, the children did not cry for their parents. After dinner, they washed up and climbed into bed, sharing a mattress for the first time in their own room, free from the need to squeeze in with their parents. Their hearts were filled with joy, and they fell into a deep, sweet slumber, their heads nestled together, the sound of their soft breathing filling the air. Su Wan glanced at them, feeling relieved as she took the lamp and exited the room, closing the door behind her. Standing in the courtyard, she could still hear the lively chatter from the main hall, but chose not to intrude. Turning to Xiao Lu, who had followed her, she said, "It's getting late. You should head back to your room and rest. Tomorrow, we will tackle the tidying up." Xiao Lu spent some time cleaning up in the kitchen before returning to her own room. Su Wan soon followed, collapsing onto her bed while still dressed. The flickering oil lamp cast a dim, soothing glow, lulling her into sleep. Unbeknownst to her, she soon found herself being embraced and awakening in a state of confusion. She opened her eyes to find a familiar face mere inches from her own. Song Ziheng was draping a quilt over her, and upon realizing she was awake, he smiled warmly, noting her sleepy expression, reminiscent of a blinking kitten, which struck him as utterly endearing. Apologetically, he said, "I noticed you were sleeping on the bed, fully clothed, without a quilt to keep you warm. I intended to move you under the covers, but inadvertently woke you. I was already having a restless sleep, and I hadn't even removed my outer garments." As Su Wan gradually regained her composure, she spoke while lifting the quilt and standing up to undress, glancing at Song Zihong. "What time is it? Have your classmates left?" Song Zihong, evidently refreshed after his bath, reached out to take the half-removed outer garment from her hands and assisted her in undressing, smiling as he said, "I've already seen them off. Before they left, they insisted on expressing their gratitude to you for today's hospitality. They thoroughly enjoyed the feast, especially the peanuts and lotus slices, which were truly delightful. That is of no consequence. If they enjoyed it, I shall ensure that next time, I will ask Xiao Lu to prepare more in advance. Today's visit was rather sudden, and I was unprepared." Su Wan replied, now left in only her inner garments. The chill of the season seeped into the room, prompting her to quickly return to bed, while Song Zihong extinguished the lamp and settled beside her in the dark. "It was my oversight for not informing you earlier, which left you unprepared. I had intended to wait a few more days until you became accustomed to this place before inviting my classmates over. However, their enthusiasm was such that they insisted on coming today, and I felt it would be rude to refuse. I truly made things difficult for you. I'm not troubled. It is merely a lack of preparation. As long as they're not put off by the simplicity of the meal, that is sufficient." Su Wan chuckled suddenly. "I can understand their curiosity. They must be eager to see how a merchant's daughter has ensnared our illustrious song talent." Upon hearing this, Song Zihong felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Though Su Wan spoke teasingly, there was a kernel of truth in her words. His classmates often expressed their regret upon learning of his wife's background, looking at him with pity. He had defended her, asserting that she was gentle and virtuous, a model of womanhood, which had only deepened their sympathy. He knew that many of his close friends had attended his wedding and were well aware of the circumstances surrounding his marriage. Some of this information had undoubtedly come from him, as he had initially felt no affection for her and had not intended to shield her from scrutiny. After all, their union was born from her relentless pursuit, and he had not seen her as someone capable of enduring hardship. Should she fail to honor his parents, her reputation would precede her, explaining his predicament to those who were aware of her character. At that time, Song Zihong had not considered the feelings of someone for whom he felt no affection. He merely sought to secure his own future. He now recognized the folly of his actions, realizing that the more he explained himself, the more others perceived him as enduring humiliation for the sake of his wife. His father's benefactor was also her father, and any misstep on her part could lead to accusations of ingratitude against the Song family. Although the imperial examinations valued literary talent, a person with a tarnished reputation would find themselves barred from participation. Thus, it became clear that the original intent behind their marriage was rooted in a desire for repayment of favors, leaving Song Zihong with no alternative. A single scandal could ruin him. Little did he expect that beneath her seemingly capricious demeanor, his wife was actually kind-hearted and genuinely concerned for him, striving to improve their household situation. He increasingly regretted not having defended her more vigorously, which resulted in the misconception that he had married a shrew. He felt little sympathy for the pity directed at him, yet it disheartened him to see her misunderstood. The more he tried to clarify, the more entangled he became in his explanations, and thus he experienced a sense of vexation. Consequently, when his classmates insisted on visiting, he feigned difficulty, requesting their understanding, yet secretly relished the opportunity for them to witness his wife's true nature. After some reluctance, Song Zihong happily welcomed them, and the outcome was indeed favorable. Upon meeting Su Wan, his classmates were no longer sympathetic. By the time they departed after their meal, they expressed their admiration for his virtuous wife, truly envious of his good fortune. This initial step in showcasing his wife had met with resounding success, eliciting envy and jealousy from his peers. Two of them, rather intoxicated, even inquired whether she had any sisters, whether biological, cousin, or otherwise, which nearly caused Song Zihong to lose his composure. Reflecting on this, he found himself at a loss for words in response to Su Wan's previous comments. Aware of her intelligence, he could not discern whether she spoke in jest or held some grievance, making him uncertain of how to respond. Just then, Su Wan smiled gently. "What troubles you? My lord, do you think me so petty? It is only natural for others to think this way. I must thank your classmates, for they genuinely care for you, or they would not have been so eager to visit us. You speak the truth. These classmates are among my closest friends. While we cannot claim to be inseparable, our bond has existed since our time at school. I fear I may have embarrassed you in front of them today. They will likely worry about you even more now, and I truly apologize. Su Wan's jest was devoid of any ulterior motive. She had confidence in herself. With the same face. She had once been a goddess in her past life, and now, in this ancient setting, she felt she could still shine, albeit in a more unkempt manner. Her natural beauty was undeniable, and she imagined that her appearance would vastly differ from what Song Ziheng's friends envisioned, enough to surprise them. Song Ziheng, however, took her words with utmost seriousness, pulling her into his embrace and speaking earnestly, almost as if making a vow. My dear, you are so wise. Marrying me may have caused you some distress. It is my inadequacy that has left you living less comfortably than before. I am endlessly grateful for your unwavering support. Please, do not speak of such things again. Even if you were to falter, I could never be so heartless as to forsake you. Su Wan paused, her hands brushing over Song Ziheng's eyes in the dark. She could imagine the emotions reflected in his gaze and smiled softly. I was mistaken. Please do not be angry, my lord. Song Ziheng, however, remained serious, sighing deeply. Anger is not my intention. I merely hope for your trust. This left Su Wan at a loss for how to respond. She certainly wished to provide him with trust, and indeed, her feelings grew stronger by the day. Yet, she understood that what Song Ziheng truly sought was not just verbal assurances. He desired her complete devotion. This was a demand she found difficult to fulfill. Historically, Song Ziheng's first wife would always be a shadow lingering in their lives, and until that specter vanished, she felt a constant threat hanging over her, ready to strike at any moment. Silence enveloped them until, after a while, Song Ziheng inquired, I forgot to ask, how did your visit to Master Zeng go today? Was it smooth? Quite smoothly. According to what my mother learned, we prepared the customary gifts, and Master Zeng accepted them, giving each of us a copybook in return. This afternoon, we practiced writing there, so I suppose we have officially become his students and understand the importance of writing. I asked your mother to convey my regards to Master Zeng, and he replied that I am always welcome to visit at my convenience, without concern for formalities. With this, Song Ziheng nodded in appreciation, genuinely grateful for the efforts of his in-laws. My mother often finds herself with little to occupy her time, so we have provided her with something to do. It was no trouble at all, and there's no need for you to dwell on it. I am fully aware that you are the one who should be treasured. Song Ziheng, now emboldened, seized the opportunity to tease her. Su Wan, smiled and nodded playfully. Indeed, aside from contemplating me, what else could occupy your thoughts? Song Ziheng, once again playfully teased, surrendered and calmly shifted the topic. Beyond the customary gifts, do we need to prepare anything else? There is no need for anything else. The regulations dictate what books to purchase and their costs. However, the children have their meals at the Confucian master's place, which is why each month everyone contributes 100 won for food and stationery expenses. I reflect that it is not an exorbitant sum, especially considering how much those boys can eat. Song Ziheng nods in agreement, acknowledging that it is indeed reasonable. But he reminds that money does not fall from the sky, and they must ensure the children study diligently so as not to disappoint their mother's intentions. That night, the couple exchanged numerous words, and before they knew it, slumber overtook them. When Su Wan awoke, the dawn had already broken. She saw Song Ziheng, having just risen, quietly dressing himself. Noticing her stirring, he quickly advised, you slept late last night. It is still early. Please continue to rest. Su Wan shook her head, asserting, there is ample time this morning for me to catch a few more winks. You need to leave for the academy, and the older children must head to school as well. I shall rise and prepare breakfast with Xiao Lu. Song Ziheng chuckled. Is it necessary for you to make breakfast yourself? If time is short, there are plenty of vendors selling buns and fried dough sticks in the street. A few copper coins will suffice to fill one's stomach. Yet, Su Wan insisted, you do not understand. For those rascals, the first day of school is a significant occasion. When I was young, I longed to be accompanied by my parents to school like other children. Alas, that was a dream that could never be realized in my past life. Now that it is the children's turn to attend school, their parents are not by their sides, and with you returning to the academy early, I am left as their guardian. It would be better for them to have me accompany them, so they do not feel envious of their classmates who were brought to school by their parents. With this desire to amend her childhood regrets, Su Wan rose early for the first time. As she stood at the door, calling the rascals to awaken, she nearly scared them half to death, and even Sanani got up. Had they overslept? Today was their first day of school, and if they were late, it would be one thing to have their palms smacked by the Confucian master, but if he were to dismiss them in anger, they would surely face severe consequences from their father or uncle. The children were on the verge of tears, hastily scrambling to get dressed and tumbling out of their rooms. Unbeknownst to Su Wan, she had instilled a significant psychological shadow over them. She proceeded to the kitchen, where she noticed a row of bowls neatly arranged. Just then, Xiao Lu entered with a basin of water. Upon seeing her, Su Wan inquired, "Xiao Lu, you are up so early. Have you already cleaned the dishes from last night?" Xiao Lu shook her head, looking somewhat embarrassed. "I fell asleep last night as well. When I awoke, the dishes were already cleaned, most likely by the young master after he sent his classmates off." Su Wan nodded, having merely asked out of curiosity. After gathering her items, she went out to freshen up. In the courtyard, Song Ziheng had already washed his face. Su Wan asked, "What would you like for breakfast?" "Anything as usual at home will do," he replied. Their family was cautious about spending, primarily because his parents were concerned for Su Wan, knowing the expenses in the county were high, and she had a tendency to be careless with money. Thus, they thought it best to endure a bit of hardship and stockpile food supplies at home. Song Ziheng estimated that his elder brothers would find opportunities to bring food into the city over the next few months, and it would be unwise to let it go to waste. Su Wan sighed inwardly at her in-laws' thoughtful nature, feeling it was not ideal. However, one should not take advantage of others' goodwill. She masked her feelings and said, "I will ask Xiao Lu to fetch a few fried dough sticks, crumbled and mixed in a porridge. They will taste just right." Song Ziheng nodded, "Whatever you decide, my dear." As they discussed breakfast in a light-hearted manner, the children clumsily emerged from the house. Noticing the amused expressions on San Uncle and San Auntie faces, which made for a rather relaxed atmosphere, the eldest child, in confusion, asked, "Aren't we late for school?" "Who says we are late?" Su Wan raised an eyebrow. "Hurry and wash up for breakfast. The Confucian master's place is quite far, so we must set off early." The children felt an exhilarating rush at the thought of being urged to rise without any real consequence. After the family finished breakfast, Song Ziheng prepared to leave for the academy, while Su Wan planned to escort the children to school. However, just as they picked up their books and were about to leave the courtyard, a family servant arrived with a cart, smiling broadly. "Madam, knowing that the young masters are heading to school for the first time, I believe they may not be familiar with the route. Since the young master must return to the academy early, and it is inconvenient for you to accompany them, I have been sent to assist. For the next few days, I will guide the young masters back and forth until they become familiar with the way, so you and the young master need not worry." Su Wan felt a touch of regret at the thoroughness of the arrangements made by her in-laws, while Song Ziheng wore a grateful smile, expressing his thanks. He watched as the children climbed onto the ox cart, following the servant as they disappeared into the distance. Turning back to Su Wan, he said, "My dear, I am off to the academy now. You did not sleep well last night. You should take the opportunity to rest at home." "I understand. Do not worry." Su Wan smiled as she saw Song Ziheng out of the courtyard. However, turning back, she felt a twinge of helplessness. She had been so focused on making amends for her childhood regrets that she nearly overlooked the customs here. It seemed that moving to the county was not entirely advantageous. Although her in-laws were absent, her own mother was ever present, ensuring everything was taken care of. Perhaps it was best for her to continue enjoying her role as a housewife. Su Wan decided to embrace her domestic life. After returning to bed for a brief nap, she awoke to the sun already high in the sky. Having spent nearly a year here, she still struggled to gauge the time by the position of the sun. Upon exiting her room, she noticed Xiao Lu sweeping the courtyard and asked, "What time is it?" Xiao Lu glanced up at the sky, replying, "It is approximately 1/4 past the hour of the snake. Do you need anything, miss?" "Ah, it was not even 10 o'clock yet." Su Wan waved her hand. "Carry on with your tasks." Xiao Lu cleaned up the courtyard in a matter of moments. She had become adept at her work during her time in the kitchen. Initially, she had felt a degree of trepidation towards her mistress, but after several visits to her family home, Xiao Lu grew more comfortable around Su Wan. It was said that after marriage, a woman's temperament often changes. Perhaps Su Wan had indeed married a suitable husband, for she and Song Ziheng shared a loving bond, leading her to become more serene. Once she finished her work, Xiao Lu inquired if Su Wan needed anything else. Su Wan simply asked her to bring out 2 stools to bask in the sun. Xiao Lu complied, and when Su Wan sat down, she urged her to join her. But Xiao Lu shook her head, saying, "Before I return to serve you, my lady warned me that if I dared to slack off in your presence, I would be sold off." Su Wan laughed, realizing that the concerns of a mother never cease. It seemed that Su Taijun was worried about her daughter's changing temperament and wanted to ensure she was not taken advantage of by her maidservants. However, she ought to consider her daughter's previous disposition. Unless she underwent a complete transformation, it was unlikely there would be such a stark contrast. This was merely a manifestation of their love and concern for her, as they always viewed her in a positive light, leading them to overlook any potential changes. Even Song Zihang had questioned her several times, but Su Lao and Su Tai were undoubtedly the most trusting of her original self, and thus this trust naturally extended to her current persona. Reflecting on this, Su Wan addressed the continually shaking head of Xiao Lu. "My mother was only teasing you. Besides, you are here to care for me. I wish to converse with you to alleviate my boredom. If you refuse, would that not be neglectful?" Seeing Su Wan's smile, Xiao Lu felt emboldened and suggested, "Perhaps you could assign me some tasks. I can work while chatting with you." This was a subtle hint from Xiao Lu for Su Wan to find some sewing tasks for her, knowing that her mistress was not adept with needlework. Su Taijun likely intended for her to assist in this regard. In the past, while living with her husband's family, she had heard that the young master's sister was quite skilled in such matters, allowing Su Wan to avoid any shortcomings. However, now that they had moved out, it would not be appropriate to expect the young master to handle needlework. Su Wan suddenly realized that after winter, the weather would soon turn warm, and it was time to prepare some spring garments. She decided to make a couple for her husband first, recalling that last year, when her younger sister measured him, she had been by her side and knew his dimensions. Fortunately, when Su Wan packed her belongings, she had the foresight to bring along several bolts of fabric for unforeseen needs. Not only did Song Zihang require 2 sets of spring attire, but the 3 mischievous children could each also have 2 sets for change. Indeed, this would keep Xiao Lu quite busy. Upon entering the room and opening the box, Su Wan retrieved a piece of green cotton fabric. Xiao Lu, not knowing where she had found scissors and a ruler for cutting, began to work. The furniture was simple, and the table was inconvenient to bring along. The only piece in the room was the bed. So, they spread the fabric out on the bed and began to cut it. Su Wan chuckled from the side. "You came well prepared. Did you bring needles and thread as well?" Xiao Lu, focused on her task, responded, "Madam, I assume Miss has no experience and did not think to prepare these, so I brought them just in case." While basking in the sunlight, Xiao Lu sewed, and Su Wan kept herself busy too. Seeing that there was still silk thread in Xiao Lu's sewing basket, she took it to make a net, using the technique taught by Song Xiaomei last time. Although Su Wan's craftsmanship was not exquisite, her skill in color coordination was unmatched. The net she created was both beautiful and unique in appearance, albeit produced at a slow pace. It took over an hour to form a semi-finished product. Xiao Lu, taking a moment to glance at her work, was also astonished. "Miss, your color coordination is truly clever. Even the nets sold in our shop do not have such beautiful colors." Su Wan felt a sense of pride, thinking to herself that if she made a few more, she could sell them in the shop and become self-sufficient. "What are you saying, miss? With the master and madam around, why should you worry about these matters?" Su Wan pursed her lips and smiled, glancing at the sky. "It seems it is nearly noon, isn't it?" "Indeed, I shall go prepare lunch. What would you like to eat, miss?" "Just the 2 of us. We can simply stir-fry a couple of dishes and make a soup. When they return in the evening, we can cook something more elaborate." Su Wan had longed for hot pot, but it had been inconvenient at the Song residence due to the lack of suitable cookware. She planned to borrow a pot under the pretext of visiting the tavern and sought a smaller stove and pot that could be easily moved to the table. If all went well, they could enjoy hot pot that evening, and Su Wan didn't mind having a lighter meal at noon. Indeed, Su Wan found the tools for hot pot in an iron shop, which spanned 2 levels. The lower level housed a charcoal stove, and the upper level had pots that, while rough, already resembled those for hot pot. To Xiao Lu, the odd-shaped items seemed peculiar, but to Su Wan, it was a delightful discovery, and she stepped inside without hesitation. The shop was bustling with the sound of ironwork, the stove glowing red-hot, creating a warm atmosphere. There were numerous utensils displayed, suggesting that the owner was quite astute in business. Unlike other iron shops that only took orders, they also produced finished goods for sale. Upon noticing Su Wan's arrival, The blacksmith's wife gave her a once-over and approached her with a smile. "What can this young lady assist you with today?" Su Wan, not revealing her intentions directly, responded with a smile. "I find your items quite intriguing. The young lady truly has an eye for quality." The blacksmith's wife, accustomed to assisting her husband in business, had developed a keen eye. She noticed Su Wan's demeanor and attire, thinking she seemed to be someone who wouldn't be overly difficult to please. Earlier, she had seen Su Wan examining the hot pot equipment and took the liberty to guide her towards it, saying, "I am quite straightforward. Let me ask you directly. Have you taken a liking to this?" "Not exactly a liking, but I find it rather unique," Su Wan replied casually, though she was quite clear in her mind that this southern region likely referred to Guangdong, where hot pot was also a favored dish, but usually with a clear broth rather than spicy. The blacksmith's wife chuckled, covering her mouth, and exclaimed, "I can tell you have discerning taste. This item has quite the story. The county magistrate's wife personally sent her maid to deliver a blueprint to my husband for crafting. The magistrate's family is from the south, and it makes sense they would desire their hometown delicacies. This pot is not ordinary. It is a hot pot that simmers rich bone broth poured hot into the pot, with charcoal burning underneath. You simply add vegetables, radish slices, potato slices, and meat slices to cook and enjoy. For those who love spice, they can add chili to the pot or use a small dish of soy sauce, vinegar, and chili powder for dipping." When we completed the magistrate's hot pot, I had my husband make one for our own home, and even my son, who usually dislikes cabbage, devoured many cabbage leaves. This delicacy is too good to keep to ourselves, so we made an extra set for the shop. However, many inquired, but few, like you, recognized its value. They heard the price and simply left. "Presumably, this pot is not cheap." Su Wan inquired. The blacksmith's wife chuckled. "You get what you pay for, young lady. Wouldn't you agree? Looking at your attire, you could easily purchase 2 or 3 of these pots. Once you take it home and taste the food, you will have no complaints about the price." What a flattering thing to say. "I must support your business." As Su Wan seemed ready to purchase after merely hearing a few words from the blacksmith's wife, Xiao Lu couldn't help but tug at Su Wan's sleeve. "Miss, the crown you're wearing was brought from the capital and is quite fashionable, costing a pretty penny. Why would you consider this dull-looking set at half the price of your adornments? This seems unfair. It's just a pot, and we have a large iron pot at home that is more practical. Besides, we have never used such items. Who knows if they are even good? Perhaps we should think it over." Su Wan knew the blacksmith's wife had exaggerated the price. If she was willing to use it herself, then how could she demand such a high cost? While the cookware was indeed worth buying, it was not worth the price quoted. Hearing Xiao Lu's words, Su Wan's expression showed a hint of hesitation. "If I follow your reasoning, it truly seems a loss to buy it." Seeing her mistress hesitating, Xiao Lu felt pleased and prepared to press her advantage further. The blacksmith's wife, sensing the deal slipping away, quickly interjected, "Dear young lady, please don't be shy. In business, it's all about mutual benefit. How about you name a price? As long as I don't lose out, I can consider this half a gift for you." Su Wan remained silent, and Xiao Lu, understanding her mistress was unaware of the cost of staples, worried she might name a high price, quickly said, "For such a small item, at most 600 won." Xiao Lu believed her offer was quite reasonable, considering it was 50 won more than her monthly wage. However, the blacksmith's wife nearly lost her temper, ignoring Xiao Lu and turning back to Su Wan. "If you truly wish to buy, let's speak plainly. The price is 2 taels of silver. I also have charcoal at home, and I can give you a pound for free, which is necessary for using this pot." Su Wan glanced at Xiao Lu, who understood the cue and immediately spoke up. "A pound of charcoal is at most 15 won, not 20. This pot is not worth that price. Remember, 2 taels of silver is what we spend in the county, including the expenses for the master and young master's writing supplies." Su Wan simply needed to act, displaying a demeanor of an impressionable maid who would heed whatever her mistress said. The blacksmith's wife, seeing the sale slipping away, engaged in a lengthy back and forth with Xiao Lu. Ultimately, the blacksmith's wife conceded, settling for 1 tael of silver with the additional promise of 2 pounds of charcoal. Xiao Lu was still unsatisfied. She felt the pot was not worth it, especially compared to their larger iron pot at home. However, the blacksmith's wife's expression began to sour, indicating she had already lowered the price significantly. Su Wan, reading the situation, finally smiled and said, "If it costs a bit more, so be it. After all, it is favored by the county magistrate's wife. We should try it ourselves." Upon hearing this, Xiao Lu fell silent. Her mistress had always admired the ways of the noble ladies, and spending a tael of silver on something of little practical use didn't seem excessive. Having done her best to advise, Xiao Lu believed her mistress was aware of the situation and thus complied, paying the money and bringing the item home. Su Wan had previously heard from Xiao LV about the price of charcoal, so she understood that these 2 pounds of charcoal were not inexpensive. After leaving the iron shop, she said to Xiao LV, "You have done well. Take these 10 won as your reward." Since Xiao LV's wages were still with Madame Su, Su Wan could not decide on her compensation. Xiao LV had initially argued vigorously on behalf of the young lady, haggling with the blacksmith's wife out of fear that Madame would learn of the young lady's extravagant spending and blame her for negligence. To her surprise, receiving 10 won was an unexpected delight, causing her face to light up as she silently vowed to assist the young lady in bargaining more in the future. As they passed a grocery store, they selected a variety of spices, including dried Sichuan pepper and dried chili peppers for their broth. At home, they already had some dried chili powder from last year's harvest, which had been picked, washed, and dried, stored in a long bamboo tube, and crushed with a flat iron stick. When cooking, a spoonful of this mixture was added to the pot, resulting in a fragrant and spicy flavor. The county had its advantages. It was convenient to purchase anything one desired. By mid-afternoon, the pork shop had not yet closed, so they took advantage of the opportunity to buy fresh pork belly and bones, returning home with their arms full of packages. As the sun set, the boisterous children returned from school. The family servant had mentioned in the morning that they would be sent back in the afternoon, relieving Su Wan of any worry. While still in the kitchen, she heard the children's voices. Xiao LV emerged, holding a ceramic jar, which she handed to the servant. This was a special treat made by the young lady, peanuts and lotus slices. The master enjoyed a drink now and then, and this would serve as the perfect accompaniment. Old Master Su and Madame Su cared for even their married daughter with such attention, which naturally extended to Su Wan, who in turn spared no effort in reciprocating their kindness. The servant, holding the jar, could already smell the delightful aroma, even with the lid on, grinning as he said, "Our young lady certainly knows what she is doing. The master will surely be pleased with this." The children jumped off the cart, greeted the servant and Xiao LV, then rushed into the courtyard, drawn by the enticing scent. They didn't even return to the house, instead flocking to the kitchen, eagerly asking, "Annie, what delicious food are we having tonight?" The pot was simmering with rich bone broth, filled with water, not fearing the consumption of firewood, and it was boiling down, leaving a milky white soup that wafted fragrant aromas throughout the courtyard. It was no wonder the children were drawn to the kitchen. Su Wan was busy preparing the sauces, as she was accustomed to enjoying hot pot, but had little experience in making it herself. She tried several dipping sauces, keeping the best ones, neatly arranging them on small plates. The children gazed in amazement, and Su Wan looked up, lazily threatening, "You little gluttons, if you don't practice your calligraphy properly. Tonight you'll only be having soup while I enjoy the meat." The soup smelled incredibly appetizing, and the children could not help but wonder how delectable the meat must be. Their mouths watered at the thought, and they hurriedly dashed back to their rooms to practice their writing, fearful that if they were slow, Su Wan would indeed restrict them to soup alone. When Song Zi Hung returned, the sky was already dimming. Su Wan had visited the children's room and saw them diligently practicing their calligraphy. Concerned that the dim light might harm their eyesight, she instructed them to move their stools to the steps in the courtyard. Thus, the children sat quietly, focusing on their writing while inhaling the rich aroma of meat, enduring an almost unbearable test of will, each feeling their stomachs rumble with hunger. Seeing them neatly arranged in the courtyard, writing obediently, even the youngest, Sanhua, showed some diligence. Song Zi Hung felt a sense of relief as he observed their progress. He recalled how these children were once unruly, but after learning from his wife, they had developed a semblance of decorum. This demonstrated that his wife was indeed capable of teaching children, and he wondered how exemplary their own children would become under her guidance in the future. This thought stirred his heart, filling him with a sense of ambition. After a moment, he made his way to the kitchen. Inside, an array of ingredients was displayed: sliced potatoes, taro, freshly washed chives, bok choy, and bean sprouts, along with thinly sliced pork belly, sausages, chicken breast, large fish heads, small yellow croakers, and cubed tofu. There was a variety of ingredients, each in modest amounts. Upon entering, he was greeted by a wave of enticing aromas and chuckled. "My dear, you've prepared quite a feast tonight. Are we hosting a banquet?" Seeing him return, Su Wan quickly replied, "Husband, you're back just in time. We can set the table now." Xiao LV, pour the broth from the pot into the hot pot. Song Zi-hung willingly complied, carrying several plates to the dining room, which was already lit, with a peculiar stove set in the center, charcoal burning underneath. Xiao LV soon returned, pouring the fragrant broth into the pot, and the wind carried the aroma throughout the space, leaving Song Zi-hung utterly intrigued by this method of dining. Everyone gathered at the table, each with their own bowls, chopsticks, and plates filled with their preferred sauces, most of which were vibrant red. The broth began to bubble, and the ingredients floated to the surface as everyone eagerly picked at the food, enjoying the meal. All the dishes were soon devoured, and Su Wan had initially thought there would be leftovers, only to find there wasn't tea enough, since she hadn't tea-prepared rice. Xiao LV had quickly learned to make noodles, tossing a handful into the pot to cook, and even the broth was consumed entirely. After a hearty meal, the children lay back on their stools, content and full, while even Su Wan's lips were tinged red from the spices. Among them, Song Zi-hung was the most restrained. While others relished the flavors, he was still preoccupied with his earlier thoughts. Finally, Su Wan explained, "This afternoon, with nothing to do, Xiao LV and I visited a wine shop. Passing by an iron shop, I noticed this intriguing item and inquired about it. I discovered it's called a hot pot stove, brought over from the south. Even the county magistrate's wife enjoys this. I thought, if it pleases the officials' wives, it must be delightful." Song Zi-hung smiled, gazing at Su Wan with an indescribable tenderness, saying, "Even if these official ladies are well-versed in fine things, no one compares to you in my heart." Xiao LV, who had just stepped out with the pot, was taken aback by the gentleman's gentle words towards the young lady. She paused, barely catching what was said. Her cheeks flushed as she hurried away, feeling a sense of disillusionment regarding her idol. Though the hot pot was delicious, its strong aroma clung to them, and they all took turns bathing after the meal. The children needed to sleep early, so they washed up first, knowing it would be troublesome to do so later at night. The boys, with their shorter hair, dried off quickly, while Su Wan and Song Zi-hung were busy until around midnight before they could finally settle down. As dawn broke, a new day began. Su Wan's life in the county was not much different from her time in the Song household. Her primary concerns revolved around meals, what to eat each day. Aside from that, she busied herself with weaving nets and listened to Xiao LV recount tales from her hometown. Occasionally, Madame Su would visit to ensure she wasn't too lonely, inviting her to social gatherings. However, as a married woman, Su Wan was cautious about frequent visits, primarily to avoid provoking gossip about Song Zi-hung. Life in the city was quieter than in the countryside, while Madame Su's neighborhood was more lively, filled with merchants who had good relations with one another. Su Wan's neighbors were less amiable, though not entirely unfriendly. They simply chose not to engage with her. In households where financial constraints prevail, many opt to reside in academies to economize. Only those with sufficient means can afford to bring their families to rent courtyards in this vicinity, even if their homes are situated in rural areas. They are often of the landlord class or belong to scholarly families, as the circles of scholars, farmers, and merchants place great emphasis on social status. Mrs. Su, known for her ostentation, was well aware of her son-in-law's reputation when she was surveying the courtyards. She was genuinely pleased with her son-in-law and took immense pride in her daughter's marriage to such a man. Her son-in-law, indifferent to their merchant lineage, was now involved in business, fostering a familial bond among them. Thus, she did not shy away from their commercial identity. Upon their arrival, the local residents quickly learned of the new lady from a merchant family, leading them to secure their doors and windows, unwilling to associate with her for fear of diminishing their own status. Su Wan was not one to force friendships. One day, she noticed a Hua and his companions at the neighbor's gate, and before they could enter, they heard a door slam shut, signaling the neighbor's reluctance to engage with her. The disdain for merchants was palpable, and while she felt little about it, she increasingly understood Su Laoda's resolve to sever ties. After hearing Mrs. Song and others gossip about Su Laoda's rise to wealth, she can now comprehend that few would willingly lower their social standing unless in dire straits. It was no surprise that Su Laoda, despite recognizing the latent market for wine, insisted on only a trifling profit, as this was indeed a losing venture for someone as shrewd as he. He seemed to worry about the future, should Song Zi-hung succeed. The Song family status would inevitably rise, making it natural for them to look down upon a daughter-in-law of merchant origin. Hence, he endeavored to assist the Song family now. hoping they would remember her kindness and not harbor resentment later. Su Wan understood the mindset of people in this era, but did not belittle herself. Consequently, she remained indifferent to her neighbors' attitudes. Even Xiao Lu had expressed some discontent, but she chose to remain silent. Finding life dull, she sought her own amusements. Though the two of them had limited options, they could not play dodi zhu or mahjong. Fortunately, Song Ziheng found her some work. It was not deliberate. He had promised to visit Master Zheng's home, and coincidentally, that day the master had a temporary engagement, granting a half-day off. In the afternoon, while Song Ziheng was studying at home, he anticipated the end of school and took Su Wan along to visit Master Zheng, also intending to pick up Dehua and the others. Having been accepted by Master Zheng, the children were given formal names: Song Liang Wan, Song Liang Wei, and Song Liang Yu, each imbued with profound meaning, reflecting the master's expectations. The children, now with their given names, began to mimic the adults, insisting that Su Wan and others call them by their proper names. Although Liang Wan and Liang Wei were still young, they were treated as half-laborers in the Song household. As children matured early in those times, Song Ziheng trusted them, so after a few days of assistance from the household servants, he instructed them to lead the youngest, Liang Yu, to and from school daily. While Song Ziheng conversed with Master Zheng, the master's wife took Su Wan to the side hall for tea and conversation, leaving the children to study in the classroom. Despite his strict demeanor towards students, Master Zheng found a kindred spirit in Song Ziheng, and they conversed animatedly. Having heard of Song Ziheng's reputation and his top score in the provincial examinations, Master Zheng had long admired him. It was no wonder he made an exception for the less academically prepared Liang Wan and the others. Though their foundation was shaky upon inquiry, it became evident they had only studied for half a year and not under Song Ziheng's direct tutelage. This suggested that the children possessed innate talent, leading Master Zheng to feel less disappointed, realizing that with some natural ability and hard work, they could achieve success. As the two men, with a notable age difference, lost track of time in their conversation, the sky darkened. The master's wife, smiling with resignation, remarked that perhaps it was rare to encounter a kindred spirit, and her husband, caught up in the moment, had forgotten the hour. She invited Su Wan to dine with them, expressing that if her sister-in-law did not mind their humble abode, they should stay for dinner. Having spent years with her husband, her speech had grown more refined, and since scholars traditionally addressed each other as brothers, she could only refer to Su Wan as sister-in-law, despite the age difference. Su Wan I have often heard from Liang Wan and the others about the fine cooking of the master's wife, and today I have mustered the courage to come. Even if you wish for me to leave, I have no intention of doing so. The sister-in-law has a way with words, turning praise into modesty. My culinary skills are hardly worthy of mention. I'm simply grateful if guests do not find them lacking. Thus, they enjoyed a meal at Master Zheng's home before returning, marking another day gone by. In the days that followed, whenever Su Wan found herself bored, she would seize the opportunity to chat with Master Zheng's wife while picking up the children. Together with Xiao Lu and Master Zheng's wife, they would play dodi zhu. Su Wan had Xiao Lu cut ordinary paper into uniform rectangles, creating a rudimentary deck of cards. Initially, Su Wan struggled with the makeshift cards, but gradually found the game enjoyable. The popularity of dodi zhu in modern times was not without reason, and for the women of the past with limited entertainment, it was particularly captivating. Even the dignified Master Zheng's wife soon mingled comfortably with Su Wan and Xiao Lu. When Su Wan was absent, she would eagerly await her return. Alas, Master Zheng's wife had many household duties, preventing Su Wan from visiting daily. She could only manage to drop by occasionally. Su Wan also took the opportunity to invite Su Laoda and Mrs. Su over for a hot pot meal one afternoon in the courtyard. They left with flushed faces, still burping from their meal, and asked Su Wan for the address of the iron shop. They planned to stop by and place an order to enjoy more such meals in the future. With newfound activities, time passed swiftly. After residing in the county for a month, Song's mother, fearing a shortage of food, requested her son to deliver a cartload of supplies. This time, it was Song Youfu who brought the supplies. On that day, Song Ziheng and the children were at school, leaving only Su Wan and Xiao Lu at home. Song Youfu could not linger long, briefly discussing family matters and inquiring about the children's progress. Upon hearing that the master had given them formal names, he repeated them several times, smiling broadly as he prepared to leave, not even intending to stay for lunch. However, the Song family had indeed been busy. The fields on the mountain had been tilled and fertilized, and they were preparing to plant crops. When Su Wan learned that he truly had no time to stay in the city, she did not insist on prolonging the visit. Instead, she quickly had Xiao Lu pack some provisions and fill a gourd with water for Song Youfu to take on his journey. In the blink of an eye, over 2 months had passed, and the weather finally warmed. The spring garments they had made could now be worn. Song Ziheng and his nephews were dressed in matching fabrics, differing only in size. The 3 children donned their scholarly attire, with their hair styled in scholarly fashion, carrying books as they traversed between school and home. As they passed through bustling streets, they had grown composed, shedding the novelty that once marked their expressions. They were no longer the mischievous children who had first arrived in the county. The emphasis on decorum among scholars had transformed the once unruly Liang Wan, who now bore the master's high expectations, into a model elder brother guiding his younger siblings. Su Wan, too, had not anticipated such a remarkable transformation in them. She felt fortunate that despite the initial challenges, she had brought them to the county for their education, ensuring they did not miss out on opportunities. Song Ziheng's approach to education was humane. Holidays were aligned with the seasons, with long breaks during farming lulls and shorter breaks during busy periods. Now that the Song family's field were ready for planting, Song Ziheng received news of an upcoming break from the academy. That evening, he shared the news with Su Wan, prompting her to start making arrangements to return to the Song family home. Unlike when he had first returned home, he now only needed to bring his books and writing materials for leisurely reading during his time off. The 5 individuals, in all their varied sizes, returned home as if on a familial visit. Particularly the children, who were growing rapidly, found that their clothing was not necessarily prepared at home. Su Wan took it upon herself to pack, ensuring not only the essentials but also gifts for their hosts. While she did not seek to fulfill her filial duties before her in-laws, she was determined not to neglect the proper etiquette. She prepared provisions and necessities for the Song family. Upon hearing the news, Mrs. Su feared that Su Wan might not be adequately prepared and made a special visit to check on her. She also handed over the bonuses from the past 2 months, advising, when you see your in-laws, present this money to them in front of your uncles and aunts. Convey this message. The bonuses were meant to be settled jointly between our families at the store. However, your father, considering that our in-laws have purchased land and are awaiting the planting of grapevines, might be in urgent need of funds. Therefore, he took the liberty of reviewing the accounts and withdrew this 50% to send back with you. Business has remained steady these days and has not waned after the new year, so there is no need for our in-laws to worry. As Mrs. Su spoke, she produced another package, saying, "This is for you. Keep it safe and do not squander it simply because you have money. Your husband will need it in the future." Although Song Ziheng referred to this 20% as Su Wan's dowry, Mrs. Su had prepared for his access to it at any time. Despite its designation as a dowry, everyone understood that in a marriage whose money isn't shared, Su Wan examined the silver in her hand, which felt just as substantial as before, and smiled, asking, "How much wine do we have left?" It would barely last until the end of June, as her father intended to cease supplying the restaurant, believing that the sales from their own shop would suffice. Does the restaurant manager agree? There is no choice. We have none on hand. Can we conjure more? We shall wait until the wine we brew is sufficient, and then your father can supply an additional 10%.